Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Beginning of Harry Potter. Or is it? Word count. November 2nd. For Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, England. Albus, are you certain? They are the worst sort of muggles, McGonagall said in a worried tone. She had been watching them all day. They were not the sort of people you leave a child to. It is for the best. He will be safe here, protected. Dumbledore said in a convincing tone. He also wouldn't take no for an answer. If you are sure, she looked uncertain but still trusted his reasoning. After all, he was her mentor and a great man with many titles. Dumbledore nodded, showing a sad grandfatherly face. But on the inside, he was celebrating. Good, no, it's great. Now only Petunia has to pick him up and enter her house with him. That means she recognized Harry as family and took him in. Petunia might not feel that way, but that's all that magic needs. Because his mother's protection is powered by him. His core is less than half its capacity. The wards will drain Harry's already weakened core further, stunting his magical growth. And after growing up with the Durslies, he will be weak and easily manipulated. So he won't mind sacrificing himself. It is all for the greater good, Dumbledore nodded to himself. Convinced that he was doing the right thing. For himself. But the little baby Harry had some thoughts as well. Fuck you. You old goat. It's freezing. Put more blankets on me, or at least use your stupid magic. Fuck that stupid truck. I had a date. And she was out of my league too, but I was playing Mr. Charming, so she agreed. Then a stupid truck hits me in my own backyard. Well, let us go, Minerva. The more we stay here the worse we will feel, Dumbledore said in a sad voice. Asterisk sniff asterisk yes, of course, Albus. Pop pop. Fuck. It's cold. So fucking cold. I'm losing strength. 15 minutes later. POV. Tap tap tap, an old woman in high heels was walking alone on the street in the dead of night. She had shoulder-length pink hair. The color was a bit gray due to her age, but it was still a noticeable pink. She wore a green shirt, wine-colored long skirt and a red coat that covered her whole body. She had an irritated expression on her face. It had better be here. Otherwise, all those hours of divination would have been a waste of time. You will find your fated one in this approximate location, is what the divination said. Fated one, my saggy ass. I'm 97 years old, too old for romantic bullshit like that. All I want is a talented disciple to whom I can pass down my legacy. Is that really too much to ask? Well, I also want to be written in the history books as the mentor of said great disciple. But I'm an old lady. I want to be remembered. My mental rant was stopped when she saw a basket left in front of the front door. Normally I would continue walking, but I sensed life force coming from the basket. That had better be a pet or someone is dying tonight. I made her way to the door. A baby, someone left a baby, outside on the cold November night. Let's get this fella warmed up first, then I can find and kill whoever did this. I raised my hand preparing to cast a warming magic, but I stopped when I noticed signs of magic on the boy. That's wizarding magic. Haven't seen this in quite a few years. The last time I saw it was a family reunion where I barged in and beat everyone within an inch of their lives. Throw me out for being a squib, did they? Well, as long as you have mana you can learn magecraft. Ah, that was a great day. Let's see what the diagnostic spell will show. He is magical, great potential, but he has a soul shard in his head, and some protections against it. There are also many charms placed on him, and he is linked to the blood wards placed on this house. If they activate it will be a miracle if he isn't crippled. A letter. I skimmed through it. Albus fucking Dumbledore. Of course, he is involved and with this. And Potter no less. Why is he here? Where are his parents? BRRRR. A message. I open up my magical device that is used to share urgent news. The wizarding terrorist who was calling himself Voldemort was defeated by a baby. Harry Potter survived the killing curse and somehow defeated Voldemort. His parents sadly didn't make it. Oh no, he didn't. I'll strangle that old man with his beard, and if I don't, my name isn't Melinda Bowen. Well, since he dropped him off like this, then he obviously doesn't care that much about the boy. Looks like I found my disciple. A 15-month-old disciple. What a laugh. But he will grow up to be something special in the future. Time skip. 3 years. Dear Merlin. I have created a monster. Harry Potter is now 4 years old. And he was sitting on the floor with comfortable pillows, surrounded by books and notes. He was happily engrossed in his books. He finished English and math very quickly. Too quickly for a kid his age. Now he is learning wizarding magic and magecraft. He doesn't want to go and play around. He just sits inside and studies. When he goes outside it's to test out his magic. He is 4 years old. Yet he goes out and either lights things on fire or somehow manages to make them blow up. When I asked how, he just shrugged his shoulders and said it was a secret. Now I didn't buy that. So the next time he did it I carefully watched from a distance. He was carving some sort of runes on the boulder. He then walked away, then the boulder exploded. Of course, he can use runes. Why am I even surprised? Then a small magic circle appeared on his palm, sending out a pressurized water arc. And he can already use Water Blade. It's a basic spell, but it's meant for teenagers, not 4-year-olds. The house we are in is protected against divination. No one will be able to see us here. Which means this little monster can grow in peace. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, my bad. If this place survives long enough. 1 year later MCPOV. Stupid pureblood and stupid penmanship. I was writing a letter to Gringotts. After sitting down and thinking about it, I spoke to my master and the best decision was to write to them and suspend all transactions. Honestly, if my master didn't give me her oath to act in my best interest, I wouldn't trust her. So after careful consideration, we decided that it would be best to suspend any new transactions and forbid Dumbledore or anyone for accessing them. I also asked for all the documents and transactions that had happened since my parents passed away. Oh, and I suspended my Wisegemont seats. No one should be using my votes to further their agenda anymore. Come on Harry, let's return back to your studies. Now explain to me how wizards came to be in their status in the present time, Melinda asked in a serious tone. She was in teacher mode. Wizards were first created by the devils thousands of years ago. The devils successfully gave humans the ability to make spells by using mana and their imagination. They changed their genes so the mana they absorbed would be mutated, allowing them to make their imaginations real. They were the first wizards and witches. But the result was unsatisfactory. The wizards were too weak, weaker than any low-class devil. So they just let them be and focus on other projects. Hundreds of years later, there was a wizard who successfully created a new system of magic that didn't rely on the mutated mana that wizards had. Even ordinary people could learn it with enough time and effort. It was the combination of magic and science. The man was Merlin Emeraz and he called this new system Magecraft. Melinda nodded, satisfied with my explanation so far. But wizards and witches are very proud and delusional. They think of themselves as great just because they can use this imagination power, and others cannot. At the same time they also blame the magicians for practicing magecraft and stealing their magic. That magicians are responsible for their squibs and not their inbreeding. Magicians don't want to do anything with uncivilized wizards. And wizards hate the magic-wielding muggles. So both parties just ignore the existence of the other. The wizards hate the church for all of their people who were burned. The church hates wizards since they were a creation of devils. But currently, the church ignores them as they aren't that big of a threat and instead focuses its attention on the devils and fallen angels. Melinda just nods proudly. Good, you have a good grasp on the past and present of the wizarding kind. I also have a good grasp on their spells. That reminds me, can we get more books about wizarding spells from other countries? I want to start making a foundation. I want to be able to change and create spells. Finish your physical training and we can go get them. Sigh, I hate physical training. Even at this age where it's just stretching. But they go on for quite a long time, and I do get why she insists on me having a fit and flexible body. Idiots who just stand there and throw spells at each other are the first to die. Dodging just might save my life in the future. I need to start learning potions. That means learning herbology. Those could be useful. Especially if I grow and mix the ingredients correctly. I should be able to make some bombs. For self-protection, of course. I have so many other ideas and theories that I want to test. So much to do, so little time. 31 October, 1981, Attack on Potter Family, Halloween. Ancient Gaelic Festival of Samhain. November 1st marks the end of the harvest season and the beginning of winter. The Celtic day began and ended at sunset. This is about halfway between the autumnal equinox and winter solstice. The Old Lady. I imagine her as a mix of Porliusica, from Fairy Tale, and Melinda Bowen, from Kenja no Mago. Chapter 2, Impenetrable Mind. Word count. 2 years later. India, Harry is 7. Melinda POV. A little monster through and through, I mumble as I see Harry playing with his familiars. Plural. As soon as Harry spoke to a garden snake, I realized he was a Parselmouth. I just had to bring him to India so that he may receive the best teachers. In just a few months he learned everything that the healers could teach him. He did study a lot of human anatomy before, so it wasn't like there was any more that he needed to learn. Just the different wizard bodies and how magic interacts when it heals them. They welcomed him in the Order of Healers. Reluctantly, Harry didn't want to take the healer's oath, but they also felt it was a pity to lose such a talent. So they took them in, with the promise that whoever he teaches in healing would have to take the oath. Harry now has some silver bracelets that were shaped like snake scales. They said it would help with his parcel magic. Harry has also earned the right to wear their coat of arms. And he won't take the goddamn thing off. It does suit him though. An Edward Elric coat but darkish green. But what I did not expect was for him to go into the forest and come out with a couple of snakes. Sabrina, Salazar, and Selena. Malabar Pit Viper. King Cobra and a mystery magical snake. Which was the weakest of them, surprisingly. He also found a pair sick lionesses. Sisters in fact. Which he healed with his parcel magic. They now follow him everywhere. Both of the lions also became his familiars. Nala and Kiera. By becoming his familiars they gained some magic, and they are now smarter and stronger. Bigger as well. Harry uses magic to shrink them and keep them small, in their cub size. Same with the snakes. He also made a lot of improvements in mind magic. Magic in general comes easy to him. What a frightening child. I'm glad I'm not his enemy. MCPOV. Magic is awesome. Especially mind magic. Ever since I got my hands on occlumency, I have been busting my ass on learning it. Occlumency is divided into three things: protection, emotions, and efficiency. The first two are obvious. Protecting the mind and keeping a cool head. Being calm in any situation. I thought about it long and hard. What kind of protection do I want? At first, I thought about digitizing my mind. Making it into ones and zeros. That idea died quickly. It would have been fine if I was just in Harry Potter. But this is DxD, where magical hackers exist. Imagine someone actually managed to hack my mind. I would be dead then and there. So I decided on something else. It was mostly go big or go home. I started laying the groundwork for my very own Aincrad. The floating castle from Sword Art Online. Even though I only just completed floor 1. First reason. I can make as many monsters and traps as I want. Aincrad is huge. And whoever enters my mind will be forced to go through it floor by floor. But floor 1 isn't even the real beginning. To get to floor 1, they have to survive the Statue of God room from solo leveling. I'm going all out on this. No one will mess with my mind. And that's not even the best part of occlumency. The real gem is efficiency. Setting up a memory palace and increasing the thought process. Even make parallel thoughts. That's just wizarding magic. Melinda showed me some active magecraft spells that rely on science to boost the brain's functions. Increasing it up to 10 times. As well as rituals that can increase the speed further and more parallel thought processes. My brain is fucking beautiful right now. This makes magecraft calculations to be a lot easier. I have also learned that it doesn't matter what language you speak in. Magic can be used in any. But older languages have a more powerful effect. That's why wizards use Latin. Special languages like Parseltongue are stronger than Latin. About 0.7 stronger than Latin. And True Dragon's language is even stronger. This was a big deal for me to learn. Since Latin uses very long words. Then I realized why I don't recreate magic from different worlds. For example, Bleach. Wizard magic has Petrificus Totalis. The full body bind curse. But it take a long time to say or chant it. On the other hand, Bleach has Psi, Restrain, which does the same depending on how much power you use. It's a lot faster. There are tons of other magics from other sources. I plan to stay alive for a very long time. Which means I will use anything and everything I have seen in my past life. Wizards have the spell Protego. It's a spell that makes a shield in front of you. Depending on how you make it and how much power you use, it can defend against magical and physical attacks. There are also variations. Protego Duo, for a shield that defends against both magical and physical attacks. Protego Maxima, which basically makes the strongest shield you personally can possibly make. There is also the very advanced Mage Shield. It makes a spherical barrier around you. It takes a lot of power to make and sustain. But it's the best defense. That's the one I want. But I need it to be better. I plan to make a lot of small hexagonal Protego Duo Maxima, or any equivalent of that in about the size of an adult palm and combine hundreds of them to make a sphere. A ridiculously hard barrier. But that's for later when I have better reserves. For now, I will try to make a shield with that method. My master tells me the way that magicians get stronger is by expanding and comprising their own magic. So that's what I have been doing. It's pretty difficult. And painful if you take it too far. Guess that's why most magicians don't go past mid-rank. They just focus on studying and getting money to fund their research. That reminds me. Since I can't access my vaults currently. Fucking Dumbles did try to steal from me, but thankfully that was after I locked everything down. Guess he was busy during the first 5 years and was dealing with the aftermath of the Civil War. If you can call it that. Anyway, the goblin said I only have access to my trust vault, which held 50,625 galleons. And if I wanted my main vault, I would have to wait until I was 16. To take the position as head of house. A/N someone actually calculated how many galleons were in Harry's vault. It's 1987. A galleon is £5 or $7.3. Which means I have $369,562 in my trust vault. I don't think my parents planned for that judging by what the goblins wrote to me. The plan was for me to have 1,000 galleons in the vault which would refill back to 1,000 galleons each year. But because it was a civil war, they spread out the money in a couple of other vaults. Vaults that were merged back with the main one after their deaths. So I have quite a lot of money that I can't access. Goblins only operate in Britain. And I'm not going back there until I am sure I can survive. Which means I need to find a way to make money as well. Magic research is expensive. And my teacher does have enough to live comfortably, but not enough to spend a lot on experiments. I also want to learn enchanting. Runes and shit. I will make the most heavily enchanted clothes for myself. I plan to survive even if they drop a nuke on me. My familiars will also help me with my protection. I carry them around in magically expanded pockets. They will warn me when I'm about to be attacked. There is also another thing I got from the goblins. The Peveril family put some blood stones in Gringotts. After I got one and it tested me and accepted me as a living heir, I got grimoires from the hidden Peveril cottage. As it turns out, I am also the last heir to the Peverils. Not that that means anything, just a fancy title. And again, I won't be able to access anything else until I am 16 or emancipated. I think the books I got are only the beginner stage. And the advanced stuff is still in the house, but hidden so I can't access it. But one thing I learned is that those maniacs messed around with soul magic. Apparently, that's how they made the Deathly Hallows lots and lots of souls. They took away their memories, and their egos, and just used blank souls to make the objects. And guess what I have stuck in my scar? A piece of Voldemort's soul. Just waiting to be experimented on. And so much knowledge to be extracted from him. I freaking love magic. A/N. Parseltongue. Parselmouth. Today 1 galleon is $25. US dollar USD. 1 galleon equals $7. 1 sickle equals $0. 1 canute equals $0. 1 G equals 17S, 1 S equals 29K. 1 G equals 493K. Chapter 3, Hope and Ritual. Word count. There will be constant updates now. If we get enough stones on this, I'll update tomorrow as well. Forest in Idaho. Approximately 20 million acres of just forest. That's about 40% of the land in Idaho. A little girl dressed in rags was walking through the forest. Her entire body was covered in dirt and twigs, suggesting she had been in the forest for quite some time. She was currently scavenging for nuts and berries. When she saw a camp, there was one tent and food was cooking on the grill above the campfire. Grr. Her stomach growled. She hadn't eaten a good meal in days. She quietly went to the grill, and just as she was about to steal the food, a young voice startled her from behind. Why, hello there. MC POV, MC is still 7. The girl jumped up and turned to face me. She growled deeply as she crouched a bit, her nails changed to claws, her blue eyes shifted into amber. They were practically glowing. Classic signs of a werewolf. But what surprised me was her teeth. Her 2 fangs elongated much more than what normal werewolves have. Those were vampires' teeth. A hybrid. Very interesting. But is she a pure werewolf or a wizard-infected one? Ah, she lashed her hand out, fire gathered on her hand. Well, guess that answers that. No way an untrained child can use magecraft without any circles. Trained magicians can use weaker magic without any circles. So it's wizarding magic. Sigh, I say with strong and clear intent. Her entire body froze in place. She couldn't move. But that didn't stop her from struggling. Ah, such a convenient spell. It's the fastest one I managed to make for binding. Much faster than saying, Petrificus totalis and even the normal English, bind. It's also quicker for silent casting. Since you have to think of the spell you want to cast. 3 letters and bam. You are frozen. Let me go, the girl yelled at me. Now that she is staying still, I got a better look at her. I cast some diagnostic spells on her. She was 9, thin and malnourished, she looked like a 7-year-old. My age, except I look like a 9-year-old because of the magical food and exercises. And she is a tri-breed, technically. Magical, werewolf and vampire. But her werewolf side is a lot stronger and more in control than what I would expect from an infected wizard. So that means her mother or father was a half-wizard half-werewolf. Mixed breeds are generally weaker than most supernatural races. They are at the bottom of the barrel. Just above humans. Can't do anything right. Not as strong as a real vampire, not as fast as a real werewolf. And less talent in magic than normal wizards. But what if they are just not being trained right? If you train them like ordinary soldiers or specific parts of their bloodline, it's obvious that it won't work out. I want to take her in. See how far up Mutt can go. Will I be able to make her strong? And if I can do that, then there is quite literally an army of outcasts ready to be picked up. Desperate people who need a place to survive. Who? Harry. Who is this? Melinda asked with a raised eyebrow, breaking me out of my thoughts. A food thief apparently. One that attacked as soon as they saw me. The girl calmed down a lot. Maybe it's because she learned that her chances of escape are low. I'm sorry. Please let me go, I promise I won't do it again. The girl begged, but her stomach growled even more. She flinched a bit. How long has it been since she last ate? Little one. How about you join us for lunch? Melinda asked with a soft smile. Knew she had a heart in there somewhere. Really? But I have claws and fangs. I'm a monster. She held her head low. Ha ha ha. You might as well be a puppy compared to this monster. He makes the monsters from nightmares seem like puppies, Melinda points in my direction. Ouch. It's true. But still ouch. Harry, take the girl to the creek and help her bathe. No food until you are clean. Got it, Melinda looked at the girl who just nodded, her head was lowered. Oh. Sorry, I totally forgot. What's your name? I really did forget to ask for her name. Hope. Hope Mikaelson. A/N she won't be hella OP. Or that OP in general. This isn't originals or legacies. It's DxD. I added her just because I find her attractive. And I wanted MC to have a servant/bodyguard. She will be stronger than most HP characters. But not the ones from DxD. Hey. Wait. Hope complained as Harry was pushing her. Nope, Harry just tore off her dirty rags and pushed her in a somewhat deep part of the creek. Enough for Hope to be submerged up to her neck if she kneeled a little. Okay, first things first. Arresto momentum. Harry slowed down the current around Hope. He started to heat up the water, making it the perfect temperature. Nice. Then clean, all of the dirt and branches disappeared. I can actually see her natural hair color now. She had auburn hair. Honestly, it suited her blue eyes. Harry looked at the malnourished girl. Hope was looking at her hands in wonder. They have never looked so clean. Harry caught that. Do you know what shampoo and soap are? Hope shook her head. Oh boy. Harry took out both of them and put a lot of shampoo on his hands. Come here. I'll put on shampoo in your hair. Hope shyly nodded and came close enough so Harry can reach her. Mental note, make a shampoo hair scrubbing spell. Why have I never thought of that? That would save me some time in the shower. Harry mumbled to himself. After a few minutes, Harry manipulated water from the creek to make a bubble above her. Close your eyes. Hope did so. Then droplets started to fall from the bubble, washing the shampoo off her hair. Okay. Now for the soap. She will be doing that on her own. I wave my hand and separate the water from her, making a small empty space. Just enough space for her. I pass her a bar of soap. Take this. You put some water on it, then rub it. It will start foaming up. You rub the foam all over your body. Then I will do the rain bubble again. Do you understand? The girl nods. She definitely has a story behind her. She knows how to talk and survive. Obviously. But she doesn't know what soap and shampoo are. She is currently 9. Even 4-year-olds know what soap and shampoo are. Best guess so far. She had been on the run with one of her parents. They probably didn't have enough money to afford those things. If they had any money at all. And they died, leaving Hope to fend for herself in the wilderness. Poor kid. Now for clothes. I take out some of my spare clothes. I'm so glad I learned full metal alchemy. Transmutation is so bendy to have. It's actually quite similar to magecraft. You have a circle and you use science to perform magic. I transmute my spare clothes into girl clothes. And uses a simple color-changing spell to make it more girly. Nope. I'll call Melinda here. She will just laugh at my fashion sense. I contact her using magical means, master. Time to switch. She is almost done. And why should we switch? I'm quite comfortable in my chair. Because you will just laugh at my fashion taste, I deadpan at her. You have none. But you do make a good point. I don't want this girl to be traumatized by your poor taste in clothes. I'll be there soon, she cut off the call. I'm not that bad. Men's fashion is simple. I look damn good. But women's. So many options. So many colors. So many names for simple things. My head just starts to hurt. A few moments later. Melinda and Hope came out. And boy did the girl have a transformation. The wild savage in rags was turned into a skinny girl in a yellow summer dress. Her hair was also braided and had ribbons. Melinda really went all out. What is it with old women and dressing up young kids? I flat out threw the clothes back in her face when she tried to put me in embarrassing outfits. Hope was beet red. She had a solid grip on her dress where it ended near her knees. Trying to pull down on it. She was also having trouble walking in sandals. What's up, kiddo? Not liking the dress. I smile at her. Melinda had a deadpan expression. She is older than you by 2 years. I'm an old soul, I wave her off. I know. You are a definition of a bookworm. I'm not even going to argue that. I can't. I have about 100 books on me at all times in my pocket space. The dress is nice. But. It's. The breeze. It's uncomfortable. Hope kept squirming. There was a nice gentle breeze in our camp location. I waved my hand and cast an invisible membrane around her skin and clothes. She was immediately relieved. Come on. Let's eat. Melinda spoke up. Lunch was a quiet affair. Hope was stuffing her face with food. Melinda and me just watched quietly while we enjoyed our own meal. After dinner was finished, the atmosphere turned awkward. Hope kept staring at her plate. Not knowing what to say. Hope. Why are you in this forest? Melinda asked softly. She was being careful not to push her. Hope slowly raised her head as she looked at us. I live here, ever since my mum died. She told me it's dangerous to leave the forest and that bad people would take me. Okay, that's progress. Do you know about your father? Hope slowly nodded. Dad died when I was young. My mom talked about him. He was a vampire. Mum called him a stray. He was injured when he found Mum's cabin in her previous home. She healed him and they stayed together. He died when I was 4. Mum said he stayed behind so that we could live. Well, if he died so easily, then he might not have been very strong. But most likely he was killed by the egotistic scumbags from his faction. Werewolves and vampires have a grudge going back millennia. There's a reason why there are few werewolf/vampire hybrids. Both factions kill them off, considering them a stain on their bloodline. But they are fine with human hybrids. Servants for them. How did you survive? I get right to the point. I need to know this. Hope lowered her head again. I slept in a small cave. I hunted and ate anything that I could find, birds, snakes, rabbits, deer. I think I ate a human once. I can't remember very well. She said the last part very quietly. A survivor. She will do just fine. Hope. Do you want to stay inside the forest? Or do you want to come with us? Melinda asks her. I don't know. I don't want to be a bother. Self-esteem issues. We will need to work on those. Well, you won't, because it won't be for free. We will give you food, clothes, shelter. We will give you a home. In return you will serve and protect me. Melinda raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. Protect you? But you are stronger than me. Hope tilted her head. Not understanding how she could protect me. Yes, but someday I might be fighting against multiple people. I would like someone to be there to watch my back, when that happens. Do you promise not to leave me? Tears started to form in her eyes. Add abandonment issues to the list. Totally justified though. Good. You can take my bed for now. We will get one for you tomorrow. Hope was about to protest but me and Melinda quickly convinced her otherwise. As soon as Hope laid on my ridiculously soft bed, she fell fast asleep. I put a ton of magic into that thing. making it as comfortable as possible so I can get the best quality sleep. I actually had to enchant it so it forcibly lifts me up from the bed and puts me on the floor. Because I didn't want to leave the bed at all. Melinda had to drag me out of it. A servant, huh? You sure work fast. But are you sure about this? She is a tribrid. Her bloodline will only hold her back, she will forever be average. Melinda questioned. Average, huh? I grin, we will see about that. And I plan for her to be like Cheyenne for Rimuru. Servant, bodyguard, secretary. 1 year later. MC POV, MC is 8. It's time. I was standing in a ritual circle. Tommy Boy's soul shard will be finished by the end of the day. So are you ready? Melinda asks in a stern tone. But I know she is worried. Yep. Relax, it will be fine. We checked over the calculations 5 times. The ritual will work. And I got my Werewolf family magic to help me out. Quite frankly, a small shard doesn't stand a chance. This was Tom's latest shard and the weakest as well. It contains all of his memories from birth until when he tried to kill me. Yes, but soul magic is dangerous. I don't want you to get hurt. Melinda's face softened up. I feel the same, Harry. Hope stood there nervously. Thanks to potions and pills she was no longer malnourished. She even grew more thanks to magical ingredients. Looking more like an 11-year-old. She was healthy, strong, and happy. I finally convinced her to stop calling me ridiculous titles like Master or My Lord. I don't need that chuny shit. It will be fine. It's time to begin. Right now it's the peak of Samoth. Melinda nodded and stepped back, so did Hope. Let the ritual begin. Naked as the day I was born. I slammed my hands on the ritual circle. The chalk started to glow an eerie green. Inside Mindscape. Ethereal green tendrils were attacking a figure cloaked in black mist. No. I cannot be killed. I am Lord Voldemort, a wraith was screaming because of the pain. Hello, Tommy boy. Harry Potter. Voldemort growled. What are you doing to me? Why should I tell you that? Do I look stupid to you? I sneered at him, making him angrier. I just need to keep wasting time. Soon his personality will be destroyed, leaving an empty husk with memories. Once I am done sorting his memories, I will either devour the soul shard. Or just use it for future experiments. Don't ignore me. Voldemort continued to trash around. Stop acting like a 16-year-old girl who is desperate for attention, I yell at him, further infuriating him. Rah! Voldemort screamed out. He tried to break free, but the green tendrils were keeping him in place. Damaging him more by the second. I just kept insulting him for the next 2 minutes. This is kinda therapeutic. Damn you, Potter. I will have my revenge. Lord Voldemort is Imo-Poof. The green tendrils ripped him apart. The shadowy figure disappeared. All that was left was a floating glowing orb. 2 weeks later. They should be arriving soon. Melinda looked at her watch. We were in the American equivalent of Diagon Alley. Just a 100 times better. It was actually modern and clean. Relax. I wave off her concerns. Harry, take this seriously. Melinda frowned at me. I am. Students start Salem University of Magic at the age of 9. Salem has made dozens of arch-wizards during its 160 years of existence. Hogwarts has existed for 1,000 years, and its most recent arch-wizard is Dumbledore. Who got the position for backstabbing his boyfriend Grindelwald. Ilvermorny has been around for 400 years. And they have had quite a few arch-wizards. But they are a public school like Hogwarts. Salem is only for the elite. And it's not about money. Only talent and potential can get you in that place. Yes, but we both know Britain will try to drag you back when you turn 11. So you will have to leave it in 3 years. I nod, I know. But I have planned for this. 3 years is more than enough for me to learn almost everything from that place. Especially with my beautiful brain and Tom's memories to speed things up. I don't like how you are being forced to do things you don't want, Hope says as she looks up from her book. She was studying hard to learn magic and magecraft. Such is life. But it's not like I will just comply with them. They are going to pay a big price if they want me back in Britain. And Hogwarts has something I want. It boasts one of the biggest libraries in Europe. Even if they put 60% of it in the restricted section. Morons, they are destroying their country's future. Hope sniffs at their stupidity. Agreed. But I also want Salazar and Rowena's legacy. Their personal libraries. Just those two are more than enough reason to go to Hogwarts. The Chamber of Secrets. A 1,000-year-old basilisk, alongside anything else left in the chamber. And the Room of Requirement, a room Rowena based on the Longinus Innovate Clear. I want its blueprints. That thing is a researcher's dream. Being able to test any potion or rune I want. Without actually going and gathering the ingredients myself. I need tons of gold for an alchemy experiment. The room provides me with it. I need a rare herb for a potion recipe. Here you go. Nothing in the room technically exists. Anything that is made from the materials the room provided will also disappear. But the possibilities are endless. You are taking a lot of unnecessary risks. Like your new bling, Melinda points to my left ear. On it was a new earring I made. A special earring I learned how to make from the Peverell family grimoire. It was an emerald octahedron. The tip had a small chain that was attached to my ear. A/N, something like Rizel from Noblesse. But with a gem instead of a silver cross. The gem glowed in an eerie green color once in a while. I stored Voldy's soul shard here. This is a special container/prison that the Peverell family made. They gathered the souls of their enemies in here and cooked them using green fire that could burn souls. They absorbed the finished product. They might have been evil necromancers. But they were definitely geniuses to make something like this. It will be fine. Go order another cake and calm down. Knock knock. Ah, they are finally here. Chapter 4, Salem University of Magic. Word count. If we make it to 200 power stones, I will upload another chapter tomorrow. By the way guys, can you please drop a review? I think 10 reviews are needed for the FIC to qualify for rankings. I already have 5, just drop a thumbs up and spam spacebar for the word count. Knock knock. Ah, they are finally here. Harry waves his hand and the door unlocks. The next moment a middle-aged man entered the room. He was wearing a very expensive suit and was well-groomed. His hair was slicked back and tied into a low ponytail. And his facial hair was neatly trimmed. A/N I imagine him like Johnny Depp at his trial. By the way, how many of you recognize this name? It's from a movie. Good evening. My name is Benjamin Franklin Gates. The current headmaster or principal of Salem University of Magic. Harry nods at the men. Hello. I am Harry Potter. This is my guardian Melinda and my assistant Hope. He points at the old woman and young girl who were sitting beside him. Hello. The men nodded at them. Harry points at the empty chair. He calmly sat down, realizing it was for him. Harry and his group were on one side of the table and he was on the other. I purposely avoided saying their last names. Just in case. Melinda is well known in some circles. And I don't know shit about what Hope's parents might have done. Well then, let's get down to it, shall we? I was quite surprised to receive a letter from you. Dumbledore has been quite outspoken about how excited you are to go to Hogwarts, Benjamin says calmly. Harry showed a calm expression on the outside. A clemency was at full force just in case. But on the inside, he was seething. TSK, fucking old goat. I'm so looking forward to crushing him. Dumbledore has no authority over me. He is not my guardian nor my headmaster. I will go where I choose. Salem University of Magic has a great reputation and has produced many strong wizards each year. It is being hailed as the best magical school in the world. So it is an obvious choice for me. Benjamin slightly puffed his chest, showing that he is proud of his school. It was so small that Harry almost missed it. Well, we are glad you applied. As you know, Salem is a school for the elite. Where only talent and skill matter. Blood status or money hold no sway here. Though it is helpful to students who seek outside tutors or for getting more materials. Harry nods at that. Money does solve a lot of problems. Rare ingredients and books. That much was already expected of them. So as you know, our students begin when they're 9 years old. They have to go through multiple tests. Intelligence, power, talent and skill. Harry is 8. Will I be taking the test? Harry asks calmly. Oh no, there is no need for that. I'm willing to make an exception for you, Benjamin says in a jovial tone. Shifting to MC POV. Ah, I see. It's because of my special status. He wants to use me to make his school even more famous. Make it the undisputed #1. That and increase his standing in the American Wizarding Society. Normal people would just accept this. Take the easy way in. But there is nothing free in this world. He might just take this as a favor. And I do not want to owe him anything. What he did was actually normal, but I still have a lower opinion of him now. What kind of man takes advantage of a little kid? What are the tests anyway? I ask in a curious tone. Well, we test people based on how good they are at the first curriculum. Both theoretical and practical. Though mostly we focus on practical. You can theorize all you want. But if you don't put the work in making the spells or potions a reality, then it will all be for nothing. We expect applicants to have the basics already learned and be adept at them, charms and transfiguration mostly since they are the easiest. Along with being able to handle plants and to brew basic potions. If they know things from the second year and show a good grasp of the material, they can skip the tests and enter the school. Naturally, if a student is slipping and falls below the required level, he will be expelled. It really is a school where skill matters. Good grades won't be enough. Naturally, theoretical knowledge is important somewhat, especially to me, since I use my magic by knowing the mechanics behind the spells. But some people just need to point and yell out the spell. Why waste time thinking when you can just blow stuff up? I would like to take the tests, I say calmly. Benjamin's smile disappears from his face. Are you serious, Mr. Potter? You only get one shot if you are taking the test. And you are 1 year younger than our normal applicants. I believe it would be better for you to skip the tests. I smile at the men before waving my hand with a fake wand that I made from a random wood plank that I bought. Just as I finished my spell, the chair under Benjamin started to float with him still sitting on it. Benjamin's eyes were wide open. Silent casting. And the Leviosa charm, perfectly cast, powerful as well seeing as you're able to support my weight. Can you do trans dash? Before he could even finish the sentence, I wave my wand again. And the dining utensils turned into butterflies and started to fly. Transfiguring objects into living things. That's third-year material. And you did it silently. How good are you at potions? Ben asks seriously. Very. It's actually a hobby of mine. Here, this is a potion I recently brewed. I throw him a bottle. Ben catches it and his jaw drops when he sees the black color of the potion. He uncorks it and casts a few spells. Draft of Living Death, it's perfect. 1 drop would probably kill us all. He caught himself when he saw me giving him my best deadpan look. It's bad form to ask the secrets of another wizard. Especially a Podiwaner. Since they make their living with their potions. Nobody would tell their secret methods. Mine, however, includes a chemistry kit. Proper safety gear. A Damascus kitchen knife, and lots of other small helpful things that are beneath the likes of wizards. ****. Right. Well, you are obviously qualified for our school if you are at this level. Do you have any questions? Actually, yes, I do have something to ask of you. Since you were willing to make an exception earlier, I ask you to allow Hope to come with me. She doesn't have to be a student. But I need her with me as a servant and assistant. Benjamin's smile strains. That would be no problem at all. If that will be all, we can sign the contract. He passes me a very fancy piece of parchment. One for Hope as well. Some clauses, like don't share Salem's secret with others. Don't teach Salem special magic to others. Basic magic is fine and some small magics that aren't that special. What about familiars? Harry asks with a raised eyebrow. Benjamin was shocked by his question. Do you have a familiar? Harry simply nods. Impressive. One so young to already have a familiar. And to answer your question, of course familiars are allowed. It's actually illegal to separate or take someone familiar away. I nod at him. Could you get me American citizenship? I would like it to prevent people from forcing me back to Britain. Benjamin freezes. I could practically hear the cogs in his brain moving before he face palms all of a sudden. Surprising all of us. He quickly gathered himself up. Yes, of course. Frankly, I'm angry at myself for not thinking of it. It will be no problem at all considering your guardian is American. You stupid idiot, why didn't I think of this sooner? What would have happened if they really did take him away? Ben was screaming in his mind. I look over the contract one more time, making sure that everything is in order. I take the contract and sign it. The new term starts on September the 1st. Here is a list of all the things you will need. You can bring additional material if you wish. Now if you will excuse me, I need to go speak to the ministry. Benjamin quickly leaves the room and heads directly to the ministry, probably to get my citizenship done as fast as possible. I turn to Melinda and Hope, who had smiles on their faces. Well, let's order some food and celebrate. Sure, it will be on you. I want magical salmon and king crab, with some caviar. Melinda smiles at me, making my eyebrow twitch. I would like pizza, Hope says shyly, not expecting Melinda to order such expensive food. She was worried about the cost, so she ordered cheap food. Hope is such a sweetheart. I love the girl. She is always nice and polite and listens to me. She was already helping me out with some of my projects. Mostly moving things around or chopping and preparing magical plants. Don't worry about the cost, Hope. Today, we party. Chapter 5, Testing New Magic. Word count. Thanks to everybody who left a review. I'm an idiot. I put the word count in the auxiliary chapters. Fix that. With this FIC should qualify for the rankings. Either tomorrow or next week, not sure. Anyway, enjoy the chap. I personally love it. So what are we doing here, Harry? Melinda asks with a small frown. We were out in the middle of nowhere. In a desert. The sun was strong and there were scorching hot winds. We had to cool ourselves with magic. Well, I wanted to test out some of my new, very dangerous spells, I say with a bright smile, making Melinda facepalm. Yes, you could have just said that you need us behind a barrier so you can show off. I just throw her some ward stones which she takes and looks over curiously. How dangerous are things going to exactly get? Normal barriers were enough for your previous experiments, Melinda asks with a worried look on her face. Hope was already hiding behind her. I puff up my chest with a weird sense of pride, maybe because of all the chaos I'm about to make. I fully expect to lose a few fingers. Tap. 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 Smack. Melinda quickly rushes to me and smacks me over the head. Have you lost your mind? No, my brilliant, beautiful, and very well defended mind is where it has always been. That earned me another smack. Honestly, the only reason why I let her hit me is because she is genuinely worried about me. And people like that are rare, especially in this world. Sigh, I'm not going to able to convince you otherwise, am I? I grin at her, nope. Melinda sighed again and walked over to Hope, who was looking nervous. My familiars jumped out of my expanded pockets and rushed to her side. 3 snakes and 2 lion cubs were going as fast as they can. Melinda quickly used the ward stones and made a strong barrier with them, then she added her own barriers, stacking them up. Okay, Harry, let's see what you can do. I nodded her and took out the staff that she gave me. I focus and I start chanting. Ye Lord. Mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of men. Inferno and pandemonium, the sea barrier surges, march on to the south. Hado number 31. Shak Keho. A red orb started to appear in my hand. It compressed flames. When I finished the chant and called out the name, the orb launched itself from my palm and hit a nearby sand dune. Boom. The chant is actually just for beginners or when you want to overcharge a certain spell. I can cast it just by calling its name or silently. But it needs more focus and power. It's divided into Shak Keho, 3 parts. Same as Bombarda. But Bombarda rolls off the tongue easier, so I'll be using that more. Harry, when did you learn Japanese? And how did you even make that spell? Melinda yelled out. Last year. As for how? I'm just that good. Both Melinda and Hope deadpanned at my answer. The only reason I think that I can recreate these is that they actually exist in a different world. I know they can work. If they didn't exist, they would be a lot harder to create since I'm unsure if they will work in the first place. Hado number 54. Heian. A reddish-purple flame leaves my palm and then hits the stone. Poof. Interesting. It didn't blow it up. But the spot where it hit is totally erased. It burned the targeted location. And the spell was fast. Much faster and more powerful than Incendio. Heian. Incendu. Then again, Incendio is only a basic fire spell. There are more powerful ones, but they are longer in the name and require more wand work. Which I skip through. I only use my staff as a magical focus. I don't really wave it around in stupid motions. I use focus and intent to make my magic happen. Hado number 63. Raikoho, Thunder Roar. This spell generates an orb of yellow lightning above the palm and fires the built-up energy at the target as a massive concentration of energy which resembles a lightning strike. As soon as I say the name, yellow lightning hit the dune. Faster than the Harry Potter variant at least. Bobilius. Fanfic variant is Fulminous. I like this one better. I only know the chants for the ones that were shown. I didn't bother making my own chants for them because I feel they are unnecessary. But I did make chants for particular strong spells or useful ones. The chant keeps them stable when I overcharge them. And it looks dope as hell. Hado number 88. Hiryu Gekizoku Shinten Reiho, Flying Dragon Striking Heaven Shaking Thunder Cannon. Stupidly long name. Thunder Cannon, I will only be using Shinten Reiho. Which means Quake Thunder Cannon. I will think about it. Give me your opinions. A yellow-blue lightning beam a meter in diameter launched at a faraway sand dune. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The lightning completely obliterated it. And the dune behind it as well. This one is useful. The name is dumb though. I'll look into changing it. Melinda and Hope were looking at the destruction with their jaws dropped. Cool, Hope's eyes twinkled. Melinda on the other hand was speechless. Time for the real test. I focus my magic to my hands. Especially the back of my hands. Triplamoris. A horizontal line appears on both hands. The line split showing lips and teeth. It was a mouth. On both hands there was a mouth on the back of the hands. I move around the tongue in the mouth. It works normally. The voice box doesn't exist as I will be talking with magic. Same as a parcel mouth. The human tongue can't produce those sounds, magic does. Even if it can, it's just absolute gibberish instead of a language. A, B, C, D. First I start off with the alphabet, then move on to some words and then sentences. To get a hang of using them. This is only possible due to my mind. Parallel thought processes and increased thought acceleration. I love my brilliant mind. How is he doing that? Hope turns to Melinda and cutely tilted her head. Melinda looked blankly at my hands. That is something that only someone with a transfiguration mastery can do or close to it. Changing your body to an animal and or shifting it slightly is something else. It already exists, you are simply changing it. Making new or duplicate organs is a whole other branch. One that often is labeled as forbidden due to the number of accidents and deaths it causes. Is Harry going to get hurt? Hope says in a worried tone. I hope not, Melinda says in an equally worried tone. This is awesome. Harry yelled out. Melinda facepalmed, again. She really needed to stop doing that lest she leaves a permanent indentation. This is so freaking cool. Let's try the basics. Hado number 1 show. Hado number 1 show. Thing. 1 light beams exit my index fingers at different intervals. Nice, so I can use spells through them. They are working perfectly. I grab my staff and hold it upwards. Bombarda, X. 3 beams were launched out of my staff in different directions. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom asterisk. I say the next in parcel tongue. $bombarda $X. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom asterisk. The same thing happened but the explosions were a bit stronger. Let's try it again but this time don't release them. $bombarda $X. 3 little orbs were suspended above my staff. Twist. The orbs started to twist around each other. Go. FSHHHHHH. Boom. Nice, it got a lot stronger. Now for the really fun part. Spell stacking or incantation roll. It's a method used to shorten chants and spells. You compress the lines you are required to say and say them in a single line. Naturally, this is difficult to do or pronounce. It takes quite a bit of practice. Something that I have been doing for quite a while. SHAKKAHO. A fire red orb left my hand to blow up something. That was the entire chant for Hado number 31. Shak-Keho. It was not bad but Shak-Keho doesn't have the firepower I want. And I'm still trying to recreate anything more powerful than Hado 88. That one was basically a huge lightning laser attack. So it was actually easier to recreate. I did however find an advanced spell in one of Melinda's books. Perlance Insignis. An advanced fire spell. That does have a chant to help out beginners. Now what would happen if I just cast it 100 times at once? Black large square. FSHHHHHHHH. Boom. Fire spread everywhere. The desert was on fire. I'm completely drained of magic. That was close to a peak mid-class attack. Damn, I didn't know I could do that. Harry. Melinda yelled out as she started preparing the teleportation circle. Right, an attack like that is going to get people curious. When a madman starts to send attacks like that in the human world, people get curious. I quickly ran to her and she whacks me over the head. You idiot. Warn me next time when you are about to do things like that. I almost had a heart attack. We have to leave quickly. Melinda was breathing deeply as she was holding her heart. Sorry. But it was cool, right? I grin at her. Really cool, Hope smiles. Melinda just facepalmed again but stopped herself before she hit her face. She just continued completing the teleportation circle. An 8-year-old doing a peak mid-class attack. What have I created? No, I did nothing. I just provided the basics. He came up with most of his spells on his own. But now it's certain. Melinda helped teach the new Merlin. A magical genius. His name will be spread across the world. And so will mine. It's only a matter of time. Whoosh. The group teleported out, leaving the magical fire to burn the sand. When a group of humans look at the site, they will see that the sand has been turned into glass and it was in various shapes and sizes. This would become a popular tourist attraction. But the cause for this was never found. A/N. Inspiration for this. Reincarnated as the 7th prince. Harry obviously is gonna be very OP XD. Chapter 6, Settling into Salem. Word count. Drop some stones if you like the FIC grinning squinting face. Harry, Hope, Melinda, and Ben were at a specific location. It was time for Harry and Hope to start their education in Salem. Ben was a bit further away, giving us our privacy. Take care of yourself. Don't be too lonely, I said cheekily at Melinda. The old woman just nodded and sighed. You are right. I will miss Hope a lot. You on the other hand? Not so much. Ouch burn. Hope dived into Melinda's embrace with tears in her eyes. She bonded quite a bit with the old woman. Shoo. Everything will be all right, sweetie. We can see each other every weekend. It's not goodbye, see you later. One thing I love about this is that they give out portkeys to the guardians, allowing the children and teenagers to go home every weekend. It was a much better idea than separating 11-year-olds from their partners for most of the year. Hope just sniffed and nodded. I will be looking into any rules and loopholes I can find about the British ministry. Maybe we can find an answer in some old laws, Melinda says with a heavy tone. I nod at that. We need to figure something out for when Dumbledore comes knocking. That old goat will definitely try to drag me back to Britain once he realizes I'm gone. Mr. Potter. It's time Benjamin comes over. I gave him a bored look. Ah, forgive me, are you ready, Mr. Harrison Peveril, he says with an annoyed tone in his voice. I convinced him it would be better to keep my identity hidden for the first 2 years. I might have explained that somebody will try and grab me for their own schools. And if I were to spend 2 full years at his school, he would have quite a lot of backing to destroy their claims. I used Peveril mostly as bait. Some old fools will definitely be after the Hollows. People who never gave up on their dreams. I have no qualms about robbing them blind should they try something. I nod at him and walk to Melinda. Don't take risks. Wizards are fools, but one spell and you're dead, I whisper as I look her directly in the eyes. Bah. I'll kill anybody before they get the chance. But don't worry. I'll be careful. Melinda then quickly pulls me into a crushing hug. Hold back on the extra abilities but show all of your wizarding skills. Learn as much as possible so you can be ready. I nod, showing I understood. All of us grabbed the rope that was turned into a portkey. Hold tight, Benjamin shouted. I grab the rope and stick my hand to it. I do the same to Hope's hand and then put a hand on her shoulder, bringing her nearer. Asterisk pop. Asterisk. Salem was just like your modern high school campus. Well, a bit on the rich side, but it was still surprising to see them take such a modern appearance. The school adds buildings and renovates every few years. If it can become better and more efficient, we will do it. That's how we became the best. Various buildings were scattered across the campus. It looked like each subject had 3 or 4 buildings. Ben continued his explanation. Each subject has a few buildings. Inside those buildings are floors for each year. For example, year 1 through 3 goes to the first building. On each floor, there is a classroom, and a few practice rooms with different equipment. And a small library for that subject, in case a student is looking for a particular spell to practice or needs it for an essay. As you know, we are a bit more advanced than other schools. We have 5 years of standard education that pretty much wraps up the entire 7 years of Hogwarts education. After that we have. I turned to the men. Don't you have a library? Ben nodded. While we do have a big and extensive library, students don't want to go there for just one book. So on each floor, we have a very small library with the books they would probably need. Impressive. There were also multiple dorms, and even a couple of restaurants on campus. Ben saw the buildings I was looking at and explained, students can either commute or stay in a dorm. We do recommend choosing the dorm. Hardly anybody wishes to commute, as portkeys and app ration can be problematic for underage magical. But they do go back home during the weekends. As for the restaurants and cafeteria, we don't offer meals to our students. That's why it costs a bit less than other schools. In the restaurant, students can eat what they want, basic or luxury meals. Seeing as we have students from different countries, it wouldn't be fair to give the same meal to everybody. Students can also cook their own meal in the dorm kitchen. That's kind of smart, actually. I never did get it with the original material. Hogwarts only offers the basic Old English food they have served for centuries. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops and lamb chops, sausages, bacon and steak, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, fried potatoes, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, and gravy. I like bacon and chicken as much as the next guy. But where is the pasta, the pizza, the vegetable fried rice/noodles? I'm sure some students got sick and tired of eating the same meals over and over again. But they couldn't do anything about it other than wait for a Hogsmeade weekend to go out and eat. How do you deal with the discrimination between the rich and the poor? The restaurants should offer them the perfect opportunity to show off. Benjamin bellowed at that. We don't have things like that. As I said, only talent and skill matter. Everyone is extremely focused on their studies here. After all, if they slip up they can be expelled. They don't have time to bicker and argue with each other. Everyone tries to learn as much as possible. The elites even skip grades. The faster they finish their education, the faster they can get a good job. Our best students get a gold recommendation letter from us, which will help them out a lot in their endeavors. They can't afford to bully anyone and have the slightest black mark on their records. If they have a mark, their chances of getting that letter are lowered. The other students who, while weren't the best, are extremely competent and talented in their own right, also get letters, but silver ones. But those don't open quite as few doors as the gold ones. Competition is extremely ruthless here. Now that's what I call an effective system. Not that joke of a system that Hogwarts uses. Giving or taking away points that only give a trophy at the end of the year, and that trophy exchanges hands each year. Hogwarts uses peer pressure. The houses themselves force the children to act in certain ways, within certain rules. While Salem uses incentives. And there are no houses here. Kids and teenagers bond over their education and passions. Study groups are quite common. After all, they allow them to learn at a faster rate. I'll give you advice on charms, you give me advice on potions. A win-win. Dorms. Harry and Hope are given one of the couple's apartments, instead of a single small college room each. Naturally, the apartment here costs more. But being the boy who lived has its privileges. Harry specifically asked for Hope to be in the same room as him. What's the point of having an assistant if he or she isn't there to assist you, was what Harry told Benjamin. Both of them also have multi-compartment trunks. Harry has one extra for his plants. An expanded trunk like Newt Scamander's. It has a huge space in it with different biomes for different plants. They cost a lot, but it was worth it. Harry just makes potions and sells them through Melinda on the black market. His potions are worth a lot more since they are very good. They were currently selling them under Melinda's underworld name, Grandine, which Harry thought hilarious. She mostly sells enchanted items. So her maker mark is an open book with symbols and the name Grandine on the top of the 2 pages. She also thought Harry this magic, but he didn't know what to use as a maker's mark. He decided to wait until he has learned a bit more magic before starting his brand. It would be a pity to just make a potion logo. He definitely won't be selling just potions. And the brand will have to be exclusive. What's the point if he works all the time? The goal is to make high-quality products. So that he can trade for other things or just get money to fund his experiments. Harry doesn't have access to his vault. Gringotts is only located in Britain. There are many other banks in the world. Unfortunately, all the money that he was supposed to inherit from his family is stuck there. And he isn't strong enough yet to just walk in there and take it all out. Dumbledore defiantly has bribed a few goblins to inform him if someone comes to unfreeze the Potter accounts. For the past hour, Harry and Hope have been setting up security measures. Wards, traps, magecraft, and his familiars. If anybody enters without my or Hope's permission, feel free to kill them. Harry spoke to his 3 snakes. No problem, Harry. Sabrina the Malabar Pit Viper nodded. You got it, boss. Salazar the King Cobra said with an excited tone. I'm hungry. Sabrina, the mystery of the trio. She was an unknown magical snake that had a fast metabolism. She was often hungry and seemingly had a bottomless stomach. Harry was quite curious of her species, so he kept her around to see what he can learn from her. Nala, Kiera, that goes for you too. Feel free to attack anybody who enters without us. He turned to the lionesses in their cub forms. Gruff, rawr. Both cubs showed that they understood the order. Harry turned to Hope, who was kneeling down and petting the cubs. Let's set up shop. We have lessons tomorrow and I would like to get my potion, runecrafting, and research station set up. Okay, Hope nodded, but she was still a bit sad about leaving Melinda. Harry sighed when he saw her like this. If we finish quickly, I will use magecraft to call Melinda so that you can see her. Hope instantly perked up at that. She quickly jumped into the suitcases to start making preparations. Harry chuckled at her attitude and also joined her. He had a lot of specialized equipment, so this was going to take a while. Chapter 7, Classes. Word count. Well, it was time for classes to start. Me and Hope have settled in. My herb farm is doing well. My working stations have been set up and now I am waiting for my educational journey here to start. I have already read the first-year curriculum, thank you my glorious brain that has epic occlumency and has been enhanced by rituals for faster thought processes and parallel thoughts. However, I do have to strain myself to have parallel thoughts. I have also been sorting Tommy Boy's memories. Brishan had shit education and he knew that. So he learned whatever he could. Charmed people so they lent him rare books. He traveled around the world, learning spells from different countries. And now it's all mine. Muhahaha. Decades of hard work done by Voldemort and I got it in like 5 minutes. Let's send a quick prayer to my Prevel ancestors. Soul magic is awesome. So fucking bullshit that I don't have access to my Potter accounts. All that gold, treasure, and books just laying around there. But I'm not stupid enough to go to Britain just yet. In a year or two. I'll at least be powerful enough to run away if Dumbles tries to capture me. Honestly, the fact that he has 2 of the hollows pisses me off. Those belong to me. Made by death my ass. The Peverils were geniuses. Evil necromancers but still geniuses. The eldest gathered enough souls and sacrificed them to make a very powerful wand. If you kill someone with the wand, their soul automatically goes into the soul well in their secret basement. But he was killed and that wand became the Elder Wand. The middle brother made a stone. The stone had 2 purposes. Firstly, the middle brother missed his wife and didn't want to do the speak to the dead ritual every time. So sacrificed souls so the stone would do the ritual all on its own. Instantly as well. The second function was to better control the souls in their soul well. And maybe use them in battle. They were evil but not stupid. They couldn't summon old warriors to fight for them. The death gods would not like that. New souls are a different thing. It doesn't matter if a couple of ordinary humans get their souls destroyed. As long as they didn't take too many souls. That's why they hunted people from around the globe, mostly the third world countries that are today. The ones that didn't have any god backing them up. Like Romania. They had a pact with the vampires. They get the souls, the vamps get the blood. The youngest brother. Well, he was the smart one. He made a cloak that would make him unnoticeable and untraceable by any beings below ultimate class. He could also walk through wards. They sacrificed a lot of souls to make this happen. Then the third brother became a thief. He stole gold, gems, treasure, magical artifacts and plants, and information. Anything that had any value. And they were smart enough to put everything in different locations under a fidelis. I only learned about the Prevel family after I killed a man that tried to rob me and instinctively captured his soul. Then I sacrificed the soul and a grimoire dropped out of thin air. It said that if I master everything in this book I will be given access to everything the Peverils had. So I have been working on that a lot. I looked at my forearm where my wand was sitting inside the wand holster. This one was a surprise. A good one. Wand flashback. Before leaving for Salem. Harry sighed. Benjamin said that he had to get a wand. He already had his beginner's staff. And it was a lot better than any wand that he could get. Maybe not the Elder Wand but still. Now he had to get and used a weak magical focus. Melinda took them to a shady wand maker. Expensive, but quality stuff. Maybe some illegal animal parts. Ding. Harry, Hope and Melinda entered the shop. An old man was sitting behind the counter reading a book. Do you have money? The old man looks. Old Melinda takes out a small bag and puts it on the table. The coins making noise as they hit each other. One of you start going over the woods then the magical cores, each other. You would, the man mused. Harry shrugged. He had expected this. You is reputed to endow its possessor with the power of life and death. Harry is a healer. He can kill just as easily so it fits. Then Harry went through a few magical cores in glass bottles. After a few seconds, he stopped. It had to be a horned serpent, damn it. Is there a problem? Harry raised an eyebrow at the man. Yes. I only got one horn left in the back. Which means I will have to go get more. And the guy I usually get them got himself bitten by one last week. So I have to look for another hunter. Too bad for you, but I can feel another core calling me. Another. The man said in a surprised tone. Harry nodded and closed his eyes. After a few moments he opened them again. It's not in here. It's in the back of the shop. The old man was really surprised by that. He went back in there and took out 10 boxes. These are my extremely rare materials. Almost impossible to get a hold of. Try again. Harry closed his eyes once more and swapped his hand across the top of the boxes. Focused on his magical senses. He stopped on a red box. This is the one. The wand crafter slowly opened the box. He first took out a parchment. On it was a magical creature. It had the body of a lion along with wings. The head was mostly that of a lion's except it had 4 eyes and it had big goat horns. Instead of a tail it had snake attack to it. A chimera. https://static.wiki.net/villain/images/4/4e/09eb0696CE3FCC866798349FA7a6F2D6AAFF6500722084315 plus wings. He then proceeded to open a smaller box. revealing a heart in it. This is a heart of a true Greek chimera. One of the most dangerous creatures on the planet. Practically unkillable. This one killed 82 wizards before it finally died. They started with 150 wizards. 53 of them left with serious injuries. Harry whistled, damn, that's one mean cat. Asterisk meow. Meow asterisk. Nala and Kiera stared to complain. The wand crafter was surprised to see 2 cubs come out of my big inner pockets. Yes, yes. You girls are awesome as well. Hiss X. 3 snakes slithered out from my sleeves. Sigh. Yes, you are badass too. Harry looked at his familiars with an amused expression. Pets, the wand crafter frowned, no. Familiars, his eyes were wide open the next second. 5 familiars. 6. The last one is hunting right now. The old man stumbled, I'll make your wands for free if you tell me how you bonded with them. Harry just laughed at the men, you think I'm some naive kid. This knowledge is priceless and will be going to become a part of my family magic. The old man just clicked his tongue. Girl, you are next. Hope stepped up and started going over the woods before stopping on one. Fir wood. Looks like it will be a survivor's wand. Firwood is usually chosen by people who have come out alive in a number of dangerous situations. Werewolf claws and vampire fangs. Little girl, you have one messed up wand. Looks like you have survived an attack by both of those creatures. Well done. Hope didn't say anything and let the man make his own assumptions. Technically it was true, but it was most likely due to her lineage. They got their wands the next day after paying the men a couple of 100 gallons. The result was just as Harry and Melinda anticipated. 50% cut down on the magic/mana cost. Just as much as the weakest staff. Harry grumbled a lot about stupid wizarding wands. Transfiguration class. We were all seated in classic rows and column seating arrangement. Waiting for the teacher to arrive. And just before the lesson started, a middle-aged man walked into the classroom. Good morning. I am Edward Armstrong, your transfiguration teacher. Yes, that is my real name, and no, I do not have any connection to Louis or Neil Armstrong. A few kids chuckled at the joke. This guy just erased most of the tension from the classroom. As this is the first class of the semester for us. Now I'm sure all of you have studied transfiguration before and are quite adequate at it, otherwise you would not be here. But we will still start from the basics. Just to make sure you have the best foundation possible to build upon as you learn more and more about magic. Let's begin with all the possible branches in transfiguration. Transfiguration is the branch that temporarily changes the structure of an object. It will revert back to its original form once the magic has run out. Naturally, there are exceptions such as becoming an animagus, where you can stay in your animal form indefinitely. But that is for another class. The advanced method of transfiguration is conjuration, which is transfiguring the air into solid objects. A very difficult task. Another is vanishing, effectively erasing the target. Most wizards simply don't care since it's quite simple. But in its core, vanishing takes the intended target and rips it into extremely tiny pieces, like dust, and scatters them. Do they know normal science and are just using this way to teach the ignorant wizards? Or do they themselves have no idea about mundane science? Then we have transmutation. Unlike transfiguration, transmutation permanently alters the object's structure. This is also why human transmutation is illegal. Fixing it is very difficult, sometimes even impossible. Transmutation works on 2 principles: deconstruction and reconstruction, as well as intimate knowledge of what you are trying to change. Something that we wizards struggle to do as we are used to just transfiguring things. That's why there are so few people that are successful in this branch. There is a class on this, but it's optional due to how many repeated failures wizards have in general. A girl raised her hand from the back. Aren't there other ways to permanently change something? Like using the Philosopher's Stone. Excellent example, Mrs. Watson. But that belongs to the field of alchemy. Alchemy has the ability to turn things permanent using various means. Transfigurated objects become permanent. Potions become elixirs. Enchanted objects become artifacts and excreta. Now that out of the way, we can start with some practical work. You will need to transfigure these matches into needles and... The class continued as usual. Potions. A classroom with lots of windows and most of them were open. Runes that deal with the magical fumes, but better be safe than sorry and keep the windows opened. A man entered the classroom. He was about 30-ish and had a well-groomed appearance. He was also very muscular, which was a surprise. Good morning, class. I am Jacob Getafix, your potion teacher. Potions is the art of turning magical ingredients, plant or animal-based, into liquids that have various effects. The class was silent, listening carefully to the professor. Even though they knew the basics. Now potions is one of the most dangerous branches of magic, because it's easy to make mistakes that will get you killed. For that reason, we have safety gear. A white lab coat. Safety goggles, gloves. All enchanted to keep you protected. Goggles also have a bubble head rune inscribed onto them. More toxic potions require special charmed masks. This is also another perk to learning here. But this man isn't my target. There is a professor for the older student. Extremely talented people are taught by the Grandmaster, who only takes on 5th-year students. He occasionally takes a student from the lower years. He doesn't care about apprentice or something like that. He trains people so they can push the boundaries of potion making for him. Occasionally his students will discover a position that might just give him the inspiration to make a totally different potion. He is eccentric like that. And another reason why I want to learn from him. I tune back into the class. While the western side of the world uses potions, in the eastern side they use pills. They melt and condense the magical ingredients to a pill the size of a marble. For some reason, they call it alchemy. But we assume they did it out of some sort of spite or just to make things more confusing. Charms. The charms teacher was a young woman in her late 20s. She was a gorgeous bombshell as well as a redhead, whose smile made the boys blush and turn away to the sides to hide their erections. She certainly deserved to be called a charm mistress. But the woman knew her stuff. It helped that in America, every spell has the arithmetical equation below. Books are a lot more cheaper due to the advanced printing press in America. I would probably speed through this class quite easily. Arithmancy. This one was easy. They have magical calculators. It's one of the things they have patented and is kept secret in Salem. Clever of them. Most magic relies on arithmancy. Having a calculator gives Salem students a huge edge. Runes. We started carving basic runes in wood. Already from the first class. There were pictures on the board and the books in front of us, detailing how we are supposed to carve. Salem takes a much more practical approach on runes. There is a small pillar near the teacher's table. We put down our carvings there and the pillar activates them. So even if they are wrong, they don't blow up in our faces. Herbology. Herbology was kind of fun. Since I already take care of some plants, I know quite a lot. But the greenhouses here were giant. I mean, I could easily get lost in here. There were thousands and thousands of plants. They say Salem produces the most magical plants on this side of America. I need to grab a few seeds from some rare plants when I have the chance. Dada and dueling. We started looking at the basics. Proper stances. Aiming. Learning theoretical knowledge on the most common dangers in the magical world. Then had mock duels with just stinging charms. Already more impressive than anything that Hogwarts had. Astrology. They had a very precise planetarium. Most of the lessons are in there. Except for certain days when there is an astrological event. Like a comet or a special alignment of planets. Very clever of them. In Hogwarts they have to wake up at midnight to go see the stars. Not smart considering the students have classes in the morning. Care of magical creatures. This one was weird. They started off with some cute fuzzy animals. A fuzzball. And we are supposed to be taking care of one for a whole week. Apparently, these things were high maintenance. Needing food and water at specific times. And if you miss their feeding times, they get grumpy and a part of their fur changes color for a week, maybe even longer until its mood improves. Something about teaching kids discipline. Divination. This was interesting, to say the least. We were taught the basics. Technically, unless you are gifted, you won't get very far. So no predicting the future, but you can still learn some techniques like scurrying, meaning to track the location of someone. IT can be learned by trial and error. It's also important to learn to protect yourself against magics like these. So it's not a total waste of time. History of magic and gnomage studies, history and science. I was surprised by both of these. Especially how accurate they are. America really doesn't like Dumbledore for sitting on his ass during the war with Grindelwald. And they were brutally honest about it. And they are not as naive about the mundane world. They are pretty much up to date on it. I'm really liking Salem. I'll get through the week normally before starting to show off my intellect. I need to get serious and learn as much as possible while I'm still here. They must have a hidden library around here somewhere. This is gonna be a gas. Chapter 8, Weekend. You guys keep the stones coming and I'll do the same for the chapters. Grinning face with smiling eyes. Word count. At. The first week was finished, so students picked up their things to go back home for the weekends. The older students do that or just go to another city to party. We portkey back to the agreed destination and meet up with Melinda. Hope quickly runs off to hug her. Which Melinda happily returned. The old bat really does look at her like a daughter or a granddaughter. while she looks at me like I am a nuke. An unstable nuke that's just about to go off. This is discrimination. Melinda looks at me. I hope Salem is still in one piece, otherwise we might have to run. I don't exactly have the money to cover your collateral damage. My eye was twitching. The nerve of this woman. Even I can't destroy a warded facility like that in 5 days. Yet. How was Salem? Melinda smiles at Hope. It was great. The teachers were nice, even though I'm 1 year older than everybody. All of the kids are 9 and I'm 10. Well, Harry is 8, but he doesn't count. I'll study hard so I can skip grades, I'm sure Harry will. Hope looks at me with amusement. And what about you? I'm surprised you haven't caused a commotion, Melinda smirks at me. Wait for next week. I laid low for the first one. From Monday I will be showing off a lot so I can get bumped up in the next year. Then the one after that. That's good. Never lower your potential. If others are envious and angry, let them be your stepping stones toward greatness, Melinda happily grinned. Scree. A bird screech was heard from the next room. My sixth familiar that was left back with Melinda. Scree. It was an adolescent thunderbird. The size of a German shepherd. If this were an ordinary case, I could be sued for having an endangered species. But it's not. Zeno was born with a disability. A full-grown thunderbird has 3 pairs of wings. Going from largest to smallest. From the largest, its wingspan is 10 meters. Their torso is a meter wide. Zeno has a disability on 2. His right largest wing was formed only halfway, and his left middle wing was completely missing. Thunderbirds use their wings to gather their magic. Zeno was cast away from his flock. The reason he was born like this in the first place is because of morons. The handlers paired siblings for mating and doused them with lust potions. Zeno was a result of inbreeding. When I found him he was starved and half dead. He was only a few weeks old. Most of the time we kept him indoors and slowly nurtured him back to health. It was only recently that he had enough strength to start moving. We let him chance after mice, so he can try to hunt for himself. Then start letting larger animals loose. Like rabbits, ferrets and such. Now the little bugger wants his cuddles. He grew very attached to us 3 after we nursed him back to health. Scree. Since I was 8 and he was the size of a big dog. He rubbed his head on my chest and stomach. I scratched him on the head. Careful not to hurt his feathers. He enjoyed it for a while before he trotted to Hope and did the same. Hope had a bright smile on her face. Hello, Zeno. Did you miss me? Were you a good boy? Scree. The small thunderbird happily pushed against Hope. She continued to stoke and ruffle his feathers. And I considered using Thor or Thorfinn as a name. But realized that I wouldn't do if I was there. Why risk alerting the Nordic pantheon? There is an extremely minimal chance that it will happen. But I wouldn't risk it. Names have power. So what's on your agenda today? Melinda raised an eyebrow at me. Dinner, then trying out a few ideas that I had this week and some that I didn't get to try out last week. Do those spells happen to be destructive in nature? I puffed up my chest, naturally. I'm hoping to achieve a 50% increase in destructive power than last time. Melinda facepalmed. Of course you are. You can go off on your own. Be careful not to get spotted. Hope and I will prepare dinner. I smiled at her. Don't worry about a thing. I'll be on the other side of the states, blowing stuff up in the desert. Oh, this is also a good chance for me to start experimenting with wards. Hope tilted her head. Harry, have you ever tried to put up any wards except the beginner level ones you put in your room for practice? Nope, that's why this will be so much fun. I will put up the wards, then blow stuff up if the wards fail, which they probably will. I will see where I went wrong and fix it before I continue testing out spells. Repeat that a few times and I am bound to make some progress. I'm so smart. Hope and Melinda were just speechless. Wow, they must be impressed by my desire to learn. Melinda just facepalmed while Hope hung her head and sighed. He is officially insane. Well, see you in a few hours. And with that I made a teleportation circle beneath me and flashed away. Mojave Desert. Death Valley. I look around. This spot should work. I marked its location for a reason. It's far away from Las Vegas or any other cities or villages. Almost nobody comes near here. Now for the wards. By definition, wards are protective enchantments. A ward is made by using a ward stone. The number and strength of the wards is dependent on the size and quality of the ward stone. Then the ward stone is described with runes. The more complex the runes, the better the ward. It's also common to place the ward stone on top of a ley line. So the ley line will power the stone instead of the wizard. Of course, old places with quality ward stone are either weaker or more powerful. If nobody has lived there for quite some time, then the ward stone will eventually crumble. But if generations of people have lived in the same house, then their magic will affect the ward stone, making it stronger and stronger. It's also the reason why Hogwarts has such strong wards. Each year dozens of children join the school. Before Voldemort there used to be hundreds. Now if the old goat wasn't purposely sabotaging the wards and letting them function as they should, things would be a lot better in Hogwarts. Thanks to my enhanced brain. Arithmancy and runes are easy as hell. Arithmancy is using numbers to understand magic. From spellcrafting to divination, and runes are essentially written magic. A language that influences magic. There are several kinds of runes. Nordic, Celtic, Egyptian, Japanese seals, Chinese talismans, written parseltongue, DxD. Since I'm in the desert, Egyptian wards will work best with some added parcel wards. 10 minutes later. BOOM. SHHHHH the automatic hexagonal flat shield activated. It took the brunt of the explosion but sent Harry flying. Damn. Messed up a line, and I wasted a perfectly good ward stone. Good thing I'm only using the cheap ones. I need the wards to last a few hours. So the cheapest one will do. Experienced wizards can make temporary wards with just their magic. But even if I did that now, it will mess with my control for when I test my spells. So it's counterproductive for me to even waste time on learning it. There are only so many hours in the day. I need to choose wisely how to spend them. After another 15 minutes and 2 more explosions, I set up the wards. They looked kinda shaky. But they are only supposed to alert me if someone is coming and hide all the shit I do within the area the wards cover. They have no defensive capabilities, which is probably the reason I could make them in the first place. But I'm happy with my progress. What other 8-year-old do you know that can set up wards? Now that the wards are active, it's time to start experimenting. Well, to start things off I wanted to learn Roy Mustang's flame alchemy for the stuff I will be trying out later. I already have a good grasp on transmutation. But that is standard physical transmutation, while this is a bit of a specialized area. Roy manipulates the concentration of oxygen in the air. When attacking, Mustang raises the density of the oxygen surrounding his target to a level at which it becomes volatile and creates narrow pathways of oxygen between himself and his target through which he can direct the ensuing flash fire that blossoms from the spark of his gloves. Now I don't have his transmutation circle, but thanks to magic or magecraft I don't really need the whole thing. I can make my own. It's really just manipulating oxygen and giving it a spark. Nothing too complicated. And just for fun, I got the glove. It's exactly what I would do when I'm 25. Those gloves are sick. Snap. Boom. A fire explosion happened a bit further away from me. Is this childish? Yes. But it's so freaking awesome. I would do the same. Snap. 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 Boom. 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 Thanos got nothing on me. Oh snap. Snap. Boom. Mew-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. 10 minutes of continuous explosions later. Okay, I got a bit carried away. I turned away from the craters that had glass forming on the bottom. Well, I can officially take off flame alchemy off the list. But it doesn't have so much explosive power, as it's just condensed oxygen, meaning it mostly burns the targets. Now for the more dangerous part. Since I have a wand now, might as well train to use it. But I will definitely be turning that wand into a staff later on. Maybe just fuse it with the staff that I will get. Mental note. New research project. Wand and staff combinations. Okay, back to business. I do a modified circle of the one I sued for flame alchemy. But instead of just oxygen, I'm taking and compressing hydrogen and oxygen in a 2-to-1 ratio of hydrogen and oxygen gas. And compressing it carefully as I go along. When I had a perfect ratio balance, I encase the gases in a bubble and then add a tiny bubble with just some oxygen and a magic circle on a timer to create a spark. I point the air bubble and launch it into the distance. SHHHHHH. 3, 2, 1, asterisk boom. Asterisk. Sweet, I watched as the shockwave tore through anything in its path. It's kinda moving a bit faster than expected. It probably won't hit me. Crash. And there go the wards. I grabbed the key that was around my neck. A port key. Home. Pop. The port key activated just as the shockwave was about to hit me. I was currently spinning around in a grayish space tunnel. And the next second I casted a levitation and cushioning charm on me, so I don't fall and potentially break something. Oh, that reminds me, restock my potion supply. If this keeps up I'm most likely going to injure myself. Quite seriously at that. But it's too bad I can't go further than this at my current level. Quantum mechanics and magic require a lot of power and processing speed. That's how Ajuka made his Kankara formula. It has nothing to do with devil bullshit, it's pure calculation, that's why nobody has been able to recreate it. Many devils have tried and since they couldn't do it, it must be a new family ability. Fucking idiots. It's like a cheat code. An insane amount on numbers tied to one thing. And only Ajuka has it. But with time and effort. I believe I will reach that level. With a lot of time and effort. Asterisk sniff. Sniff asterisk. But that can wait. Melinda and Hope are done and I smell chicken. Food now, research later. A/M. Salem is in Boston. Chapter 9, Showing Off. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my Pat or Ko-Fi. If we get to 250 stones, I'll post 2 chapters tomorrow. Word count. At. Weekend has passed. I blew up a few more hills. I have a pretty good handle on what I now call explosion magic. What's the best hydrogen-oxygen ratio? Mana to damage ratio. Distance. Force. I tested all of that and now have a pretty good attack for any idiotic wizard or low-class supernatural. Best of all, it's mostly science and it really does cut back on the mana cost if I take making that explosion with just your mana. But at the end of the day, I'm still 8. Someone with a strong barrier spell could probably survive it. But it's a great AoE attack. Still, some strong piercing attacks would be nice. Guess I'll work on them later. It's time to back to school. I'm progressing well with wizarding magic. Especially since I have Tommy Boy's memories, I just don't see the point of just forcing myself to finish all 5 years of Salem education right now. I get more work done when I find something that interests me and I keep pushing that instead of just learning from the books in the 5-year. Like occlumency. Been working on that a lot. More brain power equals faster learning speed. If I waited to properly learn soul magic, I would have probably started in my late 20s or 30s. Hell no. I just read the Prevel Grimoire and carefully tried not to kill myself. Worked out fine. But yeah, I played it low during the first week because I didn't want to make any moves then. I wasn't going to be that guy that fucks up the mood right from the start. I might need the teachers to help me out with something, and getting on their bad side during the first week isn't smart. But now I can start showing off my potential. Finish the first year, which is the equivalent of the first 2 years in Hogwarts. Get bumped up to the next grade and speed run this thing. Without actually trying too hard and focusing on fun magics. Oh, speaking of fun magics. I kinda spent all the money I had on me and needed to find a way to make more. Then it hit me. People use science to make synthetic diamonds. Why can't I do the same with magic? A diamond is formed when carbon is buried 160 kilometers or more under the earth. In the Earth's mantle, the carbon is exposed to incredible heat and pressure. The heat has to be at least 1200 Celsius and a pressure of 51,000 kilograms per square centimeter. So carbon, heat and pressure are all you really need to make a diamond. So I did it and tested them against real diamonds. So it appears that naturally mined diamonds have some magic in them, while synthetic ones don't. Which does make sense, as they have been in the earth for probably hundreds of years. So those real diamonds are used to make magical jewelry and artifacts. Which is no fucking problem for me. I just sell them in the mundane world. I use the money for magical books and herbs, and anything else I can get my hands on. And exchange some for real diamonds, gold, and silver. Alchemy experiments. Flemel kind. Dumbledore has a lot of money that he made on his own. He is probably the only alchemist in Britain. And took away all the books, making people ignorant, so he remained the only one. Making him the only expert when people need anything related to alchemy. Important positions too. He is a judge, a headmaster, and a politician. Not sure about the politician. But I think that was it. Headmaster. Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot, Judge, and Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. Basically the Mad King of Britain. Well, by the time I get to Brighton, I will be ready for him. But for now, I need to start showing off so they bump me a grade or 2. Giving me access to more knowledge. Transfiguration class. Good morning, class. Since it's the start of the second week of the semester, I'm giving you a little pop quiz. In front of you is a block of wood. You have complete freedom over what you will transfigure. The best transfiguration gets bonus points. Professor Armstrong grinned at us. His words lit a fire in the students' eyes. Points are very important in Salem. I just smirk. Complete freedom. You might regret that. I grab my wand and point at the block of wood. Mutatio, there is no mention of the original spell online. This is just change, in Latin. Vera Verto is the spell for animals into a water goblet. Verto is I turn, I change. And wood is lignum, so lignum verto. The block of wood starts to shift according to my imagination. A beak forms, then wings and torso. The color starts to shift. Its belly was white, while the back was filled with brown, gray and black. A little sparrow formed on my table. Asterisk chirp. Chirp. Chirp asterisk. The sparrow's chirps attracted the attention of the class. The professor rushed to my table. And just stared at the bird in disbelief. Non-living to living, in the first year, this is impossible. As if to prove a point. The sparrow flew, it made 2 circles around the classroom before landing on my shoulder. I scratched the bird under its beak. You know, you are cuter than I thought. I think I'll call you Jack. The professor was frozen in place, an 8-year-old did a 3rd-year transfiguration, 5th year in Hogwarts, ... Asterisk Armstrong. EXE asterisk has stopped working. Seeing this made me smile even wider. Don't hold back. I'm just following my teacher's instructions. I'm getting promoted by the end of the month. Charms. The professor was staring at the boy with her jaw dropped. She had just instructed the students to perform their most difficult levitation spell. Feathers are for beginners. The students here are expected to be able to lift a book or a stack of books. Yet the boy in front of her just pointed his wand at him and the spell hit him. He then just started to float in midair. He has been floating 3 feet from the ground for 3 minutes and doesn't even look tired. He did it chantless as well. The kids around him were looking at him with awe. And strangely one red-haired girl just face-palmed. Is this good enough? The boy asked her with a small smile. The charms professor ironically was charmed by his performance, rendering her speechless. Dada. My name is Marcus Aurelius. I am 30 this year. I have been a professor here for 4 years, before that I was a duelist in the Silver League. It's the amateur league, but I did well for myself. New teachers can only stay for 5 years. Then other candidates will come and take my place. If they are very good they will be offered an extension, maybe bumped up to the higher years. People come to teach here for their library and resources. Salem takes teachers from around the world. Each one brings something new, a new spell, a new method of performing old spells. People, even adults, come back here to improve themselves. Things were simple. Teach kids the proper basics so they have a solid foundation to improve. Today I wanted to have more mock duels. But with a bit more variety than stinging hexes. So I asked for a volunteer to show the class. Harrison Pervell raised his hand first. I told the kid to give me his best shot. That was a mistake. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom asterisk. I was completely on the defensive. What kind of 8-year-old throws shield breakers like a machine gun? No. What 8-year-old knows chain spell sequences? Shield breaker, cutter, fireball, piercer, he just keeps spamming them. I'm forced to recast Protego over and over. No. Focus. My thoughts are slipping. I can't stay shocked forever. I am a teacher. I need to get my shit together. Expel dash. Depulso, Hadrian yelled out, cutting off the professor. Depulso is the banishing spell, it pushes things away in the direction that the wand is pointing at. A charm spell that is taught in the 4th year of Hogwarts. But Hadrian did it differently. He slapped his hands together, the wand between the palms. This formed a small shockwave that was launched from the wand that hit the professor, knocking the wind out of his chest and throwing him on the ground. Harry was cheering on the inside, short arms for the win, Bayek, bitch. He wasn't getting up. Medic. Hope just facepalmed again. After school. Well, this was a nice productive day, I say happily. Harry, when Melinda said don't hold back, I don't think this is what she meant. Hope was slouched. Today's events took a lot out of her, mentally. You worry too much. I pat her on the head, making her sigh. I'll get started on dinner. You are going to do your experiments, right? Hope looked at me from the corner of her eyes. I nodded her. I'm going to surf in Voldy.net a bit more today. Well, good luck. Hope heads off to our apartment. While I go to a secluded area to train wizarding spells. The fuck is that? I was learning some of Voldy spells, but I decided to check out my soul like it was shown in the Peveril Grimoire. Since I have been slowly consuming Tom's soul that is slowly getting purified for me. Then I noticed something strange in my soul. It was a freaking dark blue orb. That wasn't there before. And I don't exactly check out my soul a lot. Soul magic is dangerous. The only reason why I can use it is because of the grimoire. First of all, the Peveril lived in a time where they were basically savages. No occlumency, no mind enchantment other than the soul enchantment that they got when they consumed a soul. They documented everything for the next generation. All I had to do was follow the instructions, and since I do have mind enchantments, I can make sure I don't screw up by triple-checking everything. Every single time. I don't feel anything evil or malicious from the orb. So I decide to touch it. As soon as I grazed the orb, it exploded in a bright blue light. Next thing I know, I'm back to reality with a square mirror in front of me. The mirror had a silver frame with sapphire gems on it. It took me a minute to realize what I was looking at. Holy shit. This is a sacred gear. I think this one was Mirror Alice. Oh. So that's how I survived the killing curse. It makes so much freaking sense now. I just assumed Lily did some sacrificial ritual to save me. Guess it really was dumb luck. The reflecting spell must have sent the gear into some sort of sleep mode. And when I started to eat Tommy Boy's soul, it got a piece of it, slowly waking up. Sweet. I'm going to do some research on this before I use it. It can stay in my soul for a while. Now it's time for a new barrier spell. Escudo. A green hexagonal barrier appears in front of me. It worked. Hell yeah. Eisen spell, Million Escudo, where he can make pre-prepared barriers and stack them up to block an attack. Since I'm very young, making a single permanent barrier is very difficult. I can only make one per week. And it isn't even that strong. I can do a high mid-class shield before it drains me. But that's mostly due to parcel magic and combining the explosions to make it stronger. Defensive spells are different. They need to be solid. I can't cheat with them by just using science. But at the end of the day, it's something that could save my life. Stack up a dozen or so and you got a decent defense. So I will slowly make one per week. Not bad. Today has been a very productive day. A/N. There is a FIC the game must go on by, Cross-Sedge. He used the Mirror Alice theory. I really like it. It makes sense if HP and DxD were mixed up. What do you think of the chap? Vanishing spell, Evanesco. Chapter 10, Mirror Alice. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my Pat or Ko-Fi. Word count. At. So this is how the famous boy who lived survived. He won the lottery on his birthday and got just the sacred gear he needed to survive and reflect the killing curse. Melinda's reaction was disappointment. Actually, 2 lotteries. First to get the sacred gear, then get the right one. I was really hoping for some rare magic to be involved. Harry deadpanned at her. Wow, thanks for the great reaction. Well, I think it looks pretty. Hope was playing around with the silver frame encrusted with sapphires. So what can you do with it? Melinda raises an eyebrow. I raise my hand and the small mirror floats away from Hope's hand and turns into its real size. A giant mirror, 2 meters high and a meter wide. Mirror Alice has the ability to take, store, and reflect attacks back at the opponent, double its original power. It has a cooldown for the next reflection. Let's see if mine is any different. Hope, can you throw a few spells at me? Harry turned to Hope and put the mirror in front of him. Sure. Hope flicked her wrist and the wand shot out of the wand holster. She caught it and with blazing arm speed, she had already launched 3 spells at Harry. All 3 spells were absorbed in the mirror. Harry quickly came out from behind the mirror and scratched his chin as he mused about the effects. I can feel the spells inside. It can take a lot more than this. I can actually reflect all 3 back at you, with double the power. Maybe it has a cap. How much power it can absorb? Harry waved his hand and all 3 spells launched back in another direction. All 3 were twice as strong in comparison when Hope cast them. Harry frowned at the mirror. The cooldown is already done. Maybe it's really because the spells are too weak. Melinda, your turn. Let me show you that this old lady can still fight. Melinda smiled as she rolled up her sleeves a bit. She took out her staff and slammed it into the ground in front of her. From the head of the staff a basketball-sized magic circle appeared, then 3 more above it, and those 3 started to spin. Mid-tear fire magic, fire vortex. Melinda calls out her attack just for the purpose of the experiment. Calling it out in battle is just suicidal. Unless the specific spell requires a chant. From the top of the staff where the circles were spinning, a huge vortex of fire headed straight for the mirror. The mirror did its purpose and absorbed the attack. It then used a bit of my stamina to use the double function. Interesting, so it runs on stamina. Well, it makes sense. What if some ordinary human got Mirror Alice? They don't have the mana required. God made it so anyone who gets the gear can use it, if they have the stamina required. I quickly turned the mirror away from Hope and Melinda and let it loose. The fire vortex was double its original size and power. It burned through a hill. And still kept burning. $triplex Lotta Aguamenti Maxima triple wide water spell maximum. I raised my wand and a torrent of water came out of it, dousing the flames. Took a bit of mana to produce that much water. But I got it done. Oh, well done, you are getting good with those. Melinda compliments my spell casting. Yeah, it's quite easy and useful. Just add duplicity or triplex to multiply the spell and lotta for a wide range of attack. And then maxima to maximize the output. Harry shrugged his shoulders like he didn't do anything that impressive. How's the gear? Melinda looks at the mirror whose gems dulled a bit. It's fine, it has a 1-minute cooldown for big spells like that. Which sucks, I'm pretty sure I can lower the time required by training. But there is more to the gear than this. Harry closed his eyes and focused. The big mirror split into 3 smaller mirrors. It's a subspecies gear. Throw 10 low-level attacks at me. Melinda obliged and threw fireballs at Harry. The mirror zoomed past, grabbing a fireball and launching it right away, then immediately going for another one. Ah. Where is the cooldown? It might have been a weak attack, but there still should have been at least 20 seconds until it can reflect again. Melinda was confused. Harry just smiled. This is the ability of the subspecies. I can use mana or stamina as the cost for the cooldown. And I need more stamina to reflect them right after another. But there is one last trick. The mirrors positioned themselves in a triangle formation. Harry pointed his finger at one of the mirrors and launched a bolt of lightning. The mirror absorbed the attack and then threw it at the mirror next to it. That one did the same. And the third mirror returned it to the first one. The first one threw it again to the second mirror. But the attack was stronger. They just kept passing the lightning to each other. After each cycle, the attack grew stronger and stronger. Melinda and Hope looked at Harry, waiting for an answer for the unasked question. How does it work? This is the final ability of the subspecies. They take an attack, but instead of doubling their power each time, it will only increase 30% after each cycle. But in return, it costs less for me. The speed of the cycle depends on how much mana I am willing to put in. So theoretically I can keep doing this and let the attack charge up, then unleash it at someone, but nobody will let me do something like that mid-battle. But this will be still useful, if I position myself carefully and just bide my time by blocking or praying attacks. I can let the mirrors do their thing. And let out an attack that will wipe them out. Melinda looked at the bolt of lightning that was just getting stronger and stronger. Interesting. I always assumed that Mirror Alice was a weak gear. After all, it just reflects one attack, and then it's useless for 1 minute. 1 minute is enough time for someone to be killed 5 times over. But your subspecies is quite useful depending on how you use it. Wonderful, ha 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 ha. My disciple just got a whole lot stronger. Melinda laughed out loud. Harry happily nodded. Yeah, I'm ecstatic as well. This means I can do even more dangerous experiments, and the mirror is here to protect me from the explosions. Melinda just deadpanned. Why do you automatically assume that your experiment will lead to explosions? Hope just smiled wryly. Don't they always? Last time he tried to create a water spell that blew up in his face. I messed up with the pressure calculations a little. Which lead to me regrowing my eyebrows, Harry said without a hit of shame. Melinda just sighed. Only you, Harry. 2 days later, Dada class. Hadrian, are you up for another spar? Professor Aurelius called him out. Last time I was shocked by his knowledge and speed. That will not happen again. I need to regain the trust and respect of the students. Hadrian is definitely a protege, but I need to stop him from being arrogant. That kid will kill himself one day. Of course, Professor. Harry stood up, already taller than most of his schoolmates. How is he 8 when he is as big as a 10-year-old? The professor asked himself in confusion. Both he and Harry climbed on the building platform. The professor got into a dueling stance and Harry did the same. Mock dueling rules. No maiming or serious injuries. Harry nodded. The professor pointed his wand at a certain direction. He formed a small air bubble that was getting pressurized bit by bit. And would burst in a few seconds, marking the start of the duel. Pop. The bubble burst. Both the professor and Harry shot out an Expelliarmus. Since they were in a mock duel, dangerous spells were banned. The last duel only happened because the professor asked Harry to give everything that he has got. Both of them sidestepped. They kept throwing prank spells at each other, stinging hexes that could bruise if enough power is used. And barrier spells to block attacks. This went on for a while before Harry started to throw out spells at high pace, missing a few. The professor shook his head, thinking that Harry was panicking and was desperate. But one of the spells hit the floor right below him. A few seconds later, a segment of the stage opened up and a jack-in-a-box rose from the ground. Zehahaha. A big scary jester head popped right into the professor's face. It had black hair and beard with a few missing teeth. WAAA. The professor was startled and jumped back. He was thrown off balance, but he quickly blew up the jester head. Harry didn't miss this opportunity. He threw a banishing charm at the professor, who saw this and quickly defended himself with a shield. But the force still pushed him back a few steps due to him not having a proper balance. Just as the professor was about to attack again, one of the students yelled out, "Ah, the professor is out of bounds." This caused Marcus to quickly look down. And he saw that his heel was over the white line, meaning he is disqualified. With a sigh, Marcus brings down his wand and turns to Harry with a wry smile. "Hadrian, congratulations. That was a very clever trick you did there. You have beaten me twice and proved yourself to be far more advanced than your peers. I will write a recommendation letter for you to jump to the next grade." Harry did a small bow. "Thank you, Professor." On the inside, Harry was grinning, one subject down, a dozen more to go. Chapter 11, Lab Chaos and Treasure. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my Pat or Ko-Fi. Word count. Okay, I think there was a mix-up, but what the heck, I'll release the chap. I was going to release a bonus chapter if we reach 250 by 6 p.m. When the stones reset. Not when we reach 250 stones XD. Boom. The cauldron blew up, making smoke appear all around it. Asterisk cough. Cough asterisk. Right, attempt number 28 of creating a new potion has failed. The potion should the effects of nourishment and regeneration potion to make a training potion for the muscles. As taking multiple potions at once to achieve this effect gives minimal results. I'm trying to make this potion so I can train more efficiently and for less time, while still getting good results. I am a wizard, not a bloody barbarian. But even I recognize the need for a fit and strong body. The stronger the body, the more mana it can contain. I heard a clever tactic: if you want to make something efficient, get a lazy guy to do it, he will find the most efficient and easiest way to achieve the task. And I am extremely lazy when it comes to exercise. I love magic, I can keep doing it all day long. But I hate exercising. Hell, I convinced Melinda to enchant a metal plate to make it into a hoverboard because I had sore muscles and wanted to experiment with magic. I'm never getting off this thing, it's so freaking convenient. Ding. Sweet. It's done. I leave my potion station and go over to my chemistry table, where all sorts of vials filled with liquids were bubbling. Some of the vials were over a flame. I head over to the 3 containers I prepared earlier. They contain sulfuric acid, hydrogen peroxide, and nitric acid. All 3 of these acids are used to resolve metals. Sulfur can resolve almost all of them, while nitric can resolve steel and hydrogen can resolve tungsten. Now the reason for me having these. Trying to make a new acid that can eat through magical metal. I'm trying to use these acids as a base and go up from there. You never know when you might need to melt magic/mana suppressing handcuffs. I like how my brain automatically assumes I will do something stupid that might land me in that position, so I'm preparing for it in advance. I also made some good old sodium hydroxide, the acid that is used to resolve corpses. Just reach it to a boiling point, dump the corpse, and in a few hours it's gone. Again, you never know if I will be low on magic, so I can't vanish the corpse. BLP, blup, BLP. Ding. There goes another experiment in the making. I head to the corner of the room to a cauldron that was in a closed-off area made by runes. I started that experiment a few days ago. The cauldron was filled with dark purple liquid. That let out a purple gas which was destroyed by a few runes. But anyone with a brain can tell whatever was in that cauldron must be poisonous. And they would be right. The goal is to create the most potent poison I can make. I have been running calculations on that thing for days. Adding venom and poisonous plants at specific intervals. I messed up a few times, so I had to run calculations on how to fix it, or I just make a new batch and avoid making the same mistake. This is cauldron hashtag. The others couldn't be improved or returned back before I messed up, making them failures. But still, poison is poison. And mine was stronger than average, so I sold it in the black market to get some of my money back. The feedback I got was a surprise: people. Well, mercenaries and assassins are happy with the poison. So it wasn't a complete waste of time, even made a bit of profit. I returned back to the training potion. Ah. Right. I just blew the last supplies I had for this potion. Now I need to go get more. The ones in my garden need more time before they are ready. Maybe I can make some sort of magical fertilizer or a pot that increases the growth speed. I mean, I am a potter. That was such a shitty pun. Harry, dinner time. Hope yelled out as she was climbing up the stairs. But I have been burning through my money for my experiments. And selling too many diamonds would lower their market values. And I want to buy a sailboat. I learned from the black market that it's the best way to evade the Aurors or anyone after you. Live on a boat. Expand the space inside but leave one room. And in that room, you can keep expanded trunks for all of your luggage. Since you can't bring an expanded object into an expanded room, things go boom. Small stuff like a money bag or satchel aren't a problem. But trunks and suitcases are. Snap, snap. Hope started shaping her fingers in front of my face. Harry, you are lost in thought again. It's dinner time. Right. Sorry. I was thinking about stuff. Mostly my money problem. Damn those goblins and their stupid laws. As soon as I am taking all of my money out of that damn bank. Hope had a thoughtful look on her face. Say, Harry. Voldemort took a lot of money both from his followers and his victims, right? But a man like him wouldn't go to Gringotts, so where did he put his money? Blank. My mind went completely blank. Voldemort's stash. Hope is right. It never occurred to me. That paranoid fuck would never trust a bank. Let alone his followers to keep his money. So where did he put it? I instantly go to Vold.net. This whole time I have been focusing on his knowledge about magic while ignoring everything else. This time I focused on the money and treasures he stashed. Moments later I got a few locations. Safe houses. Caves that have been hidden by the Fidelis charm. Mountains of galleons, gold and gems. Clap, Harry. Hope clapped her hands, gaining my attention. Harry, are you okay? Did you eat or take some untested drug you made? Should we see a healer? I looked at her face and grinned. Hope, you beautiful clever girl. I put my hands under her arms and I lift her up while spinning her. Hi, Hope squeaked from surprise. I put her down and give her a kiss on the cheek before dashing away. Thank you, Hope. Go out with Melinda and buy yourself anything you want. I'll be back soon. Hope just started at Harry's back with a red face while holding the cheek that Harry kissed. What just happened? Scotland. Ben Macdui, the second tallest mountain in Scotland. Near one of the snow-covered peaks a magic circle formed in the air and a boy appeared and landed gracefully on the rocks. Harry smiled as he looked down at his feet. Yet teleporting in the air is so much safer. Imagine if I teleported inside a mountain. Yikes. Not a fun thought. Now let's see. Large rock with a sharp edge. 5 steps to the left. Then 10 right, then 7 left. Clear the snow in front of me and say the Parselmouth password. Voldemort is the greatest wizard in the world. Brrrr. The ground started to shift, revealing a hole in the ground with a ladder. Sigh, such an unoriginal password. Frankly, you'd be better off to make it as. Well, there is an idea. One which I will definitely use. I'm going to make a dummy safe with the password, Open Sesame, just for laughs. Then I'm going to make the safe and the sounding area blow up. Write that down, write that down. One mental note later. I start climbing down the ladder. The entrance is merely guarded by the Fidelis charm, a few muggle and wizard-repelling wards. Everything inside, on the other hand, is filled with the worst wards, charms and poisons known to men. Normally the wards would be tied to the password. So when you say the password, all of it shuts down. But Voldemort was one paranoid bastard. He made it so that each ward must be individually brought down. Since he was so skilled and powerful, it only took him 3 minutes to do it. I proceed slowly as I dismantle the defenses according to Tommy Boy's memories. 10 minutes later I arrive at an exact replica of the Chamber of Secrets. The giant 5-snake vault door. Open for the heir of Slytherin. Harry hissed in Parseltongue. The stone door starts to rumble. The 5 snake heads retreated backward. Unlocking the door. I enter the door and produce a few Lumos orbs to light up the place. Holy shit. This scene looked like it was copied from Scrooge McDuck's vault. Or Smaug's lair. Gold coins were scattered everywhere. Galleons. There had to be hundreds of thousands in here. The light from the Lumos bounced off the gold, creating a golden hue. On top of the coins, there were chests filled with gold and silver bars. Gems. Jewelry and all sorts of treasures. Bookshelves with all kinds of rare magical books. Same with the plants. Magical ingredients put under strong stasis wards. And it didn't end there. The deeper you went. Artwork, statues, sculptures, and ancient suits of armor. Weapons. There was only one thought in Harry's mind. Ka-ching. Oh yeah. Money problems are definitely solved. I need to get Hope something nice. Yeah, I'm just going to give her some of the jewelry in here. Now to start packing things up. Harry put his hand in his bag and brought out dozens of miniature trunks. He turned the trucks back to their original size and started filling them with all the treasure. I need to act fast and get to the other safe houses as well. I'm not going to leave a single canute for Voldy. Who knows what he will do with all that money? I am in no way stealing this for my own personal benefit. Nope. It's all for the greater good. PFFF, ha 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 ha. This is freaking awesome. I am going to be filthy rich. A/N. I like the line at the end. I would definitely react like that. Just pure euphoria. Years of robbing his followers and other people. All of that treasure belongs to the MC now. I just decided to give him money straight from the start. Since I started thinking of MC robbing the Death Eaters. Then the thought went to, where did Voldemort hide his money? There is no such thing as an ancient Slytherin vault. The founders predate Gringotts by 500 years. Their descendants might have opened an account 500 years after the founders died. But by then most of their descendants probably spent all the money. Hell, if there even was any money, Hogwarts must have cost a fortune. The founders probably put everything they had in that castle. Back to the present, the Gaunts were poor as hell. So he didn't get anything from them. But there is no way a man like Voldemort who grew up in poverty would ever allow himself to be poor again. So he must have safe houses and money stashed away somewhere. Yeah, and that lead to this. What do you think of this? Chapter 12, Principal's Office. Word count. Voldemort was one paranoid bastard. But I totally understand him. At first, I wondered why he didn't use blood magic to make the safe more secure. But I realized. He must have predicted this. Him being killed and reduced to this state. Well, somewhat. It's much more likely that he predicted being seriously injured. And then sending Bellatrix or Barty Crouch to get a rare ingredient or potion. Then obliviate the knowledge of the safe from them. But he sure was busy. There were 4 other vaults hidden beside the first. And each is just as impressive. How many people did he rob? But anyway, on to more important things. I am filthy fucking rich. For years Voldemort has been taking donations from his followers. Blackmail people for protection and stealing from his victims. And now it's all mine. Mewhahaha. But then I realized the problem. A very slight, tinsy-wincy problem. Where would I put all of this money to keep it safe? Ain't no way in hell I'm putting it in a bank. I'll use some of it to buy safe houses and land. But I need to make vaults like Voldemort did. And I'm not skilled enough to do it at that level just yet. I need to consult with Melinda. She has the power to enchant a boat. Our home is well protected against scrying at least to a certain level. But the defensive wards are rather average. Now thanks to Voldy.net I have access to all his knowledge. That includes wards, a branch of magic that he was very good at. Wards in general are a combination of arithmancy and runes mostly. There are wards with added charms, with special effects, but in general it's those two. Using a special kind of stone that can hold magic called a ward stone. Real original. Runes are inscribed on the ward stone. The calculations must be exact, otherwise the ward will fail. And when making a ward scheme like for a house, the calculations need to be perfect. Many people have created many times of ward schemes with different effects. Naturally, you have to pay the person a lot of money so he puts his wards on your property. Voldemort was obsessed with privacy and keeping this thing safe. So he learned and created a lot of wards. Which I now know. But knowing the theory and putting it into practice is totally different. I'm going to need a lot of practice to get to the level that I want. I should get started on that. But what I really want is my own floating castle. AKA a very heavy warded ship. I learned a lot through the black market. Criminals buy ships and then enchant and ward them. Every room inside the boat is expanded. Except for one room, which will be used to house expanded trunks for all your items and possessions. Since if you put an expanded object into another, they kind of just implode. But the best benefit is that it messes heavily with scrying. When someone tries to use divination to find my location, they will face several problems. First, they have to break through the scrying wards, which requires a high level of divination mastery. And even if they break through, they will only get a location that points in the middle of some sea or ocean. And my ship will be long gone before they even get there. A perfect example of a warded ship is Drumstrum as a military ship. That ship was made for war. It's enchanted to go underwater like a submarine and even has wards against Dementors. Now that I think about it. If they have a warship, the American Magicals must have one as well. They wouldn't allow themselves to fall behind when it comes to war assets. I will ask for their ward scheme. I might have to owe them a favor or two, but it will be worth it. I should also get an island, fiddle it and ward it. Doing my dangerous explosive experiments on a ship in the middle of the ocean doesn't sound smart or safe. I really need to increase the pace of studying wards. My safety is number one. I can study other magic when I don't have to worry about someone finding me and breaking into my home. Right after Transfiguration class. Excuse me, Mr. Prevel, you have been called to the principal's office. HM. Interesting. It probably to bump me up a year. Thank you, I'll head there right away. I nod to the Transfiguration professor. And turn to my lovely assistant. Hope you can do whatever you like, I'll find you once I'm done. The Tribird just nodded her head. We have a deal to communicate as little as possible in school. For no other reason than to limit the information people get from us. The less information about me they have, the better. Principal's office. I enter the office to see two men waiting inside. The principal and a tall well-dressed man put out his hand. Ian Whitehall at your service, Mr. Potter. I was sent here as a representative of MACUSA. It's good to finally meet you. It's best to make a good first impression, so I gave a fake smile and shook it. My pleasure. Now how can I help you, gentlemen? I sit down on the chair. The principal was behind the desk and Whitehall took the other chair. We were positioned in a triangle so each of us could see each other without turning their head. Benjamin was the first to start. Well then, let's get down to business. I'm sure you are already expecting it, seeing as how much you have been showing off. You have been moved to the second year effective immediately. Congratulations. Nice, and it only took me 3 weeks to do it. Well too, it's the middle of week 3. Thank you. I nod at the men. Now it's my turn, Whitehall spoke up, Mr. Potter. MACUSA has decided to accept your request for citizenship. Congratulations. Now, as you know, there will be rules you will have to follow, but you will also be protected. I calmly smile at the men. Oh, come now, Mr. Whitehall. We both know why your government did it. It was to prevent the British ministry from forcibly taking me. You have just as much to gain by having the boy who lived stay with you. Whitehall was a bit taken aback by my bluntness but smiled. That we do. I heard that you were clever, but even that's underestimating you. Are you really 8 years old? I have been asking that question myself a lot, Benjamin sighed out. Depends on how you look at it. But since we are here to do business, I have a proposal for you and your government. Both men glanced at each other before Whitehall spoke up. What kind of business? Benjamin was extremely interested as well. Well, recently I have made plans to buy a boat. But given how many people are after me, I wanted to be as protected as possible. I was planning on asking Drumstrung for the plans. But then I realized that if they have a magical boat, you must have one as well, an even better one. So here is my proposition. You give me the ward scheme of one of your best boats. One that can also handle a Fidelis charm on top of the wards. And I'll make a very public speech about how good Salem is. And that I will consider moving to the U.S. permanently because of how magically advanced the country is. This should give you both plenty of good publicity. Naturally, this will all happen after Dumbledore realizes I am not in Britain. No need to show our hand just yet. Benjamin and Whitehall seemed to be having a conversation with just their eyes and facial expressions. A few seconds later, Whitehall stood up. Give me a minute. He exited the room, leaving only me and Benjamin. So why a boat? He asked curiously. I shrugged my shoulders. It's a very safe way to travel the world. Nobody can scry my location and appear it to me. They would just end up in the water and I'll be miles away from the location they last scurried. I take my safety very seriously. Benjamin nodded at my reasoning. I see, that is clever. Paranoid maybe, but you have plenty of reasons to be, with how many people are after you. I can't imagine my government saying no to this. After all, we need you alive to get any benefits, he says with a small smirk. Whitehall entered the room with a smile on his face. I have been authorized to proceed with the deal. I think this is the start of a very beneficial relationship, Mr. Potter. Funny, I was just thinking the same, I replied with the same greedy smile. Benjamin just looked wearied out at the scene. An 8-year-old was doing politics and business with the MACUSA. This would be a memory that he would never forget. Chapter 13, Madman. Word count. Yo people, so if we reach 150 stones by 1800 hours next day, I will post 2 chapters tomorrow. So by the time the stones reset. They reset at 6 p.m. here. GMT +2. By the way, I'm in Berlin/Rome time zone. So 6 p.m. for me is 12 a.m. in New York. At time skip 1 year. Harry is 9 years old. And is currently in his 3rd year at Salem. He passed his 2nd year with perfect grades. He could have jumped another grade, but he slowed down his studies a bit to focus on runes. As it takes a lot of time and practice. Especially for the things he intends to put them on. Currently, it was a Sunday and Harry and Hope were back home in the new house Harry bought with Voldemort's money. It was remotely located. With no neighbors for miles. It was a regular big house on the outside. But on the inside the rooms were all expanded and even added more rooms. The entire property had Muggle and wizard-repelling wards. And anti-scrying. So nobody will be able to use divination to track them down. There were many greenhouses on the property. All expanded on the inside and had many different kinds of magical plants. The plants that he acquired from Voldemort's vault have all been replanted. And new seeds from those plants have been sown as well. Harry's familiars love the new property. They can run around and just relax anywhere they want. Especially the little Thunderbird. Harry made him fake wing parts. They attach to his real wings, allowing him to fly a little. It's impossible for any long distance or even short distance flights. But the little guy can fly around the property with Harry on a broom. So he is extremely happy. Hope was currently 11. And was growing up to be a lovely young lady. Especially with all the magical ingredients she and Harry eat to promote growth. Their bodies were tougher and stronger than their kids their age. Especially with her bloodline. As the tribrid, Hope has grown and gotten stronger. Both physically and magically. When you have a mad scientist as your master, lord, and teacher, you are bound to pick up a few things. She was Harry's assistant. She helps him with basic tasks in magic so he doesn't have to. But even that requires her to have quite a lot of knowledge. Melinda is still the same grumpy old lady. She enchanted Harry a new rune pen. Since the old design worked by heating up the alchemy metal alloy and using that to carve materials, Harry wanted one that was similar to a laser. That he could adjust the width and depth of the carvings. So after a bit of trial and error and major modification to some light charms, now they had a laser pen powered by magic. Something that made Harry's life a lot easier. She was debating whether to patent the idea but decided against it. Her new device would speed up the process of rune carving by a lot. The profit that she would get from the patent would not be that much. And it would be better to keep it a secret so she can be ahead of her competition. And she can't be the only one to have made this device. It might not be the same, but probably some lesser version of it. And they probably had the same idea as her and kept quiet about it. Harry. We have called you like 5 times. Where are you? Melinda calls out. She and Hope were looking for Harry. They enter one of his studies. The room was filled with wood, stone, and metal carvings. All in different piles. The room was quite literally filled to the brim. Runes were carved on all of them. Different sizes, different languages, different techniques. Carved, burnt, painted on, any style that involved runes. Harry had tried it. They heard a tapping sound above them so they looked up. To find Harry pacing upside down on the ceiling. Mumbling to himself. He then summoned Mirror Alice and looked at his reflection while putting his palm on the mirror. What am I missing? He then got angry and scratched his head. I'm going crazy with this shit. How hard is it to make a floating fortress? I want my ship. 2 facepalms snapped Harry back to reality. What? Harry looked at them curiously. Harry had made some serious improvements with runes and wards. Social skills. Not so much. Lunch is ready. If you don't come, we are starting without you. Melinda said with a sigh. And at that moment. Grrrrrrrrrwl. Harry's stomach growled. Right. I didn't have breakfast. Harry. You haven't eaten in 2 days. Hope said calmly. Harry had a confused look on his face. 2 days. And you didn't call me. Hope took a deep breath. Trying not to smack him, I looked for you. You weren't here. Then Harry had a look of realization. Right. I went to a non-inhabited location to test out some wards. Sorry, forgot. Well, now that's behind us. Let's go eat. Harry happily went to the dining room, completely missing the strange expressions Hope and Melinda were giving him. How's it going with your animagus form, Hope? Hope looked up at Harry and had a thoughtful look on her face. Well, thanks to that Native American ritual. I found out that my form is a bat, as you know. Harry smirked. Yeah, the cuddly bat, the flying fox. Hope just huffed. I'll have you know that I am happy with my form. Most bats are very ugly. The flying fox is cute. I'm just having trouble shrinking that much. When I go into full wolf form, I don't exactly shrink that much. My body weight is mostly the same. A bat is different. It's not like you can talk. Mr. Fancy Black Raven. Melinda chuckled. She has got you there, Harry. Though I guess we should have expected it to be a raven. Ravens are very intelligent and curious. They also hoard lots of shiny and valuable items. Remind me how much treasure you stole from Voldemort again. Millions. Too bad they are useless anywhere other than the wizarding world. Stupid idiotic galleons. At least the pure treasures and gems are useful. But I still don't want to overflood the market. And lower their value. And ironically, I need the gold, silver, and gems for my experiments. So it's not like I can sell them anyway. At least I saved money on having to buy them. Harry sighed. He had bought a sailboat. A pretty big one. And started making calculations for its ward scheme. He wanted it up and running as soon as possible. Scrying wards are a pain to maintain. Especially if there are multiple attempts at scurrying the target under the wards. Dumbles is getting more and more desperate as the years go by. Dumbledore wants Harry in Hogwarts when he turns 11. And was using his fast network to track him down. Oh, I have a small announcement. Harry perked up with a smile. Melinda looked at him with a raised eyebrow. What did you invent this time? A magical black plague. Do I need to be concerned on whether humanity will survive? Harry deadpanned at her, you think too highly of me. Though that's not a bad idea now that you mention it. No, back on topic. I have decided it's time to officially hit the black market. Not just sell some poisons once in a while. Really? Hope said with a surprised voice, I thought you were going to wait another year. Nope, I present to you. Viper's weapons. Logo of a viper with a sword. Viper's poisons. Logo of a viper with a drop coming from its fang. Viper's potions. Logo of a viper coiling around a potion bottle. I already learned the spell that masks my magical signal, creating my unique mark. I have chosen to take the name Viper for the black market. Don't we have enough money to last us a few lifetimes? Melinda said with a curious voice. What good would more money do? Harry smiled as he clicked his tongue at her like a teacher would. Tisk, tsk, tsk. You are not thinking big enough. This is not to get more money. Rather to build a reputation in the supernatural black market. So it's easier to acquire rare materials and ingredients. There are some things that can't be bought with money, but rather traded with for other rare materials. So I plan to use large amounts of my fortune to just buy up rare materials and start trading them for ever rarer ones. Melinda nodded, not a bad plan. But it's going to take a while. Harry scratched his head, yeah. There is also a problem with our production speed. The ingredient production is still slow. I have been looking into the magic that helps the growth, but that messes with the quality of the plant. And I'm using good fertilizer and soil as well. Harry sighed as he played with his food. Isn't there a way I can speed up their growth? Hope just chuckled at his childish pouting. Well, tell me when you figure it out. I need to transplant the plants that have germinated from their pots to the farm. Pots, soil, transplant. Harry froze in place. Wait, I have been using ordinary basic enchanted pots, haven't I? What if? No. Is it even possible? But it should have been done by now. Guess there is only one way to find out. Back to trial and error. Harry stood up from his chair and dashed to his workshop. Melinda just shrugged and continued to drink her tea. She was used to Harry doing crazy things and getting random ideas. I wonder what he thought of this time. Chapter 14, Potter's Pots. Word count. So we didn't reach the 150 stones goal. But do not fear, do not lose hope. Because I hope that tomorrow we will reach 250 stones for the double chap XD. At pots. I will use runes on the inside of pots to help speed up their growth. There are spells that do that, but the person using them must carefully monitor the plants and use them at the exact moment or the plant will die. I will set up some runes inside the pot. It will be 3-dimensional runes. Not 2-dimensional like traditional rune carving. I will carve one side on 2 separate pieces of ceramic. Then fuse the pieces together with transmutation, leaving them permanently stuck. The runes will have to be perfectly aligned for this to work. But the pot alone won't be enough. I need fertilizer. The best the magical world has got is dragon fertilizer. Basically dragon poop. I need to start making my own. I burned through a lot of plants in my experiments. I can use the useless parts and start composing. Oh you. I can also use Eastern alchemy. I have been messing around with that. It's very similar to potion making. In potions, you just dump everything together in a liquid. In pill making you take a magical herb and you slowly burn off everything, just leaving the plant's essence in liquid form. Sometimes it can be a powder as well. Then you mix those liquid essences and powders to form a pill. I can just take fast-growing magical grass and use Eastern alchemy to extract the good stuff. That should serve as a good fertilizer when combined with other factors. But first the pots. They will be the main focus. If it works out I can even sell them. Of course, I will sell flawed pots that only last a year or so. And if they try to look at the rune scheme in any way, the self-destruct runes in the pot will activate, destroying the important parts. Scanning and sonar technology will also disable the runes, making them crack and be useless. Fuck yeah. I'm so fucking smart. Let's call it something cliché. Clichés make people buy more stuff. Potter's pots. Yeah, wizards are stupid and simple creatures. These pots will help out in many ways. First of all, I can grow my herbs that I use for my experiments and poison making, increasing my influence in the black market. These flawed pots will increase my fame in the magical world. If I am lucky I will even hit the supernatural world. Doesn't matter who it is. Every faction needs its own herbs for healing or other endeavors, thus increasing my reputation with them, making it easier to make trades in the future. I'm filthy rich, I just need the right connections so I can buy the good stuff. Then trade the good stuff to get the really rare and precious items. I fucking love my brain. And just in time when I needed a break from my boat project. Stupid ward scheme. It's been a freaking year. And even longer since I use occlumency, mind-enhancing spells, with sharpening potions, parallel thoughts, and accelerated thought process for my rituals. And I still can't figure it out. I had to take a lot of breaks so my brain doesn't overheat. To be fair, I am changing a lot of parts of the ward scheme, but it needs to be done. The sooner I make it a reality, the sooner I can relax and not have to worry about someone brute forcing the scrying wards and teleporting straight to my current home. But that's for later. For now I must focus on pots. I shall rule this world with pots. And grow enhanced marijuana. Making everybody potheads. Mwahaha. Melinda. Harry is doing an evil laugh again. Hope yelled out. Melinda lets out a loud sigh. Ignore the maniac. Let's you and me go out shopping. I need to buy a few materials for my next job. Okay, Hope happily nodded and both of them left Harry all alone. Harry never realized they were even there, let alone them leaving. 1 month later. Harry was in his workshop talking out loud and Addictiquil was writing down everything he was saying. Currently testing pot number 264. Trying out a new configuration of Elder Futhark, Norse runes, and Ogham. The Celtic tree alphabet. I focused on growth. I can add the secrecy stuff later on. I wish I had elf or fairy runes. They are much closer to plants, but that won't be happening anytime soon. Activating the pot. Inside the pot was the compost that I made from useless parts of magical plants and used a rotting curse on to speed it up. The plant in the pot was Diadem. A powerful healing herb and restorative and may be eaten raw to cure shallow wounds. There was a slight glow at the rim of the pot. I made it so it's easier to identify when the pot is activated. I put in an already sprouted plant. I could feel the magic going into the plant. The little sprout twitched. Then slowly started to grow. It was like watching a slow motion, but it was working. It even started to form tiny leaves. Success. Fuck yeah. The Diadem plant is slowly growing. No signs of side effects yet. The plant grew an inch before it stopped right as calculated. The soil looks dried up, meaning the plant took all the water and nutrients in it. More water and plant essence are needed. It seems that essence of fluxgrass is working quite well as fertilizer. Fluxgrass is a magical plant that grows everywhere. There are really no uses for it because it contains very little magic. The purebloods use fluxgrass as their lawn because of its pretty bluish-green color. It's very cheap and easily acquired. Hell, I can get it for free, since the house elves just throw out the fluxgrass after cutting it. It also grows pretty fast. Today was the first successful prototype. I'm going to go sleep now. It's been a week since the last time I slept. Thud. After a 3-day coma. Well done, Harry. This will revolutionize herbology forever. There are spells for this, but even they don't get results like this. Melinda looked at the clay pot. She was very impressed with what Harry had created. I know, right? These things should open some doors for me, especially in the black market. It's a pity that I have to wait until we are exposed before I begin to officially sell them under my name. Harry shakes his head. Hope nods, agreeing with him. It's just a little while longer. You are still young and vulnerable. Even as strong as you are, it's not smart to give yourself away. Harry scoffed and slammed his hand on the table. Blast those goblins. If it wasn't for the fact that I had to be of majority to take away my gold, things would be a lot more simpler. I wouldn't have to hide from Dumbles and his creepy order. I'd just take away all my gold and family artifacts. Along with the buildings that I own. And move here to America or some other country. I really need to get that ship done and fast. Melinda looks at Harry, seeming thinking about something before she reaches a decision. Perhaps not. I found a way to get your gold when you turn 11-inch. Harry and Hope turned to Melinda with wide eyes. Really? Melinda nodded, but it comes with certain conditions. I got this information as I was looking into people who knew your grandfather. Your father's friends have shown to be untrustworthy, as we already know. One of your grandfather's friends has a copy of the Potter Charter. He apparently left many copies to his friends. It's just a small book, really. Should anything happen to the family and the heir is left without the education he needs, the charter will help him out a bit. What to say, how to not piss off people. The proper walk and things like that. But there was a certain part that caught my eye. The Genesis Charter. Harry just raises an eyebrow. Such a grandiose name, though what else do I expect from wizards? Melinda ignored him. The Genesis Charter basically stipulates that if the Potter family is left with only one member, then that person can gain his lordship at the age of 11, thus emancipating himself. But he will also have to take 3 wives/concubines/mistresses and have 2 children with each of them. Hope's jaw dropped while Harry just put his hand on his chin and started to think. After a few moments, he looked up with a smile. Those clever bastards. I take back what I said about the Potter family. This charter guarantees the survival of the house. 3 separate lines. 3 is also a powerful magical number. The Trinity. Many rituals are made in 3 parts for a better effect. Even if I am killed and my children forced into hiding, the Potter house can be revived by one of my dependents later on. They had plans for this. It will be difficult to kill all 6 children, at least one will escape and hide, and as long as he is alive, no one can get their hands on the Potter legacy. Hope put her hand on Harry's. Melinda did the same. Harry, are you all right with this? Huh. Harry looks up and sees Melinda and Hope giving him a worried look. Oh. PFFF. I'm fine. Ironically, this was my plan from the start. Harry shrugged his shoulders. Melina and Hope were just confused. You really think I will take care of all the businesses I make? Hell no, I hate doing that, politics as well. I'm just gonna have lots of kids and dump it all on them. The unlucky one will be the one that has to play politics with idiots. I pity my future kid. But obviously, I won't make one woman give birth to that many kids. So I had planned to have 3 from the start. This is rather convenient. Hope looked kinda sad while Melinda just facepalmed. Just why, she rubbed her temples. So I can have more time for my experiments and to study magic. Who am I going to trust if not my kids? Duh, Harry said like it was the most obvious thing to do. But this changes things. I can speed up my plans much faster this way. New plan: I will start selling the pots when I turn 11. And we spread the news that Harry Potter is studying at Salem. This will definitely hit the news. Dumbles will panic and head off to America. We use this opportunity to sneak into England and get my lordship and all of my gold and artifacts. Ideally, I want to rescue Sirius Black and take the lordship from him. The Black Library is said to have the most dark magic books in all of Europe. I want it, I want all of it, Harry said with greed in his eyes. And what about the fallout? Britain won't stand still, especially if their hero is studying in a different country. It's an embarrassment to them, Melinda said while Hope snorted. Their education and whole social system is an embarrassment. I read their books, the level is pathetically low. Harry smiled. They can't do shit to me. I am now an American citizen, a very famous, rich, and powerful one. They are more than willing to fight for me, especially after I start selling these pots here first. They will boost the herb economy. And as a result the potion one as well. With their support, I can rip off Britain if they try and make me come back. I was planning on going to Hogwarts eventually, but I had hoped it would be when I am 16 or 17. There is something very important I have to get my hands on. Hope tilted her head. But you hate Britain and Hogwarts. What could be so important that you would be willing to go there? Harry grinned like a maniac. There is a 1,000-year-old basilisk under the school. I will kill it and use its body for my experiments. Hopefully I will find some Parseltown books from Salazar Slytherin, but I doubt I will find some. The second thing is Rowena Ravenclaw's legacy. The Room of Requirement. A room that can only be described as a researcher's wet dream. Anything you want the room can create. Want a specific book from the library or a specific potion? The room will get all the books related to that subject. Want a potion lab? You got it, a dueling room with 100 training dummies. It will appear in seconds. And one last thing. Rowena's secret library. It's widely known that she hoarded knowledge. But her private library still remains a secret. The knowledge of the founders. I want it. And what I want, I get. Melinda and Hope looked at each other, ignoring the madman who was having his evil moment. Tea or wine? Hope asked Melinda, who was looking tired. Wine, my dear, and get the good stuff. I'm stupid for even worrying about him. The world could start falling apart and he would scoff at it before returning back to his experiments. Hope nodded, completely agreeing with her. Harry is one of a kind. Powerful, insane, and most likely a pyromaniac. But he is still her master and the boy she loves. A/N. Harry doesn't care about the wives. This won't be some typical gather them all harem. I'm thinking more along the lines of Big Mom, but the kids actually love and idolize Harry. Obviously, Hope will be one of the harem members. He will care a lot about his kids and raise them right. They will get the best education and will all be working together to make their family stronger, richer, and more powerful. They will take over some businesses from him, and politics as well. Leaving him more time to do experiments. I told you he was a mad scientist. This chapter has been inside my head for a while, but I didn't know how to write it. I was doing some research on fanfic with runes. Needed some words and the rune languages. I forgot what FIC it was located in. So I speed read and skipped chapters in like 13 different fics XD. And I still haven't found what I'm looking for. Makes durable versions of pots for himself and he will sell the ones that only last 1 year on the market. The runes will be inside the pots. And if anyone tries to look inside it, it will automatically break. Some tries to use a spell on it, it will break. Someone tries to scan it with technology, it will break. Chapter 15, A Gift. Word count. We still didn't reach the goal, but since we were close I messed up, I'm gonna post anyway. Some of you have told me there is no harem tag. Which I was surprised because I distinctly remember putting it in and others as well. But I checked and alas it wasn't there. I probably forgot to save the tag changes that I made. So my bad. But don't worry too much. I'm not a fan of gather them all harems. Or oh he is handsome so I fell in love. Or I hate him, and then love him. I think you guys will enjoy what I plan to do. Especially when he flat out rejects a few just because he finds them annoying/troublesome. MC is a cold, cruel bastard. With a heart, a small one. So keep that in mind. XD. 2 months later, Harry 9. Salem potion class. Well everyone, that's all for today. Oh, and Mr. Peveril, could you please stay behind? Harry nods at the men and waits for the classroom to clear. Mr. Peveril, it appears that your extraordinary skills have gained the attention of Grandmaster Vincent Griffith, the men said with obvious envy. Harry raised an eyebrow. Grandmaster Griffith. The #1 Poti-Oneer in America. The potion teacher sighed. That's the one. I don't think I have to tell you what an honor this is. He is a special guest in this school and often comes to give. He will be waiting for you in meeting room 5, after your classes for today end. Harry just nodded and thanked the professor. The meeting. Harry entered the meeting room. It was small but very well decorated. The wall was painted blue, and it had a lot of small plants. It was obviously designed so that 2 or 3 people could sit down and have a comfortable chat. In the main chair sat a very old man, probably the same age as Dumbledore if not older. But unlike the old goat, he was very well dressed and groomed. He was wearing a beige 3-piece suit. While he was bald, his beard and mustache were very well groomed. He looked like a calm and collected individual. But his eyes betrayed his true self. He was giddy and excited. Ah, young Mr. Peveril. I have heard great things about you. The protégé that stands at the top in the school only for the elite. They tell me your talent is so great that it's scaring the teachers. Harry just raised an eyebrow at that comment. He hadn't heard anything like that. Then again, he doesn't spend any time with these people and just prefers to get lost in his research. And I see what they mean. Only 9 years old yet standing far beyond your peers. Asking the professors beyond eagles or hares questions. But I am especially intrigued by your potions talent. Tell me, do you have any of your potions on you? EAGLES excruciatingly aggravating graduate level exam H.A.R.E.S, horrifically advanced required examinations. Harry nodded and took out something from his inside pocket. It was a leather pocket/pouch. Grandmaster Griffith was surprised. Who puts a pocket in a pocket? But he didn't know that Harry's cloak is heavily enchanted. Adding an expansion charm on the pockets would ruin the balance. So Harry found a way around that problem. Harry started to pull out one potion after another. All are sealed in crystal veils and labeled. The more he pulled out, the bigger the surprise on the Grandmaster's face. With his experience, he could easily judge the potion's quality based on their color and shade. My God. They are perfect. All 50 potions are perfect. Forget eagles. This kid could take the potion hares and pass right now. And he is only 9. Mr. Peveril, why are you hiding your talent? You could pass your potion hares right now. Harry shook his head. I'm not hiding anything. I only move up a year after I have completely mastered all the theories and spells to their utmost limit. Only then do I move on. So that my foundation remains perfect in all fields. But isn't it better to focus on the subjects you are good at? For example, potions. With your talent you could go quite far. Harry didn't show any reaction to being praised, he simply continued. Potions is one of the fields where it's easy to improve if you have a lot of money. You can make as many mistakes as you want until you get it right. I make potions to use my time more efficiently. While I'm researching another subject, I'm making a potion at the same time. Potions is a simple subject to begin with. You follow laid out instructions and you get a potion as a result, just like cooking. But brewing advanced potions and potion creation is an entirely different matter. As you very well know, the advanced potions have no process that is set in stone. The ingredients and the number of stirs, even the order of ingredients, change every time. The only thing that doesn't change is the few main ingredients that make up the base of the potion. The Grandmaster glanced, looked at the last 5 potions, and yet I'm looking at 5 advanced potions that are borderline master level. This kid, with my help, he could gain a mastery in potions in 3 years. He would become the youngest potion master in history. Even the oldest one was 16 years old, and he was from a rich family and only focused on potions alone his entire life. Hadrian, how would you like to become my apprentice? I am willing to teach you everything I know about the art of potion making. Harry closed his eyes and thought for a bit. While this man can teach me a lot about potions, it's not worth accepting another teacher, especially since apprentices are required to take oaths. I'll try and con him. It is a very generous offer, but I'm afraid I must refuse. The Grand Master frowned. He was somewhat upset and a bit offended. He was the greatest Podiwunner in America and top 5 in the whole wizarding world. Hundreds of people begged to be his students, yet this body had the gall to refuse. Why? He asked Harry in a somewhat cold voice. I have many enemies. I need strength to protect myself and my family. You are the best Podiwunner in America, but you yourself are not powerful. The Grand Master nods. Yes, but you can always hire people to protect you. Harry shook his head. I don't trust anyone to do that, even with an oath. Plus, if I were to become your apprentice, I would have to focus on potions alone, and I can't do that. But you can help me. I want to learn all magic. I want to reach the top, the very peak of this world. Beyond even Merlin. And who said a Podiwunner cannot stand at the peak? Harry grinned at the men. Griffith had a thoughtful expression on his face. He might not get an apprentice, but if he helps the boy out, give some advice every now and then, and he might really do it. A Podiwunner might become the next Merlin. Then he can brag about it to everyone who talked shit to him, that potion masters were fraud wizards who only knew how to cook with magic. Mr. Peveril, I believe that we can come to an agreement. But for now, I'd like for you to show me your skills in person. It just so happens that I have booked a private potion room. Griffith says with a small smile. Harry just smirked. How convenient. Well, let's get this show on the road, shall we? Attempt number, please work already. I have other shit to do. WZZZZZ WZZZZZ. The runes on a human-sized ship model started to glow. They connected one by one and the ward scheme was fully activated. Once it did, the glow died down and the ship model was back to normal again. Harry stood there with disbelief on his face. It worked. I did it. I did it. Hell yeah. And it only took me like a year and a half and countless sleepless nights. And a large part of whatever sanity I had left. Now the only thing I need to do is copy the ward scheme onto the real ship. But first, another 3-day coma is in order. 1 week later. Melinda called Harry and Hope. All 3 of them were in the living room. This is pretty rare, you calling us like this. What's the occasion? Asked Harry with intrigue in his eyes. Hope just poured tea for everyone and sat down quietly. But you could see her fidget a little. Clearly, she was interested as well. Melinda looked at Harry with a serious expression. This is about my most prized possession. At first, I had planned to give you when you turn 20. I had hoped you would be able to protect yourself from any who would try and take it from you. Harry and Hope said nothing and kept listening to Melinda. But then you started showing overwhelming potential as a toddler, so I dropped that number down to 16. But you surprised me again. Here you are at the age of 9, you have shown me mid-class attacks that you have created yourself. By the time you are in your teens, you will be more than ready, so it's okay to give it to you now, so you can start making plans. Harry couldn't take it anymore. Give me what? Melinda smiled and pulled out a ring that was hidden under her clothes. You couldn't even see the extremely thin string that was holding it around her neck. A storage ring. How did you get your hands on those? The Chinese are keeping them all for themselves, and anyone caught selling one to an outsider will be killed along with his whole family, asked Harry with obvious greed as he looked at the ring. Man, what I wouldn't do to get the blueprint for those. Melinda smiled at the little boy. This Harry is the reason why my house is always under anti-scrying wards. Long before I met you. Melinda pushed a bit of magic into the ring. Asterisk WSHHH asterisk. From the ring appeared a tall cylindrical wrapped in a white cloth. Its small aura sent shivers down Harry's and Hope's spine. Harry barely stopped himself from flicking out his wand from the wand holster. What the hell is that? He asked slowly, his eyes never leaving the wrapped object. Melinda just pulled on a specific row and the entire thing unwrapped itself in seconds. A small twig from the world tree, Yggdrasil. Perfect material for making a magic staff, Melinda answered calmly. Her words caused both of them to turn to her. How the hell did you get your hands on it? Harry asked in disbelief. Melinda just chuckled at his reaction. It was luck. Bad luck. Since I'm 105 this year. This happened more than 80 years ago. In my early 20s. As you know, I am a squib. I cannot use wizarding magic. So I turned to magecraft. Since I was alone, I struggled to get any material. The years went by, and I was still only a beginner. I had found some books and learned from them. But then I got the news that an auction was going to be held by some of my associates. They were selling old magecraft books. Mostly magicians who were low on money. So naturally I went to see if I can get something to increase my skills. Melinda took a sip from her tea and continued. That decision came at a cost. Some young master apparently took a liking to me. He ambushed me after the auction and sealed my magic. He dragged me off to some apartment and ripped off my clothes. I was terrified, my magic sealed and a madman was about to rape me. But I stayed calm. The moment he put his disgusting tiny dick in me, I clenched my muscles down there. While he was high on pleasure, I reached for my hairpin knife and slashed his throat. I kept stabbing him until I made sure he was dead, must have stabbed him 24 times. Since my clothes were torn apart, I took some of his and everything he had of value. It was later that I learned how to operate the storage ring and saw the treasures inside. Hope rushed from her seat and engulfed Melinda in a tight hug. The old woman smiled and patted Hope's head. "It's all right, child, I made my peace with it. And I got all of his valuables. Those books helped me become the enchantress I am today. As for the twig, best guess. He was some sort of middleman between two very powerful people. Most likely they used the auction as a cover to exchange the twig for something else." Harry stood up and to her surprise hugged Melinda. "Thank you, Melinda. I really do appreciate all that you have done for me. And now this. You have just sped up my plans by about 6 years. I will return everything you have given me, twofold. I just need you to wait a bit longer." Melinda let out a few tears as she hugged Harry and Hope. "Don't worry, child. I'm not about to croak just yet. But I am curious, if I didn't give the twig, what were you going to make your staff from?" Harry went back to his seat. "My first plan was to get Elder Wand and use a ritual to grow it into a staff. The Elder Wand can only be fully used by the Peverell bloodline anyway. The three brothers were strong necromancers. They sacrificed thousands to make their items. I was just going to change the shape of the wand into a staff. But this is much better. I can make a very powerful staff and use the leftover wood to make paper, then use it to make a magical grimoire much more powerful than the one family could own. They will help me out a lot in the future." Hope sniffed as she got up from her hug with Melinda. "How about we go out to get something to eat? I don't feel like cooking after that serious talk." Just as she said that, Harry's stomach growled, causing the boy to look down in surprise. "Damn, when was the last time I ate something?" Melinda just laughed as she stood up. "Let's go. I'm in the mood for fish, so pick the best seafood restaurant that you know." Harry just pulled out his phone. "I got this. I'll call that seafood place we went to last time." "Huh? Isn't that place only with reservations and the waiting line is for weeks?" Hope asked in confusion, causing Harry to chuckle. "Hope, I'm rich. The laws of mortals don't apply to me. Just throw some money and any problem can be fixed." This just caused the girl to slump a bit. "It's kinda sad cause it's true." "Well, whatever. I'm off to get ready. And Harry, please leave the lab coat behind. Casting an illusion on it so people don't notice it doesn't help. Me and Melinda can see it and it kinda ruins the mood." Harry looked at his favorite coat before sighing. "Yeah, fine. Today has been a good day, and the ship was finished yesterday. If that ain't a reason to celebrate properly, I don't know what is." "Thank God," Hope mumbled. "He is dead, go thank Michael instead," Harry said offhandedly. Eh. Hope started to freak out. "Harry. What do you mean?" Harry. The young boy ignored her troubles as his mind wandered off. What would happen if I got a priest to bless a cannabis seed and then send the finished holy enhanced weed up to heaven? Welp. Only one way to find out. Chapter 16, A Year and Ship. Bonus chapter. Drop some stones, people. Word count. 1 year later. Harry 10, Hope 12. Hogwarts. Headmaster's office. Dumbledore was sitting on his throne and enjoying his sweets. 1 more year. Just 1 more year and young Harry will be joining Hogwarts. Then my plans can truly begin. And I can finally get my hands on the Potter's wealth. Blast James for freezing the Potter accounts. 5 years ago, after all the chaos from the war had died down and everything was back to normal, I thought I would finally get my hands on the Potter's golden books. Only to find out that all accounts have been frozen and the Wisengamot seat suspended. James must have left instructions for the goblins. It must have been him. After all, young Harry has been with the Durslies all this time. My enchanted items also show he is there. Blast you, James. I hope you rot in hell. Sigh, at least I still have the boy. I will get access to their wealth, even if it's just a bit longer than what I had planned. Arabella Fig is keeping an eye on the boy. She tells me that they are overfeeding the boy, and that he is bullied and isolated due to his weight. Fig's exact words were Albus. He looks like a baby walrus. Surprisingly, this works better for my plans than I intended. Malnourished bodies can be fixed with nutrient potions. But there is no potion for obesity. Otherwise, people like our dear minister wouldn't be so fat. And a fat Harry would find it hard to dodge spells. leaving him an easy mark for top. Ah, I love it when it all comes together so easily. All for the greater good. Ho, ho, Dumbledore laughed out loud and his phoenix fox chirped. Suddenly the fireplace burst into green flames. And Fig's face showed on the flames. Albus, the boy is injured again. Broke his arm again. Dumbledore sighed. I'll be right there, Arabella. Might as well go and check up on the boy. As far as I know, the boy hasn't had any accidental magic. The magical core bindings I placed on him might be too tight. The boy is also fighting off Tom's Horrocks and powering the blood wards. I was sure my calculations were right. Maybe Tom's soul is fighting harder than expected. I'll go and loosen the binding. Harry is useless to me if he is a squib or crippled. Tom might just let him live just so young Harry can suffer. And I can't have that. Harry needs to die, so that Tom stops being immortal. Then I can defeat him and become the greatest wizard who has ever lived, defeating 2 great Dark Lords. Surpassing Merlin himself. Dumbledore stepped through the flue and arrived at Fig's house. Let's go check up on the boy, shall we? Dumbledore said politely. He put a notice me not charm on himself and Fig. And both made their way across the street. And Dumbledore froze in place. Arabella. Yes, Albus. The old woman looked at the headmaster with a confused look. Who is that? He pointed at the boy on the ground who was clutching his eyes. Well, it's the boy you told me to watch over. He is the only child living at that house, Fig answers, confused why he was asking such a simple question. That is not Harry Potter, that should be Petunia's child. That amulet. Dumbledore focused on the boy's neck. He was wearing a necklace. An amulet of clumsiness. That was the reason he was getting so injured. The amulet also had a hypnotic effect. Making the person keep wearing it. Wait. The only child. Dumbledore looked into Arabella's eyes and quickly read her mind. All the way back to the day he left Harry Potter on that doorstep. Arabella has never seen him. It was Dudley who was getting injured all the time. Someone kidnapped Harry on the day he had left him, and moved all the blood wards and blood-tracking artifacts on Dudley. The blood wards are powered by the boy and Petunia's life force. Fuck. Focus. A phoenix appears in front of Dumbledore, who quickly grabs his feet. Fawkes Flame travels back to the office in Hogwarts. Dumbledore quickly rushes off to the shelves. He grabs 3 spinning trinkets. Harry's blood was in those trinkets. Using blood magic, Dumbledore can track his health and location. Obviously, they have been neutralized, but they still have their use. The blood can be used to get a precise location on Harry. I need to make a quick scrying ritual. I need maximum precision. Phoenix ash will do the job. It's one of the benefits of having a phoenix, limitless amounts of ash that is incredibly useful for rituals. In the middle of the ocean, a boat was slowly sailing across the waves. Harry was enjoying the weather and sun. It was the weekend and he also planned to skip classes Monday and Tuesday. There was less and less for him to learn at Salem. As soon as he finished his ship, his attention moved from the wards back to his studies. He naturally went overboard and was now in his final year in Salem. This summer he would reveal himself to the world and would turn 11. Which meant that he can go and get his gold from Gringotts. But the gold is not as important as the Potter books and artifacts. Suddenly Harry jumped up. He felt an attack on the anti-scrying wards. Heh. So I have been finally found out. Let's see what divination has to say about this. Harry pulled out a deck of tarot cards. They are his go-to tool for divination. The only thing that he can use somewhat accurately. Divination is a very fickle subject. Tarot cards consist of the 22 cards from the major arcana and the 56 cards from the minor arcana. For a total of 78 cards. Harry spread the cards around and picked the ones that he felt a connection to. The cards he picked were, the Magician upright, Wands. Wheel of Fortune upright. 2 from the major arcana and 1 from the minor arcana. Wands. The Magician can be interpreted as a warning that someone is going to try to fool you. Wands represent the element of fire, which is about passion and creativity. They may also represent intuition and spiritual development. Wheel of Fortune is a symbol of changing fate and a need to take action to ensure your destiny. Harry hummed. Usually the name of the card doesn't signify much. But the way I see is like this. The Magician, or in this case, a magician with a wand, will come and try to fool me, and he has the element of fire. Fate is changing, signifying my escape from his clutches. Huh. I don't think I have ever gotten a reading as clear as this. This is Dumble's, no doubt about it. Well, if that's the case, let's mess with him a bit. Time to show what this ship can really do. Flashback a few months ago. Harry. What is this? Melinda stared blankly at the harbor. Our new home. Harry puffed up his chest with pride. Harry. Didn't you say you were going to enchant and ward a sailing boat? Yeah, I did say that, Harry nodded, his grin never leaving his face. Then why is there a big wooden ship floating on the water? Melinda grabbed his shoulders. It looks like a pirate ship, Hope commented. That's because I designed it with something like that in mind. Ladies, meet Lily's dream. I decided to do something nice and name it after my mother. From Melinda's investigation, my mother always dreamed about having a big family and traveling the world. The ship is 20 meters long. Caravel. Where are all the ropes that I see in the movies? Lily only has a few ropes. Hope pointed out, causing Harry to grin even wider. That's for old boats. This one might be made out of wood, but it's much more modern, not to mention that the ship is alive. Melinda's head turned so fast to Harry that there was a neck crack. What do you mean? Please tell me he didn't make a ghost ship. Harry tapped on the wood. This is magical wood. It's the main reason why I scrapped the small boat design. The magical wood together with the wards and runes will make the boat a lot safer. Not to mention the little Peveril family magic I used. The boat has a slight sentience and will avoid danger at sea if it senses any. It was hand-built by expert Muggle craftsmen. I drew runes and enchanted the boards before they were assembled. The inside has dozens of rooms that have been magically expanded to its maximum. Each of us has our own room and workstation. This ship is fully equipped with all modern appliances as well as a motor just in case. All the sails can be controlled through motors or magic. I didn't want to risk it if we ended up in some weird anti-magic area. The three of us wouldn't be able to command this ship alone. So the motors will do the work for us. Hope and Melinda were just walking around, inspecting the ship. It was obvious that both of them were very impressed. This place was better than Melinda's fortified house. A fortress floating on the sea. So? Harry asked them, even though he knew the answer. Oh, all right. Excellent work, Harry. You might have paid people to build it, but I can sense the wards and enchantments. This ship is a work of art. You have outdone yourself, Melinda beamed with pride. Thanks, Harry nodded to the woman. Now let's go and have some fun. I can't wait to try this baby out. Harry jumped on the ship and started to untie the ropes before Hope and Melinda boarded the ship. Back to the present. Dumbledore slammed his fist on the table. One of his trinkets exploded. He had used the blood to scry for Harry Potter and failed. Damn, even with the Elder Wand, I can't scry his location. Harry must be under some impressive wards. Dumbledore prepared another ritual. He used even more phoenix ash alongside some precious materials to get a clearer reading. On board the ship. Hee hee. Take this, you old goat. Harry drops the anti-scrying wards. Meaning anybody would be able to find his location. And that is the biggest reason he decided to get a ship. Hogwarts. Dumbledore succeeds in his second attempt. Only to find it showing in the middle of the ocean. Damn you. Making a fool out of me. He yelled out. No one can please anti-scrying wards on a boat that are strong enough to block. They must be shifting his true location, showing false ones. That's a highly advanced technique. Who in the world kidnapped Harry Potter? The third time's the charm. Harry was laughing his ass off while activating the wards again. He felt another attack that was blocked. Ah, I can't wait to destroy that old goat. I'm a proper mid-class right now. Even if it's the very beginning of it. Most wizards are low-class, which means they pose no threat to me. But Dumbles and Moldy Shorts are mid-class as well, solid mid-class, and they have more experience than me. Well, if it's experience that I'm missing, then I just need to go and get some. I heard there is a wizard necromancer posing as a Dark Lord in Brazil. Might be interesting to go see and check it out. Might learn something new to add to the Peveril grimoire. As soon as summer starts, things are going to get a lot more chaotic and even more fun. Chapter 17, Showtime. Word count. Many of you have noticed about the holy weed. Yeah, I read the FIC too, good stuff. This was just paying a little homage. Like I tip my hat to you sort of thing. Glad to see so many people picked up on it XD. Few months later. Private potion room. Gently now, Mr. Peveril, gently. Grandmaster Vincent Griffith watched nervously as his student was in the final stages of finishing the liquid luck potion. One of the most difficult potions in the wizarding world. Infamous for changing the requirements for finishing the potion on a whim. The potion had almost an inferior sentience that made it difficult to brew. Like someone didn't want people brewing the potion. It would change color, smell, and density during its 2-month-long brewing. The first month is relatively simple. The first 2 weeks of the second month are more complicated. The final 2 weeks are torture. You must watch the potion on a minute-to-minute basis. Add ingredients to thin out the potion or make it more viscous, and change its color or its shape. Make sure it's balanced. One mistake and all of this effort goes down the drain. Luckily for Harry, there were milestones in a way. During these 2 weeks, there were moments when the potion was stable. allowing someone to put the entire cauldron under a stasis charm so the Podiwaner could get some shut-eye. But normally those happened every 4 days. That means 4 days of complete focus and brewing, and drugging yourself with peeper-up potions and wit-sharpening potions. Not to mention loads of coffee. Then he crashed and had a 2-3 day coma. Now in the final stages. Harry was carefully steering, slowly. He allowed his instinct and his senses to pick up on the minuscule changes in the potion. And it was time for the last ingredient. A 4-leaf clover grown under a rainbow. Naturally, only the leprechauns could grow such a thing. And it was ridiculously rare and expensive. The clover needed to be put in the precise moment when the potion would stabilize for the 4th time. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to continue this process for another 4 stable periods. Meaning another 2 weeks. No wizard has ever accomplished this, as the extra 2 weeks doubled in difficulty. Everyone who has tried made a mistake and failed. So if he missed this chance, it was over. Harry waited for the right moment before his arm blurred and he put the clover in the mixture. The golden-colored potion started to change. Its size diminished as if it was compressing. It started turning into an almost transparent silver color. Merlin. You did it. Grandmaster Vincent Griffith stared at the potion. You finished it. A 10-year-old brewed Felix Felicis. Unbelievable. This will get you your potion mastery. A 10-year-old master. The youngest one in history. Yeah, Harry said breathlessly. He looked like shit. I guess I am. He slowly and carefully put the potion in crystal vials and sealed them. Harry wrote down the time and date on a piece of paper. He then took one of the vials, wrote the time and date and his name. Here you go. This should be proof that I brewed this potion. Along with you as my witness, nobody should cause any problems. Griffith nodded. He looked giddy. Like he couldn't wait to go and rub this in his colleagues' faces. Oh, there will be no problem at all. Harry nodded. Now if you will excuse me, I need to have some rest. Man, this took a lot out of me. I will not be doing this again. Griffith chuckled. I said the exact same thing. Until I realized just how much people are willing to pay for one tiny vial. When I started out as a young potion master, I would put one vial in an auction and make a huge amount of money from it. Enjoy your rest, because the world is about to go crazy. You will need to do a press conference soon. I suggest after you finish your education here. Yeah, I was planning to do the same. I will be finishing this year. I will see you tomorrow. Harry exited the potion room, walked to the portkey zone and portkeyed to his ship. He crashed on a couch and fell asleep right then and there. A few days later, press conference in Salem. Are you ready? Benjamin asked Harry. The man was giddy. Finally. The moment he had been dreaming of. Where all eyes of the world will be on his school. Harry had told him his plans. They were going to shock the wizarding world. I was born ready. Is everything in place? Harry said with a smile. He was dressed for the occasion. Black shoes, black jeans, and a black sleeveless shirt. Over it was his dark green coat with the symbol of the Order of Healers. A snake coiled around a staff. On his left ear was his emerald earring. He had silver wristbands and he was carrying a golden staff. The golden staff looked like something that monks would use. It had a ring at the top and there were a few golden rings attached to the main one. They jingled when Harry moved. All of his clothes and items were enchanted. Benjamin nodded to Harry's question. There is a reporter from every magical country in the world. After today, your name will become even bigger. Harry chuckled. Oh, you have no idea, the news will probably reach the supernatural as well. I know, and I'll be ready for the opportunities that will come. Benjamin nodded and walked to the stage. He was greeted with dozens of flashes and people asking for questions. He raised his hands and the hall went silent. Greetings everyone. I'm glad that you are here to join us for this joyous occasion. I'm Benjamin Gates, the principal of Salem University for Magic, and proud to announce that one of our students, a boy who has yet to turn 11, has finished his 5 years here with perfect grades and has become the youngest potion master in history. The paparazzi went wild and so did the crowd behind them. Everybody was asking for his name. Benjamin smiled and started to speak again. Not only that, the student has created an enchanted object that will revolutionize herbology and potions. He arrived in this school at 8 years old with the name Hadrian Peveril. The reporters were scribing down his name. His last name was familiar to a few of them, but they didn't know from where. But the principal wasn't done. But that is only the name he used. When he arrived here, he asked to use a fake name so that he may study in peace. But now that his studies are over, he is finally ready to reveal himself to the world. A prodigical genius. Greater than Merlin himself. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Harry Potter. At that moment, Harry walked from the curtains to the stage. The people were clapping and cheering. The younger members of the crowd were pointing at him. Harry secretly enjoyed their shocked expressions. He put his wand on his throat and cast a spell, Sonorous. Good evening. I am grateful you have come here for my graduation day. I wanted to use this moment to face the public and answer any questions that you may have. After all, I have never given an interview before, so it's a good opportunity to clear things up. Harry smiled at the crowd who were eating up his fake smile and cheerful polite personality. This is Marcus Muller from the Magische Taglich. Are you really Harry Potter? Der Junge who lived, a German journalist asked with a gruff voice. Yes. I am Harry Potter. Son of James and Lily Potter. As for the boy who lived, that is just a title people gave me. Harry chuckled, and people noticed a snake slithered out of his hood. They gasped and backed away in fear. One of the American reporters, placed there by Harry and Benjamin, stepped up. This is the Oracle. Mr. Potter, where have you been until now? Why do you have a snake, and does it have something to do with your cloak and the symbol on it? Harry smiled. I have been traveling the world and studying magic, then I went to Salem. Of course, during the breaks I continued the travels. I have a snake because I am a Parselmouth. I was very happy to learn I have this ability. Parcel magic is a rare gift. It gives a great increase in healing and warding, and Parselmouths are very sought after. I got this cloak after I officially joined the Order of Healers in India. This symbol represents the mark of the order. And only the most esteemed and talented healers are allowed to join. But I have a big advantage with my parcel magic. He even hissed a bit and talked to the snake to give proof. Mr. Potter. This is Rita Skeeter from the Daily Prophet. You are a Parselmouth and have a snake, aren't both of those a sign of a dark wizard? Harry hid a smirk. Got ya, but he played it off with a confused expression. A dark wizard? Tell me, Mrs. Skeeter, are you perhaps referring to Herpo the Foul or Voldemort? Because out of the hundreds and hundreds of Parselmouths through history, only those two have turned into Dark Lords. Yes, parcel magic gives a very small increase in spells if they are spoken with it, but it shines in healing and warding. We use snakes because they help us concentrate better, meaning we are more precise when healing and saving lives. I would think that wizards knew this by now. After all, it seems silly to brand a rare and beautiful gift as evil just because two idiotic wizards could speak to snakes. The people in the crowd slightly dipped their heads in shame. Mostly due to their pride as reporters. They jumped to conclusions and embarrassed themselves. But many were also surprised as they did not know those facts. They quickly got back to action and started to ask questions. Why did you call yourself Peveril? Harry turned to the wizard. Well, I wanted to study in peace, and my fame would have gotten in the way. So I entered the school under a different name. How did you finish your education so quickly, and why didn't you go to Hogwarts to study? Harry hummed. The latter is a complicated topic, but I'll still try to explain. I finished my education quickly because I study and practice a lot. I will admit that I am very talented in all areas of magic. But it was my hard work that got me this far and the guidance of my teachers. As for Hogwarts, unfortunately, Hogwarts does not live up to its illustrious reputation anymore. Mr. Potter, what do you mean? Rita Skeeter cut in. Harry frowned at her. Please wait your turn, Mrs. Skeeter. I was about to get to that. Hogwarts was one of the best magical schools, but that's only true up until 300 years ago. Then the Ministry and its headmasters, especially Albus Dumbledore, started to remove many important subjects and just deemed them dark for no reason. Not to mention they don't keep up to date with new findings in their current subjects as well. I heard their Muggle studies books are from 200 years ago. Hogwarts doesn't allow skipping grades like Salem does. If I went there I would have been forced to stay the full 7 years. 7 years worth of education that I managed to finish in 3 years. There is also quite a lot of prejudice among the students. Such things are forbidden in Salem and most people don't even pay attention to it and focus on studying. Other than that, I have heard many complaints from Hogwarts alumni, saying that some of the professors don't teach properly. Over time this has led to Hogwarts becoming one of the worst magical schools in the world. Harry smiled inwardly as the reporters kept scribing down on their paper and parchment. Chloe Blanchett from Live Magique. Monsieur Potter, what is this enchanted object that you have created? A stunning French woman asked the young boy. Harry didn't even bother to hide his grin. I am so glad you asked, Madame Blanchett. I am very pleased to announce that after years of research and many failed experiments, I have created a way to safely increase the growth rate of magical plants. Harry pulled out a couple of pots in varying sized. I give you Potter's pots. These pots have rune clusters inside and enchantments that help speed up most magical plants by 3 times. Even though they are a one-time use pot due to the strong runes and enchantments put on it. These will help the growth of rare plants that are needed in hospital potions. And will save many lives. Not to mention potioners won't have to wait a year for some rare plants to mature. They will only have to wait a few months. These pots will be available for the public to purchase from next week. A list will come out soon in all the locations where they will be sold at. The reporters and the crowd went wild. The cheers were so loud nobody was able to hear anything else. Harry just stood there with a smile as he waved at the people. They were loving him. Benjamin just basked in the cheers. These 2, well, almost 3 years were worth it. Now I must capitalize on this wave and ride it all the way to the president position. Thank you, Harry Potter. Chapter 18, Dumbledore in Britain. Word count. Hogwarts. Dumbledore was sitting in his office with a serious expression on his face. He sighed and opened up a drawer filled with his lemon drops that were laced with a calming draught. It was only a few months before the school year started and he still hadn't found Harry Potter. His name hadn't shown up in the book, so that means Harry Potter is not in Britain anymore. He hasn't the slightest clue about his whereabouts. To find him he needs more manpower. But asking for help would be admitting that he lost the boy who lived. Dumbledore. Dumbledore. He had heard a voice from his flu call. And it was the emergency line. Everybody can flu call the headmaster's office. But very few have the password for his emergency line. Dumbledore quickly stood up. He had recognized that voice. It was Jason, an American wizard who fought with him against Grindelwald and is still loyal to the great Albus Dumbledore. Yes, Jason, I am here. Hello, my old friend, what seems to be the problem? Dumbledore says in his grandfatherly tone. One that he had perfected and used against children and young adults. Harry Potter. He is in Salem. He just gave a public interview to every magical newspaper in the world. Jason yelled out. Dumbledore used his occlumency to quickly process the news. Harry Potter is in Salem. Arguably the best wizarding school in the world. Harry Potter is under the care of the Americans and is talented enough to enter that school. Harry Potter isn't coming to Hogwarts. He was outside his influence. No. Harry Potter must be a shy young malleable boy so that he can die according to my plans. Jason explains clearly. What happened? Dumbledore says in a serious tone. He finished his education there, Albus. The boy is the greatest prodigy to ever walk through those doors. He is also a potion master at the age of 10. They say he studied directly under Grandmaster Vincent Griffith. Dumbledore winced. Vincent Griffith. That man hates him with a passion. He is as old as himself, if not older. His tricks don't work on a man like Vincent. Not good. Harry must have been studying under him for a few years if he really became a potion master. Which means he must have heard some of the truths about himself that Harry must not hear. Damn it, Dumbledore cursed in his mind. And the boy is a Parselmouth and a member of the Order of Healers and a high-ranking one as well. Jason whispered. No. Damn it all. Even the ICW avoids the healers. They are the best healers in the world. Nobody wants to antagonize them. After all, you never know when you might need their assistance. If Harry is with them, he will be extremely hard to steer to my side. I need to get to Salem right away. Thank you for the information, Jason. I will be leaving right away. I will see you once I get there. Dumbledore left the flu call. Fawkes. A phoenix appeared in the room with a flash of fire. Expecto Patronum. A white illusionary phoenix appeared. One that was an exact copy of Fawkes. Minister. Harry Potter is in Salem. I will be leaving immediately to contact him. People will likely panic and blame you if they find out about this. Stop the prophet from spreading the news. That should keep the prophet at bay. The minister is a coward who would do anything to keep his ratings high. Dumbledore looks at Fawkes. Take me to the ministry's international portkey area. The bird chirped as it landed on Dumbledore's shoulder, and both of them disappeared in a flash of fire. Brighton Beach, Brighton, England. It was a hot summer day and the beach was full of people looking to cool out. From the water came out a handsome fit teen. Despite his young age, his muscles were very prominent. It was obvious that he had put a lot of effort into his body. His raven black hair was slicked back, showing off his emerald-colored eyes. He immediately got some attention as young teens kept pointing and giggling at him. Harry smiled and waved back before he started to go to the exit. Infiltration complete. Dumble should be on his way to America. Which means I can act freely here. Harry headed off into a dark alley before he waved his hands. Clothes directly appeared on him. Some denim shorts and a white shirt. Along with a cap. With another wave, a strong glamour was applied to his face. His eyes and hair turned brown and his face was similar to that of a normal teen he had just seen a while ago. Next stop, Leaky Cauldron. Leaky Cauldron. Harry was standing in front of the Leaky Cauldron and was looking at the sign. Hey, interesting charm. The name shows up only to wizards. And there was a very strong muggle-repelling charm. If a magician tried to look at it, he would only see a blackboard. Could be useful in the future. Harry double-checked his glamour charms and entered the pub. His first thought was, EW. This place does not look sanitary. And it smells. Do these people ever bathe? He walks up to the bar. and sees the innkeeper Tom. "Excuse me, sir," Harry called out, grabbing Tom's attention. "Yes. I decided to buy a few more things, but I forgot how to open the ally." "Can you please open it for me?" Harry says in a shy look. Tom sighs but still stands up. "Oh, all right. But you'd better remember it this time." He also grumbled under his breath, "Definitely not Ravenclaw material." Harry just smirks. Tom opens up the gateway and Harry just watched with focused eyes. Well, that proves it. Diagon Ally is just like all the other wizarding markets. It's located in its own mini-realm. A very small realm that has been expanded to the max. If it wasn't, it would have been picked up on the satellites by now. Harry ignores everything and heads directly into Gringotts. He stops in front of an architectural nightmare and reads the text. What irony. For those who take, but do not earn. They call themselves a bank when in fact it's just a storage locker. They charge an absurd amount of money just for the money to sit there. Goblins are greedy fucks. It's nothing like the fanfics where people talk about nice and helpful goblins. They won't do shit for the wizards. It's just like in the agreement. They keep the money safe. That's all. No account management, no investments, no savings account. Nothing. You have a vault, basically your deposit box. And any money or items you put in there are not their concern. Most wizards put wards and charms in their vaults inside to make sure the goblins don't steal anything. The really smart people put in expanded trunks in their vault. The trunk needs a key, blood and a password. The blood-keyed vaults are expensive to own. Only the really old families like the Blacks have a blood vault. Well, let's see how this will play out. Harry heads into the bank. And observes the wizards and the goblins interacting. All their desks are far above the wizards so that they can look down on them. Can you be more obvious? Harry heads to the main teller. "I would like to see my vaults," Harry says calmly, but his voice held a certain power. The head teller immediately noticed. He leaned across his table to look at me. "And who might you be?" Harry casts a strong notice me not charm on himself. All of the goblins noticed as they are quite sensitive to magic. He started floating up until he was slightly above eye level with the goblin. Harry placed his hand on the desk and removed the glamour on his face. His emerald eyes practically glowed. On his hand a small magic circle appeared, the Potter family crest shone on his hand. It was dark red in color. Like blood. It was two gladius, Roman sword, crossed and pointed downward in front of a wizard's wand. It was the true beginning of the Potter family. A squib in the Roman Empire. Hence why the swords were in front of the wand as they came first. A line of warriors. For 2,500 years they have kept their history. They were called another name back then. It was only when one of the descendants after the Roman Empire fell and they moved to Britannia. He had a really green thumb. He made pots and planted many flowers in his garden. So his neighbors started to call him the Potterer. Which later became Potter. But the Potters never forgot their history. Well, that kind of thinking is what killed most of them off. If James wasn't such an idiot to stay and fight, they might lived. The goblin grimaced when he saw the magic circle. Damn it. It's one of them. Harry Potter uses magecraft. I see. Well, we can confirm your identity with a blood test, if you don't mind, the head teller said as politely as possible. Magicians are a pain in the ass for them. Wizards are simple. Even the strongest of them like Dumbledore, Voldemort and Grindelwald could only reach mid-class. Magicians on the other hand definitely reach mid-class at the minimum in their lifetime, and they stick together. An equivalent of 100 Voldemort storming this bank. They would be slaughtered. Harry narrowed his eyes at the goblin only for the identity test and nothing else. Are we clear? Harry stared down at the goblin. Crystal, the teller held back a growl, stupid wizard/magician freak. A piece of parchment appeared in front of them. 3 drops please. Harry first checked the parchment. And felt the intent of the magic. It was only for identification. So he cut his finger with his nail, and put exactly 3 drops down. His finger healed the next second. Hadrian James Potter. Born July 31st. Son of James Charles Potter and Lily J. Potter née Evans. Heir Potter. Heir Peveril. Primary heir Black. A/N only shows the families that have vaults in Gringotts. The Peveril have no vault, they left a bloodstone. So when a descendant appeared, it would give them the location to a Fiddle safe box where Harry got his books. Harry raised an eyebrow. So my name really is Hadrian, what are the odds of that? I just made that up since it was close to Harry. After all, the name Harry is the short form of Harrison, Hadrian, Harold, Harvey, and the modern take of the name Henry. Guess it makes sense. No way an old family like mine would name their child just Harry. Well, now that your identity has been proven, you can access your vaults. But since you are a minor, you can only access your trust fund vault, which is capped at 2,000 gallons per year. When you turn 17, this vault will become your personal vault, and the other gold could be used to start your own business. At least that was your parents' plan if they were still alive. Harry smirked. As the last Potter, I activate the Genesis Charter. So Mote a flash appeared around Harry's body. The goblin was so surprised that his jaw dropped for a single second before he went back to normal. Do you know what you have done? The teller asks carefully. Yes. And I know that you have a time period of 1 week to notify the ministry of my new lordship according to the accords. I strongly suggest you wait until the last second. Now my vaults, please. And do remember that I have no keys with me. The head teller called another goblin. This is Griphook, he will bring you to your vaults. We will require 21 galleons for the 3 keys we will be replacing. Your family vault, your parents' vault and your vault. Harry just smiled at him. No need. My vaults will require no keys from now on. The goblin raised an eyebrow. Stupid human, the keys open and close the vaults. They are made with goblin magic. Half of the protections are activated with the key. Gringotts will not be responsible if you are robbed as the key activates most of the defenses. Harry said nothing to the teller and floated down. Let's go after all, time is money. Griphook grunted but he guided Harry to his vaults. The first vault was Harry's trust fund. Griphook muttered something at the door and placed some key with a mini skull on it. The doors opened a few moments later. The doors are unlocked and they will stay that way, according to your wishes. Harry stepped inside the vault and all he saw were galleons. Around 50k galleons. Not bad. He waved his hand and all of the gold was sucked into his sleeve. He walked out of the vault. Griphook frowned, not understanding why he exited so quickly. Let's go. Harry sat down in the cart. Will you not place any defenses on the vault? For that matter, will you not even close the door? Griphook questioned. What is this stupid wizard doing? Well, more gold for us if he leaves it unlocked. Feel free to have a look. Griphook headed to the door and peeked inside. He clenched his fists when he saw the empty vault. So that is his play. He is getting his gold outside of Gringotts. Fool. There is a reason why nobody ever tries to take their gold out of here. We hire mercenaries and sometimes go after our former customers ourselves. I need to inform the director as soon as possible. Griphook hopped into the cart and stopped at James and Lily's shared vault. There were guards stationed at this level. 1 guard for every 5 vaults. As soon as Harry entered the vault, Griphook quickly spoke to the guard in their language. Quickly informed the director. The Potter boy is clearing out all of the vaults. The guard was quick to react and went to spread the news. At the same time, Harry stood in the vault which was filled with his parents' personal possessions. There were dozens of trunks in the vault, all with different notes on them. J School. L School. J Pranks. L Research. J Clothes. L Clothes. Harry shrunk the trunks and put them in his pocket. 1 left. After a bit of a long trip, they went down to the deeper vaults where the dragons stood guard. Griphook chanted in gobbledygook. Place your hand on the crest. It's opened with your blood. Harry did so and felt a little sting as a needle pierced his skin and drew a bit of blood. A small door opened, only allowing 1 person to enter at a time. An extra security feature. When Harry entered the vault, his eyes widened. Gold, silver, jewels, armor, weapons, expensive furniture, magical beast parts. Books, lots and lots of books. They were put here by the house elves just before the Potter public manor was burned to the ground by Death Eaters. The family vault reminded him of Voldemort's vaults. Huh. The Potters sure were well off. According to my calculation, there is about 700k galleons here. Not counting all of the other stuff in here. As soon as Harry took 1 step forward, the curtains opened and the armor sets raised their swords. Behind the curtains were a couple of paintings. Boy, identify yourself. A/N. Harry's vault. 50,625 galleons, $379,687. 700k galleons equals $5.145,000 in that time. Modern's time price, 2024. 50,625 galleons equals $1,265. 700k galleons equals $17,500. Today 1 galleon is $25. US dollar USD. Galleon in. 1 galleon equals $7. 1 sickle equals $0. 1 canute equals $0. 1 G equals 17S, 1 S equals 29K. 1 G equals 493K. Chapter 19, Grandparents and Azkaban. Word count. Harry narrowed his eyes at the painting. With his eyesight, he read the name on the metal plate that was attached to the bottom of the painting. Charles Thomas Potter. And the painting of the woman next to him. Doria Delphi Potter née Black. My grandparents. Harry immediately realized who they were and started to chuckle. He waved his hand and set up a silencing ward so the goblins wouldn't be able to overhear him. I didn't think I would be meeting my grandparents in such a strange way. My name is Harry Potter. If you truly are who you say you are, then you would know my true name. Doria's eyes widened. Grandparents. Hadrian, she said with a small gasp in the end, her hands over her mouth. The suits of armor went back to their original positions. Charles, however, was even more surprised. Grandson. How are you so big? What year is it? How did you open this vault alone? Where are James and Lily? He fired off one question after another. Harry raised an eyebrow. He is quite commanding for a painting. Well, in order, I used rituals and magical ingredients. It's 1991, Harry turns 11 in like a month. I opened this vault since I'm Lord Potter because I activated the Genesis Charter. And my parents are dead. They died almost 10 years ago. Doria was openly crying. Charles just lowered his head as tears started to stream down. I see. Who did it? Doria said with a cold tone. Who killed my child and my daughter-in-law? Some half-blood who is calling himself Voldemort. He is, well, was the heir of Slytherin. That's before I blasted him apart when he tried to kill me as a baby. Still survived though. The fool made Horcruxes. So he is currently out there wandering around as a wraith, Harry said in a carefree tone. And what are you doing to find him and kill him? Charles pressed. Harry just laughed at the men. What am I doing? Absolutely nothing. Why should I waste my time looking for that idiot? Harry slowly started walking around the vault until he saw what he was looking for. The Lord Ring. An enchanted object that is linked to various properties belonging to the family. It acts as a key for them and has added protections against legilimency and glows when it detects potions or poison in the food and drinks. He killed your parents. Doria yelled out and Harry just shook his head. My parents died because they were idiots and followed Dumbledore. They fought a bloody war with Stunners because of Dumbles and his stupid ideology about giving people second chances. If Voldemort didn't kill them, some of his other lieutenants would have. I have little pity for my parents. They should have left this bloody country the moment they learned that they were having a child. Instead, they stayed here and died. How can you say that? Charles roared. They were brave and fought for what's right. They dash. Harry cut him off. Were idiots for getting caught up between two megalomaniacs. If they had just stayed neutral, they would have lived. Well, we can't change the past. I'm here to grab everything and move. Voldemort will return. And I have nothing to gain from him anymore. So why should I waste saving this backwater community by defeating him? I would rather be on some tropical island and continue my research. Charles stayed silent before he thought of something. What about the charter? You need to marry multiple women. Harry sighed in fake disappointment. And where did it say that the women need to be British? I can marry anyone I want as long as she is a witch. What about politics? The Potters are very influential in Britain. You are a lord, you can live like a true noble. Doria said in a pleading tone, making Harry laugh again. Why would I bother to play politics with these idiots? I can wipe all of them out within a week, and that is not a bluff. The entire British wizarding community is the equivalent of a children's playground filled with inbred autistic kids. And you are asking me to play politics with them? Charles stared grimly at Harry. Hadrian. Are you trying to be a Dark Lord? So naive. I don't care what those sheep think of me. I'm quite sure I am some long-lost hero in their heads. The next moment I will probably be a monster who eats children. I will continue down my path. Whether they live or die will depend on if they get in my way or not. Harry put on the Lord's ring and waved his hands. The entire vault was quickly stored away except for the paintings. The most important part. The Potter books and grimoire. Harry had finally got his hands on them. Now what to do with you? Honestly, this is the last time we will be talking to each other. Do you want to be destroyed or be put in some box? Doria sobbed, while Charles just looked sad. So this is how the Potter line will end. In the hands of some arrogant brat. Destroy us. I don't want to see it. Hey, if you think I'm going to die, old man, then you are more delusional than I thought. Then again, you don't have all the facts, so it's logical that you would assume that. The Potter name won't die out. Not now, not ever. But I will probably be remembered as a Dark Lord. See if I care. What's the most painless way to destroy a painting? Harry asked no one in particular and was suddenly lost in thought. How would one kill a painting painlessly? This could be fun to research. But it would take too much time and too many paintings. Wait, there were a few in the Black Townhouse. Okay. I'm keeping them alive, intact. Yeah, intact sounds right. Harry pointed his palms at the paintings. Suddenly Doria and Charles froze. It looks like a normal oil painting. They couldn't move, hear, see, or talk. Now it's time to hit Azkaban. Next day. During the night. A young boy was using a broom to fly in the clouds, above the North Sea. Man, using a broom sucks, but I have to save my mana just in case. I am about to break into the most guarded prison in Wizarding Britain all alone. And that at the age of 10. Talk about me being an overachiever. After flying for a while, Harry stops in the air. He was still hiding in the clouds. Oh, I can see it. Well, it's showtime. Harry stored away his broom inside his pocket space and started to free fall. Each second he was picking up more and more speed. He could see Azkaban's design. It was a triangle-shaped building with thick stone walls. For some reason, there was also a hole shaped like a triangle going down to the bottom of the prison. Maybe for the Dementors. So they could move through the prison more easily. Just when he was above the creepy castle, Harry shifted in his raven form and slips past one of the bars on the windows. The inside of the castle was dirty. It had cobwebs everywhere, and it was very cold. There was frost all over the floors and walls. The effect of Dementors, I really need to kidnap one, so I can experiment on it. Oh, the things I could learn from them. But that's for another day. Harry carefully glides across the prison, making minimal noise and avoiding Dementors. Dementors aren't interested in animals, so they don't care even if one shows up in front of them. In the outer cells were the people who committed the least serious crimes. Bad as you go deeper, the colder it is. In the deepest levels, where the Death Eaters are being kept, the entire floor there was a slight fog above the ice that covered all the cells. In each cell, the prisoners only had a thin straw mat. Each prisoner was linked to a warming charm linked to their heart and internal organs. So they would freeze but not die. Every third day the Dementors would pass the cells, sucking the happiness out of the prisoners. After a while the Raven stopped in front of a certain cell. There was a mangy mutt inside the cell. It was curled up on the thin straw mat and was shivering. You could even see the ribs on its chest. Next to him was a woman who was giggling and lost in her muttering. Sirius Black, and ironically next to him is his insane cousin Bellatrix Lestrange. How convenient to have both of my targets near each other. Harry quickly shifts into his human form. He took an aging potion before he arrived here, and was covered in black from head to toe. He stunned Sirius and Bellatrix. Naturally, since he was linked to the ward scheme, his magic was detected and raised the alarms. Huh. Who's there? My lord. Harry ignores the prisoners. He calmly used his magic to pull both of them to the cell bars and transfigures both of them into hamsters. He levitates them and puts them in a small sack. Man, forcefully transfiguring humans into something so small is tough. Lucky for me. I'm particularly good at transfiguration. I'm an animagus after all. Now for the rest of these scumbags. All of them will be rescued by Voldemort sooner or later. Unfortunately for Tommy Boy, I'm not one to pass up a buffet like this. Since they are from old and pure families, they should know some interesting magic. Emerald Soul-Eating Flame. Emerald Fire left my hands and started to head for the cells. The prisoners started to scream out in pain. I could choose just to burn their body, their soul, or both. Currently, I'm burning their bodies, while their souls were being pulled into my earring. A soul prison, where I slowly cooked the souls of criminals and scumbags. And idiots who were stupid enough to attack me. Have I mentioned how much I love Peverell family magic? As good as this flame sounds, it actually has quite a lot of restrictions to use and takes quite a bit of power. You can only choose if you want to start slowly cooking the soul to get a tiny bit of spiritual energy to permanently increase my own. Or you can choose to get their memories. I actually only have a 40% chance of getting their full memories. I got seriously lucky with Voldemort. And maybe it was just beginner luck. And the flame itself isn't usable in combat. Only when they are defeated or restrained and sealed could the flame be used. I also took a bit of blood from each Death Eater. Maybe they will have some blood locked safe in their homes. Since they are dead, I doubt they will miss the money just sitting around there. Well, looks like the guards are here. Time to run. Harry shifted into his raven form and grabbed the small sack containing Sirius and Bellatrix, who were transfigured as hamsters. Harry spread his wings and took off. Through the holes made for the Dementors. Just in time as guards and Dementors began to swarm the place. The first breakout in Azkaban history. And nobody knew it was done by an insane 10-year-old. This one is for the history books. Maybe once I get so ridiculously powerful and unstoppable I will admit I did it. Just so I can put it in my autobiography. That would be fun in its own right. But for now, the Black Lordship, and more importantly, the Black Family Library. It's all going to be mine. Chapter 20, Sirius and Bellatrix Black. Word count. Ugh, Sirius Black flinched from the pain. Where am I? He mumbled to himself, his voice was hoarse. Even with his blurry vision, he noticed he wasn't in his cell in Azkaban. He was in some room, with all the walls being black. He pulled his arms slightly, but they were bound, so were his legs. I'm bound to a chair. What's happening? Good afternoon, Mr. Black, said a somewhat mechanical voice. Suddenly in front of Sirius, 2 candles lit, each on the far side of the table. That voice. Are you an unspeakable? Sirius asked slowly. He had heard rumors about them doing some horrific things to wizards and witches. That's how they first got their name, Unspeakable. The voice chuckled. No, Mr. Black, this is merely a way to hide my identity. After all, I did break you out of Azkaban. Broke out of? Sirius looked at the cloaked person in front of him in disbelief. Why would you do that? Sirius was genuinely confused. This person didn't know him. He definitely wasn't Remus, so he doesn't have any reason to consider Sirius innocent. So why? The cloaked figure sat in silence for a while, making Sirius uncomfortable. I want the Black Lordship. Sirius's jaw dropped before he broke out into laughter. The Black Lordship, he says. Ha ha ha. Sorry to break it to you, pal. But I got disowned years ago. Sirius was still laughing, but after a while it felt awkward since the cloaked person didn't speak. Ehem, sorry about that, but even if I was still part of the family and the family lord, you would still need to have black blood inside your veins, otherwise the family magic will kill you. I am not asking this for myself. I am asking that you pass on the Black Lordship to my ward, Harry Potter. Sirius jumped, but was pulled back by the restraints. Harry. Harry is with you. Let me see him. The figure scoffed, and why should I do that? After all, you abandoned him, leaving Dumbledore to place him with the Dursleys. Do you know what hell that boy has gone through? The men yelled out, making Sirius flinch, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Harry was left with the Dursleys, Sirius croaked. The cloaked men ignored him. If you didn't have your godfather's oath, I would have killed you right here and now. But since you are alive, that means you didn't knowingly leave Harry, rather someone used magic to manipulate you. Any idea who? Sirius hung his head down, going through every memory he had. Who could have manipulated him? After a while he came to one conclusion, Dumbledore. He looked up to face the masked men. Who only nodded. That's right, Dumbledore had manipulated all of you, because of some stupid prophecy. The Potters were placed inside a simple cottage with only the fiddlers for protection. He confunded all of you to make Peter Pettigrew the secret keeper. It was all too easy. All he had to do was place a thought in your mind. Play a prank on Voldemort, and you idiots went for it. Sirius hung his head down in shame. The men continued. All of the Potters were supposed to die. But young Harry lived. So Albus had to keep him under control. You were sent to prison. Remus just listened to whatever Dumbledore said. The Longbottoms were tortured after their secret keeper suddenly betrayed them as well. And young Harry was left with his abusive uncle and aunt. Quite convenient, don't you think? The wizarding hero, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was suddenly isolated from the whole magical world. And only Dumbledore knew where he was. Is Harry all right? Can I see him? Sirius pleaded. Harry needs all the help he can get. He needs the Black Lordship. You were never disowned. Only the Black Lord has that power, no matter what your mother said. Arcturus Black and Regulus Black are dead. The only male Black of age is you. And if you ever want to see Harry again, you will make the oath. The masked man gave Sirius a wand while pointing his at Sirius's head. I, Sirius Orion Black, in sound mind and free of any compulsion, make my godson Hadrian James Potter the head of the House of Black. And will make this official as soon as I see that he is in good health. Sirius gave the man a hard look, making him chuckle. Very well. There is a bathroom to the left and some spare clothes. You will clean up and then you will join Harry for dinner. I will not have you looking like some rangy mutt. The cloaked person exited the room. He took his hood off. Harry was smiling like an idiot. Step 1 is complete. As soon as he left the room, the restraints on Sirius were released. Bellatrix Black. Harry POV. Now what to do with the crazy chick? I'm really curious how Tommy Boy can keep her in check. Her occlumency shields are ruined. Might as well have a look at her memories. I spent hours looking in her mind. But only a few minutes passed in the real world. Well, that explains that. She was being manipulated, if I can even call it that. A better word would be enslaved. Her stupid mother sold her off to the Lestranges and Voldemort. That means family magic was at play. Then Voldemort stuffed her with loyalty potions, compulsions, and legitimacy. So much so that she worshipped the ground he walked on. She even declared that only Voldemort may touch her. On her wedding night, she bound Lestrange, stuck his dick inside her only once, then cut it off. All because he dared to touch her. Voldemort found it amusing to have such a loyal bloodhound. So he let her off without punishment. But still, even before Voldemort, her talent for the dark arts is off the charts. She was the one who taught him his more dangerous spells, besides the obvious ones. But she will do fine as my sparring partner for the mind arts. I have to test those abilities out some way. And if it all works well, maybe I can shift that loyalty from Tommy Boy to me. I think this is going to be rather fun. Weasley family home. Harry was nearing the ward boundary while being disillusioned, and any scent or sound he makes was completely masked. The children were on old brooms and flying through the air playing Quidditch. Luckily the rat was stuffing himself with some crackers that they had left behind while he watched the children play Quidditch. Guess even a coward gets bored. Harry mused as he was thinking of the best way to capture the rat as stealthy as possible. It would be for the best if they wouldn't notice the missing rat at all. Suddenly he had a good idea for a distraction. Harry makes a couple of small explosions like firecrackers but on a small timer and puts them on the opposite side of the field where Peter was. The noise made the kids turn to the location. In doing so they turned their backs on the rat. Peter was startled, but before he could do anything, there was a tiny red light silently flying towards him. A tiny stunner. He was down on the ground before he could even make a sound. The rat then quickly started to be dragged away to a certain direction, without anyone noticing. Fred. Georgie. What have I said about testing your pranks? Molly the Harpy screeched out. It wasn't US. Dinner. After a long bath and a shave, Sirius looked somewhat similar to the men he was before Azkaban. If you ignore how thin he was and how sunken his face is. It feels nice to finally get a bath and some real clothes, Sirius mumbled to himself. Let's go. Mr. Potter is waiting, the mysterious man called out to Sirius, and he started walking. Sirius was quick to follow him. So. You are the one that rescued Harry from the Dursleys. The man chuckled, which was weird in his mechanical voice. Oh no, that honor belongs to someone else. I am however the one who taught him everything he knows. Here we are. Sirius looks at the dining room. It was somewhat normal, if not a bit fancy. But nothing like the ones he had grown up with. It was modern. But he didn't see Harry anywhere. Sirius turns back to the men with an angry expression. You said Harry was waiting for me. Where is he? The man chuckled before he reached for his mask. In one swift movement, the mask and the cowl were gone. Sirius' jaw dropped. He exclaimed breathlessly, James. But then he saw the eyes, emerald green eyes. Harry. Is that you? Harry looked at the men with an amused expression. Hello Sirius, I'd say it's a pleasure to meet you, but I would be lying. How? Why did? Sirius held his head as he tried to form sentences. To get the Black Library, of course. One of the things I value most in my life is knowledge. And the Black Library has all of it. Sirius looked like he had been slapped. The library. That's why you rescued me, he said in a hurt tone. Harry looked at him in a straight tone. That and to satisfy my curiosity. You could have escaped at any time. I had wondered why you didn't. Now I know. Dumbledore's manipulations truly run deep. Harry chuckled as food appeared on the table. Huh? Dumbledore? What does he have to do with this? Sirius felt like he was losing his mind. Harry just tapped his chin. I want to see your face when I show you just how stupid all of you have been. But on the other hand, I don't want to waste any more of my time. Harry then snapped his fingers like he had a good idea. Yeah, this will work. What do you mean? Sirius suddenly felt someone enter his mind. His occlumency shields were weak. There was nothing else to do in Azkaban, and occlumency helped ward off the Dementors. But after 10 years to their exposure, his shields were pathetically weak. An illusionary figure of Harry appeared in his mind. I see the inside it just the same as the outside. Hollow. Harry commented as he looked around. Well, let's start this story, the real story, not some bits and pieces that I told you. This story starts with a few naive idiots just leaving Hogwarts and joining a war. A group of 5 idiots including my mother decided that they were going to join a war to protect this pathetic excuse of a wizarding country. They were young, just out of Hogwarts, filled with potential. So what did they do? Instead of going to another country and living their life, they joined Dumbledore's Order of the Fried Chicken. A group of morons who used stunners against psychopaths who used lethal curses. Sirius tried to say something but Harry didn't allow it. Shut up and listen. After a few years, Dumbledore got a prophecy in private. A true prophecy. From that crazy bint Sybil Trelawney no less. The prophecy goes as follows. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. You see, the only reason Voldemort got so far in his little war is because Dumbledore allowed him to. Many countries offered aid to get rid of an up-and-coming dangerous Dark Lord. After all, nobody wanted another Grindelwald. But Dumbledore used his positions to deny them, saying that it would be an embarrassment to Wizarding Britain. In reality, he was getting ready to finish off Voldemort and become the man who stopped 2 dark wizards in his lifetime. But then the prophecy happened. And suddenly he realized he wouldn't be able to kill Voldemort. The child of prophecy had to do it. Dumbledore did his research. There were only 2 children who fit that description: Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom. But instead of stalling the war and letting one of us take him out, he decided to get rid of both of us. He had set up another meeting where he imperioused Sybil Trelawney to say the first part of the prophecy in the Hog's Head, where little Voldy's spy was waiting. Severus Snape. Illusionary Sirius gaped at that information. Harry smirked at his face. Yes, little old Snivelus, the boy you used to bully, was the one who told Voldemort. Ironic, is it not? Looks like he was the one to get the last laugh. Anyway, with the news delivered, Dumbledore only had one job left. Put the babies out in the open. A few loyalty potions and Confundus charms. And the Potter and Longbottom houses were out in the open with just a Fiddlest charm protecting them. He manipulated you and James into picking Peter. It was quite simple. He just had to put the idea of playing a prank on Voldemort, and with how your stupid prankster brains work, you didn't even think about it. He did the same with the Longbottoms. And look what happened. Peter betrayed you, and the Longbottom secret keeper sang like a bird when they started to torture him lightly, like the coward he was. The result? Voldemort visited us personally and planned to do the same with the Longbottoms. Naturally, he wasn't able to do it, so 2 days later the Lestranges and Barty Jr. visited them and tortured the partners to insanity. Back on topic. I reflected Voldemort's curse at him, ruining Dumbledore's plans. But the old goat saw that Voldemort wasn't completely dead. He also saw that I had a small soul shard stuck in my forehead in between the skin. It wasn't even touching my skull. So he came up with a nice little plan. To sacrifice me to Voldemort when he eventually returned. But how do you make a young boy sacrifice himself? He would need to be depressed, shy, easily manipulative, and malleable. So he ignored my parents' will and placed me with the Dursleys, knowing that they would abuse me. He also bound my magic and innate abilities. Then he went even further and used my magic to power his ridiculous blood wards. Oh, they were going to work all right. But they would only be protecting the Dursleys and making them more hostile towards me. He sent you to Azkaban since you are my legal guardian. And he just used his stupid grandfather tone against Remus, and the stupid wolf left in a heap of guilt, never even tried to look for me. Harry was looking at Sirius, who was openly weeping. Tears were streaming down his eyes. Sirius was clutching his chest. It was like someone stabbed his heart and was constantly twisting the knife. How do you know all this? Sirius choked out. Harry smiled. I am a seer. But I only saw one timeline. Luckily for me, I was rescued the moment the old goat left me on that doorstep. But just because I'm feeling a bit mean, I will show you what would have happened to me if I wasn't reduced and I grew up with the Dursleys. Hadrian showed him the speed-up version of the 8 Harry Potter movies. Only the main parts, where Harry was abused by the Dursleys. How he was in danger every year at Hogwarts. How Sirius died. How Harry let himself get killed by Voldemort. How Dumbledore admitted to raising Harry like a pig for slaughter. The images stopped. Harry pulled out of Sirius's mind. Sirius was feeling lightheaded. Like he was going to pass out any second. Why did you show me this? Sirius asked in a defeated tone. Do you need my help? Harry outright laughed. Hell no. I have been dying to show someone this story. I find it interesting to see your reactions. Oh, and by the way, you are taking a triple reinforced oath not to tell anyone this. Mind, magic and soul. You could try to tell them with your mind, with your magic, hell, even when you die as a ghost. The oath will prevent you. The same applies if they try to read it from you. Sirius nodded. So that didn't happen? He asked hopefully. Harry shook his head. No, I grew up in a good home, one where I was able to actively discover and practice magic. That's why I was able to grow up this powerful. And was able to rescue you. So here we are. You are technically my godfather. I don't like you. But the least I could do is set you free. Sirius shakily stands up. Harry, I promise I will do better. I will be there for you, I will help you. Harry raises an eyebrow at him and waves his hand. On top of it appeared a cage with a rat. Sirius loses it and lunges at the cage. Harry raises his other hand and freezes Sirius in midair. He was just floating there and trashing around. Let me go. I need to kill him. He must suffer for what he did to James. Harry gags him and gives him an unimpressed look. Once a mad dog, always a mad dog. So this is your, I'll do better. Ever the Gryffindor, huh? Get angry, do something stupid, then apologize. If you were a Slytherin or Ravenclaw, you might have been able to help me. But I don't need an idiotic Gryffindor screwing things up even more. You have had your chance, it really is a pity, goodbye Sirius. Harry fires a stunner at Sirius then sighs when the man drops to the ground. I'll put him under the oath tomorrow. Then we will head off to Gringotts. Taking Sirius to America will look suspicious. I will just ask Benjamin to pull some strings with the French ministry to clear this idiot's name. This is going to shake things up even more, creating more opportunities to take advantage of. I love just how stupid the British wizards are. Predicting their actions is like stealing candy from a baby. A/N. This is a fairly important chapter. It kind of shows a bit of Harry's cold side that I will show more in the future. I would really like to hear, well, read your thoughts XD. Chapter 21, Lord Black and Complications. Word count. After Harry put Sirius under a few oaths. Mainly not to betray Harry by talking, writing, mimicking gestures, or even memory transfer. Any information at all that is related to Harry cannot be exposed. He also has a mind lock. To make sure legilimency can't be used to find any memories relating to Harry. After he is cleared by the French ministry, he will cut his hair, dye it, change his name, and live his life in peace. He will remain low-key and make sure not to get into trouble. This way he can't be used against Harry in any way. He won't contact or approach Harry unless Harry calls him first. Sirius and Harry entered Gringotts under cloaks. They went to the head teller. Yes. The goblin asked with an annoyed tone. Sirius lightly lifted his head, so that only the goblin could see his face. I would like to access my vaults. The goblin raised an eyebrow. We require proof. A blood test should suffice, Sirius answered. The head teller nodded and called another goblin. Goldfoot will lead you to a meeting room where the test will take place. Sirius nodded, then he and Harry followed the smaller goblin. After a small walk, they entered a small meeting room. Small by human standards but perfect for goblins. Just another way goblins used to get back at wizards. Make them uncomfortable. The goblins pass a parchment to us, place 3 drops on the parchment. A cloaked Harry hands Sirius a special long nail. It will take 3 drops of blood then heal the wound. Sirius looked at the goblin. My blood is only to be used for verifying my identity. The goblin clicked his tongue but nodded. Sirius pressed the nail on the parchment and the blood was deposited. Sirius Orion Black. His name appears on the parchment as well as his parents' name. He was the last male Black, making him Lord Black. Welcome to Gringotts. How can we help you? The goblin quickly changed tunes once it was confirmed that he was Lord Black. It was obvious that he was faking it, but everyone knows that Sirius is supposed to be in Azkaban. If Sirius makes some stupid decisions because of the goblin's previous attitude, the director would chop his head off. I would like to see my vaults. All of my vaults, Sirius says in even tone. Not giving away his intentions. Harry just stayed quiet. But on the inside he was laughing. The Black Fortune and books would soon be his. He wasn't as interested in the money as he was already rich and could easily make more. But the old magic books and rare artifacts and materials the House of Black had gathered over the generations. Those were priceless. The wizarding world doesn't even know what it has, that knowledge is wasted in their hands. And now all of it was his. 30 minutes later. Harry and Sirius cleared out all the vaults and were back to the meeting room. The goblins weren't aware that they emptied the vaults. There is one more thing to do, Sirius addressed the goblins. Who frowned after hearing his tone. Due to the British Magical Ministry falsely arresting and imprisoning me, I will be handing the lordship to a distant relative and closing all my vaults. The goblin jumped up. What? You must be joking. The Blacks have held their gold in Gringotts for generations. Sirius surprisingly sneered, and look where it got them. They're heir incarnated, the other members are dead, insane, or sold off as cattle. This country will fall soon. And I don't plan on being here when that happens. I will be giving the lordship away and only I will know who he is. He who holds this ring, Sirius raised his finger, showing the ring that every Lord Black has worn, will have complete control over the House of Black. That person will use a wax seal with this ring which has its own magical signature will serve as the new Lord's authentication. Seeing that the Gringotts would lose a lot of business, the goblins turned hostile. The ministry will never accept this. This time Sirius laughed. The ministry can go fuck itself. Hell, the entire magical Britain as well. Sirius stood up and Harry followed. I wish you a pleasant day. And a pleasant Beijing. If you want to blame someone, blame the ministry. The goblin snarled at Sirius and barely held back from attacking him. Sirius chuckled and left the meeting room and Gringotts. The goblin rushed out of the meeting room and headed to the main office. I hope the director won't behead me. Or at least spare my clan if he does. After finishing up their business at Gringotts, Harry returned them both to the ship. Sirius went to rest. This day had been shocking enough, and he was still weak from the years he spent imprisoned in Azkaban. Harry couldn't wait. He entered an empty room on the ship and started sorting the loot. Plants, books, artifacts, materials. Those were the main categories he focused on. Then on the rarity of the items. After an hour of sifting through his loot, he found an ornate box that had a scroll. Harry raised an eyebrow and scanned the scroll with a few spells to check for traps. After the scans turned out negative, he opened the scroll and read it. Well, fuck, Harry cursed once he read the scroll. It was a marriage contract tied to the oldest underage boy in the Black family. And the oldest underage girl in the Greengrass family. A marriage contract. Melinda says with a raised eyebrow, who is the unlucky girl and what family are you planning to ruin? Hope was just sitting there quietly while Harry was musing, the Greengrass family. What do you know about them? Melinda took a sip of their tea. Greengrass, huh? They are a somewhat wealthy pure-blood family belonging to the Grey faction. But the current Lord Greengrass heavily supported Voldemort in his crusade, even tough he wasn't a marked Death Eater. After all, where there is war there is a lot of profit to be made. So someone like me. An opportunist. A cold-blooded 1-inch. Melinda looked at Hope then at Harry. What are you planning on doing? Harry looked up. If possible, I would like to break this contract. I do need multiple wives, but that doesn't mean that I would be willing to play stupid politics to get them. If they are willing, then it's all good. If not, I will ruin them and take everything they own. Melinda smirked. Who is a cold-blooded opportunist now? Harry grinned back at her. I never said I wasn't a cold-blooded one. First of all, I need to clear Sirius's name to ruffle a few trees. Then I can deal with everything else. I'm sending him to France. It would be better for him to have no connection with the Americans. Hope POV. Hope watched as Melinda and Harry talked. To say that she wasn't a bit uncomfortable would be a lie. Worst case, Harry would have to marry some unknown girl. Someone who hasn't even met Harry would become his wife. She had been with Harry for years. Doing chores, helping him with his experiments. Tirelessly training to defend him. She was his servant, his assistant, and his bodyguard. And hopefully something more in the future. But this new girl would change things. And probably not for the better. Dumbledore and Benjamin. I demand that you return Harry Potter to his rightful home. Dumbledore yelled at the principal of Salem, who made a sneer that would even make Snape proud. Demand? You demand nothing. Harry Potter has American citizenship. And on what grounds do you want him to return? Harry Potter has already finished his magical education. Which in the eyes of the law makes him an adult, Benjamin says with his fingers crossed and elbows on his desk. Harry Potter is a national hero of magical Britain. You can't deny him his birthright. Dumbledore tried another angle and released a little bit of his magic to play it off as an emotional outburst, but Benjamin's face didn't even flinch. Deny. We aren't denying him anything. Mr. Potter was well informed of his options. But seeing as you people dropped him off one cold November night on a Muggle doorstep, it seemed to me like you didn't want him or care for him at all. And now when he is famous again, you come here to get a piece of the pie. Dumbledore looked offended. Preposterous. James Potter and Lily Potter had already paid for young Harry's education. All 7 years at Hogwarts. Benjamin wasn't amused. I believe I already said that Mr. Potter had already finished his necessary magical education. And unlike Salem, Hogwarts doesn't offer a higher education to their students. Not that you can with your terrible education system. Now you lease dash. Dumbledore started talking, but Benjamin cut him off. Headmaster Dumbledore, he emphasized the headmaster. Part as none of his other titles have any power here. America wasn't a part of the ICW. And when Dumbledore arrived, he did so as the headmaster of Hogwarts. It seems that we will not be able to reach any common ground. So I suggest this. Myself and a few representatives of MACUSA along with Harry Potter will arrive at Britain, where this talk will continue. I believe a refusal from Mr. Potter himself will end this discussion and convince magical Britain to leave him alone. The place, date and time can be negotiated later on. Dumbledore stopped for a moment. Damn this man. But this is good. As soon as Harry arrives, we will welcome him like a hero. I can convince him to talk to a few family friends like Remus and Hagrid. Minerva and Phileas would be more than happy to tell him about his parents. Worst case, I will use the ministry to pressure him by threatening to take away his title and properties. MACUSA has no jurisdiction with Wisingamot matters. Yes. This is acceptable. The minister will be contacting you soon. Good day. With his flashy bright robes, Dumbledore left the office. Stupid old goat, grumbled Benjamin. Good thing we made preparations just for this situation. Mr. Potter is one terrifying kid. But I can't wait to see him stick it to these inbred morons. A/N. Don't worry about the M. Contract in this FIC. I'm using it to show how cold and calculating MC can be. So if you are expecting it to be like every other FIC where they fall in love, or they will all of a sudden realize their differences and live happily ever after, you will be very disappointed XD. I'm leaving their future blank. So I might make them mellow out. But I doubt there will be any love. We will see. Depends on the writing, sometimes it just writes itself. I didn't plan for Shinichi Kodo from Ma Code to end up with both Rumi and Momo. The plan was only Rumi. But the plot was too good and it ended up being both of them. Chapter 22, Greengrass Family. Word count. This chap was hidden on my pat because of the darkish topics XD. Greengrass Manor. A girl was standing near a window looking at the heavy rain. She had honey blonde hair and cold blue eyes. This girl was Daphne Greengrass, the eldest daughter of Cygnus and Ophelia Greengrass. But something was not as it was supposed to be. Daphne Greengrass was 11 years old, yet she looked older than what she should. Pop. A house elf appeared in her room. It was carrying a tray with a couple of potions on it. It looked at the girl with a sad face. "Little miss, it's time for your potions again." Daphne looked at the little creature with slight anger. No, not the creature, she was looking at the tray with anger as tears welled in her eyes. "Leave it on the table, Blinky." The elf bowed its head in sadness. "I'm afraid I can't do that, the master has ordered me to watch you drink all of them." "I apologize." Daphne clenched her fists as she let out a hollow laugh, just like fattening up a pig before slaughter. "But in my case hormonal and puberty enhancers and other beauty potions to make me mature before being sold off as a slave to some Death Eater," she spat out as she drank the potions. Her father had made it very clear how displeased he would be if she didn't. There were pain/torture spells that left no marks. "I can't even kill myself because he ordered me not to cause any harm to myself." Daphne crushed the empty bottles. Blinky said nothing as he fixed the mess and popped away. Daphne sat alone in silence, blaming everyone for her fate. The gods, Merlin, the Wizarding Society for allowing these archaic laws to exist. She was going to suffer the same fate as her mother, maybe even worse. Cygnus didn't lend her mother with anyone. Her husband/warden would definitely be a Death Eater. Or the child of one. She would be bound by the contract living out her life as a sex slave. Her father might as well just sell her to Nocturne Alley like some common whore. At least one, she might be killed there if she begs for mercy from a customer that has some morals. Asterisk knock. Knock asterisk. "Enter," Daphne said in an even tone. The door opened and a little girl entered. She had black hair and the same blue eyes as Daphne. But she was very pale and thin. She was Astoria Greengrass and is 9 years old. "Daphne, father called for a meeting," the little girl said with obvious fear in her voice. She didn't want to watch her mother or sister scream out in pain. Daphne sighed as she made her way to her little sister. She was much taller than her, so she bent down and patted her head. Sometimes she isn't sure if Astoria's curse is really a curse or a blessing. She has a blood curse that has ran in the Greengrass family for generations. A male Dictus curse. The average lifespan of a male Dictus is 40. In their 20s they start to shift in their animal forms. As the years go by, it's harder and harder to shift back into a human, until they turn completely into an animal and then die. Because of her poor health, Astoria can't drink any hormonal potions. And will likely be married off once she finishes Hogwarts. Daphne continued to pat her sister's head to calm her down. "Don't worry, Tori. Just keep quiet and you will be fine." "I'm scared, Daffy." Astoria hugged her, and Daphne flinched slightly because of that comment. Their mother had taken them out in the Muggle world for toy shopping. Astoria saw a cartoon character, Daffy Duck. She was so little, and found it funny to call her that. Unfortunately their father didn't share the same opinion. Cygnus tortured Ophelia in front of Daphne once Astoria fell asleep. For taking his daughters into the Muggle world. They had never told Astoria, not to make her feel bad. But she wasn't allowed to use that word in front of Cygnus. "Let's go, Tori, and dry those tears." Family meeting. Cygnus was sitting in his chair while his wife and daughters stood a bit further away from him. He was holding a big glass of whiskey. The girls knew it was bad news as he always drank one when he was in a bad mood. "Earlier today I have been notified that a marriage contract has come into effect. With the Black family." Ophelia and Daphne's eyes widened at the news, while Astoria was confused. As you know, Daphne was supposed to marry Draco Malfoy as he was the next Lord Black. But seeing as young Draco is still a minor and can't take the lordship, that means another person has just claimed the Black seat. At this point, Daphne was feeling happiness and dread. Happiness that she wouldn't have to marry the blonde Ponce. And dread to who her new husband might be. She was only 11, yet if the man had claimed the lordship right now could be 17, maybe even older. "I am displeased. I was already bargaining with Lucius for the engagement to be sped up. His cold eyes stared at Daphne, almost as if he was daring her to say something. Daphne just kept her eyes lowered and her mouth shut. This marriage contract is for Lord Black. This means there is a new player involved. And Lucius Malfoy's position will be lowered since his son is no longer the next Lord Black. I have already invited the new Lord Black for dinner tomorrow. We will see what kind of character he is and proceed from there. As for Lucius, I will try to make a new contract with Astoria. I want all of you to be on your best behavior. Am I clear? Yes, my lord. Ophelia and her daughters bowed. Astoria had tears coming out of her eyes. Daphne's emotions were all mixed up. She had resigned herself somewhat to a life of cruelty and torture. But now that a new unknown is coming, and her sister will take her place in that hell, she doesn't know what to feel. Next day, Harry arrived at the Greengrasses. So this is Greengrass Manor. Mediocre wards. His magic had already touched their wards and was analyzing them. If that fool thinks he can use the wards to pressure me, he has another thing coming. Depending on his attitude, I might just kill him. Harry was dressed without his green healer's cloak. He opted for a more muggle look just to piss these people off. He wore a dark-colored coat, a dark green turtleneck, some black pants and some shoes. All of them were made with the best materials, they were enchanted, and very expensive. But he has more money to last him a few lifetimes, so he bought himself a whole new wardrobe. A small pop happened and an elf showed up in front of him. It was wearing a dark green cloth, with grass patterns on it. Leafy be guiding you inside. Leafy, heh. Well, at least this lord is not an idiot. Image is everything. His elf is dressed better and treated better than the dark faction. This will always be a plus for those light-side hippies and will put new business partners at ease. Harry followed the elf inside. Inside the manor, the Greengrass family was waiting. The lord at the front and his wife and daughters a little bit behind him. Harry could see the men resisting a sneer when he saw how he was dressed. Lord Black, I presume. He raised an eyebrow. Harry smirked at him. Lord Harry Potter Black. Like hell, I'm telling him that my name is Hadrian. The less people that know that fact the better. Quite convenient that the whole world thinks it's Harry. Cygnus's jaw dropped. All of his pureblood training and occlumency training could not have prepared him for this. His wife and daughters were no better. All of them looked at his eyes and then at the tiny scar on his forehead. That was barely visible. That photo wasn't fake. Cygnus thought to himself. The British government has denied that the boy in America was Harry Potter as he looked too old. The boy who lived. Ophelia was looking at the boy with shock. Harry Potter is going to be my husband. I'm saved. Daphne, on the other hand, felt relieved she was safe. Harry Potter. He looks different but cool. He is a hero. Is he coming to save us from the bad guy? But the only bad guy here is Father. The young Astoria was looking at Harry with awe. Cygnus, despite still being shocked, composed himself fairly quickly. Ehem, shall we take this to the dining table? Leafy can take your coat. Harry smiled at the men and snapped his fingers. The hosts were confused until Harry just stepped forward and got out of his coat, yet the coat stayed still floating in the air. Find a hanger and wait until I leave. The coat nodded and floated away to hang itself. Shall we? Harry asked the dumbfounded hosts. For people who have lived with magic and gone to a school that had a talking hat. They sure were surprised by a sentient coat. A few minutes later they found themselves at the dinner table, with various types of dishes popping up. So Lord Black. That's quite the outfit you have. Harry immediately realized what the man's play was. Ah, I'm glad you noticed. This is currently the hot topic of wizarding fashion in France. All the young gentlemen are dressed like this. Really? Ophelia asked with a look of surprise. Cygnus was surprised as well, but it looks so muggle. Harry smiled. The design might be similar, but it was crafted with the finest materials including acromantula silk, and enchanted by the best in the field. This turtleneck alone cost 600 galleons. Well, a lot more since Melinda and me were the ones who actually enchanted them. This turtleneck is almost immune to low levels of physical force and can handle most of the classic dark spells. Daphne and Astoria choked on their drinks when they heard the price. The surprising thing was that Cygnus didn't say a word about their bad manners. He just looked at Harry with an indifferent look. I see. Ah, so he is finally using a clemency to clamp down on his emotions, Harry thought inwardly, while wandlessly and silently checking the food and drinks for poisons without anyone knowing. So Lord Black, what are your opinions about this contract? Ophelia asked politely, as she had done many times before. Her husband had already given her a few questions that she should ask. After all, it would not look good if only the lord of the house talked all night. Harry looked at the woman. Well, allow me to be frank. I couldn't care less. I have come here to see if it's possible to cancel the marriage contract. After all, I gain no benefits from it. Daphne looked shocked. She clenched her fist under the table and bit the inside of her cheek. The little clemency she used not to cry. Her hopes and dreams for freedom were just mercilessly crushed at the hands of the heartless boy in front of her. Now let's not jump at any decisions, Lord Black. I for one can think of many ways that we could make this mutually beneficial, Cygnus said with a glint in his eyes. Harry raised an eyebrow. Really? And how do you suppose we do that? Cygnus let out a small grin. Well, as you are still young, you are not as knowledgeable about politics and economics as me, so I suggest that we. Harry just sat there and looked in disbelief as Lord Greengrass made some outrageous claims. He insulted Harry's intelligence and said that should Harry hand over control over his assets, Cygnus would use them to invest in some things that would make them both rich. Then he suggested that Harry meet some of his friends and talk about a few laws they could make with his votes. Something about using Harry's money to bribe a few ministry officials. All in all, it could be summed up to, you are a young brat who knows nothing. Give me control over your assets as I can use them much better than you. You are a part of my family now, you listen to me. His attitude pisses Harry off. Never had he met a man like this. Just his voice annoyed Harry. And he was still talking. Harry had enough of his blabbering. He grinned at the men and opened his mouth. $, paralyze. One word. Rather, one hiss. And all the Greengrasses froze in place. Lord Greengrass immediately tried to cast a wandless and wordless finite. But it wasn't working. Harry was much more powerful than him, and Parseltongue magic requires more magic to break in the first place. Harry peeked into his mind and grinned. The wards won't do anything to me. I have been messing with their configuration ever since I have arrived here. You have made a very big and stupid mistake. You thought you could control and manipulate me for one. Force me to become your pawn in your useless politics. Annoy the hell out of me. Insult my intelligence and family. But your single biggest mistake was believing you were more powerful than me. Now you will pay the price. I will take everything from you. Enjoy hell. Cygnus Greengrass. Harry pointed his wand at the men. Legilimency. Cygnus started to trash a bit even after being bound by Harry's spell. But they were small movements. He soundlessly screamed out as Harry broke down his occlumency shields and searched through his memories. I need to get better than this. I need more wizards to practice my legilimency on. But this will do for now. The Greengrass family had been in the herb-producing and import-export business for generations. They have a lot of knowledge on rare herbs and where to find them, who to buy them from, and who to sell them to. This trip wasn't wasted after all. The girls watched in horror as blood started to leak out of Cygnus's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. They were terrified that a boy so young could sow something so cruel. After a few minutes, Harry stopped his spell. He had learned everything he needed to know. On second thought, hell is too good for you, and on the off chance someone summons your soul, you would blab about me. Harry raised his hand and a green flame appeared on it. Burn to ash and become a part of my strength. The green flame burned his body to ash and absorbed Cygnus's soul, slowly pulling it back into Harry's emerald earring, where he keeps captured souls and slowly refining them and absorbing the finished pure soul energy. Now then, he turned to the ladies. The girls and Ophelia were terrified. I will remove the spell. Any screaming and fighting will be punished severely. So I suggest you remain calm. Ophelia quickly pulled her daughters behind her. What do you want with us? She asked the boy, no, the monster that was in front of her. In her own home, with all its protections, they were helpless against him. This family now belongs to me and all of its possessions. You will sign a contract to keep quiet and obey me. In return, I will give you some freedom and guarantee your safety. You, Ophelia, will handle all of the business transactions for your house. I got the knowledge from your husband, I will teach you. For the youngest Astoria, I saw from his memories that you are cursed and he was planning to sell you off to the Malfoy brat. That won't happen. You can choose your husband, and if I approve of him you can marry him. As for your curse, I'm quite interested in studying and breaking it. Really? The little girl said hopefully. Harry nodded. I am a researcher at heart. I love to tinker with things, and a blood curse sounds interesting. I have a 50% chance of breaking it with just a few ideas off the top of my head, so don't worry about that. Ophelia put her arm around Astoria's shoulder. Thank you. Harry then turned to the eldest daughter, Daphne Greengrass. I will be honest, I came here with the intention of breaking this marriage contract, but now I see that's impossible. Daphne was stunned, tears welling in her eyes. Why? She managed to speak up. Harry clicked his tongue. You can thank our great-grandfathers for that. I thought I could simply break it, but as soon as I saw you, our family magic started to act up. You probably can't feel it, but as I am more sensitive to magic, it's incredibly annoying to me. If I were to break the contract, it would just stay there, and I do not want to live with what's basically a fly always buzzing in my ears. The contract is for us to be married when we both turn 17 and to have 2 children. After that is completed, I don't care what you do as long as you don't cheat on me or do something to embarrass my family. You will finish your current doses of potions for hormone enhancement. Stopping too early is also dangerous. After they are done you will never need to drink them again. You will not be the only woman in my life. The Potter family is down to its last man. Me. I plan to rebuild my family and form a clan or coven. That means more women to bear my children. Am I clear? Daphne nodded, fighting back the tears in her eyes. He kills without blinking as if it's as easy and normal as breathing. In her mind, he was suddenly a bigger monster than her father. One that took control over her family and now their lives are in his hand. And she would have to marry him, sleep with him until she bears him 2 children. Tears streamed down her face, life just wasn't fair. She quickly whipped them away. But this is better. I only have to give him 2 children. And he will leave me alone. He won't touch me until I'm an adult. And I won't be used as a bargaining chip and be raped and tortured by Death Eaters. Daphne looked at the spot where Cygnus was burned to ash, but now I'm terrified. That he will just kill me for looking at him wrong. Life really just wasn't fair. A/N. Keep in mind that this is just a mature 11-year-old. I have been reading about old societies and young marriages. Where older men basically take children for wives. And man, is it fucked up. Very fucked up. I tried to make her a bit more mature, mostly based on a rough childhood and magic. Children who had a rough or bad childhood mature way faster. They have seen the world for what it is. Add magic that changes your body, and you get what direction I'm going for. Tell me what you think. Did you like it, or hate it? Opinions about the marriage contract. The fact that it won't be, oh I realize that I love him now, or Harry falls in love with the beautiful Slytherin, like other Daphne/Harry fics. I like how Harry didn't even think about it, he just straight up took over a family for business. All because Cygnus tried to manipulate him. Harry saw an opportunity and took it. Now he has easier access to growing and finding herbs, combined with his pots. A monopoly will soon be formed. And this is just Daphne's initial thoughts. Again, she is 11, so her way of thinking is still a bit naive. Chapter 23, Experiment and Meeting. Word count. On the ship. Harry just gave the Greengrasses a rundown of the supernatural world. To say that they were shocked would be an understatement. Lady Greengrass passed out. Astoria and Daphne were just terrified. As they say, ignorance is bliss. Well, now that they know what's waiting out there in the big bad world. That there are people who are thousands of times stronger than Voldemort. They might actually train or just study more to protect themselves. Or they will just continue their lives as usual. How I wonder what they will choose, Harry mused as he pointed at Lady Greengrass. Innovate. The spell brought the woman back from unconsciousness. Rise and shine. So what do you think about the world now? It's scary, Astoria said with tears gathering in their eyes. It sucks even more, Daphne said bluntly. She started expressing herself more once she realized Harry didn't give a damn about her and how she talks. As long as she doesn't insult anyone in the household she would be fine. And it's also the way Harry talks. My life seems to be like a downward spiral. The only question is how far does it go? With my luck all the way to hell. Oh wait, there are people living in hell. You just basically told me that humans are like livestock for the different factions and that all of us wizards are just barely stronger than humans. With the exceptions of Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and the Dark Lord. Harry just facepalmed at the woman's words. Why are you magical so stupid? First, you tell me that you believe that magic is something that is determined at birth, then you call Moldy Shorts a Dark Lord and Grindelwald just by his name. He was a much better Dark Lord than Tom Riddle. Riddle fought a war in a tiny island and he could only win by using terror and guerrilla tactics. If you wizards had a bit more brain you would realize that you outnumber them like 15 to 1. There are around 3,000 wizards and witches in Britain. Around 200 of them were Death Eaters. Just surround the morons in a semicircle cast, Avada Kedavra, and watch them fall like birds. Now that I think about it, magic is kind of rare in Brighton. Only 42 wizards in 1 million humans. Then again, these idiots keep killing each other off. While the American Wizarding Society is thriving. Pathetic, such long history reduced to this. Got off topic. The girls stood there as they listened to Harry's rant. Grindelwald terrorized all of Europe and even a bit of the US. Now that is a Dark Lord. Apparently the only wizard with any IQ at all because he realized that magic can be increased through training. Voldemort used a lot of rituals, and Dumbledore's now using some due to his old age getting in the way. Wait. I know for sure that Grindelwald used rituals, Ophelia spoke up. Harry rolled his eyes. Different kind of rituals. I use rituals. But not to directly increase my strength. Mine act more as support or to increase mental functions. Oh, and you will be training. I refuse to hold your hand through everything. You can also learn magecraft. That's what magicians use, the ones you look down on so much. Harry got their attention again. Dumbledore, Voldemort and Grindelwald only reached mid-class. The strongest wizards from all around the world as far as my knowledge goes reached the beginning of the high class through years of training. Most magicians easily reach mid-class and the strongest even ultimate class. Those are the people you look down on. The reason why wizards are still alive is because magicians deem it beneath them to eliminate you. Would you go out of your way just to kill a few monkeys for jumping around and making fun of you? Astoria raised her hand, no. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at the little girl, correct. Have some chocolate, he threw her a small chocolate bar. Their lessons were interrupted by Hope as she entered the room. The ladies looked at her with very looks. Mostly because of her eyes. Ophelia was the first to speak, Harry, I don't mean to be rude. But you brought us to this ship and started lessons immediately. Who is this girl and how many people are exactly on this ship? Harry just paused, oh right. I forgot. Honestly, I just wanted to get the data dump out of the way. This is Hope Michelson. Hope did a little bow, I am Harry's servant and assistant. Hope is a tribrid. Wizard, werewolf, and vampire. She can completely dominate any wizard in low class even at her age. She will also most likely be Lady Potter. So keep that in mind. Anyway, what is it, Hope? Harry turned to the girl to find her blushing and her ears were red. You said to remind you when it's time for today's dangerous spell creation. Harry immediately stood up. Fuck, that was today. Ha. Making you my assistant was the best decision I made. I would be lost in my multitasking. Everybody grab your things. You are about to see something special. Oh Astoria, you will have to stay on the ship. You can read some books or you can go and relax under the sun. We will be right back. Aw. Astoria pouted but her mother gave her a look that sent the little girl running off. But not before she stuck her tongue out and ran while laughing. In the desert at night. A different one, since Harry usually blows stuff up, leaving a noticeable mark. Why did you keep Tori on the ship? Ophelia asked calmly, but this time Melinda answered. Because the brat is about to do something incredibly dangerous. Greetings, I am Melinda Bowen, this brat's master. Ophelia gaped at the older woman. Harry Potter's master? I wonder if I can be counted as a master these days. After all, the only thing I taught him was basic knowledge and enchanting. Melinda thought to herself. Everybody. I suggest you back away a bit. Harry called out. Hope and Melinda already knew the drill. Ophelia and Daphne were confused before they quickly followed the pair. Harry pulls out his book and the fountain pen floats by itself. On the book there was just one big title. Heido 90, Kurohitsuji. Each spell Harry tries to recreate has its own book. Along with all the calculations and failures. Harry documents everything. When finished, the final version goes in his personal grimoire. Heido 90, Kurohitsuji, Test 69. After the last failure, I have changed up the arithmeticy and the magecraft calculations. Trying a different method to create the black panels. Also likely that this move, like always, will drain me of all my mana. Harry starts to talk and the pen was writing by itself. It wrote in spaced and neat cursive. This experiment will be used on a captured low-level Death Eater. Capturing him was simple, dangle an animated golem in children's clothes in front of the devil. And he jumped right in to consume the mana-rich child. Everybody, shields up. Melinda and Hope quickly pulled up some shields. Ophelia pulled Daphne behind her and cast a Protego. A/N first is Jap chant, then English below it. You can skip the Jap one. Harry closed his eyes and started to focus on his mana. He raised his staff in front of him to help him focus better. His occlumency and mind-enhancing spells were working in overtime. Harry started to chant. Nijimade Sekondaku no Mancho, Fusanaru Kyoki no Utsuwa. Wakiagari Haitishi, Shibayar Matataki, Namuri o Samatajiru. Hakasuru Tetsu no Ojo, Tizu Jikaisaru Doro no Ninjio. Ketsugosio, Henpatsusio. Chi Ni Michi, Honor no Murioku o Shire. The oozing crest of corruption. Arrogant vessel of madness. Deny the seething urge. Stun and flicker. Disrupt sleep. Crawling queen of iron. The eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Repulse. Fill with earth and know your own powerlessness. As soon as Harry finished the chant, a purple energy beam shot out of his staff and appeared near the Death Eater. The energy split into 8 parts, forming corners of a cube around the Death Eater. A human-sized cube. Soon purplish-black panels started appearing. Ugh. I can't move, the Death Eater grunted. Strong gravity started to press down on him. One by one panels started to complete the cube, completely trapping the men inside. Soon, the purple-black energy formed sword-like protrusions on the surface, bulge, lumps. Harry slammed his staff in the ground and yelled out, Hado 90, Kuro Hitsuji, black coffin. Asterisk splitch. Asterisk. All the black swords pierced inwards. A loud noise was heard from inside the box. The sound of dozens of swords cutting into flesh. Thud. Harry fell on one knee, and started to breathe heavily. But that didn't stop him from grinning like a madman. Success, the force of gravity was off and it took too long for the box to form. But version 1 of Hado 90 is complete. Not usable in combat until I reach high class though. End experiment. The spell went away, leaving a crushed and cut piece of flesh on the ground. It didn't even look human anymore. Daphne had to stop herself from throwing up. But she and her mother were thoroughly horrified. An 11-year-old had created such a horrifying spell. They felt the amount of magic that was used to power it. And it gave them goosebumps. Harry Potter was monster in human skin. That wasn't the power of a human. Even the Dark Lord couldn't do that. Aw. I'm so tired, Harry whined as he rolled his shoulder, poking the bones in his neck and shoulders. But I finally did it. Hado 90 version 1 is fully functional, he grinned. Mr. Potter. What is Hado? Ophelia asked politely. She realized that 90 was a number that was given to a spell. But the Hado part confused her. Harry raised an eyebrow. I categorize these chant spells of mine into 3 categories. Hado, Bakudo, and Kaido. Way of destruction, way of binding and way of healing. Each one has 100 spells. Harry didn't mention that most of the spots in all 3 categories are empty. He still hasn't managed to recreate them. And in the case of the ones that were never shown, he would create his own spells and put them in there. 300 original spells. Ophelia's world was spinning. The same with her daughter. Both were now fully terrified of the sheer talent the boy in front of them possessed. Ophelia felt like laughing out loud. He was right. Dumbledore, Voldemort and Grindelwald, he has more talent in his little pinky than all 3 of those magical titans combined. I truly wonder if magical Britain will remain standing once he is done with it. Well, let's go home. Tomorrow I have to go to the French ministry to get a certain mud exonerated. Before someone actually sends him to the gallows. A few days later. In the grass clearing near Hogwarts. This was chosen to be neutral ground for this meeting. But the British ministry was not happy. Not in the least. They had received news the day before yesterday that Sirius Black was cleared of all charges in the French ministry. That Sirius Black was innocent of all crimes and the real culprit Peter Pettigrew was in their custody. They had drowned the men in Veritaserum and confirmed the story with their version of the Department of Mystery. Naturally, they very publicly denied that statement, going as far as to print the story. But Amelia Bones knew that the French ministry would never do this without any proof. So she went to Azkaban to check up on Sirius, where she was horrified to find nothing. Not only that, but most of the cells in this area of Azkaban were filled with burned corpses. But all of the charms were still showing that they were alive. She quickly sounded the alarm. She rushed out of the high-security area to berate the guards for not noticing, only for when she turned around to see everything is normal in the high-security area. There was a large-scale illusion placed on the arch that connected to the high-security area. The guards rarely went there. Why would they when they can just send the Dementors in? Every once in a while they would take a peek and see if everything was all right. The news broke out very quickly. Someone had broken into Azkaban. Killed all the prisoners in the high-security area except for Sirius Black and Bellatrix Lestrange. They had learned that the incident had happened a few days ago. And they were only made aware of it because the French ministry had cleared Sirius of all charges. This was obviously a big embarrassment. Fudge and Britain are turned into a laughingstock by the world. Not only were they wrong, they didn't even have control over their own prison. Someone walked and killed some prisoners and broke out 2 of them. Without anybody noticing anything. Dumbledore quickly tires to get access to Sirius, as the men had legal guardianship over Harry. And it would be a disaster if the knowledge Sirius had got out in the public. Not to mention the man was most likely the next Lord Black. Sirius and the French ministry denied him access. This sent Dumbledore into a bit of a panic mode. If Sirius and Harry were to meet, he shuddered at the thought. Now the staff of Hogwarts alongside with a few ministry officials and Wisengamot members were waiting for the American representatives and Harry Potter to arrive. The entire area was covered with Aurors. They couldn't risk messing up this meeting. Alongside Aurors, there were an equal amount of reporters. Much to the disappointment and anger of the Daily Prophet, who wanted full coverage on the story. Every newspaper agency from around the world had sent someone to Hogwarts. Damn the Americans for spreading the news about this meeting, Dumbledore cursed in his mind. With this many people and reporters here, he can't manipulate the situations as he would have liked. Crack. The international portkey had arrived alongside with the American representatives. The reporters immediately started to take pictures. Dumbledore flinched slightly when he saw the figure that was approaching him. Grandmaster Vincent Griffith. The person who holds authority on potions. He was the Nicholas Flamel of the potion world. And was even older than him. Dumbledore, Vincent said in his gruff voice, I hear you are trying to steal my prized student away from me. How bold of you. Dumbledore had a hard time containing himself. This is why he disliked Vincent so much. The man was too blunt. He didn't play the politics game at all. It irked him of how much more valuable the man was in front of him. Dumbledore may be the only alchemist in Britain. But America had dozens of alchemists. And even among them, there were few that could compare to Grandmaster Vincent Griffith in terms of value. The man didn't even need to play politics. He just tells the government what he wants and they deliver. Are they going to say no to him? When he could potentially brew the potion that someday might save their lives. Dumbledore quickly put on his kind face mask. Ah, Vincent. Nothing of the sort, I assure you. I am just trying to get Harry to reconnect with his heritage. His mother and father would have wanted him to go to Hogwarts. They had already paid for his education. Vincent scoffed. Harry has already finished his magical education. And you want him to waste more time here? Dumbledore avoided the question. There will be a chance to answer it, but now is not the time. Speaking of, where is young Mr. Potter? I don't see him among you. Vincent smirked. He will be here soon. His method of travel isn't suited for old men like us. Dumbledore was confused before the sky started to rumble. Everybody looked upwards to see a greenish-red lightning portal appear in the clouds. Many wizards drew out their wands thinking it was an enemy, only for a giant snake head to appear out of the portal the next moment. Many people yelled out in fear. The strong ones just frowned at the snake. As it passed, they started to notice more and more details about it. As its head passed, there were feathers of different colors all over its body, and once it passed through, it spread out its giant feathered wings. Is that a Quetzalcoatl? Dumbledore asked dumbly. But headmaster. Weren't those extinct hundreds of years ago? Snape, who was beside him, asked. Heh, not as extinct as you would think. Nobody harm it, Vincent yelled out, and people listened to his command. As the snake approached the ground, people started to point. Hey, is that a person on its back? Everybody looked closely, as there was indeed someone there. The Quetzalcoatl gently landed and lowered its head. From it a boy jumped on the ground. He had black hair and bright emerald-colored eyes. An emerald earring on his left ear. He wore dragon-hide boots and pants along with a black acromantula silk t-shirt under his dark green coat. He also carried a golden metal staff. With rings on its top. It looked more like one of those old staff that monks used to carry with them. He also carried a snake around his neck. He looked nothing like the books, thought the British wizards. Harry looked at his pocket watch and smiled. Right on time. Let's begin this meeting, shall we? Harry Potter. The boy who lived has arrived. A/N. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. Not a familiar or a pet. You will see the next chap XD. Harry took it to make a false impression on the British wizards. This is war. Misinformation is a powerful tool. Is Harry a Buddhist? Is he religious? Is the staff magical? Does he like these sorts of things? And when they come prepared to judge him about it later on, he can just say, oh, I just like the design, but got bored of it. He can mess with them all he wants. But mostly, people won't be that suppressed when he gets another staff in the future. A real magic staff. They will think it's just another one of his quirks. Opinions, people. Please XD. Chapter 24, Meeting Between Delegates. Word count. Power scaling rant at the end of the chapter. A few hours earlier. Harry, you are going to be late. How do you expect to arrive at Hogwarts on time? Are you going to teleport? Melinda looked at Harry, who was lying around. Relax, stress isn't good for women your age. And besides, I have already called a taxi. Melinda was speechless. Besides the fact that they were in the middle of the ocean. How would a taxi get him on time to Britain from here, even if it could fly? Harry, have you been trying drugs on yourself? I know you said you wanted to expand in the black market, but that's still dangerous. Harry said nothing but just pointed to the sky. And almost immediately the sky began to rumble. She looked up to see a huge figure coming out of the clouds. Oh. That's how, Melinda said dumbly as she was looking at the approaching figure. A big Quetzalcoatl was coming straight for their ship. Ha ha ha, Harry, right on time as always. Vincent smiled at his talented student and then at the giant snake behind him. I strive to be punctual. He turned to the snake behind him and hissed, $thanks for the ride, Stella $. The giant snake bowed its head to Harry and hissed back, $thank you for choosing Quetzal Airline. The best method of travel for parcel mouths. Please call us again when you decide to travel. The snake said in a voice very similar to the air hostesses on a plane. To the public, it looked like Harry had owned and controlled the snake. But in reality, he just paid for a taxi. The Quetzalcoatl were a very intelligent and secretive species. They saw that they were being hunted and fled in secrecy. But they still needed more than what they could hunt themselves. Along with some expensive plants for their young. Plants that mages and other magical creatures grew and defended. So they made an agreement with the Order of Healers. They would transport their members around the world in exchange. They wanted food, magical plants, and potions to help strengthen their children while they grew. The Quetzalcoatl named Stella flew away into the sky before opening a portal and leaving. Well, let's get this thing going. I have to get back to my experiments. You have 1 hour. Harry started to walk to the large circular table. Right as he reached his seat, he stabbed the staff in the ground and walked forward. But his green coat started to float midair. He took off his coat by just walking forward. Then the coat hung itself on the staff with the back of the coat facing the table. Everybody saw the giant Order of Healers symbol. The big cross has a snake draped on it, along with detached wings and a crown. This is probably an attempt at King Arthur's Round Table. Maybe to appeal to my British heritage. Nice play, by the way. But kinda stupid. The Round Table was a place where all the knights could sit in symbolic equality, with no one at the head of the table. The table represents equality. Yet here are the British and American ministry along with some extremely high-profile people. Dumbledore and Vincent are just a few. The Hogwarts staff was here as well. Remus too. Harry had even spotted an extremely old man hiding in the crowd. One that looked very similar to the description of Flammel. And interestingly enough, Professor Quirrell was wearing a turban. Heh. So Voldemort has already possessed him. Ah, Harry. It's a pleasure to finally have you among us. Minister Fudge said happily. He was a somewhat fat old man with rumpled gray hair while wearing a hat. Harry just signed, "It's Mr. Potter." Minister. Or going by your rules, it's Lord Potter. This sent a wave of surprise to everyone. Hem. Mr. Potter, I believe you are mistaken. After all, you are too young to be a lord. Umbridge said in an annoying high-pitched voice. She looked like someone tried to transfigure her into a frog but stopped halfway, then the color changed all of her clothes pink. Who the fuck are you? Harry said with boredom in his voice. Umbridge's face grew red. How dare you? I am the undersecretary of the minister, she shrieked slightly. Harry scoffed. Then your job is to take notes and push papers. I suggest you shut up and do so. And the goblins definitely gave you the information. Why you don't have it is none of my concern. A little more than a week ago I received my lordship due to an old Potter charter. He raised his hand showing his Potter ring. The entire thing was pure gold. It had a big styled P on it in red color, while on the back were 2 Roman short swords. At the bottom of the crest were 2 tiny pots, and plant vines came from them and went out of the crest to decorate the entire ring in strange mesmerizing patterns. The people there immediately realized what this meant. They weren't dealing with a genius child anymore. He was a lord, completely in charge of his house and its decisions. The reporters were quickly writing this down. It was a big scoop. Most people from the British side were unhappy about the news. They had fewer options to get him to go to Hogwarts. He was a lord who had already finished his education. No. How did that brat manage to do this? His accounts were frozen, and in the first place, he wasn't even in Britain. I have a mole in Gringotts who gives me information. Why do I even pay that greedy little bugger if he doesn't tell me when Harry arrives? And now that he is a lord, I can't sneak in a marriage contract with little Ginevra, Dumbledore screamed on the inside. He wasn't even aware that the Potter account manager was dead. He was decapitated by the director of Gringotts. But Dumbledore still put up his mask. The kind old man persona. Ah. That is excellent news, Harry. May I ask what old charter did you use? Harry's eyes locked on Dumbledore as if daring him to do something. It's Mr. Potter, Dumbledore. I will not be repeating myself again. And it's none of your business. What is your business is to return all of my family artifacts that you have in your possession. Dumbledore was shocked, to say the least. He was not expecting Harry to be so aggressive towards him, and how much did he know? He still smiled. What artifacts do you speak of? Harry snorted. Don't play dumb, it doesn't suit a man of your position. I am speaking about all the little artifacts you borrowed from my father and never returned. Books, trinkets, and most importantly the Potter family cloak. I want them all back. Damn it, how did he know I have it? Did Sirius tell him about it? I knew I should have killed him. Ah yes. I will of course be returning them when I can. Sadly for him, that excuse didn't go with Harry. You have 1 hour. If I do not get them by then, I will be going to extreme measures, which will include the ICW freezing all of your assets as collateral. After all, you are a wizard, are you not? Just to your home and get them. Dumbledore didn't even have to fake his shock. And this was all done very publicly. The people at this meeting were starting to mumble. His credibility was dropping. Fast. Damn it. I gave some of those trinkets to some important people for political backing at the ICW. Damn this brat. Of course. Give me a moment. Dumbledore raised his wand, expecto patronum. A phoenix patronus appeared. Normally you have to talk to it for it to go send a message. But Dumbledore has been alive for a long time. He knows a lot of tricks. He tapped the head of the phoenix with his wand and transferred the message. The patronus flew off into the sky and disappeared. There, the artifacts will arrive shortly. Dumbledore smiled and Vincent scoffed, they should have been with you from the start. If I was in your place I would have used this opportunity to give them directly with Harry. Vincent rubbed it in, discrediting the headmaster even further. This was the most fun he had had in years. Everyone saw that Harry didn't object to Vincent calling him by his first name, and then they remembered that it was natural that they were close. After all, Vincent is his potions teacher. It had slipped my mind, Dumbledore said casually, but on the inside, he was seething. Dumbledore, why do you have another one of my family's artifacts in your hand? Harry started at the old man. He was not amused. Excuse me. This time he was confused. He looked at his hands only to see his wand. But then it clicked to him. The Elder Wand. Harry knows about the Deathly Hallows, he said. My family. It can't be. Harry raised his hand again, showing a black ring, on which you could barely see some lines. There was a circle inside a triangle, then a straight line that cut them in half. The symbol of the Deathly Hallows, or rather the Peverell family. Harry had already gone to the Marvolo house. He had all of Voldemort's knowledge. It was simple to disable the wards and get the ring. Harry gained another piece of Tom's soul, which he consumed with the green fire. As you can see, I am the head of House Peverell. What you hold in your hand is the Peverell wand. Harry's words caused instant chaos. The Peverell wand. The Elder Wand. It's real. So that's why Dumbledore is so powerful. It's because of the wand. Look at the ring. It's a black stone. Another hollow. Voldemort was shocked. He has my ring. How? And how does Dumbledore have the Elder Wand? This continued for a full minute before the principal of Salem, Benjamin, raised his wand in the air. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom star. He created a few explosions high up in the air. And then cast a Saronis on himself. Calm down, please. So that we may move on. Mr. Potter has made it clear that he can only stay here for 1 hour. If that happens, nobody gets anything that they want. The crowd quickly quieted down, but many people were eyeing the wand and stone with greed in his eyes. Fudge turned to Dumbledore. Is that really the Elder Wand? The one forged by death itself? And you never told the ministry that you have an artifact like this? His face was red. This could have been excellent publicity for Britain. Harry just let out a sigh. Really? Forged by death? That was just a story the brothers made up to make themselves more famous. Someone later down in time made use of their bragging to turn it into a proper story with a moral lesson. I know, I checked the Peverell records. The wand's bloody history came from people's greed. Ironically, the wand does increase the strength of the spells by a tiny bit. It can only shine in the hands of a true Peverell. I will be taking this back, Dumbledore. Before the old man could even object, Harry raised his ring, by the command of the head of the house. I order the Peverell wand to return to the head of house. The ring glowed in a black light. The wand in Dumbledore's hands flew out at high speed. Like a blur seemed to suddenly appear in front of Harry. The green-eyed boy used the sharp part of the ring to cut a small line on his hand. He then grabbed the wand with the bloody hand. The wand glowed in a black-red light, signifying that it accepted Harry as its rightful owner. Lucius Malfoy cleared his throat. Lord Potter, or should I say Lord Peverell. You said that the Deathly Hallows were exaggerated. What do you mean? Harry looked at the men. The Peverells were experts in ritual magic and enchanting. The wand, cloak and stone were created from the best material. Enchanted with special runes and spells, and a ritual was used on them. For better performance. That is the secret of the wand and cloak. The stone doesn't actually even summon the dead. It summons their ghost. It's based on the ritual, Speak to the Dead, which is commonly used to communicate with past ancestors in some parts of the world. But the ritual can only be done on Samhain and with some rare materials. The second brother wanted to speak to his deceased wife with his son. So he created a way to skip the day and the materials needed. He basically turned a ritual into a spell. That is what the ring is. Does this explain your question? Harry raised an eyebrow at the man. Lucius just nodded. Yes, thank you, it was quite enlightening. And he wasn't the only one. The tale of the three brothers is known worldwide. To hear the real history, it was a big thing. Pardon, Monsieur Potter. A French reporter called out. Harry turned to her, Madame Chloe Blanchett from Live Magique. The young woman was certainly surprised. It showed on her face. You remember me? I am flattered. Ah, yes. So the second brother didn't die. Everyone turned to Harry. They were also curious. Harry shook his head and petted the head of the snake that was laying around his neck. The brothers faked their deaths. The first brother really did die and his wand was taken from him, but it happened when he was quite old. The other two just died out of old age. It's quite silly. The wand can be recreated, in fact, I'm sure that it was. But this particular wand has caused too much damage over the years. Countless have died for it. What I have done earlier is change it with my family magic. It can now only be used by me and my children. So will the stone and the cloak. This shocked other people. There was only one way to do this. A blood bind. But blood magic and ritual magic was banned in Britain. Lord Potter. Amelia Bones from Mile spoke up. Are you aware that blood magic is banned in magical Britain? Harry just shrugs. No, it is not. It's just banned to use it without authorization. Blood quills, for example, are used by Gringotts and the Ministry. And for your information, that little spell was Peveril family magic. As I'm sure you are aware, family magic can't be used as a reason for an arrest. Madame Bones just nods. Her Potter. How did you acquire your familiar? A reporter from Germany asked. The snake on his shoulders perked up. It hissed a few times and the two other snakes came out of the green robe that was hanging off the staff. Surprising quite a few people. Harry raised an eyebrow at them. I got my familiars in India during my training with the Order of Healers. I picked up quite a few. Familiars. Plural. Fudge looked like he had found gold. Dumbledore was also excited while Fawkes was an excellent familiar. A few more would boost his fame. He clapped his hands. What an excellent discovery, Lord Potter. I'm sure many wizards and witches around the world would love to get a familiar for themselves. This will be quite the event when you share the method. Harry just frowned. No, I will not. Mr. Dumbledore, don't spread misinformation. It doesn't suit a man of your position. I haven't said a single thing about sharing this magic. This magic will remain as Potter family magic. Only usable by me and my family. Mr. Potter. Surely you can reconsider. After all, a boy and quite a famous one at that. A celebrity of your stature shouldn't be so selfish and narrow-minded. Think about the wizarding kind, Lucius says politely with a smile. Lucius tried to steer the conversation that Harry was being selfish and not thinking about the wizarding kind. Inwardly he was cheering with glee. A familiar was more than just a magical pet. It was a symbol of status. That you are a powerful wizard. He has been trying to get one for years. Harry turns it around and faces him. Then why doesn't House Malfoy share theirs? After all, you have been bragging about how powerful and useful your family magic is. It is one of the main reasons why the House of Malfoy is so rich in the first place. Malfoy was stumped. Well, I am afraid I cannot due to some family oaths, he managed to say with a slightly embarrassed look. Acting the part of a nobleman whose hands are tied. That's too bad. Well, I guess House Potter will also be making a few oaths. Now then, we have wasted enough time. Let's get down to the real reason I am here while I wait for Dumbledore to return my belongings. Harry looked at Dumbledore and Fudge. Why in the name of Merlin would I want to go back to Hogwarts? A/N long rant, power scaling rant. I plan to explain it later in the FIC. But the comments just don't stop. XD. That's all for this chap. Negotiations start the next one. I like how Harry downplayed the Deathly Hallows. In my FIC, those will be made with countless people used in sacrificial rituals. That's what makes the Hallows so strong. In my mind. The Philosopher's Stone is the same. Just like in FMA, Brotherhood. And I know about the thing with Grindelwald. But I still don't buy it. Protego Diabolica is a defense spell first and foremost. And that spell has the power to destroy Paris? Doubt it. Even if he used Fiend Fire to do it. It would take a while for the flames to spread across Paris. The way classes are done in DxD is how much power you can dish out at once. Hence low class, destroy a house or two. Think Issei and Wizards. Mid-class, basically Rias level at the start of DxD, a mid-class being can easily destroy a street block. So let's say around 15 to 20 houses. It must be casually done. So Dumbledore, Grindelwald, Voldemort. Mana-wise they are about a bit better than Rias. But they have a lot more experience than her and can easily beat her. All three of them can easily destroy a street block and still have a lot of juice left. I know they can destroy a village or city. But it's going to take them time. Destroying a few city areas is a high class for me. Affecting an entire city is just the entry level of ultimate class. Destroying a whole city is a sign of a true ultimate class. That's how I decided to rank the classes. So when people say why Grindelwald is mid-class, this is why: he can dish out high-class attacks. But not easily. Can he destroy Paris? Yes. Can he do it easily? No. And I have to take in mind the DxD world. Do you think people are just gonna let a bunch of wizards destroy Paris? Some changes must be made in HP history to fit in the DxD world. Chapter 25, Meeting. Word count. Quirrellmort POV. Why in the name of Merlin would I want to go back to Hogwarts? I looked at the blasted child. The one who ruined everything. He is going to be far more troublesome than expected. I can see it. The subtle signs of ritual use. He has gone through quite a few. Quite a feat considering he wasn't even 11 yet. Body-wise he looked 13. That can be done with a ritual that accelerates growth, combined with magical ingredients for consumption, and his body will grow as fast and efficiently as possible with no side effects. This alone tells me that he prefers subtle rituals that don't directly result in an increase in strength since they are mostly low risk. Even I have only started on rituals in my 6th year. But I went for every ritual that could provide me an advantage. Coming here was indeed the right choice. And enlightening as well. I can see my mistakes. Oh, how foolish I have been. Mercilessly killing muggles and wizards. I feel ashamed. But no. This time. Once I return to my body, I will be better. I will do better. I won't carelessly kill the livestock. I will use them in sacrificial rituals just like the Peverells did. Why did I never think of that? So idiotic. How can I, the great Lord Voldemort, be so blind? Muggles and wizards can be used for a variety of things. Blood, life force, soul rituals. I have just been using their corpses as inferi. But if that's all that it takes to create an artifact of the same caliber as the Deathly Hallows, then they are not that impressive. Not that it was of any use, the boy was smart. Immediately using blood-bind magic. And coincidentally he now has 2 of the 3 Hallows. Yet nothing happened. Further proving his claims that the story was made up by his ancestors to make themselves more important. I need to observe and proceed carefully. Hogwarts will be a good cover while I lay low for a while. I can sustain myself with the unicorns that live in the Forbidden Forest along with some potions. Now let's see if they can convince Potter to stay in Hogwarts. Killing him there would be poetic. Though I do admit, it is entertaining to see Dumbledore's popularity get destroyed by a child. Third POV. But it is the school your parents went to. One of the best schools in the world, Fudge said with wide eyes. As if he was surprised that Harry was asking that question. Harry just sighed. Well, for one, it doesn't matter that I went there. 2, I have already finished my magical education, and 3, as I have said before, Hogwarts was one of the best magical schools, but that's only true up until 300 years ago. I receive no benefits by going to Hogwarts again. We must get Harry Potter to go to Hogwarts. The fate of the wizarding world depends on it, Dumbledore thought to himself. Further deluding himself with his god complex. If you were to receive some sort of benefits, would you accept then? Dumbledore asked kindly. Harry narrowed his eyes, and so did Vincent, who spoke up. Don't worry, Harry, we will make sure they give you some good stuff. He turned to Dumbledore. Harry Potter will be getting at least 10,000 galleons per year. 10,000. That's madness. Minister Fudge yelled out. Vincent smiled. Ah. But my young apprentice can make at least 5,000 galleons in a year. You are taking away all of his time. It's only fair you pay for it and more. After all, his career as a potion master will be on hold while he is at Hogwarts. You aren't trying to take advantage of Lord Potter, are you? He narrowed his eyes threateningly at Fudge, who flinched. No, no. Definitely not. It's just that a big sum of money. Fudge put his finger in his collar and stretched it. He was sweating heavily and was feeling very hot. For the average wizard, maybe. We are talking about Lord Potter, who has just become a master potioner and needs to spread out his name. Not to mention a few businesses to run like Potter's Pots, Vincent said seriously. Ah. But couldn't Lord Potter delegate those tasks to someone else? He can make potions while he is in Hogwarts. Dumbledore tried to get Harry to Hogwarts without having to spend too much money. Benjamin smirked but hid it. Ah. And there lies the problem. Lord Potter doesn't have to go to Hogwarts. This is purely for the benefit of magical Britain, so they should pay for it. You are the ones who need to convince Mr. Potter to go to your school. And making him waste money isn't the way to do it. They turned to Harry, who was looking at them with a stone-cold face. They couldn't tell what he was thinking. The minister looked at his officials nervously, who whispered among each other before returning the news to the minister, who gulped. The ministry accepts the price. Harry nodded and turned to the British side. If that were to happen, there are some conditions. But first, what year would I be in? After all, I am far more advanced than the students of Hogwarts. Well. Dumbledore coughed in his hand. I was planning on putting you in your first year so that you can make friends that are your age. Everyone just deadpanned at Dumbledore. Even the ministry and the Hogwarts staff was speechless. Benjamin was furious. Dumbledore, are you serious? Harry Potter is the star of his school. A true genius. And this man wanted him to start from the first year. Harry just raised his hand, calming down the others, and frowned at Dumbledore. He let out a small smirk. Sure, I wasn't expecting much from Hogwarts education anyway. Doesn't matter if it's the first or 7th year, I won't be able to learn anything new there. My position in Hogwarts is just political. Many from the British side were relieved yet insulted at the same time. But still, it is quite insulting to be placed in the first year. I would have preferred in the 7th so that I would have to stay one more year. If that is the case, then another 10,000 galleons will be needed. You make the choice in what year to put me in. The people at the meeting openly gaped at the young man. He was extorting Dumbledore and the British ministry. In public for the world to see. A silencing ward was quickly activated. And the minister started to yell at Dumbledore. Or at least that's what people could make out from his red face and facial expressions. Fools, Vincent scoffed. Agreed, Benjamin nodded along. He was very happy with himself. Coming here was such a good idea. You can't buy entertainment like this. The other American officials and the ICW people were inwardly laughing at the incompetence shown by the British ministry. After a while, the ministry and Dumbledore finished their little argument. Dumbledore wouldn't budge on Harry Potter and says he will pay for that part of the cost. It will all be worth it. Harry Potter must go to Hogwarts. Very well. Let's move on, Harry said as he took out a list and distributed it. First of all, you will be the one to pay the cost for Hogwarts education along with all the books and materials and anything else needed. I will not spend a canute on a place that I don't want to be in. Second of all, I will not wear the Hogwarts uniform. Since I have already graduated, I don't plan on going through that again. I will not be going to detentions, nor will I be gaining any house points. The same applies to the Hogwarts classes. I have already passed all of them with perfect newts going by your standards. Now Mr. Potter, Dumbledore interrupted only to be interrupted by Harry. This is not negotiable, headmaster. I agree to stay in your school. Attending classes is a different matter. I will not waste any more time out of my day than needed. Third condition, I will have unlimited access to the restricted section. You are not allowed to take out or change anything with the restricted section. After all, what would be stopping you if you just agreed to this and then emptied out that part of the library? Oh, and it would be better to inform you that this library is 70% the reason why I will be in Hogwarts at all. Should I find it unsatisfying or tampered with, I will be greatly displeased. Fudge quickly joined in. Oh no. We wouldn't dream of it. Naturally, you will have full access. Whenever you want. Cornelius, Dumbledore tried to stop the men, but Fudge just glared at the old wizard. The look in his eyes was clear. Shut it, Dumbledore. We don't need to make any more payments. Excellent. Then there are only a few more things. I will be living in the Lord's suite. Regardless of what house I end up in. And I can bring my servants and familiars with me. Even though I call them servants. They are technically my assistants and I need them to continue working on my other masteries. Dumbledore didn't want to agree. He really didn't. How else was young Harry supposed to make friends in Gryffindor, where he would make sure the hat would put him in? We agree, he managed to grit out. Things were not going according to plan. Great, Harry clapped his hands before signaling to the MACUSA representative, who gave out everyone some folders. Now there is one last thing that I want. I want my family cottage back. The cottage in Godric's Hollow that the British ministry illegally seized after the deaths of my parents and turned it into a historical monument. Fudge and the others choked once they saw the official charges. You want us to reimburse you for each year the ministry had the cottage and bring back all the items that were taken from there. Fudge could barely say it without stuttering. That is my land. I want it back and to be compensated for the troubles your ministry created. Otherwise I will hand this matter to the ICW and file an official lawsuit against you. I think it's clear who will win, Harry said offhandedly, which angered Fudge. He was fine as things didn't get too bad. But now the boy who lived was suing the ministry. His ratings would drop. And he couldn't allow that to happen. Lord Potter. I think the British ministry has been very kind and reasonable. But now you have gone too far. You will be attending Hogwarts and dropping this lawsuit, or the ministry will freeze all of your assets and take away your lordship under the pretense of trying to discredit and undermine the ministry, which will lead to chaos among the people, Fudge said with a proud tone. As if he had done something great. The other officials were the same. Except for Dmile. Amelia was speechlessly looking at the idiot. What was he saying in front of reporters? Harry just laughed in their faces, causing quite a few of them to turn red from anger. So that's how the British ministry handles things. With threats of taking everything an orphan has and leaving him on the street. I would like you to know that all of the Potter fortune relocated in US. And all of my important properties are under a fidelis. And for this insult, I am increasing the price from 10,000 to 30,000 galleons. Harry purposely mentioned orphan and street to make things even worse if you don't pay. I will just leave here and take all of my business with me. You can enjoy fixing the economy after that. Oh, and you can forget a British branch of Potter's Pots. Dumbledore frowned at Harry. Things were getting out of hand. You are going down a dark path, Harry. Stop before it is too late, he said in his serious grandfatherly tone. All the people were on the edge of their seats. For the ones on the table, it was literal. And the rest. The reporters and Hogwarts staff just kept their breath. Dumbledore just caused the boy who lived of going dark. Harry raised an eyebrow. Going dark? What have you been smoking, old man, to make you say something so childish? Come to the light, come to the dark, we have cookies and milk. Are you even serious? Everybody was stunned from Harry's response. Going dark, so stupid. You people don't even truly understand what going dark even means. Oh, and for the record, I am following the path on which the legendary Merlin Emeries walked on. In the old days of magic, where they knew almost nothing, wizards and witches experimented with magic. They learned from each failure. They studied all types of magic. Naturally, knowledge of magic was scarce in those days. Rowena Ravenclaw probably had the best library at the time. She joined forces with the other three from Hogwarts. At the start, Hogwarts taught all forms of magic: light, gray, and dark. The best student to come out of that school is Merlin. He learned every single magic that Hogwarts had to offer. People were listening closely to Harry's words. I plan to do the same. Learn all magic so that I may protect myself from others no matter what magic they use. Is this dark you speak of? Are you calling Merlin a dark lord? Harry yelled out and the tables were instantly turned. Shit, Dumbledore cursed in his mind. Things were just not going his way today. Chapter 26, Meeting. Word count. The Weasley family was also in the crowd of people, watching the negotiations. Molly Weasley looked like she had swallowed a lemon. She was looking closely at Harry Potter, who is apparently now Lord Potter Peverell. This is the boy Albus wants us to get close to manipulate and make him feel a part of our family. Impossible. Definitely impossible. He will tear my darling boys apart. Blast that old man. He promised a shy, easily manipulated boy. We were going to betroth Ginny and him, and when Potter dies, I will get half his wealth and give Albus the other half. But insisted we got this. A confident, strong, and very smart lord. He is like those dark purebloods. No, he is worse. For us now his behavior is the worst possible thing. Disinterest. At least the purebloods hate us, but this boy isn't giving anyone any attention. As if all us wizards were beneath him. How in Merlin's name are we supposed to get close to him? How can he speak like that to the ministry? Percy Weasley fumed at the audacity of Harry Potter. He was a young man with a dream of joining the ministry and climbing up the ranks. So it's natural that he would defend the ministry. Arthur sighed. Some things are not that simple. Magical Britain needs Harry Potter, so the ministry is willing to go and endure great lengths to get him. Yeah, chill out, Percy. Fred patted him on the back while George did the same, lest you have a stroke. We wouldn't want the future perfect head boy and minister to have an early death, do we? Get off. Percy pushed them away and went to stand near his father, away from the pests. Fred and George shrugged their shoulders and turned back to the high table, focusing on Harry Potter. He deserves a good prank, don't you think, brother of mine? Fred turned to his twin. I agree, we need to knock him down a few pegs. George nodded while smiling. Naturally, it is our sacred duty as the second Marauders. Indeed, we took an oath to prank everyone and open our joke shop. Smack X. Molly smacked them on their heads, causing the twins to hold their heads. Ah, wow. Whyyyy. You stupid boys. He is a lord. You will not be pulling any pranks on him. He could destroy our entire family with the political power he wields. But he is just 11. Yeah, how can he do that? They turned to their father, who sighed. He wouldn't even have to do anything. All he has to say is that he dislikes us or some bad comment. And other people will rush in to destroy this family to gain his favor. The twins looked at each other. So we just have to not get caught. The youngest son, Ronald Weasley, was steaming in jealousy, glaring at Harry. Keh, stupid handsome bastard. Wearing his stupid emerald earring and stupid expensive clothes. Which would look much cooler on me. It's just luck. Luck that he was born into a rich family. Luck that he has enough money to hire those expensive teachers. And his idea. Pots. Ha. What's so special about some pots? I bet if I tried I could make them. He probably didn't even invent them and just paid someone to do it. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Slimy snake. I bet he will be in Slytherin with the other snakes. I have to keep an eye on him. And the twins had heard Ron's mumblings, but all they processed was blah blah blah. I am a whiny bitch. Blah blah blah. The youngest child and the only girl. Ginevra Weasley was busy daydreaming. She was staring at Harry with a dazed expression. Ah, he looks so dreamy and cool. Especially those clothes and earring. And he is even more handsome than in the books. A smart, handsome, rich Prince Charming to come and rescue me. Then we are going to fall in love and we are going to make a beautiful family. The little girl held back her giggles, lest she embarrass herself in public. But then she calmed down. But Harry is a bit too handsome. Some witches will definitely try to steal him from me. I won't let that happen. Harry is mine and mine alone. Ginny declared in her heart. And the brainwashing is strong with this one. Are you calling Merlin a Dark Lord? Oh no, Molly paled. This would not end well for Dumbledore, and with how close her family was to that man they would suffer as well. Are you calling Merlin a Dark Lord? Amelia Bones looked at the young lord as he confronted Dumbledore. Inwardly she was smiling. Somebody will finally stick it to the old man. It was bothersome enough to watch him play games at the Wisengamot meetings. Subtly manipulating the vote to make the Mile force weaker. Oh, I knew from the start that his sad face was fake when another bill was passed to make it harder for Aurors. He carefully balances dark and light, with dark being a bit better since they have lost their lord. He needed those pure-blood fools happy. So he made it easy for them to indulge in their greed. Dumbledore's jaw dropped as he looked at Harry Potter in shock. It took every ounce of a clemency for Amelia not to cheer when she saw his face. Oh yes. This memory will be particularly useful when using the Patronus. Ironically, Tom Riddle was having the exact same thoughts. Dumbledore quickly got over his shock. His brain was working as fast as possible. Blast this brat and his silver tongue. He turned it back at me. How do I get out of this situation? While he was thinking, Dumbledore naturally started to stall. No, no, he said calmly, Merlin was the greatest wizard of all time. How could he possibly be a Dark Lord? But Merlin both learned and taught dark magic. According to you, just learning dark magic is enough to become a Dark Lord. That's what you accused me of, Harry pointed out clearly. Practically spelling it out for Dumbledore. Got ya. Fumbling Fudge saw how bad things were getting, so he thought it best to intervene. Preposterous. You are Harry Potter. The boy who lived. You killed the Dark Lord. How could you be 1-inch? Fudge stated clearly. Hoping that this move will get him in the good graces of both Lord Potter and Dumbledore. As he was the one to save Dumbledore from further embarrassment. But Harry just looked confused. Ha, he deadpanned at the British Ministry, I never killed Voldemort. Dumbledore resisted the urge to grimace. Another one of his secrets was about to be revealed. No. Voldemort's survival must remain hidden until he is resurrected, so I gain the maximum benefits. Wait, he was a baby, so he might not have all the facts. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Lord Potter. I believe you are mistaken. It's not a surprise since it happened when you were just a baby. But Lord Voldemort was indeed defeated by you. He purposely used the words defeated so that it doesn't come to bite him in the ass later on when Voldemort is revived. The man in question just looked at the British Ministry and Dumbledore with cold hatred. All that was left of him was his black robe and a lot of ash. It even destroyed a big chunk of your room in the cottage. Harry saw what Dumbledore was trying to do and smirked inwardly. Time to mess up another one of his plans. This is what you get for trying to use people like chess pieces. Hypocritical of me, but I never said I was perfect. Yes, I defeated him, but when have I ever said I killed him? But everybody knows you did it. Someone from the British Ministry yelled out. Harry laughed at them. They set this up all by themselves. Ah yes, everybody knows. That's an interesting thought. How would you all know if you weren't there? There were only 5 people that night. Me and my parents. Voldemort and the traitor Pettigrew. My parents died, I reflected Voldemort's spell, and Pettigrew ran away and hid as a rat for 10 years. So how could you possibly know what happened that night? Everyone started to murmur and think about it. Even the American side. How did they know what happened that night? Then they remembered that it was Dumbledore who spread the news. Grandiosely telling everybody that the war was over. But how did he know what happened? The man in question started to sweat. Mr. Potter, you just confirmed that you reflected his spell at him. Do you know how you did that? Harry just smiled. Well, we can call it another aspect of Peverell family magic. I remember everything that happened that night. After I reflected the killing curse back at Voldemort. It destroyed his body. But his soul turned into a wraith. Probably some dark ritual he used on himself. He is still out there in the form of a wraith. Harry confirmed Voldemort was still alive and the people from magical Britain paled. The Americans were fine. If this happened in America instead of Britain, they would hunt all the Death Eaters with killing curses and kill them all. Quirrellmort was getting worried. They knew about him being alive. And they would start preparations against him, while he was still just a wraith and possessed a below-average wizard. Dumbledore just stared at Harry Potter. He was really starting to regret bringing this brat back. For him to have survived as a wraith he would have had to possess various animals and grow stronger bit by bit. I find it ironic that the great Dark Lord has only managed to survive by possessing rodents. Harry laughed loudly. Voldemort was furious but kept quiet. He could not afford to break his cover. Especially now that they know he is alive as a wraith. No doubt the Department of Mysteries would quickly start looking for some exorcism rituals. He saw Amelia Bones send out a Patronus. "Do you plan on hunting down the Dark Lord in revenge?" a reporter called out. Harry looked confused. Now why would I waste my time with that? The reporters were stumped. But he killed your parents. Don't you want revenge? Don't you want justice for them? Harry just looked at the reporters with pity. My parents, along with so many others, decided to stay in Britain with a newborn in the middle of a war. A war which they fought with stunners because of Dumbledore's stupid ideology. If wizards and witches were a bit smarter they would have ended the rebellion right away. There are around 300 Death Eaters. The population of magical Britain is a little bit more than 5,000. You people outnumber them 16 to 1. When you do see a Death Eater, just attack them with the killing curse. You could have ended them during their first months. Fudge tried to defend the government's choices at the time but was cut off by the MACUSA representative. I agree with Mr. Potter. That is precisely what we do whenever a wizard tries to become a Dark Lord. We have learned from our mistakes with Grindelwald. Eliminate the threat first. We had Grindelwald in our custody. Yet he escaped and proceeded to cause chaos across Europe. That will not happen again. Beep beep. Everybody was startled by the noise. They turned to Harry Potter as he cancelled his alarm spell. 1 hour has passed. Mr. Dumbledore, where are my artifacts? Everybody then remembered that Dumbledore promised to return Harry Potter his family artifacts. Dumbledore gulped. It would seem that my people were unable to gather them all in time. But don't worry. I will make sure to give them to you as soon as possible. Harry laughed. I am sure you will. After all, you went back on your word. I will be filing an official case. The ICW will freeze all of your accounts as collateral. So if you want your money back, I'd suggest you hurry up. Oh, and the longer this takes, the more money you will have to pay me. After all, you have been illegally keeping my artifacts with you. This could all have been avoided if you had given them to me within this hour. Dumbledore paled. Harry, I'm sure there is no reason to resort to such measures. I just need a few more hours. Harry wasn't amused by Dumbledore's attempts to stall. No. I am done here. I said I only have 1 hour. You people can proceed with the negotiations. I have additional business to proceed with. For years people have been using my image for books, toys, and various other merchandise that was made and sold without my opinion or agreement. I will be filing a very big lawsuit against them. I will be seeing you on the 1st of September. Or at the next Wisingamot meeting. Whichever comes first. Harry picked up his cloak and staff and burst into greenish flames. Disappearing somewhere. A few seconds later. A letter floated up from the ground into the hands of a gorgeous woman with brown hair with aristocratic features. Her eyes were as she looked at the letter. More specifically the crest. It was stamped with the crest of the House of Black. Chapter 27, Paint It Black. Word count. By the way, I am on vacation, so uploads might be sporadic until next Friday. I'm uploading this chap on my phone and will be writing on the phone. This is not easy. In front of 12 Grimmauld Place stood a family of 3. The Tonks. Ted and Andromeda Tonks née Black. And their daughter Nymphadora Tonks, or as she is known. Call me Tonks. Andy, are you sure that this is a good idea? Ted asked his wife. Yeah, Mom. Sounds like a bloody trap to me, Tonks said nervously, only to be slapped on the back of her head by her mother. Language, Nymphadora, Andy reprimanded her daughter. Dora's hair turned orange-red. Don't call me that. Andy smacked her again. Don't yell so loud. We are in public for Merlin's sake. And yes, we have to go in. In the letter that was sent by Lord Black, he gave an oath that would guarantee our safety. In return, we must take an oath not to attack anyone and tell anyone about this meeting. Tonks grumbled, fine, but I still think it's some sort of trap. Ted sighed, you are not alone. But the new Lord Black at least seems reasonable. He called us to attend this meeting about deciding the future of the House of Black. Quite honestly, I'm surprised I was even invited. Andromeda nodded. That's why I am willing to give this a shot. Most of the blacks died out. Whoever this new lord is, he clearly doesn't care about tradition. He specified in the letter to wear whatever we want, just as long as we arrive on time. Thank Merlin for that, Dora mumbled out. She didn't like to be in robes during her summer vacation. Summer was muggle clothes only. They go to the door and 3 parchments were waiting for them. On each was written the oath that they had to sign. This Lord Black is thorough. If we sign this we literally won't be able to tell anybody. Even if they try to take the information out of us. It's rare to see such restricting oaths these days. Ted commented as he let his lawyer side take over. It seems like he will keep his word not to let any harm come to us. It's all written in the oath. Andromeda quickly signed the parchment. Let's get this over with. Dora signed as well and Ted followed. As soon as he did, the front door opened. Andromeda looked inside and was shocked. Wow. The previous dirty and black hallway was gone. It had a modern look to it with light green colors. It looked warm and inviting. Welcome to the new and improved Ancestral House of Black. Sirius walked in front of them with a big smile and his arms spread wide. Siri. Andromeda smiled as she saw her cousin. Come here, Andy. Sirius laughed, expecting a hug, but Andromeda went on and smacked him over the head. How could you be so stupid? Ted and Dora kept flinching each time Andromeda hit Sirius. Asterisk smack. Smack. Smack asterisk. And you didn't even call me or visit once you got exonerated. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. But we really can't keep standing here. Let's take this in the living room. Sirius chuckled as he started walking. Even though he got hit, he was happy. He was together with family after a very, very long time. Sirius and the Tonks family settled down. So Siri, what's this about? Andromeda asked Sirius in a serious tone. He only sighed. I have no idea actually. I was in France when I got an invitation to come here. I'm surprised as well since Lord Black made it perfectly clear how much of a failure I am. That you are, dear cousin, an aristocratic voice came from the hallway. Everybody turned to see a beautiful blonde woman looking at them with an impassive face. Narcissa. Sirius stood up and practically growled. Andromeda frowned. What are you doing here, dear sister? They weren't exactly on good terms with each other. But she had a lot more control over her emotions than Sirius. Narcissa sighed. Trust me. I wouldn't have come here if I had no other choice. I don't know who this Lord Black is, but he is ruthless as they come. He said they would cancel my marriage to Lucius and take back all of the money that was spent with interest. Then leave me at the hands of Death Eaters so that they may torture me. Dora snorted. Well, not like you don't deserve it. Narcissa frowned and was about to say something when the doors opened. And a young handsome boy walked. He had a black-styled haircut. Green eyes, ironically the color of the killing curse. An emerald earring on his left ear. And wore black jeans and a black t-shirt, made from acromantula silk. Harry Potter had entered the building. Hope was right behind him. Holy shit, it's Harry Potter. Andromeda was so surprised that she forgot to reprimand her daughter. Harry looked at the people in the room. You are all here. That's good. I had hoped not to resort to drastic measures. To make it clear to everybody. I am Lord Potter as well as Lord Black. And you are all here so I can decide what to do with you lot. Well, most of you. I called Sirius back so that he can cool off that hot head of his by reuniting him with his family. If he got himself arrested again for doing something stupid, I would have left him to rot. Sirius flinched. A little harsh, don't you think? Harry raised an eyebrow at him. Hope, remind me what happened to Sirius in the first week of his freedom in France. Well, he met a woman and he Hope started only to be cut off by Sirius. Okay. I see your point. Siri, stop acting like a child. Andromeda looked like she was having a headache. Be serious for once in your life. Narcissa glared at the men. Her fate was at stake and he was making jokes. I have always been serious. From the day I was born. The men grinned. Narcissa groaned. Ted and Dora started to laugh. Sirius and Narcissa started to argue again and Harry was getting irritated. Sai, he called out, causing everybody in the room to freeze in place. Harry snapped his fingers and conjured some daggers in front of each person, pointing at their vital spots. I did not come here to watch you squabble like children. You will behave or I will make you behave. Harry snapped his fingers and vanished the daggers and released them from their petrified state. Andy and Narcissa looked at him in shock. But you gave us an oath. Harry laughed at them. On the letter, it said that you will not suffer any permanent mental or physical harm. I am a member of the Order. I can cut you in half and then still reattach your body back together without any problems. As long as your brain is not injured, I can heal you. And I am quite good at legimancy and am talented with mind healing. I'll skip the fact that I use my magic to increase cell division, therefore cutting a bit of their lifespan for the more deadly wounds. I gotta love mundane medicine books. And my beautiful enhanced brain. I learned how to heal just about anything if it is caused by my magic. Since I caused the wound, I can easily manipulate it to close and heal. Healers use their magic to first of all fight off any magic remaining on the wound. Then the magic of the person themselves, and then they finally start healing the wound. Since I'm stronger than most wizards, I can skip the second step and go straight into healing the wound. Harry looked at the people in the room. It was finally quiet. Good, now that I have your attention, let's begin. First of all, the Tonks family. Harry turned to the family of 3 who were very nervous right now. I am willing to bring all 3 of you into the family under some conditions. Andromeda nodded, already knowing that much. What conditions? And who is that girl behind you? Harry turned around and Hope smiled before she addressed the room. Hope Michelson, a pleasure to meet you all. She is my assistant, my bodyguard, and the future Lady Potter. Everybody was surprised to hear that news. After all, Harry Potter is only 11 years old this year. No matter if he looks 13. Really, Sirius exclaimed loudly, damn, you work fast, Harry. Well done. James would be so proud. Harry just sighed, yes, yes. The great bully James Potter is proud. May he burn in hell for each victim he pranked, yada, yada, yada. Harry silenced Sirius so that he couldn't continue this conversation. It was amusing to see Sirius trying to cast a wandless finity and fail. Over and over again. Harry was a lot more powerful than most wizards, and Sirius spent a decade in prison, weakening him a lot. Now the conditions. First of all, you will sign a magical oath that you will not betray me in any form. Second, you Andromeda will operate as Regnant Black. Nobody can know that I am Lord Black. That will also be included in your oaths. Third, Nymphadora will under no circumstances be joining the Auror Force. Cough. Dora started to choke on her drink. She quickly stood up. But why? Dora yelled out. What's wrong with being an Auror? She was sick and tired of everybody denying her dream. First her family, then her friends. She wanted to be an Auror and fight bad guys, damn it. Because Aurors are imbeciles working for a corrupted government. A government that will most likely do something stupid to make me wipe them out. I will not allow any member of this family to work for my enemies. Either she chooses another profession, like a potion mistress. Andromeda is one. She is working at St. Mungo as a healer there. You can study under her. Why do you even want to be an Auror? Harry asked her. I'm not good at potions. Or anything in particular really. But I am strong. And have a lot of magic. I'm okay at dueling, so being an Auror seemed like a good choice. That, and I want to fight bad guys. Harry looked at her like she was an idiot. Which she was. Then just be hit, wizard, you stupid girl. This time Dora gave that same look to Harry. That's the plan, but for that to happen I need to be an Auror first. She is right, Harry. Sirius backed her up. Andromeda and Ted got rid of the silencing spell. Harry looked around the room and people nodded. That was common sense. Harry facepalmed. Hard, you people are morons. A hit wizard is just a fancy name for bounty hunter. The reason why so many Auros become hit wizards is because Auror pay is shit. And the job sucks. If I had to take orders from the inbred scum in the ministry, I would become a bounty hunter or mercenary too. You don't need to become an Auror first. But Mad-Eye Moody is a hit wizard. He is one of the best. Hit wizards are usually powerful wizards. Sirius argued. Alistair Moody has a hate boner for dark wizards. He hunts them down because Death Eaters raped his wife and daughter. He doesn't care if they are Death Eaters or not. If you are a dark wizard, you are on his list. And he uses dark magic to catch them. And of course, you have to be powerful to be a bounty hunter. You are risking your life to deal with dark wizards for money. If you don't improve and get stronger, you end up as a corpse. Moving on. Condition 4 is that Ted will represent Houses Potter and Black in wizarding legal matters. I checked your record. You are damn good. I want your legal firm to work with the American lawyers I hired. You will be suing a lot of people. Including Dumbledore and those idiots that used my persona and name in their toys and books. I'm fine with that. Having a rich client would certainly help me out. As well as sticking it to Dumbledore. I lost a lot of good friends thanks to that man's no-kill rule. Ted gave a serious nod to Harry. You can count on me. Good, we will work out the details later, but those are the main points. Now what to do with you? Harry turned to Narcissa, who kept a calm, brave front. But on the inside, she was really nervous. Well, first of all, you can start by giving me the details of how you got sold to Lucy and what is in the marriage contract. Narcissa bit her cheek as she calmed down. If she played this right, it might turn out to be good for her. In my 6th year, my family began talks with the Malfoys. In the 7th, I was already betrothed to him. I had absolutely no choice in the matter. But I didn't want to be a disgrace like Andy and wanted to make my family proud. She looked to her sister. It took me a few years to realize that you made the right choice. Now Andromeda was surprised by that revelation. I argued a lot and put as many contingencies in the contract as I could. To summarize it, I would marry Lucius Malfoy and give him a male heir. No matter how many times I had to give birth. I was lucky that Draco was born a boy. After that, I had to play the part of the pureblood wife. Host balls. Be at meetings. Charm anyone who enters our house so Lucius would have an advantage in his deals due to their good opinion of us. In return, I get a large allowance to lead a luxurious life and have my own bedroom which Lucius doesn't enter. He can no longer touch me sexually in any way. The Blacks also gained a lot from this deal. A good percentage of Malfoy-owned businesses. Far more than anyone could have ever gotten on their own. Harry hummed, so basically your family sold you for the sole purpose of giving Lucius a child. A child that has black blood. Later on, that child could become head of the house. Lucy was probably planning on killing Sirius and Regulus anyway. Narcissa just nodded. After Draco was born I tried to raise him right as I could. To think for himself and not become a pawn. But Lucius had a strong grip over how he was raised. So the twerp became a mini Death Eater. Well, not like I care. If he stays out of my way he will live. And if not? Are you going to kill a child? Narcissa asks slowly. Everybody else turns their attention to me. Of course I smiled, sending shivers to everybody. You all seem to be forgetting something. Harry took out his wand. Every 11-year-old carries a weapon with him. All he has to say is a few words and point. And you are dead. Hell, I was in my diapers when I blasted Voldemort. Underestimating children is why he lost. I will not fall for the same mistake. How did you do it? Defeating you-know-who? Dora asks nervously. Harry just smirked. I have a bloodline or talent if you will that can reflect spells with my skin. Now I obviously did it as accidental magic when I was a baby. But I can pull it off whenever I want. It takes a lot of magic from me, but I can reflect spells. The people looked at me in awe. Yeah right. Mirror Alice doesn't take much to reflect spells back. It actually runs on stamina. As all sacred gears do. After all, not all humans have magic in them. Just reflecting spells back doesn't cost much. Doubling the attack back at the opponent is a different story. It depends on how strong the attack is in the first place. So you are immune to the killing curse? Narcissa asked speechlessly. Yep, Harry said with a smug smile, and any other spells that your husband and his buddies might throw at me. You see why I don't care much about the opinion of wizards. As long as it's one-on-one. I will always win. Going by Death Eater standards. I can probably fight 5 of them without breaking a sweat. Make that 10. Even with the oaths, I don't trust them. Always have contingency plans. This way even if they find out about how many I can fight, I will have an easy time doing it. Then again, even if all of them attack me I will just use bleach magic to erase them from existence. Silence engulfed the room. Harry Potter was a bigger monster than anyone could have ever imagined and he had no qualms about killing. Hope was very amused. She knew a lot about Mirror Alice as she was the one he mostly trained with. Hope got stronger with spells and Harry was practicing with his sacred gear. Hoping that one day he can achieve a balance breaker. Narcissa, I will grant you a monthly allowance, but it will be nowhere near enough for you to live the life you are used to. You can still live in comfort. But without the luxuries. If you want more money you will have to work for it. There is no such thing as a free meal in this world. I am sure you of all people understand that. Everything has a price. Narcissa sighed but nodded. I can live with that. I have some training in runes and enchantment. I need to brush up on my knowledge but I can make it work. I agree. Harry smiled. Excellent. We can talk about the details later. But that's the main reason I brought you here today. What do you plan to do next? Andromeda started a new topic. There must be a reason why you want me as Regnant Black. Harry smirked. I am going to call back all debts owed to Black House. Every last one, and if they don't pay up I'll sick the goblins on them. I will offer the greedy little bastards 5% of the total value from the people who don't pay up. You are going to crash the market. It's going to be a recession. Narcissa yelled out as she stood up in shock. It was going to cripple the British Magical Society. Harry. A lot of people are going to lose their jobs, businesses, and houses. I implore you to reconsider, Andromeda suggested. Ted agreed with her. Dora kept quiet. This was way above her head and Sirius just stood there, deciding whether to be horrified or proud. Harry smiled. Good thing that Potter Foundation is here to save the day. I will buy business dirt cheap. And give out plenty of new jobs. As for houses, good thing that making houses with magic is easy. Buildings will suddenly appear in magical Britain that offer affordable rent with plenty of privacy and safety wards. I plan to grab Britain's best and brightest and make them work for me. Harry looked at everybody who was speechless again. If I had a galleon for each time this happened, I could buy one of my expensive pots. Merlin, you are planning to take over Britain. Legally at that. Dora gaped at me. Can I invest in you? Harry actually laughed out loud. Nope, read the fine print next time. You can't share or act on any information you hear tonight. That means no money for you. Ted quickly pulled out the contract and read it again. Damn, you are right. I assumed the can't act part was can't about attacking or defending somebody. But it also applies to this. I have to say you know your oaths. But as long as we don't abuse the oath, there is a loophole. A small one, we could buy 1 or 2 houses, at most 3, but that's it. Since I could just say that those houses will be for Dora's future family and our retirement home or a new office house. Harry raised an eyebrow. So he can do that. Well, this is the reason why I am planning to hire him in the first place. To see the small things that I miss. Well, there is only one thing left to do. I want to introduce you to someone. Harry signaled to Hope, who went into another room. After a few seconds, she and Bellatrix entered. Everybody was instantly on edge, but something unbelievable happened. Harry hugs. A 40-year-old woman was hugging Harry like a child and rubbing his cheek against his. To say that the people in the room were shocked was an understatement. Each and every one had their jaws dropped. Harry sighed and raised his hand to stop them from asking questions. He could already feel the headache coming, so he stopped it before it could happen. Okay, let me inform you about what really happened to Bellatrix. Right before she finished her schooling at Hogwarts, her stupid bitch of a mother practically sold her to the Lestranges. Family magic was at play, so she was forced to obey. The thing is, the Lestranges were followers of Voldemort even then. He used loyalty potions, compulsions and legitimacy to make a perfect little loyal soldier for him and slave for Lestrange. But she had her pride and her magic retaliated, causing her to get the infamous black madness and literally go crazy. The good news is she hated Lestrange more, so she broke free of those commands. The bad news is the commands to follow Voldemort completely overrode her brain. Hence the mad dog Bellatrix Lestrange was born. I am currently fixing all that they have done to her. I erased her entire personality and am rebuilding it from the ground up. I'm making her relive her memories of right before she was sold off. Naturally, with me being the most important person to her. What? Andromeda and Narcissa yelled out. Harry just raised an eyebrow. I don't do anything for free. I fully expect Bella to serve me once she has regained her former self. That is my price for making her whole. Currently, she has the mental age of a 6-year-old. Andromeda had tears streaming down her eyes as she watched Bella rub her cheek against Harry's. Bella finally had enough of playing with Harry when she noticed Andy looking at her. Bellatrix frowned as if trying to remember why this person looked so familiar. Then she quickly looked at her brown hair and gray eyes. There was only one person in the Black family who had those features. Bellatrix jumped at her with arms stretched out. Andy. Harry let out a sigh as he waved his hand and slowed down her fall enough so Andromeda could catch her safely. Andy, how did you get so old? Bella tilted her head to the side. Andromeda sobbed as she hugged Bella. I grew up. How are you, Bella? She asked with tears streaming down her eyes. Great, Harry is really nice to me. It hurt at first, but Harry gives me tasty potions that help me get better, Bella exclaimed. Andromeda looked at Harry. Blood-keyed potions. For malnourishment and everything else she suffered from in Azkaban. She actually got pneumonia in there. Don't worry about the quality. I am not a potion master for nothing. Bella was like a child looking around the room until she spotted Narcissa. Chissa. You are old. What happened to your hair? It was so pretty and shiny. Bella rushed to her. Narcissa's mask broke. She went and hugged Bellatrix. Things happened, Bella, but they are fine now. Andy group hug. Bella yelled out as she grabbed Andromeda and brought them all together into a hug. The 2 other sisters got really emotional as well. They haven't hugged like this since they were little children. Both broke down into tears and Bella followed. Even though she was unsure why she was crying. Harry, what about the other oaths? Hope whispered to Harry. Let them have this moment. Hope smiled. I knew you weren't as heartless as you made yourself to be. Harry smirked. Everything I do depends on my mood. As for not being heartless. Well, let's see what Magical Britain says about Lord Black. Chapter 28, Aftermath of Meeting. I'm on vacation, so updates are slow. Forgot if I mentioned this. Word count. Hogwarts. Headmaster's office. The fireplace in Dumbledore's office burst out in green flames. A well-dressed, well-groomed elderly man walked through the flames. He was wearing a mix of a 3-piece suit and robes. He had white slicked back hair, with black horizontal lines going from his temples to the back of his head. His beard was also white with 3 wide black lines. One at the middle of his chin and 2 from the corners of his mouth diagonally down to his jaw. This man was DxD Landiger. A noble from the continent, and the ICW representative was sent to deal with Dumbledore. Landiger. Good to see you, old friend. Dumbledore said with his hands spread a bit. Landiger chuckled quite loudly. Old friends are we? You fucked up, Dumbledore. All of your manipulations came crashing down right on top of you. What possessed you to mess with that freak of nature? Dumbledore of course knew that he was talking about Harry Potter. I wonder what made you use that term of phrase, he asked in a calm collected tone which caused DxD to laugh even more. DxD stopped and looked closely at the headmaster. You honestly don't see it, do you? You are so arrogant in your little tower. You honestly see yourself as invincible and invaluable. But you forget how long it took you to get to this level and all that you had to do. Grindelwald. The Flemels. Various favors owed to many families. Tell me, how long did it take you till you became the great Albus Dumbledore? Dumbledore said nothing as he just listened. Waiting to hear something that he can use. That boy is 11. Yet he already finished his magical education. Gained a mastery in potions and created something that the wizarding world desperately needs. Rare plants take time to mature. His pots will shorten that time frame, saving thousands of lives. And don't think I haven't heard. I used my contacts in Salem to tell me anything that they could. His magic core is apparently extremely big for his age. And he wields magic like he was born with it. Landiger said with a bit of envy. How great would it be if someone like that was born in his family? And let's not get started on his bloodline. Potter, Peveril, and possibly a descendant of Slytherin from his Parseltongue. He has access to a lot of old and valuable magic. He then smirked at Dumbledore, books, artifacts, and trinkets that you now have to return. Dumbledore's eyebrow twitched, but he didn't say anything. He couldn't. He was already treading on thin ice. There will come a day when you will pay for this, my old friend. Enough with the chit-chat. What is your purpose here, DxD? Dumbledore wasn't even trying to be polite. He directly called him out by his name. Down to Buisnus EY. The ICW has sent me to collect all of the artifacts. In your message, you said you were willing to give up all the items in your possession for an extension. Mr. Potter accepted. He said to pass on a message to you. A message. Dumbledore was surprised. DxD coughed in his hand. Tick-tock, old man. The world now knows he is alive and you are now at your lowest point in decades. Check, your turn. Dumbledore sat in silence. He had thought of Harry as an arrogant brat. Which he was. But this message. He was not some child lashing out. He had planned this. This changes things. He needs to test Harry as soon as possible. You cannot defeat an enemy if you don't know what they are capable of. I told you, Albus. You messed with a real monster. Can I have the cloak? Landiger asked politely, but there was something else in his eyes that Dumbledore saw. He quickly pulled out the Potter family treasure. The cloak of invisibility. Landiger pulled out a green stone and put it on top of the cloak. Dumbledore was confused, but then the stone glowed bright green. It's the real cloak. This stone was given to me by Mr. Potter. He had created it just in case you decided to cheat him. If you had, things would have gotten really messy. Dumbledore said nothing. If nothing else, the brat is thorough. Luckily I gave the real cloak and didn't give a fake like I intended. If it got out that I tried to cheat Harry, things would have gotten infinitely worse. Right now the important thing is to get rid of these charges against me. There will be chances to deal with Harry at Hogwarts. Landiger, the hourglass please. Landiger chuckled. When you said you would give me a Potter hourglass in exchange for support in the ICW vote, I admit I let my greed take control of me. After all, it was more than 1,000 years old. It was nothing special, just an ordinary hourglass. But it had the Potter crest on it and was excellent bragging rights. But now comes the monster to take them all back. Tell me, Dumbledore. What are you willing to pay to have this back? Especially now that you are low on money. Dumbledore gritted his teeth silently but didn't show it in any way. He had already expected that things would turn out like this, but it was still irritating. What do you want? Landiger let out a big grin. 2 kilograms of phoenix ash. You have held a monopoly on that for quite a while. Even in Europe, phoenixes are very rare. Phoenix ash is very useful in potions, alchemy, and rituals. Are you mad? Do you know what I can get for 2 kilograms? Even 100 grams is worth thousands. Dumbledore said with anger in his voice. Very well then. Give me 50,000 galleons. That's approximately how much the vote would have cost you. Landiger let out a smile. Knowing full well that Dumbledore can't spare 50,000 for this. He was barely covering his expenses. His assets were frozen to be used as collateral if he couldn't return the Potter items. Are you sure you want to do this, Landiger? Are you sure you want to make an enemy of me? Dumbledore started to exert some magical pressure. Landiger just stood calmly, as if it was a gentle breeze, but he was in fact indeed feeling weight pressuring down on his shoulders. Hey, your time has passed, Dumbledore. You have made too many enemies and now, like sharks smelling blood, they are nearing in for the kill. To put it simply, Dumbledore, people believe you are not coming back from this one, me included. So we are cutting our losses. You will regret that decision. I will give you the Phoenix Ash. Bring out the hourglass. Pleasure doing business with you. A few days later. Harry ship. Lily's dreams. The Greengrass were getting used to life on a ship. Not that it was very different than on land. Thanks to magic. The rooms were all centered. Each operates as if it were a different space. There would be no tilting or swaying as long as you stayed inside one of the rooms. Harry somewhat liked the feeling of sailing, so once in a while he would go out and stay on deck. Davy wanted to look in the library after Harry's extremely loud wake-up call about what the world really is. She decided she was going to work her ass off so she doesn't end up as a plaything to any mad, devil, fallen angel, god, or any number of psychopaths. She was going to ignore the irony that she had to marry a sociopath when she reached majority. But they hadn't been added to the wards and she was afraid of asking Harry, so here they were standing in front of Melissa, who was reading up on something in the living room. The woman started to laugh. Dear, you don't have to be so afraid. None of you have to be afraid. Yes, Harry is very powerful, yes he is a bit insane. But quite honestly he is just a shut-in obsessed with his research. Worst case he will turn you away or say that he is busy, but what he will not do is stop you from learning. I have been with that child since he was a toddler. If he has a favorite phrase, then it's, knowledge is power. Only in his case, it's quite literal. The more knowledge he has, the stronger he is. This is mostly based on how Harry fights. It's similar to a Juka in a way. Except Harry uses his knowledge to create spells from other universes, or as close as a replica as he can. The best case for this is a Juka Beelzebub. He uses his understanding of everything to manipulate it with his magic. That is what the Cankara formula is. All the phenomena and abilities in the world have both rules and laws to them, which he was able to get an answer to by filling in the equations. Okay. Well, let's go ask Harry then, shall we? Ophelia clapped her hands, trying to keep her daughter's courage up. Astoria was mostly fine. Harry killed her monster of a father and hasn't even lifted a finger on her. Children are different than adults. They perceive things differently. Her mother and sister weren't in pain anymore. They weren't crying themselves to sleep at night. In Astoria's mind, things were going great. Harry wants you to study hard. But he has been busy, so he must have forgotten. Go with Hope, he will add you to the library wards. Hope, can you bring Harry back with you when he is done? Melinda turns to her daughter with a smile on her face. Hope stands up from the couch. She and Melinda were always together when she wasn't with Harry, sure. Come on. Harry is exercising currently, so it's probably the best time to ask him anything really. He hates exercising, but he has to do it. Why? Ophelia was confused. Wizards don't exercise, they are lazy, especially children. The only wizards who really get any exercise were Quidditch players and Aurors. Harry once said that magic is like water or any liquid you imagine it to be. Then in that case the body is the container. The more well-developed the body is, the bigger the container. And the easier it is to manipulate the magic. He said to imagine an untrained wizard as a tiny shot glass that has cracks and is filled to the top. Each time he uses a spell or moves the glass, more and more magic or water leaks out. Now imagine a trained wizard as a crystal wine glass. You can swirl it, move it around, and the water will remain in the glass, all in control. The more you train, the bigger the glass becomes and you can hold in more magic. Ophelia and Daphne were thinking about what they heard. If this was true, then it's no wonder wizards rarely go far. Even Aurors only train to remain quick on their feet to dodge spells. Nobody actually trains their entire body. The group arrived in the training room. There was music in the background. Harry was in a one-hand handstand and was doing push-ups. His other hand was pointing at a book that he was reading upside down. The book was perfectly level with his head. He was training his mind, body, and magic at once. The Greengrass froze, especially the young ones. Girls mature faster than boys. Even young Astoria, who was 9, knew that Harry was attractive even if she didn't understand it. In her head, he was pretty, just like some flowers she had seen. Daphne blushed but then remembered it was Harry. Her blush quickly faded away as she paled, all of her blood left her face and turned her head away. Hoping she didn't offend him. Ophelia was different. She was a grown woman and understood how most men looked. How did he get muscles like that? They are perfectly sculpted, like those marble statues. A ritual. No, Harry was quite upfront that he only used supplementary rituals for his mind. Perhaps some magical ingredients. Fascinating. I never knew humans could develop muscles like this. Even Aurors don't have this physique. Harry, you forgot to add them to the library ward array. Hope casually says, but her eyes were focused on his muscles. No matter how much she saw them, she wouldn't get tired of looking. Harry stops and lowers himself before pushing up with a lot of force. Completely flipping back to land on his feet. Really? Must have slipped my mind. Let's go, I will do it now, he said with a serious face. Hope smirked, and I'm sure it has nothing to do with the fact that you don't want to train anymore and want to get back to your research. Whatever gave you that idea? Harry grinned as he led the girls to the library. Living room. After Harry added them to the library, they all gathered in the living room. The children were added to the normal library, while Ophelia was a level above. She had access to some of the more darker spells, but she couldn't go up higher until she finished her clemency emotional protection. Matilda had something to tell them. What's the matter? You usually don't do things like this, Harry asked as he sat down and snapped his fingers. The teapot started to float and poured him some tea. Harry was drinking many kinds of magical teas that had all sorts of effects. He was studying which ones bring the best results, so he could optimize only to drink the good stuff. Some even had a similar effect as the wit sharpening potion. A diluted version perhaps, but has fewer side effects than the actual potion. Harry, now that you will be staying in Britain, isn't it time you checked out your family manor? I don't understand why you keep avoiding it. Are you finally getting some emotions in that thing you call a heart? Melinda teased. Harry froze and facepalmed. I knew I was forgetting something. Melinda deadpanned. You forgot that you had a family mansion. Harry stared back at her. In case you forgot, I am a busy man. I have been doing a lot of research, especially after I got my hands on the Black Library. Then I got the two Hallows, the stone and the wand, which I have been putting off since I wanted to finish my current research. Now I have the cloak as well. The Potter family library was kinda low on my list. This time Melinda facepalmed. The manor. Not the library. The manor. Is your head only filled with books? Oh. Yes. I don't give a damn about the manor as long as the library and any artifacts or ingredients in there are safe. The Greengrass were just sitting there watching their crazy dynamics. Harry sighed. Fine, everybody get ready. We will be teleporting to the manor. Don't act cheeky with me. Not everybody was born with a diamond spoon in their mouth. I want to see the manor of a 2,000-year-old family. Yeah, Harry waved her off as he clapped his hands and a bluish-green magic circle appeared below them. A/N. Next chap. Finally, Potter Manor. What did you think of this chapter? I added the little argument later on, but I think it's really good. It helps show off their relationship. Melinda is not his mother. She is his master, but only in enchanting. Harry basically raised himself, since he didn't need any raising or emotional attachments. Dude is a bona fide genius. Now Hope is like a real daughter to Melinda. She raised her with love, and Hope shows that back. Chapter 29, Potter Manor. I'm back home. Vacation is over. Updates will go back to every 3 days or so. Word count. Harry and the rest teleported somewhere in the Highlands in England, far away from any villages or people. The Potters have always been secretive people. More often than not, people only learn about a new Potter when it's time for the sorting ceremony in Hogwarts. They never release the news that a child has been born, and those that do know are sworn to secrecy. Or at least that was the case, but Charles Potter decided to change that. He wasn't exactly wrong to do so. The times have changed and so have politics. Now it's more or less necessary for heirs to interact and watch how their parents work. They meet each other at balls and celebration parties. After all, each birthday you don't go to is a missed business opportunity. Once the lights from the magic circle faded, everyone froze for a second and their knees felt weak. They were standing on an invisible platform 15 meters in the air. Well, everyone except Harry. He is the one who set the coordinates and made sure there was a magical platform on those coordinates. Hope quickly grabbed Melinda and pointed her wand downwards. But she realized they weren't falling. One by one they all calmed down somewhat now that they knew they weren't falling to their deaths. Poor Astoria was terrified. Harry, how about warning us before you do something like this? Melinda yelled out with an angry face. Harry turned to her with a confused look. Why? It was obvious we were going to have to teleport in the air. I have never been here. And what if the coordinates I received from the Potter ring are wrong? Nobody has been here in 10 years. What if a tree grew where we were going to teleport? We would have been impaled the moment we appeared here. When Harry said it like that, it did make sense. You still should have said something. Look at poor Astoria, Melinda pointed at her. Harry turned to the girl and saw that Astoria was clutching Ophelia's robes while shaking like a leaf. Oops. Melinda and Hope deadpanned at him. Harry cast a calming charm at the little girl along with a minor cheering charm. This seemed to help her stop panicking. Sorry, I forgot that they are not used to my approach. I will make sure to say something beforehand. But for now, welcome to the Potter Ancestral Manor. The Potter crest was on the stone pillars at the gate. 2 gladiuses crossed and pointing downward and a wand pointed downward behind them. Everybody stood in awe of the manor. Harry was frowning. It was a Roman-inspired Baroque manor/villa. It was made with beautiful white stone. Obviously, when the Potter family decided to remodel, they paid respect to their Roman roots. Apparently they sunk the original manor they built around 500 BC. And built on top of it. Their way of preserving history. What a dump! Harry looked around the place. The lawn was a disaster, it looked like a jungle. The wards on the place were still active thanks to the fact that this place was built over 2 ley lines. But the wards haven't been given maintenance for a long time. Some are active but most are at best operating at half capacity, and some weren't working at all. The only wards that are working are the Fidelis knockoff ward, which prevents people from remembering the location of the manor after they leave it. And the preservation charms on the whole property. It's the reason why the manor hasn't started falling apart. No one has lived here since Augustus Potter. Charles Potter's father decided this place is too big for such a small family like them, so he bought another manor, moved the grimoires and bits of their family history there. At least the house elves are doing their jobs. They kept the manor spotless. They must have decided to conserve magic, so they left the grass to grow into a freaking jungle. I need to bond with the buggers so the link can be at full strength. Right now they should be getting magic from the manor itself. But it's like drinking water by getting a few drops a minute. Eventually, they will get enough to survive. But not enough to do all the work required around the manor. This place needs a lot of cleaning up to do. I'm not sure if I even want to know in what conditions the greenhouses were in. Harry sighed and started to lower the platform so they can land on the ground. But once they got down to 8 meters above ground, Hope grabbed his arm and stopped him from going any lower. Harry immediately stopped and saw her expression. Hope had a serious expression with a frown as she looked out into the forest. "Dollar Revelio dollar," Harry called out, and a wave of magic shot out from him and into the forest. There was a figure there that glowed blue. A magical creature was in the forest. A big one. Seeing that its location has been discovered, the creature came out from its hiding place. It came out and the group could finally make out what it was. The creature had the body of a lion with a scorpion's tail and bat-like wings on its back. The face looked like a human's fused with a lion's. The creature was a manticore. Extremely aggressive and dangerous. Its hide repelled almost all spells. And it was very intelligent, known to be capable of human speech. "A manticore," Ophelia said with fear in her voice. "Dragons, nindus, and manticores are extremely dangerous. They require teams of wizards to take down, and not without casualties. Fresh meat, and it looks like it's a buffet." The manticore licked its lips as it watched them. Its voice was deep and had this growl to it. Harry frowned and used a few more spells in the forest. "I see. I had wondered why there was a manticore this far out in the highlands. There are a few dozen skeletal remains in there. This manor has a Muggle aversion ward. So when tourists, hikers, or campers come here, the wards redirect them to the forest. So they would think they are lost and would just follow the trail back to their start. But you found this out and turned this place into a trap. You didn't even need to do anything. Food came directly to you. Just as you have." Rah! The manticore lunged at them, but Harry blasted it back with a flick of his hand. Harry was grinning like a madman. "I have never fought a manticore before. I hear you guys have a top-tier poison in that stinger of yours. Lucky me, I get a real-life test subject to advance my poisons even further than they are now. I'm making quite the profit from them, you know." Harry jumped off the platform while making sure it would stay there for a few minutes, so he doesn't drop his family. "Let's start things with some nice good old alchemy." Harry raised his hand. His thumb and middle finger were pressed together. Snap. Boom. Fire engulfed the creature. Since it was a magical animal with quite a bit of magical resistance, Harry didn't hold back. Especially since these flames have no magic in them. Flame alchemy is a result of using magic to make the perfect conditions for science to flourish. All Harry was doing with magic was gathering oxygen, and then he just created a spark. Physics took care of the rest. The flames weren't doing much to the creature, it was just making it angrier. "I will kill Ga." A sharp stone hit the manticore in the mouth as it was talking. Armstrong stone bullets. Earth rose up and started to drag down the manticore's hind legs. Now for a little hydrogen mixed with oxygen, my own personal ratio for the aptly named explosion magic, and done. Harry threw the bubble that was separated in two by a magical membrane. One side oxygen and the other is hydrogen. Without even blinking, the Manticore stabbed the bubble with its stinger. That was a bad move. Asterisk boom asterisk. I love magic. The Manticore came out of the explosion, its fur was scuffed and burned in a few places. Its eyes were red from how angry it was. Duplici aqua sectum, double water slash. Harry waved his hand and sent compressed water slashes at the Manticore. The water slashes hit its fur, leaving behind some shallow slash marks. It is possible to injure it, but the amount of magic necessary to do some real damage makes attacking it inefficient. Let's try sealing its movements. I needed to test these in combat anyway. Bakudo #4, crawling rope, Bakudo #4, Hainawa. Lightning gathered in his hands and he pointed at the creature. The lightning shot outward like a rope and started to coil around the Manticore. What is this? It started to struggle against the binding. Figures it wouldn't hold, but let's move on to something little more powerful with a chant. Disintegrate, you black dog of Rondanini. Look upon yourself with horror and then claw out your own throat. Bakudo #10, still, Geki, it strike in the OG. The chimera was engulfed in a red light, it clung onto it like a layer of skin. Its movements started to get slower. Why is it hard to move? I'm just starting here, mate. Harry's right hand was engulfed in lightning energy. He moved his hand to the left in a straight line. Then down, then back to its original position on the right. The lightning formed lines in the air, forming a triangle. Lightning started to gather at the corners, forming into a large fang-like shape, beak in the OG, but really beak. Bakudo number 30 Statsu-sansen, A/and the Ing name sucks beak piercing triple beam. The fang projectiles launched themselves and pierced into the Manticore. But the point of this spell wasn't to do damage, but rather to restrain. The lightning kept the body in place while placing a localized current on the muscles where it hit. Bakudo number 63 Winding binding chains, Seijo Sabaku. Harry focused and formed a giant chain made out of light. The chain went and wrapped itself around the creature, which started to roar out. Harry clicked his tongue. Bakudo number 63 incomplete. The magic sealing isn't working properly. At best it's working around 35%. It's not worth using this much mana for such a small percentage. There are better spells and runes that could do the job. Back to the drawing board, maybe I will have to recreate it like number 75 foot. Harry stomped his foot on the ground, a transmutation circle appeared. The earth beneath the Manticore changed to quicksand. Walls of iron sand, a priestly pagoda, glowing ironclad fireflies. Standing upright, silent to the end. Bakudo number 75 Quintet of iron pillars. Up in the air, 5 giant iron pillars formed. On the top, they were connected by chains. The pillars slammed down on the Manticore, pushing it down deeper and sealing its movements. This one is one of my masterpieces. At first, I conjured just 5 pillars, but they were worthless. Then I decided I was going to write runes on them. The entire pillar has runes etched into it, sealing runes, runes that prevent anybody from moving them with magic. So once it was complete, I just memorized the entire rune scheme needed. I conjured the 5 pillars with the runes already carved. So the moment it was conjured, the runes would take effect. Harry started walking to the group, who speechlessly looked at him as he defeated the Manticore with little effort. Let's go. The seals will keep it in place for a while. I need to activate the Heartstone in the manor. Then we can deal with the rest. Harry passed by them and continued to whistle as he walked. The entire encounter with the Manticore was just another Tuesday to him. Chapter 30, Potter Manor. Word count. Harry mused as he walked to the door. He carefully observed Villa. The design was obviously Roman. However, according to the records in the Potter vaults, this was built in the 5th century. There were obvious signs of improvement. Stained glass, lancet arch windows. Gothic architecture added to the previous old Roman design. They managed to combine Roman columns and arches with classic Gothic castles. My family must have paid a fortune for the designer. The man who did this was obviously a genius. It doesn't even look out of place. It looks like it was designed like this. Harry was very pleased with the design. The wards, on the other hand. The protection on this place is shit. The moron who made the ward scheme focused on capturing the enemies and preserving the manor. I will have to redesign the whole thing. I will keep the manor preservation wards for now. This is not a bad place to live in. I can just throw a fiddless over it and anti-scrying wards and just live here in peace. Harry walked to the double dark oak doors. There was the Potter crest in the middle. Each door has half of the crest. The crest was made from some silver alloy metal. It was contrasting nicely with the dark oak. Worst case, I will find a way to move the manor. Excavate it and teleport or move it across a boat or something. Theoretically, If I cancelled all the space extension charms on the manor, I could shrink the whole thing and put it in a very sturdy box made out of rare materials and expand the space in it. There is a thought. No, stop getting distracted. I can brainstorm later. Harry raised his hand and focused a bit of magic and made a cut on the palm. He smeared blood on the palm and put his hand on the crest. In virtute sanguinis me, nominis me, per virtutum meme. Appari mihi portus tuas. By the power of my blood, my name, my strength. Open your doors to me. Click cree. The doors opened. Whoa, Astoria said out loud. The others had the same reaction. The floor was made of different kinds of marble to make a marble medallion mosaic. The interior had this golden cream color. The walls were covered with paintings. There were red curtains and expensive chairs with red cushioning. The ornaments like the lamps were silver. On the wall there was a giant Potter crest made out of blood-red-colored metal and silver. The place screamed out, I am rich. A grand staircase led to the second floor and there were large doors leading to other rooms. Ugh, this place is an eyesore. Harry looked at all the aristocratic things. It was screaming out wealth, so much money, and they spent it on these things. Vases, statues, armor. I'm remodeling this thing after I get some power in here. I'm thinking of making it like Salvatore House interior design. I like how it looks. It looks comfortable and convenient. I honestly don't like those posh houses where everything is shiny. Harry took a deep breath. House elves. Asterisk pop. 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 Pop, asterisk. 5 house elves appeared in front of the group. They each wore an ancient Roman toga, with the Potter crest on them. Moss dash. Stop, Harry called out, freezing the elves in place. I know your kind is overexcited and loud. So let me cut this short. Tell me your position and names. Left to right, Harry commanded. The elves looked at each other before the elf on the left spoke up. I be Whiny and I be in charge of the vineyard and wine cellar. When I do not do this, I help clean rooms. Master Hadrian. Oh, we have a wine cellar. Well, you are taking me there later. Next. The next elf happily stepped up. My name is Rocky, sir. I am in charge of preventing any damage to the property. Whiny. Rocky. Right. I nod to the next elf. He was different from the rest. All others wore a white toga, this one had a red sash around his waist. And he was old. Like really old. I am Titus the head elf, my lord. Harry raised an eyebrow. Why is your speech so much better than the rest? Titus bowed his head. As a head elf, my job is to bring guests inside, and when needed to go out in the outside world for business. I am also the keeper of the manor. I know everything there is to know about this place and the Potters. Interesting to know. Next please. The next one was a female elf. She and the elf next to her wore chitons. A more dress-like look. I be Lindsay, I be in charge of cleaning all the rooms. Harry looked to the last elf. I am Sippy the cook. The elf excitedly raised its hand. An overenthusiastic one. Coincidentally she is a cook. Sippy, can you read? Yes, master. Sippy can read. The elf bounced up and down. Good, that means I can give her cookbooks. No way in hell am I eating classic British food. I die from all of their fatty food. Titan, where is the library? Harry asks the head elf. Well, the public library is behind that door. And the secret library is on the lower floors. Titus replied calmly and waited for Harry's response. Harry caught up quickly. What lower floors? I thought this place was built above the old Roman house. There should be a basement and nothing else. Nothing about lower floors was mentioned in the books I got from the vault. The ancient elf hummed and looked at the group of women behind me. Do you trust them, my lord? You do know how your parents died. Harry just smirks at the elf. I have that handled. None of these people can betray me even if they tried. But unlike me, they are not really interested in this kind of stuff. Ophelia, you and your daughters can go see the public library. It would be safer for you not to know what's down there. Ophelia nodded. She understood just by knowing something could place her and her daughters in danger. Not from Harry, but from his enemies. Daphne and Astoria kept quiet even though they were curious. They learned there are some things that they just can't know. Courtesy of their maniac of a father. Melinda, Hope, what about you? Harry asked. Bah, I'm too old to go around in secret tunnels and rooms. I will be looking for the lounge room. There had better be some comfortable seats for my old bones to rest. Melinda waved her hand and started to walk away. Tell me if you find anything interesting about enchanting. Hope just smiled. Anywhere you go I follow. You heard her. Harry glances at the old elf who just nods. He leads Harry and Hope to an unassuming wall. The elf placed his hand on one specific part of the wall and a rectangular part caved in, opening a door mechanism. To the right of them, a passageway appeared. There is no magic involved with the secret entrance. If you didn't know of it beforehand, you wouldn't be able to find it. The elf quickly guided them through the passageway and down some stairs. Then they entered some sort of chamber. There was a spiral staircase going downwards, above it was a big crystal chandelier. On the walls, the Potter was put up. But next to it there was another crest. It had a cross in the middle and there were two bird-like creatures on each side. I don't know how to explain it better. Interesting. Harry mused as he started walking down the staircase, which seemed to go on forever. There is not a single magic artifact here except for the preservation and safety wards at the bottom to keep the library safe. Titus explained. When they reached the bottom there was a single door, made out of some black steel. Your blood, master. Harry sighed and cut his palm again before turning the doorknob. They entered a dark room. The head elf snapped its fingers. All of the lanterns in the vast space lit up. Whoa. Hope and Harry stared with wide eyes. 7 floors, connected through stairs and walkways. Each floor was filled to the brim with books and scrolls, but surprisingly something more as well. Why are there so many monster parts and weapons? Harry asked as he saw what was obviously vampire and werewolf skulls. He also saw acromantula fangs, various valuable parts from magical beasts, a bestiary, a few holy books, lots of preserved holy water, crosses. Titus let out a small smile. In 1476, a squib from the Potter family. Frederick Potter was tired from feeling useless. His family, unlike the others from the wizarding world, didn't throw him out. The Potters weren't like the others, they cared for him. But being the only squib in the household, it was normal for Frederick to be jealous. And when his siblings started making great achievements in their late teens, he decided to do something that would mark him in the Potter family history. He trained for 5 years, in all sorts of martial arts and weapons. He asked of the family to enchant some weapons for him. Once he got them, he took on the name Frederick Belmont and set off. Belmont. I have heard that name, Harry spoke up. Frederick Belmont was the most feared monster hunter of his time. His son was born a wizard, but he chose to follow in his father's footsteps. They created a side branch, if you will. A legacy. The Belmont name was a shield so none of it could be traced back to the Potters. This continued on until 1786, when the last Belmont died. Sadly, he was sterile and didn't have any children to pass on the work. The Potters understood that this was the side branch. It was their pride, and they didn't want to desecrate it. So no Potter has called himself Belmont ever since. This library is the culmination of 2,500 years. Books from the wizarding, mundane, and monster hunting world. It is yours now, my lord. Harry scoffed. More than 2,000 years of history. And the Potters were reduced just to me because they were idiots. Why leave this perfectly protected manor? Too big to socialize. PSHH. I don't plan on making the same mistakes. He looked at the various books, scrolls, stone carvings, animal parts, plants, minerals. His ancestors were serious hoarders. This is gonna be fun. A/N. Extra title. Belmont family/secret family. I need help with the Belmont crest description. The library is pretty much the same as the Belmont one in Castlevania, just quadruple the size. The Potters were around for 2,000 plus years. And like any smart family, they hoarded knowledge and materials for future generations. Chapter 31, Potter Manor. Word count. Harry spent a few hours in the underground library. He went through the bookshelves and saw what was located where. There was a book index in the middle of the room on a lectern. But it was written hundreds of years ago. Harry had a much better way of organizing things, and easier ways to find them. The books were pretty well organized. The only thing that was left was to improve the way to find them. Unfortunately, that required computers. Which means electricity, well, that or a magical generator. But that was for later. For now, he had just marked off which zones were useful and which were useless for now. Harry went upstairs and called everybody to the living room. Melinda was already there. And the Greengrasses and Hope quickly arrived. Okay, I searched the secret library. There were some useful things down there. Daphne and Astoria will have to wait until they get their newts and have a basic grasp on magecraft before going down there. Otherwise, they won't understand a thing. The two girls just nodded. They haven't even started their official magical education. What's the point of worrying about advanced subjects now? Hope and Ophelia are welcome to go down there. Ophelia, you really should speed up your magecraft, but there are advanced wizarding subjects down there as well. Secret family spells and all that crap. Melinda, there were some books on enchanting and there were materials underground. Lots of materials for many different kinds of monsters. Apparently, the Potters had a side branch of the family. The House of Belmont. Melinda frowned, that sounds familiar. Hope flinched, she got goosebumps and shivered, even though she was with Harry when he got the news. My mother told me stories about them. Belmont, the monster hunters. Monsters who hunt monsters. Melinda snapped her fingers. That's right, that's where I know them from. They are legends, a clan of monster hunters that lived hundreds of years ago. They were active for hundreds of years before suddenly stopping. Apparently, they were the best in the business and were very ruthless. They killed so many monsters that the yokai, werewolf, and vampire communities use them as boogeyman stories to keep their kids in line. Harry just laughed at that. Well, a few of them will roll in their grave when I marry Hope. That will be a sight to see. The last Potter and therefore the last Belmont marrying a tribrid. Maybe I should open a few caskets to see if they really do turn. But honestly, the best thing I have found was the Belmont magic circle. It's 20% better and more efficient than mine. Then again, the Belmonts have been researching it for centuries. Melinda raised an eyebrow. 20%. That's a lot. I thought you the magic circle that I use. It was expensive to get a hold of. You improved it a bit, which was a big surprise. Even a 1% improvement raises the cost by a lot. And you are telling me the Belmont circle is 20% better? Harry smirked. The Greengrass looked a little lost. Consider these magic circles like family wands and family magic. For example, the devils. They live for thousands of years. Each circle has a unique formula. Some improve efficiency, others power, speed of attacks, etc. Each is a closely guarded secret. After all, the better the circle, the better chances you have in combat. Melinda spent half of her life gathering enough money just to buy a mid-class magic circle. Oh, and Melinda, there were many enchanted weapons. You are free to go and look. But honestly, there are way too many stairs. I will make some sort of levitating platform that will take us up and down. Melinda raised an eyebrow. Is that for my benefit, or are you just too lazy to walk down all those stairs? Harry just smiled. Why can't it be both? Melina and Ophelia sighed, before looking at each other and chuckling. Men. Harry quickly waved his hand and formed an illusion of the design of the entire mansion. Along with the underground area. Wow, Astoria's eyes widened. Daphne was also impressed. Is there anything he can't do? He is my age for Merlin's sake. I feel so inferior. Harry looked at the 3D blueprints of the mansion. Harry was moving his fingers, changing details and colors. Expanding, reducing. The West Wing will be sealed off. That's where I will be doing my experiments. Quite honestly, if you go in there you might die. So take care of that. I will be claiming also Greenhouse 4 and 5. Since they are a bit further away from the rest. I will be using them to grow rare magical plants and poisonous plants. I will also be building a few giant-sized vivariums for insects. What a vivarium? Astoria asked like a good little student. I'm liking the kid more and more. Think of it like a farm for insects, Harry explained. Insect farms. Why would you need those? Ophelia was confused. Having insect farms was a very rare and strange hobby. For their poison, of course. Spiders. Centipedes, scorpions, some ants, hornets. Aren't magical poisons stronger? Astoria shyly raised her hand, which caused Harry to smile. Yes, they are. But I have a few projects where I am mixing magical poisons together. I use strong poison I extract and mix from normal insects to act as a sort of stabilizing agent. This is done with the goo ritual. Not to mention that it sells well on its own anyway. Harry just smiled as he remembered all the money he made on the black market due to his poisons. His handle, Viper, was becoming quite famous in those circles. Goo ritual. I have never heard of it, Ophelia admitted. She considered herself quite knowledgeable about the well-known rituals. Well, it's not a real ritual per se. It originated in ancient China. Different countries call it different names. For example, in Japan it's kataku. In modern times it's known as the poison jar. You take many different poisonous creatures, put them in a jar and close it. The creatures will start to fight and eat each other. This will continue until one survives. It's said that the survivor will have all the venom and toxins from the other creatures. Making a super bug in a way. I have done this with some very successful results. Then I breed the survivors and use them for my poison experiments. Oh, I will also be making one for frogs. Snakes and geckos. Hope just sighed. Harry, we got it. Stay out of your labs if we want to live. Ruin my fun, will ya? But you are free to use all the other facilities. Like the potions lab, greenhouses, and rune carving table. Anything you want. The stuff I work with is more advanced, so I need specialized equipment. That reminds me. I need to raid the Forbidden Forest. Hope put it on the list so I don't forget. Got it. Hope pulled out a notepad out of nowhere and quickly wrote it down. Well, now that that's done, I suggest you guys relax and explore the place before I start tearing it apart. I need to replace the entire ward scheme and make those floating platforms. Harry then looked at the unlit candles that were all around the hallways. You know, I need some lights in here. So electricity, or make some magical lights. The second one is probably easier. Just make a Lumos artifact. Some wizard has probably already made them before. Whatever, I can do it later. I have a fresh Manticore I need to dissect and store for future experiments. Harry walked away while whistling a tune. Is he always like a hurricane? Yes, Melinda interrupted Ophelia's question. He is always like this, his mind constantly working on something. His occlumency is so powerful that he can split his mind and think and do many things at once. That combined with his personality makes Harry who he is. A true researcher. Once again Harry got lost in his thoughts. He was currently standing in the Lord's study where there were many portraits of important family members. The portraits were currently sleeping. Harry was thinking, is it worth the trouble of waking them up? But then decided that worst case he will just mock their stupidity. That will be entertaining in itself. Wake up, Harry's voice traveled through the room. The sleeping paintings woke up and their eyes locked on Harry. A child. Who are you, boy? Those eyes. You must be James and Lily's son. Where are your parents? Did you sneak in here? Harry sighed. Their questions were getting dumber and dumber. Why not stick to one and wait for him to respond? Harry looked up. I am Lord Potter. If you don't want to spend the rest of your miserable existence in a basement without the option to sleep, I suggest you shut up. Noticing his cold voice, the few paintings of important Potter figures quickly shut up. They were all very savvy politicians during the time they were alive. It was obvious to them that they were not dealing with a lost child. Now to answer your questions and ask some in return. Yes, I'm the son of James and Lily, and both of them died when I was a toddler. Here is my question. He looked at each painting, staying on each for a few seconds. What use do I have from any of you? Harry bluntly asked the paintings. The paintings all frowned at the audacity. Darius Potter was the one to answer. He was a big man with a chiseled face, and looked like a warrior. With a cleanly shaven face and the famous wild Potter hair. Before the Sleekeasy's hair potion and scalp treatment was invented by his descendant, a Fleamont Potter, who actually invented it to finally get his wild hair under control. We are here to guide you into becoming a proper lord and then give you political and economical advice to successfully manage the House of Potter. Harry snorted. I have increased the family coffin so much that even if you combine the entire wealth the Potter family has accumulated, you would still need to multiply it to reach the current level. And that was an understatement. Voldemort's money that he acquired from his followers. And his pot business, along with his black market sales. Oh, that reminds me, Harry pulled out his grandparents' paintings from his expanded pouch. Hadrian, Doria spoke up when she saw him. Have you come to destroy us, Hadrian? Charles says with a calm yet sad voice. Charles, Doria. It's good to see you. And what do you mean to destroy your paintings? Darius Potter asked the latest generation of Potter portraits. Darius, is that you? This little brat is becoming a Dark Lord. He will ruin this house, Charles spat out. There is a Dark Lord out there that kill his parents, and Hadrian plans just to leave him alone. He is spitting on James and Lily's sacrifice. Harry chuckled at that. Sacrifice. Sacrifice means to die for something, a cause. They died because they were weak. I had to save myself from death. Lily and James had nothing to do with my survival. The portraits just watched the boy. Measuring him. Thinking of how they can manipulate the situation. But Harry was getting bored until he had a thought. Wait. If I summon Charles's soul, he will basically be able to talk to his own portrait. I don't know why, but I find it an amusing idea. To see him talking to his own portrait as a ghost. Portraits only activate after that person dies. Portraits are basically imprints. The portrait will only remember things from when it was last imprinted. People usually go once in a while to change the imprint, so that it now contains their new memories as well. Actually, let's summon my parents and grandparents. The chaos should be entertaining. Harry pulled out the resurrection stone and flipped it thrice in his palm. He could feel the energy gather as it instantly used the ritual, speak of the dead. Man, those three brothers really were quite something, Harry thought to himself as he saw four phantoms appear in front of him. James, Lily, Charles, and Doria Potter. Chapter 32, Phantoms. Word count. The phantoms of James, Lily, Charles, and Doria Potter appeared in the room. They all looked ethereal green. Not quite the translucent bluish ghosts from Hogwarts. Harry? James asked, seemingly confused. Is it really you? Lily said in an equally confused tone. As if she was having difficulties accepting the situation. Of course it's me, Harry scoffed, who else would bother to summon you? Hey, don't talk to her like that, James said out almost instinctively, even in death he was protective of her. How cute, he couldn't protect her when she was alive, so he is protecting her now. Boy, you actually summoned us. Charles on the other hand was not. Ever since he had died he has kept watch over his son and then his grandson. He had seen the conversation that his portrait had with the boy. You are a lot braver than I thought. Aren't you afraid of messing with powers beyond your understanding? Doria said to Harry. Was I really that bossy? Doria's portrait asked with some sort of strange curiosity. Yes, Charles, his portrait, and James answered in the same time. Lily and James's thoughts were getting clearer. They remembered, of the things they saw when they watched over Harry. Son, you really are going to leave Voldemort to do as he pleases? James asked Harry, who just rolled his eyes. Give me a break. The only reason you two died is because 1, you are idiots. And 2, you were manipulated by the old goat. Same as Charles. What possessed you to move away from this fortress? Feeling lonely? Too big for me. You are a moron. Harry, please answer us, Lily pleaded, tears were gathering in her eyes. Right, Myrtle cries even though she is a ghost. Interesting. Yes. If he leaves me alone, I will not bother with Voldemort. Well, until he stacked up on gold and rare materials. Then I would have robbed him again, but that's another matter. How could you? James yelled out. Harry blinked. Well, easy. I'm just not going to go out of my way to get revenge for 2 idiots who fought in a war they were losing, despite having a baby at home. Frankly, you got off lucky. Frank and Alice Longbottom got tortured to insanity. Both phantoms actually shivered at that. Cruciatus is one of the worst ways to die. Phantoms can shiver. New research topic, nice. What is your plan for the wizarding world? Darius Potter asked with narrowed eyes. Harry burst out laughing when he heard the question. He was quite literally clutching his stomach. Plan. I couldn't care less about the Society of Stick-Waving Monkeys. Harry. How can you talk like that? Doria yelled out, more like screamed out. Harry deadpanned at her. This was his grandmother. In the last 30 years, the biggest major breakthrough in magic was to make a broom go faster. I stand by my point. Stick-waving monkeys. I have made more progress with magic than your entire retarded inbred magical community. Lily just sighed, must you be so vulgar? Yes, Harry said offhandedly, before frowning. I expected to gain something from this, but up until now besides testing the stone and gaining a few bad research ideas. This has been a waste of time. I have better things to do. Harry threw the stone in the air. As soon as the stone left his palm, the phantoms disappeared. He also froze every painting in the room and casually caught the stone back in his hand. They know a lot about me. I need to figure out a way to stop the dead from looking at me. Or at least eliminate their souls. Dead men tell no tales doesn't really apply to this situation. Well, worst case I have to find a way to get their souls and destroy them. I can't do it through the resurrection stone. It's a ritual, a contract in a way that guarantees the safety of the ghosts. Huh. What do you know? I did get something out of the meeting. Now I know that the dead can spy on me. And if they can, that means death gods can use them to do their dirty work. Well, looks like I need to find out how to get back all the spirits from the Potter family. That will not be easy. A/N, so I thought about making it a full chapter of them just arguing. But then I realized that Harry wouldn't take that bullshit. He summoned them to test the stone and 'cause of his curiosity. If they started to get annoying, Harry will just dismiss them. Japan. 500 kilometers away from Tokyo. A giant clan of assassins made their home inside a valley. The Taboo Descendants. A clan that has been doing specialized breeding for 1,300 years. They make the women get pregnant from strong martial artists. Or they pay or let a strong fighter marry into the clan to impregnate a few of the women. Generation after generation, and the result was a highly durable body, with superior strength and speed along with 20 different kinds of endorphins, hormones that help block pain. A race specialized for battle and assassination. The Kure clan. They were very well known in the underworld. Capable of assassinating even some supernatural opponents. They are also one of the biggest buyers of weapons and poisons needed for their trade. Irio Kure, the current leader of the clan, was sighing as a package arrived. What is it, Gramps? Kure Hollis asked. He was a prominent member of the clan and one of their best figures. Irio sighed once again, Viper. That's what's wrong. Hollis nodded, understanding the situation. Viper. A name that shook up the criminal underworld. On both mundane and supernatural sides. As such an old clan, they know the truth about the supernatural. And they use it to their advantage. Buying weapons of quality that normal humans couldn't dream to make. Poisons that are capable of killing beings many times their strength. And now a new player has entered the ring. Viper. A man shrouded in mystery. Only one thing is known about him through. He has balls of steel. Weapons, poisons and potions. Each of those things are highly sought after. And competition is fierce. Entire gangs, governments and tiny supernatural factions were killing each other to make sure their products got sold the most. Yet here comes a guy who basically gave the middle finger to all of them. His products are a lot better than anything that was on the market. At this point, anything he sells becomes like an auction. He mostly deals in trade, rare materials and plants. Which makes things difficult for their clan. They have money. Lots of it, assassination is well paid. But they lack supernatural materials. The more they stay away from that side of the world, the better for their clan. One of our members was killed by Viper's poison. It is quite magnificent. There was nothing we could do for him. We have determined that it was the weakest poison Viper creates. Rumor has it was a failed product that he just decided to sell. Hollis says with a tiny bit of awe in his voice. Their clan is extremely familiar with poisons. Supernatural ones as well. They manage a small poison herb farm that only grows plants from the supernatural world. Indeed. Our enemies are using most of their wealth to buy items to trade with Viper. Something must be done before we suffer further losses due to that brilliant poison, Iroh said as he punched the table. Viper is most likely a young man. We could offer him a spot in the clan. Hollis suggested. You want us to use one of the women in the clan as a bargaining chip? And why do you think Viper is so young? Iroh asked, not completely dismissing the idea. They have used women for generations to sleep with men and get their seed for the family. Well, if he was any older we would have heard of him by now. Magicians need funding constantly. They usually waste no time hitting the market to sell any bad product they have discovered or made. This Viper appeared in the last 2 years. There was no mention of him before. So he is either an older man who suddenly got the backing of someone wealthy and decided to take on a new persona. Or he is a young man who created the poisons and weapons. Then again, I could be wrong and Viper could just be the dealer. And 3 other people or groups work in his divisions. Iroh mused for a while. Potions, poisons and weapons. I did some digging. Potions are almost strictly made by wizarding magic. Ordinary magicians have no hope of recreating them due to the unique energy the wizards use to make them. A person skilled in potions is also skilled with poison. The weapons are enchanted to be sharper and stronger. There are wizarding enchanters and magecraft enchanters. Both could have gotten the job done. But theoretically, if a person from the wizarding world is very skilled at potions and enchanting, do you think they can do this at the age of around 25? When they have had time to learn and practice their craft? Hollis thought about it for a bit. Wizards are notoriously isolated. And punish one of their own if they use magic in front of the mundane. They also hate magicians and any other supernatural beings. They are just bred to think like that. But if one with big potential in potions and enchanting were to realize just how much they can actually earn by using their wizarding magic, then it would make sense to branch out and earn as much as possible. So yes, Viper could have started all alone just to test which one of the 3 would be more profitable. But I bet he didn't expect all 3 to take off. So he must have hired a few people to help him out. Iroh sighed, send the message through Viper's underworld channels. I don't have much hope for this, but on the off chance that it does work, we will at least be able to get our hands on some of his poisons without economically crippling our clan. I will get it done. Hollis nodded and left the room. Everything they do is for the clan. The clan is everything. The Kure clan will survive this, just like they always have. And their enemies will fall, just like they always do. New York City. Gah! A creature was struggling on the ground. It looked like a monster that was mutated by radiation. You pathetic humans. How dare you? I am a devil, the stray devil struggled. Man boss. Viper's the man, his poison even works on strays. Yeah, this shit was worth it, another member of the team spoke up. Their leader, a man in a black suit, stepped forward. The Continental has a bounty on you. Low class, stray devil, Marizard. Thanks to the poison that you just ingested by eating human bait we put up, it was easy to defeat you. The leader pulled out a gun and pressed it in the temple of the devil. This is all thanks to Viper, so if you want to curse anyone, feel free to curse him. Bang, he pulled a trigger and a bullet pierced through the devil's forehead. Ha, one shot. If it wasn't for Viper we would have had to fire a lot more. Bullets dosed in holy water and blessed by a priest aren't cheap, you know. Hey, do you think Viper will ever expand his weapons to include guns and ammo? If he ever does, I'll be the first one to try one out. Let's go, we are eating well tonight. Yes, boss Vigo. A/N. John Wick. Vigo origin story. Rise to greatness XD. I probably won't use the Continental ever again. I just wanted to put it in here. I could have also done a League of Assassins. But this seemed better. Now for the Kure clan. By the way, for those who don't know about them, they are from the Kengan verse. So Kengan Azura and Kengan Omega. Read the manga. The anime is CGI shit. I think it would be an interesting development. Harry is looking for women to bear his children. What would a magic-wielding Kure be like? I want to see it happen XD. By the way, if it happens it won't be Clara. Sadly, she isn't even born yet. Chapter 33, Lestrange Vault. Woo. That should do it. Harry whipped out the sweat on his forehead. In front of him was Bellatrix Lestrange. He had been rebuilding her memories. But only until her 7th year at Hogwarts. So right now mentally she was back to when she was 17. I also implemented some newer memories to her. What year is it? The result of the war, the situation of her family. Well, let's try and wake her up. Harry watched as the pen wrote inside his notebook. He keeps a record of all his experiments and his thoughts during them. Sometimes he revisits those notes with a new outlook that will solve the problem he had been stuck on. Harry pointed his wand at her and cast the spell to wake her up in Everett. Huh. Bella blinked a few times and looked around. She saw that she was bound to a chair. What the hell? Who the hell do you think you are? I am Bellatrix Black. My grandfather will have your head for this. How dare you kidnap me? Harry snapped his fingers and Bellatrix was silenced. Shut it, I have loads of work to do. Try to remember. Look for new memories that don't belong to you. Harry ordered. Bellatrix frowned but did as this weird teen said. As someone from the Black family. She had received occlumency training since she was young. She could easily find the foreign memories. She took a while to understand the situation. It was 1991. Her body was 40 years old. 23 years had passed. And she didn't remember a thing. Her previous self was a psychotic mass murderer who served an insane Dark Lord. Harry Potter. The defeater of said Dark Lord had broken her out of prison and healed her mind. He was also her new Lord Black and the one who will decide what to do with her. She also remembered the reunion she and her sisters had. Bella gulped. Sorry, she apologized. Harry nodded, apology accepted. Now as you know, I was the one to repair your mind. Quite frankly, it was a pain in the ass and I wasn't even sure it would work. But now that you are here, let me tell you what I expect from you. Bellatrix nodded as he vanished, the bindings keeping her tied to the chair. First of all, you know that I am the last Potter. I plan for you to bear my child, and in return, I will find a way to reverse your age. It should feel really uncomfortable being in such an older and damaged body. Bellatrix let out a hollow chuckle. I got trapped in a marriage once and now that I am freed I will be trapped again. Who did I piss off in my past life? Fine, whatever, Bellatrix said as she sighed. She was 17 and was already raised for something like this. She also had a good reason to do it. Who wanted to look old and ugly? The original Bellatrix spent years inside Azkaban. That stay had consequences on her beauty. After you are reverted to your youth, you will start training. You have a talent for the dark arts. One that you will use to your full potential without going insane. You will start with intermediate occlumency lessons. And I don't mean the things that your family has taught you. There are much better ways to do it. You will also need to make a few public appearances. Quite frankly, it's not really needed. But I just want to damage Dumbledore's reputation even more. It will allow the new Lord Black a lot more influence in the next Wizengamot meeting. Your sister Andromeda will be representing me. Andy is going to be Regnant Black. Bella asked before she burst out laughing. The girl who hated everything that had to do with politics is going to be representing the House of Black. Better her than me. I despise politics. Especially with people weaker than me. I see most wizards like monkeys with sticks. Bellatrix shuddered. Yeah. I saw the memory. Harry had put a few memories of himself. Testing out explosive magic, the Hado 90 and the Manticor. Safe to say Bella wasn't willing to make him angry. Whatever this Voldemort knows or can do, he is still a wizard. I don't see any wizard going up against this monster. Go and spend some time with Andy and her family. Rehabilitate yourself to this time. Once you do, we will be heading to Gringotts. I will repair some more memories. Memories of evil Bellatrix behavior. So that you can fool the goblins. But for now rest. Harry said to her and left the room. If you need anything, call a house elf or ask your sister. Bellatrix looked at his retreating figure and sighed. Well, it couldn't be worse than what I possibly experienced with the Lestranges. He was kind enough to not give me those memories, so I'm thankful to him for that. But I still need to know some things. I'm a big girl, I can handle the harsh truth. Better go and find Andy. Bella stood up and started walking. Where am I anyway? Harry's lab hashtag. Manticor, perfectly dissected and stored in various containers. The eyes, organs, claws, and the giant stinger were in containers filled with preservation liquid and a strong stasis charm. The only things on the table were the skin/hide, meat, bones, and the most important part of the creature. Well, the most important for Harry. The heart. Manticore's heart by itself wasn't that valuable. Sure, it could be used as a potion or a wand component. But it's very volatile, as it embodies the aspect of that animal. That's why dragon heartstrings are used as a wand component. They respect the strong and produce powerful wands. A Manticore wand would just be useful for dark magic and killing. That doesn't suit even killers. They will kill the target, but once they try to escape or use any other magic, the wand will fail them. And as a potion ingredient, it will just blow up. Still, it does have some value to specific wizards who don't mind those things, or it can be used for rituals. Just like Harry wants to use it for a ritual. A very old ritual. The ancient hunter ritual. It wasn't actually completely magical. Humans have done it for thousands of years. The hunter ritual only applies to hunters under the age of 18. And they have to fight their prey alone. The ritual is between the hunter and the prey. Whoever wins and eats a piece of the other will gain an increase in strength. The House of Belmont discovered this. Or well, rediscovered this and has been using it for generations. Teenagers of the house traditionally hunted something in their late teens. A magical creature. It was usually some less dangerous magical snake or some boar-like beast. Harry took a deep breath. No guts, no glory. I, Hadrian James Potter, call upon the right of conquest. I have killed the creature before me alone with no outside interference. I am calling for magic to judge my right. Harry put the heart in his mouth and bit down. He quickly swallowed the whole part down before heat erupted from within his body. Fuck, that hurts. Harry grit his teeth as he felt foreign energy move through his body. Magic itself decides how much strength is given to the winner. How much weaker or stronger the prey is plays a big role. Despite Harry dominating the fight, he was only 11 years old. And was a lot physically weaker than the Manticore. A Manticore is normally magic resistant, that's why it takes teams of wizards to hunt it down. And magic had deemed it a great battle. It decides things based on a general outlook. Not specified on a case by case. To it, Harry wasn't a magical genius and a mid-class being. He was an 11-year-old boy. Children were usually pathetically weak in wizarding terms. Harry was surprised when the pain stopped and a gentle feeling washed over him, soothing his injuries. This feels nice. Guess magic deemed it a true hunt. Harry waited for the soothing feeling to stop before checking what had happened. He had gained an 8% boost to his magic and a 15% boost to his physical strength. Magic decided that's what he lacks the most. That was unexpected. Harry looked at his hands and frowned. I got a much bigger boost than what I expected. In the books written by the Belmonts, the hunters gain at most a 10% increase in power. And those were rare cases. Which was true. But Belmont only hunted in their late teens and against much weaker prey. That's why the gains were not as great as Harry's. Well, not going to bother about it. I'm just going to treat it as a gift and that I'm just built different. Now I just need to rest up and then head off to Gringotts. Harry and Bella go to Gringotts. Bella was wearing a strong glamour charm to make her appear as an ordinary muggle-born with brown hair. Harry on the other hand was wearing cosmetics. Fake skin and makeup. Along with contact lenses. His aura was also dilled way down. Bellatrix went to the head teller and whispered to the goblin. I would like to access the Lestrange vaults. The goblin snapped his head toward the woman and frowned deeply. Only one person has the right to enter those vaults right now. Bellatrix scowled. I am well aware of that, goblin. Why do you think I'm wearing a glamour? Now, I wish to see my vault. And who is this? The goblin asks Bellatrix. He is nobody, a servant. You don't expect me to carry all of the items we will retrieve, do you? Even if they go in expanded pouches. Someone still has to carry them, Bellatrix says dismissively as she glared at Harry, who bowed slightly and acted afraid. The head teller smiled at this. He loved seeing humans do this to each other. Very well. Blackhook will take you down, the head teller pointed to the goblin by the sides. It was his shift to bring people to their vaults. "Follow me," Black Hook said and started walking. Bellatrix and Harry soon followed. They got in the cart and rode all the way down in silence. They soon passed the thief's downfall. The goblin turned around and just as expected the glamour was washed away, showing the insane Bellatrix Lestrange and her servant. The thief's downfall does nothing to Harry as he wasn't using magic to disguise himself in the first place. It was all mundane cosmetics. A few minutes later they arrived in front of the Lestrange vault. The goblin opens the vault and steps away. Bellatrix enters, cover the entrance. Harry hurriedly bows and conjures some blinds on the door and an area silencing charm, before entering the vault. Ugh, finally, Harry straightened up his spine. No longer hunching like a servant. Wow, it's just like in old Bellatrix's memories. It didn't increase at all in wealth in a decade. That's just pathetic. Bella looked around the vault. All three of you were trapped in Azkaban, so no surprise there. Wait a minute, Harry waves his wand in the air and a pulse of magic washes over all of the items. I disabled all of the protective enchantments in the vault. Now finally Harry pointed his wand at Golden Cup, high above the rest, in the corner of the room. The cup slowly floated to Harry. This is the most valuable thing in the entire vault, Helga Hufflepuff's cup. Helga was the best at herbology and potions amongst the 4 founders. It is said that her cup can help boost the effects of any potion by 5%. Lower-level potions by even 10% and more complex potions by as much as 3%. As well as clear any poisons from the drinks that were poured into the cup. Leave a single canute and let's go. I have some tests I need to run. And you need to rest and start your potion regimen. That is if you want to get better. Yes, my lord, Bella bows while Harry shivered. Okay, cut it out with that lord crap. I feel like a freaking chinibu. Bella was confused. What is this chinibu? It's a teen or adult with the delusion that he or she is some great hero or anything else. People with an overactive imagination. That lord crap just pisses me off, like most wizarding traditions. What kind of a lord doesn't have land or people? It's a fake title that I honestly find degrading. How pathetic do you have to be to cling on to something like that so desperately to feel or prove like you mean something? Harry shook his head at wizarding stupidity. Now hurry up, I got other things to do today. Yes, Bella started to float the treasures into a trunk. Harry had pouches all over his body to keep up the act, but were actually empty. Both of them stored all the treasure except one single canute. And left the room. Soon after, they were out of Gringotts a lot richer. A/N. Word count. Bella was born in 1951. Bella is mentally 16 to 17 now. They go and clear out the Lestrange vault. Harry wears Muggle face disguise. Chapter 34, Return of Belmont. Word count. Potter Mansion. Man, what's wrong with this kid? Nymphadora stood there in awe as she watched Harry practice magic from the Black family library. Harry was quickly getting the hang of the spells. After 1 or 2 tries the spell was completely mastered. How is he wielding dark magic so easily? Harry on the other hand was getting bored. He was blasting apart training dummies with ease. Man, with Voldy's memories and my natural talent, spells are just too easy. I'm practically relearning these. Voldemort has learned some of them through Bellatrix and Regulus. Harry twisted his wand and the dummy's head exploded, then the chest, then the stomach. Well, that's enough spells for today. What was next on my agenda? Studying more about Peverell magic, I guess. Soul magic is tricky. I'm always extra careful when I use it or experiment with it. Hogwarts will be starting soon. Can't wait to see all of the things hidden in that castle. That reminds me. I need to inform Ted to push Dumbledore. He still hasn't delivered all of my items. So if he wants another extension, he is going to need to pay for it. 50 kilograms of Phoenix Ash should do the trick. Harry started to laugh all of a sudden, freaking Dora out. Yep. He is definitely insane. I'm out of here. She slowly backed away and went into the living room, promising herself never to watch Harry practice ever again. Harry stopped laughing once he sensed that Dora had left. Ah. Messing with people never gets old. Guess I'll just improve my poisons. I need to catch a few stray devils to experiment on them. There are pretty much 0 devils here. Mostly due to the fuckfest of all of the different factions here. The Wizards Department of Mysteries. The Magician Community in Britain. Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. The Protestant Church HQ in London. The Royal Family. The Pendragons. And all of them have a hate boner for devils and fallen. Strays avoid Germany as well. Due to Grauzauberer. Literally meaning grey wizards. It's a school founded by Johann George Faust and is now run by Mephistopheles, who took over as Faust's contracted devil. It is now one of the leading magician associations in the supernatural world. It's focused on more occult studies and rituals. while its rival school Golden Dawn is focused on mixing magic with technology, taking a modern approach on magic. It was co-founded by McGregor Mathers, who was reincarnated as a devil by Sir's Lucifer. Mephisto doesn't really care about what's happening with the world as long as it doesn't involve his school. As one of the original devils still left alive, he is quite powerful. But he by his own choice is treated as an extra devil. Outside the devil faction, he is more than enough reason for most to avoid making a scene in Germany. Italy is also out. There are few devils stupid enough to go to the HQ of the Catholic Church. Guess I will go to France or Spain and see if I can find any strays there. Harry mused. I think I should let the world know that the Belmonts aren't as dead as many assumed. I should be able to buy some interesting stuff from the church if I use the Belmonts' infamous monster hunter reputation. It would be interesting to see how holy magic works. And with that, Harry decided his next course of action. Spain. Unbelievable, why is it so freaking hard to find a decent mid-class devil? Harry was sneaking around the countryside of Spain, where some of the slums were. He was disillusioned and silenced his clothes and footsteps, along with removing his scent and hiding his mana as much as he could. I had heard of some mysterious disappearances, but all I have found were some weak low-class devils. They were pathetically easy to defeat and capture. Well, at least I have a few low-class devils to test my poisons on. Though I shouldn't really underestimate low-class like that. All of the wizarding world practically belongs to the low-class. It's an easy system to understand. Your class is decided by how much damage you can cause. A barbaric system, but it works. Low-class can go from destroying a steel wall to destroying a house or two. Wizards are easily capable of that. So are most devils. Rainier the Fallen could easily do the same. Harry stopped as he noticed something. A small pool of blood with some shredded clothes. A person was eaten here. A devil, he ate every last bit. If it was a werewolf or some other creature, they wouldn't have eaten the entire corpse. A stray devil's demonic power/mana and soul were unstable, leading them to consume humans to grow stronger and surpass their mutation. There is little to no damage to the surroundings, and there is too little blood. The clothes were also shredded to make it look like rape, the mana trace was also minimal. This is the most cautious stray I have seen. This one is capable of thinking straight to throw others off its trail and clean up after itself. Finally, a mid-class. Mid-class, basically a Kino level at the start of the series. A mid-class being can easily destroy a street block. So let's say around 15 to 20 houses. It must be casually done. So Dumbledore, Grindelwald, Voldemort. Mana-wise they are about a bit better than a Kino. But they have a lot more experience than her and can easily beat her. All three of them can easily destroy a street block and still have a lot of juice left. There is a difference between throwing lighting around and carefully using mana to cast spells with minimal loss. And a Kino is a half-fallen with a queen piece. She does have solid mid-class reserves. But that's it. Those three can destroy a few street blocks before they run out of fuel. They are firmly in the middle level of mid class, possibly even higher. Grindelwald's Protego Diabolica. When he used it in Paris, it was said he could have destroyed the city. Which is false. If they just left it alone for like a week, without any interruption, then the flames could at most destroy a few areas. That's what Grindelwald could do at his best, meaning he could make a high-class attack. Affecting an entire city is just the entry level of ultimate class. Destroying a city is a sign of a true ultimate class. Harry was now hunting a mid-class devil, which could actually be stronger than him since he is in the beginning of mid-class. But that's just it. It had more mana and a stronger body. More mana doesn't mean automatic victory. There are many factors in a fight. Raw power is just one. Knowledge, body, tools, skills, bloodlines, and racial abilities. All of those things factor in a fight. The Stray understands this, otherwise it wouldn't have covered its tracks. It knows where it stands and is being careful not to draw too much attention to itself. Harry carefully tacked the faint mana trace he had managed to pick up. The Devil's energy signature. Skilled but not too much. He doesn't know that he can change his energy signature. Then again, it really isn't fair of me. That's normally reserved for high-class beings and only the ones who have delicate control over their own power. That's why most people in the supernatural black market are high-class. It's too dangerous to enter it earlier if you can't hide your energy signature. Being a wizard immensely helped me out when I made my own brand for Viper. It has a special energy signature that is like my maker's mark. So people know which of my products are not fakes. After 30 minutes, Harry found a tiny cabin in the middle of the woods. A hunter's cabin. Harry silently casted a revealing spell. And there were no magical traces around him. Harry walked forward when he heard a sound. CRRRR. The sound of wire. Shit. Hex Pro Duo, Harry quickly called out in his mind. A spherical barrier made out of hexagonal shields appeared around him. CKK, 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 CKK. Dozens of knives, daggers and other sharp objects came from the trees and flew at Harry only to be deflected by his barrier. Hex Pro Duo. The original spell is Hexagon Protego Duo. Harry combined many small hexagonal protegos and fused them to make this shield. Each hexagon was dense and there were no weak spots. The duo made the shield repel magic and non-magical attacks. Naturally at a higher mana cost. He uses these super short chance-like word associations. He tricks his brain to quickly bypass the normal procedure. He knows the original spell might be long, so he uses short chant to associate it to the original spell, cutting down the time. Normally he didn't need to do this as he already thinks much faster than even high-class opponents. Acclimancy, magecraft spells and rituals. He uses all of them to enhance his brain to think faster and better. But Harry always wants to keep pushing it. To be better. It was exactly what allowed Harry to be calm in a situation like this. A mechanical trap. It has no magic whatsoever. Another thing I need to work on. A spell that can find mechanical traps. I could have blown some light wind, to make it seem like it was just nature. It would have disturbed the wires so that I can see them. I'm so fucking stupid. I wanted to take care of this quickly and quietly. Now I have to risk fighting in the open. Well, we are in the forests of Spain. I doubt anyone else can sense us here. Who? Someone actually found me. An amused voice came from the cabin as someone walked out. The devil was surprisingly not mutated. He was average height. Relatively good looking with long black hair, grayish skin, and pointed ears. Harry said nothing as he revealed himself. It was too late to hide. And who knows what other traps he might activate if he sneaks around. It was a bit tearing to track you down. You cover your tracks well, Harry replied to the men. His voice was being scrambled, so that he wouldn't be identified. The devil raised an eyebrow. Now that I take a good look at you, you are a child, aren't you? You might be covered in clothes head to toe, but your size gives you away. Harry chuckled. Why should I hide my real age? You will be dead either way. I could say the same thing about you, child. You can remember the name of the one who killed you. I am Mares. Now die. The devil rushed at Harry, who smirked then hissed. $Lotta Ventus Diffindo Maxima $. Ventus is a spell that shoots out a jet of wind from the wand. Diffindo is a spell that severs. Combine both with Lotta to widen the range and Maxima to increase the damage. And you get a spell that shoots out air blades and wind in wide area. Shoo, 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 shoo. Mares quickly made a magic circle in front of him to protect himself. Harry's wind blades didn't just attack him, the main goal was to send as many of them into the forest. Harry activated all the traps that were set. The wires were cut, anything hidden was completely blown away. The devil realized this as well. So he does have power to back up his claim. But no matter how strong he is just a child, while I have lived for 70 years. Triplamoris, Harry chanted, and a mouth appeared on the back of his hands. Mares raised his hand and 2 magic circles appeared on each hand. He proceeded to shoot out a few fire attacks at Harry. Attacks that Harry blew away. Whoosh. Mears appeared behind Harry with a dagger pointed right at his neck. Harry shivered. His instincts warned him of the attack, but he was too late to do anything. Cling. A light green shield appeared behind Harry. Escudo. A shield spell that Harry recreated. It takes a long time to create a single shield. But the beauty of this spell is that it's a standby spell and it's stackable. And it just saved Harry's life. Harry slowly turned to get a look at the devil's shocked face. Mears shivered when he saw Harry's eyes. They were shining, looking like emerald fire. You will pay for that, Harry glared at the devil. Harry pointed his hand at Mears. Hado number 31. Shakkaho. Shakkaho. Boom. A huge red orb hit the devil and exploded right in his face, sending him flying. Fucking night piece. And he specifically trained his speed. Peak mid-class speed. Probably, I don't have anything else to compare him to, but he should be there judging by the speed he just displayed. He used the fire as a distraction and a way to hide himself from my line of sight. No more, holding back. If it wasn't for my paranoia and preparations I would have died. Harry used a compound spell to attack the devil. It's where he weaves a few spells together and says it at the same time. In this case he combined a few shakahos. Hado 63. $RAIKOHO $RAIKOHO Raikoho. All 3 hands hissed out. BZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ BZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ Three large lightning orbs floated around Harry, making it into a radar. Just as Mares gathered himself and stood up. Fire. The lightning was released, and in a straight line flew at the devil. With his superior speed he might have dodged them, if all three weren't fired in the directions he could have escaped. Mares decided to take the middle shot and let the left and right ones pass him. He created a barrier with both hands and put it in front of him. He managed to block the middle shot, but the other two on his sides exploded in mid-air. Since they were away from him they didn't cause any damage, but they did manage to paralyze him and stop him from moving. Harry put his staff in front of him and started to focus. Dense mana started to gather around him. No Udon. Mares struggled for his life. He raised his hand and called upon his magic circle. A water javelin flew at Harry while he was concentrating. Mares hoped to disrupt his focus until he could move, which he only needed a bit longer to get rid of the paralysis. Mirror Alice. A large rectangular mirror with a silver frame and sapphires appeared in front of Harry, and Mares watched in horror as it absorbed the water javelin. A sacred gear, he thought before he turned to Harry, who now had his eyes open. You deserve a lot worse than this, consider yourself lucky. Black large square, Harry called out. It sounded like gibberish, but that's because it was 100 spells compressed at once. FSHHHHHHHHH. A chaotic red orb flew at Mares. No, wait. Please. I can be of use. I can serve you. Boom. The explosion engulfed him and the surroundings. The shockwave alone tore apart a good chunk of the area where they were fighting. After a few seconds it was over, and a big piece of land was destroyed. Harry looked at the crater where the devil had perished, leaving behind a charred corpse, and clicked his tongue. I need more training. This just proves how inexperienced I am at fights on my level. It's a pity I can't take his soul to burn for eternity. He turned to the forest and pointed his staff. Reparo. The tree's pieces and the ground started to float and return to their previous location. They mended themselves and returned to their previous form. Harry casted it a few more times and added a lot more power. Eventually the forest was repaired. He made the corpse float and left the forest. 1 hour later, in a town where there was plenty supernatural activity, there was a corpse left on one of the churches. A charred behedged devil. On the charred corpse there was a piece of paper left. A crest. The crest of House Belmont. A/N. What do you think of the chapter? I had no idea what to call the devil. I basically called him the current month. March. In German it's spelled Mars but spoken Mers. So yeah. Originality 0xd. Harry couldn't take his soul on the off chance someone notices it. His corpse was left behind on purpose. Nymphadora means beloved young girl in Greek. I used this chapter to give a breakdown of the class system. Low dash, breaking a thick wall, destroying a house or two. Mid, affecting street block to a destroying few blocks. High, affecting city area to destroying a few. Ultimate, affecting an entree city to destroying a city to destroying a part of the country. Ultimate class is a really wide term. Destroying a country is just unofficial Satan class. Chapter 35, Malediction Curse. Word count. Harry. Melinda yelled out, her voice echoed slightly in the manner. Boom. In nearby room an explosion happened. Bam. The doors slammed open as smoke came out of the room along with a coughing Harry. What? He angrily yelled out, for God's sake. Don't call for me when I am working. Melinda sighed as she rubbed the bridge of her nose. Little Astoria fainted. She had another episode. Didn't you say you were going to look into that? Harry blinked. Right. He pulled out a notebook. Hope had one as well. They are linked. It was his schedule. The one he will follow unless he has some random idea for an experiment. Well, I was planning on looking at her the day after tomorrow. Melina deadpanned, 2 days before you all go to Hogwarts. Well, yeah. Astoria is coming to Hogwarts with us as my apprentice, and Hope as my assistant. They won't be able to refuse me. I can start researching the blood malediction at Hogwarts. I checked the Black Library. Surprisingly, there was little mention of it. I know how it's cast, but there are no records of it being removed. I hope to find something in the restricted section before I start any research on my own. That or when the next episode was going to be. And you underestimate me, Melinda. I already scanned Astoria the moment I brought her on my boat. The problem is the results I received were inconclusive. I was waiting for her to have another episode so I can get a more detailed scan. Harry smiled as he raised his hand. Both he and Melinda started to float. She looked beneath her feet as a floating board was beneath her. She looked at Harry and smiled. Impressive, you are getting more and more subtle. I didn't notice a thing. Harry just nodded as both of them floated or flew to the room where Astoria was. When he entered, Astoria was laying on the bed. She was pale and breathing heavily. Hope was there doing some preparations for Harry, while Daphne and Ophelia were by the sides of the bed. "Harry," Ophelia called out, released that Harry was here. As a member of the Order of Healers, Harry was her best shot at healing Astoria. "I got it, I was waiting for this moment. I had already scanned her before, but the best time to skin her is during or right after an episode." Harry pulled out his staff, his wands. His original wand and the Elder Wand. He needed maximum precision for this. He pushed his occlumency and magecraft mental magic to the limit as he started to run diagnostic spells. Magic circles appeared around Astoria, each slowly turning. Like an interconnected mechanical machine. The cogs, or in this case magic circles, were slowly spinning, almost like they were interacting with each other. The Greengrasses were on the edge of her seat. Harry let out a deep breath as he massaged his temples. "Damn, I honestly didn't expect that." "Is she going to be all right?" Ophelia said in a desperate voice. "Yeah, we will get to that in a minute. At first I thought the malediction blood curse was just one's curse. Forcefully turned the victim into an animal, and the pain was the result of that. But I was wrong. It's quite the complex piece of magic. The creator of this curse was definitely a sadistic son of a bitch. The blood curse had several different factors to it. First of all, it is forcefully passed on from parent to child for generations, and it strengthens with each generation, making it even more difficult to remove. "You are the 21 first generation, right?" Harry asks Daphne, which she nods. 21, 7 by 3, these are magically powerful numbers. The curse should have peaked with this generation. I'm guessing that your child Daphne will definitely have the curse. And so will every child you have. The curse is at its peak. The child would probably not even survive a few weeks after it was born, if nothing was done. The Greengrass line would have ended with you too. There were several gasps in the room, but Harry just moved on. Now for the effect of the curse. It should have come to me from the start. It's not that difficult to transfigure a human into an animal if you have the knowledge on how to do it. So why does it cause pain? Because it's a separate effect. The bastard made it so that the victim would always be ill, giving them a weak body and a weak magical core. By doing it this way, it means that the victim won't be able to resist the process of turning into an animal. They can try and force their magic to work against it. But eventually they will turn into one. The curse targets your spirit animal, which you use to become an animagus, and changes the base. If animagi aren't careful, they can remain stuck in their animal form. That's what the curse does. It tricks the magic in your body to believe that their animagus form is their real form. By the way, Astoria's animal is an Arctic fox. The people in the room process the news. So how do we cure it? There are several ways. Ideally, I would like to get rid of their curse from their bodies completely. Actually, scratch that. I'm definitely going to do that. Someday Daphne will carry my child. I won't allow a curse like this to affect my children. I can think of a few things to help or slow it down, and a few contingencies. First of all, Astoria needs to become an animagus. So if she does get trapped in an animal body, she can turn into a human as her animagus form. That way she can just go back and forth at will. Then I suggest we stock up on her hairs. She can just use a polyjuice potion to turn into a human. I'm going to be looking into a way to get rid of the curse, which is quite difficult as it's deeply engraved into their genes. Genetic manipulation is a pain. I'll start her on a potion regimen and use blood magic of my own to lessen the effect of the curse. Now that I know the curse has multiple effects, I can treat each one differently. Harry patted her head. "You are going to be fine, kid. At the very least, I'll make sure you are not in pain. But you are going to need to work hard to become an animagus. Do you think you can do it?" The little girl was crying. All her life she was nothing but a burden to her family. Every healer they went told her that she was going to die. And now, Harry, the boy who changed everything for her family, was telling her that she would live. "Yes. I will do it," she said bravely. Harry patted her head. "Good girl, have a lollipop." He stood up and stretched before he looked at the time. Workout time," he grumbled before he got a mean look in his face. "Hope, call the Tonks, tell them to meet me in the training room. Dora must come. I would also like Andy and Ted to be there if possible." Hope raised an eyebrow. "Sure, but what are you planning now?" Harry glanced at the Greengrasses. "I want to break their worldviews a bit. It's time for a wake-up call. Physical training." Harry hates training. Naturally, as the lazy as he was, he developed the most efficient way for him to train. Best result in the least amount of time. So he had more time for research. He had already created a potion that would increase the gains he would get. And he researched the optimal way to train. When the women entered the room, they were confused and embarrassed. They were all wearing sports bras and shorts. Except for Astoria, who was wearing a kid's spots shirt. All of the women and girls were there, except Melinda. Ted couldn't make it due to a meeting with a client. He will be joining later on. Harry doesn't like to leave any weak spots with which people can target him with. And if he does get caught, Harry will of course try and save him if possible. If not, then he is on his own, it's his fault for being caught in the first place. Harry was about to show them why exercise was important for their survival. Harry was doing an one-handstand and was doing push-ups. He only had shorts on. Harry, would you mind telling me why we are all here? Andromeda asked politely, quite embarrassed to be dressed this way. She might be living in the Muggle world, but she was raised as a traditionalist. And showing this much skin when not on the beach was very embarrassing. You are all here to check how physically fit you are. I need to know your maximum so I can make a training regimen for you. Ted will also get one later. You know now how the real world is. You don't have the luxury to afford not to train. Mage types don't need a lot of strength, but they do need agility and endurance. If you are not running as a wizard or a mage, you are an idiot. Staying in one position is a good way to get yourself killed. Don't use me as an example, I am overwhelmingly powerful compared to you. If I am up against someone who is equally matched, staying in one place would be suicide. I'll run a marathon around my opponent if it means I get to kill him and survive. Okay, so what do we have to do now? Dora asked with her hands on her hips. Harry let out a grin as he summoned a long piece of parchment. It had a long list of exercises on it, there was writing on both sides. Some of you might hate me after this. But it's a sacrifice I am willing to make. Their paling faces made Harry laugh even harder. Today will be a good day. Chapter 36, Training and Train. Word count. Harry. Dora grunted weakly. I hate you. Thud. The colorful teen slumped to the ground. Good, now use that hate and stand up, you have 2 more reps to go. Ophelia and Daphne were having a hard time, they were purebloods and haven't done any psychical workout in their entire lives. Slave driver. Andy whispered. Demon, Dora whined. Mad scientist, Hope continued the line, causing Harry to turn to her. What? A girl can't have some fun, she giggled at him while bench pressing 140 kilograms without any magic as assistance. She was using pure physical strength. And 30 kilograms is the average for 15-year-old girls. And about 40 to 50 for guys based on my experience. Looked it up on the net and saw some crazy numbers like 60 kilograms for girls and 110 kilograms for guys. At 15. I can't lift that much now when I'm 25, let alone when I was 15. To be fair, I don't work out much. But this is the average. Tell me what you think, I'm interested in this. The other girls were just speechlessly watching her. Causing Harry to chuckle. What did you think was going to happen? There is a reason why she is my bodyguard. Hope is the tribrid. Usually they are treated like outcasts and freaks. Not belonging to any race. Mixed breeds are almost always weaker than any vampire or werewolf. But they have their advantages as well. Hybrids can walk under the sun and the moon. They don't feel the hunger as strongly and aren't forced into shifting. If Hope just keeps practicing, she will be stronger than most people in both races. Let alone with her magic added into the equation. Harry said as he lifted 55 kilograms without any magic. Harry was 11 this year, and Hope was 13. But due to their magical diet consisting of nutritious plants and meats, along with regular exercises, Harry was much taller and stronger than he had any right to be. Hope glanced at the half-naked Harry while he was working out. I wonder when puberty will kick in for him. I'm getting tired of waiting. Astoria, on the other hand, was watching how the others were sweating and lifting heavy things. They looked like they were in pain. I'm glad I'm still too young to do this. She was currently just doing some light stretches. After everybody was done, Harry put his fingers on various muscles across their bodies. He uses magic to scan their muscles to calculate how much damage was done, and how much more energy they have left, so that he can make the appropriate training regimen for them. He was currently testing Dora. Not bad, you have some training done. I think Auroras do the same thing. Dora nods at his guess. Yeah, I heard of some exercises and put them into practice, for hopefully getting into the Auror force. But you put too much emphasis on the wrong kind of training. A wizard or witch only needs mobility and flexibility. And some minor strength training for durability. You are focusing too much on strength. But then again, you might be able to pull it off. Transfigure your fist into steel and punch a hole in the other guy. It will depend on how you feel more comfortable. Dora nodded dumbly, not knowing how to react to this. A witch punching someone to death. Then why did I spend 6 years learning magic? After he was done with Dora, her mother Andromeda was next. After she completed the exercises, he started to instruct her. You are quite fit for a woman your age. I do yoga, it has helped me stay in shape, she admitted freely. Lots of housewives do it. She wasn't stupid like the other pureblood women who let themselves go. Though most of them found other ways to stay fit. Diets and magical plants help. Wizards despite having magic still haven't figured out how to get rid of excess fat. Look at all of the men working at the ministry. They were all overweight. They were purebloods, they could get anything they wanted with the snap of their fingers. The only wizards and witches who actively were training were aurors, hit wizards and Quidditch players. Harry nodded at her. Good, then you only need to work on your agility. I just made you do strength exercises now to see at what level you guys are. As I said, wizards need agility, dexterity, and endurance to fight properly. Here is your training regiment. If you want to increase your odds of surviving in the cold, cruel world, well, colder and crueler now that you know the truth, I suggest you follow it. Daphne and Ophelia, as they were raised to be proper purebloods, meaning relying entirely on magic and zero physical activity, were actually quite weak. You two will be on basic exercises for a while. Stretching and endurance training for you. Both were actually quite ashamed. They were put on the same level as Astoria. If that wasn't embarrassing, they don't know what is. Harry then tested Hope to check her progress. And she has improved a lot since the last time they did this. As the tribrid, she possesses a lot more strength than wizards. Harry had theorized that if she died, her vampire side would completely awaken. As is the case for most of the hybrids that have walked the earth. He had read a lot about hybrids in the Belmont records. That's how he knows their history. They have less strength and speed than any werewolf or vampire. That's why they are considered dirty blood by both communities and hunted down. They were abominations. But for every minus there was a plus. They can shift whenever they want. They can walk in the day and in the under the moon. Their thirst for blood was more controlled than both species. They were somewhat weaker, but more evolved to survive. But Hope has something they never did. Magic. And not any magic. Wizarding magic and magecraft. As time goes on and she grows and learns, she will be stronger than any vampire or werewolf. 2 days later. Stupid train and stupid tradition. Harry was walking on King Cross platform and grumbling in his mind. He had a glamour placed on his face since he was about to meet a crowd of reporters. Hope, Daphne, and Astoria already made their way to the train earlier. Dora was with them, so there should be no problems. He did this so they don't get in the spotlight right now. That can come after they arrive in Hogwarts. By a stupid-ass train. It takes more than 9 hours to get there. When they could just make many group portkeys and get the thing over within a minute. Get a portkey, make students put their hands on them, apply sticking charm on their fingers and done. But no, it's tradition to go with the express. And I can't go there because I don't have the location of Hogwarts or Hogsmeade. And I despise apparition. It's like being stuffed through a straw and coming out of the other end. Harry took a deep breath and passed through the pillar. He was immediately greeted with a blockade of journalists, reporters, and paparazzi. Smile and wave, boys, smile and wave, he thought in his mind. The girls were sitting in one of the cabins and Daphne brought her friend Tracy Davis. Hello, I am Tracy Davis, Daphne's best friend, the brunette cheerfully said. Causing Daphne to facepalm. While it was true she didn't need to say it in such a happy-go-lucky way, then her attention turned to Astoria. Tori. Look at you, you are getting cutter every time I see you. Tracy hugged the little girl. Hey Tracy, Astoria smiled at the older girl. She was always kind and nice to her. Dora, wouldn't it be better for you to be with your friends? Hope asked the metamorph, who was just watching the interaction with a smile. Hope's question caused the smile on her face to drop. The last few years in Hogwarts haven't been kind to her. The first few years she had plenty of friends since they thought her powers were cool. But now girls are jealous of her, thinking that she will just shift into some model and take their boyfriends. And boys just want to fuck her. So she was pretty much alone right now. Nah, I feel like things will be more interesting with you guys. Dora waved her hand. The next 10 minutes the girls just talked about various topics before something serious came up. Hope, if you don't mind me asking, what do you see in Harry? Everybody turned to Daphne. Tracy and Astoria surprised that she would even ask this. But Daphne was asking for other reasons. To her, Harry was a monster. A genius and a protege for sure. But he also kills and does anything he wants without restraint. She doesn't see how a girl like Hope can ignore that. Hope just raised an eyebrow. Harry saved me. I was living in the woods as a child after my parents died. When I saw him at first I tried to kill him. Even as tiny kid back then he had no problems with taking me down. He grew interested in me, and took me in. He gave me clothes, food, and shelter. He educated me and made me a part of his family. I owe everything to him. She watched as the girls paid attention to her words. As for your question, what do I see in him as a woman? Well, it's obvious, isn't it? Handsome, fit, crazy smart and very powerful. I like his crazy habits and his little flaws. It makes him unique. Yeah, no kidding. How does an 11-year-old get a body like that? Dora thought back to the memory of them training. Harry's lean and muscular body, that looked like it was sculpted from marble or something. Hope chuckled. Harry hates training. But he still does it because he knows he has to. He invented new spells and potions as long as a few exercises just so he can get results more efficiently and faster. So he has more time for his research. Is he really good looking like the papers say? Tracy asked. Even as an 11-year-old she had some interest in boys. Even in the mundane world, girls mature faster than boys and it all depends when puberty starts for them. Magic speeds things up for witches. They enter puberty a bit earlier and are generally more mature and smarter than boys. Yep, he looks handsome, Dora said honestly. It might be weird since she was 17 this year. But Harry also wasn't exactly normal. Hope perked up. Harry is coming. The girls all looked to the door and it wasn't opening. Hope chuckled. Give it a minute. Dora was the first to realize, right, super senses, it was quite easy to forget that Hope was a tribrid with how normal she acts. Zzzzzzz. The door opened and Harry brought his hand over his face and pulled down. Like a mask the glamour dropped, revealing his exhausted face. He looked like hell. His hair was messy and he had dark eye bags. He sat down near Hope and then laid down with his head on her lap. Quick, say something nice to me. It's been a dreadful morning. Or evening. Hope just sighed and started to run her fingers through his hair. You haven't had any sleep in 3 days. What did you do? The others gaped at their casualness. Especially with how intimate they were. I just melted my best cauldron. Now I have to go find another one. A stronger one. The problem is, mine was already the best I can find in Europe. Harry grumbled as he started to relax. That means you have to find a better one. The Tians make the best cauldrons in the world, right? Yes. That means I have to go to China and deal with the wuxia bastards. Ugh, I fucking hate those young masters. Last time we met one during our travels, I blasted one off a cliff. Harry closed his eyes and started to drift away. He patted his chest and snakes came out of his coat pockets. Tracy yelped in fear. The other girls just backed away as much as they could. Astoria and Daphne were still not used to his familiars. And Dora just as afraid of snakes. Harry petted his familiars. If somebody charges in, just bite them. His snakes hissed and nodded. Nobody would be disturbing his nap. Wake me up when we get there, will ya? He said to Hope. Get some sleep, Harry, Hope said as she continued to run her fingers through his hair. Harry drifted off into the land of Morpheus. Finally getting some sleep after days of staying awake. A/N. What do you think of the chap? I think it was good change of pace. Next chapter. Finally canon. The scene idea that started this whole FIC. Hogwarts sorting. Look forward to it. Chapter 37, The Sorting. Word count. Harry, Hope kept shaking Harry, trying to wake him up. W-hat, Harry replies groggily. We are almost there, Hope raised him from his lap. You also told me to remind you about some sort of map. That seemed to get Harry's attention. He immediately sobered up. A map, both Daphne and Tracy said at the same time. And looked at Echoer in surprise. Tracy quickly grinned. Jinx. You can't talk now. Nice one, Squirt. Dora laughed at Daphne's expression. Daffy. Don't lose, Astoria cheered her big sister, not realizing she just made things more difficult. Daphne almost berated her sister for calling her Daffy in public. Hey Astoria, don't call out her name. You know the rules. If someone calls her name 10 times she can talk, but then it's a tie. If Daphne can stay silent till the end of the day she wins. If she talks I win. Oh, and when I want a whole bag filled with candy and chocolate. Muhahaha, the little brunette laughed out loud, annoying Daphne. Ah, was I ever that small and cute? I don't remember my first year being like this. Dora smiled as she enjoyed the show. There was something wholesome about this. Then she turned to Harry, who was ignoring them. The brat has a rock instead of a heart. Definitely. Or an ice heart. How can you not smile at these cute kids? Harry was focusing on conjuring a folded piece of parchment and enchanting it to fly around the train at high speed. He then used a little divination to find the Weasley twins' compartment. There were already students in the train corridor. Harry used magic to open their door. Accio Maxima, Marauder's map. Weasley cabin. The Weasley twins looked at the door in surprise as it opened by itself. Fred, George called out. Yes, less handsome version of me, George replied with some banter, but he was looking at the door just like his twin. Didn't we lock that door with a few spells after we got in? I believe we did, funny that. Did the spells wear off? But before they could say anything, one of their trunks snapped open and a piece of parchment flew out of it and into the corridor. Both twins turned to each other with wide eyes and jaws dropped, before they bolted out of their seats and ran after the map. Get back here. They tried to accio the map back, but there were too many people. They lost sight of the map for a single second before they located it again. And this time the map was even faster. Someone from the front of the train must have summoned it, Fred yelled out. George nodded. We have to get it back. Our lives as pranksters depend on it. Move out of the way. They kept running forward, pushing people out of the way. Unknowingly passed by a compartment that held the real map. Harry smirked as he slowly closed the cabin door. MCPOV. Nice, now I can monitor people in the castle. This should make my life a lot easier. Harry stuffed the map in one of the many pockets in his coat. He had dozens of them, and all of them had the space inside the pocket expanded. He carried books, research equipment, potions, poisons, weapons and his familiars with him at all times. Oh, you changed into your school uniforms. Harry said as she looked at Daphne, Tracy, and Dora. Dora resisted the urge to facepalm. God, you are slow. Harry shrugged. Meh, the school uniforms are ugly. I automatically ignore useless information. There are much better things to think about and remember. Ordinary people fill their brain with all sorts of rubbish. My brain is perfect, a freaking work of art. A magnificent, glorious palace. And I intend to keep it that way. Dora's jaw dropped at the sheer arrogance the boy was saying. Hope just sighed. NYM, he is messing with you. But the was saying the truth about the uniform. When he goes into research mode you could be floating in the air, in front of him and he won't even register you. Quite frankly the only thing that I can think of is being naked or half naked. He would most likely look at you and give you a compliment then, call you an perverted exhibitionist before going his way. He will compliment and insult you at the same time. What's with that? A compulsult. Omo. A compulsult. Tracy crossed her arms and nodded at herself, proud for discovering a new word. Harry just smiled. I like this one, she is weird and funny. Hope and Dora turned to him with a deadpan face. You have no right to say that. Daphne just put her hands on her face. Why me? I'm too young to go insane. The blonde girl just lamented her fate. She was the only one, somewhat normal amongst the group. And she was in quite the crazy ride. The train arrives at Hogsmeade Station, which was near the Black Lake. The station is positioned on the other side of the lake compared to Hogwarts. It was traditional for first years to go to Hogwarts from the station, and go back with the boats at the end of the year. The seventh years also go back via boats after their graduation, going back the same way they arrived. I quite like that tradition, Harry mused as he watched a giant man come to them. First years, this way please, Hagrid started to call out. I'll see you later, Dora waved at them as she went to the carriages. Come on now, don't be shy, the giant man smiled at them. Hello, my name is Hagrid, keeper of keys at Hogwarts. I am to take all of you to Hogwarts. Follow me. Hagrid started to walk to the boats once he saw that most of the kids started to follow him, through the steep and narrow path in the dark forest. More than a few students slipped at the wet stone. But after they got out of the forest, many children gaped and exclaimed in wonder as they got their first look of Hogwarts. Harry grudgingly admitted that it was beautiful. The Black Lake reflected the moonlight and the stars, and on the other side of the lake it reflected the castle with its many turrets and towers. The founders really knew what they were doing. Well, that or they just paid someone to design the whole thing. After walking for a few minutes, they reached the boats. No more than 4 on a boat. Hagrid called out, pointing to the small fleet of dinghies. Harry got near one of the tiny boats and put his palm on the rough wood. After a few moments he sighed. Well, I shouldn't have expected anything in the first place. What a simple enchantment. These boats are at least 50 years old. They must replace them every few decades, the first ones must have rotted off in few hundred years. But instead of making the same high-quality enchantments they chose for the cheap option, and have kept doing that. Over and over again. Then again this method also has its perks. It's cheap and easily doable even if it doesn't last as long. You 4 get on the boat. Harry turned to the 4 girls behind him. Tracy, Daphne, and Astoria were confused but got in the dinghy. Hope, as the one who knew Harry the longest, instantly knew what he was about to do. Just why, she sighed out as she also got in the boat. Harry smirked at her. Is there any other reason? Research, of course. Harry reaches into his coat and pulls out a cigarette and lights it. His special mix that acts like a pepper-up potion. He calls it a Fluxy. And plans to sell them once he has upped production methods. More money means more stuff he can buy to trade for rare materials. He already spent half of his wealth, including the treasure he acquired from Voldemort, against Melinda and Hope's advice. But thanks to that he got himself more rare materials to experiment with. And it's not like he can't make the money back. Hey. You said you won't use those as much, Hope sighed while rubbing her temples. Taking care of Harry was not an easy job with how eccentric he is. I lied. Plus, besides being addictive, it has no negative effect on the body. I can't say the same for tobacco. In this case it's more like sugar. but with no rotten teeth or any bad effects on the body like diabetes or heart disease. The world should thank me, I just made it a better place. Hope facepalmed, yeah, and the increased population of insomniacs due to people being able to stay awake much longer, which will mess up their sleep schedule. Harry stepped on the water, but instead of his foot sinking he stood on the top of the surface. I'm handling it pretty well, aren't I? Whoa. Look. He is standing on water, my mum will never believe this. But that's impossible. And why isn't he in uniform? Harry had to double back at the tone of the voice. The owner of the voice was a young girl with large bushy hair and buck-toothed teeth. Right, forgot about her, I'll just ignore her existence. Kid is smart but also so very stupid at the same time. Her absolute belief in authority figures makes her useless to me. Harry started to walk to the center. With each step he sent out a pulse of magic from his feet. Like a sonar, he was looking for the giant squid. After a while it finally appeared. Its tentacles started to go towards Harry but stopped once it realized that the child wasn't in any danger. Harry just grinned once it got close enough. Giant squid, my ass. There are 8 tentacles on that thing. This lake must have a small underwater channel that connects to the ocean. That's how this thing got here, but it grew too big and couldn't go back. Harry got a clear mental image from the sonar. The creature wasn't a squid, it was an octopus. And not any big octopus. It was a kraken. It must be one of Kraken's spawns. It got lost and traveled through the underwater channel and got stuck here. This thing is more than 1,000 years old. After all, it was fully grown when the founders got here to make Hogwarts. The Belmonts had a few books on the Kraken. Assuming it takes a few hundred years to mature, and be at this size when the founders found it. This Kraken should be around 1,500 years old, give or take 100 years. Power rushed throughout his body as his greed was in full display. I wonder how much power I will get it I kill this thing through the rite of conquest. The thought was far too tempting, but Harry calmed himself using a clemency. It was lucky that he was ahead of everybody else and they couldn't see his expression. Don't be stupid. It's ancient, and powerful. I can't sense any of its power due to how deep it is. If it was around 1,500 years it must be at least high class, if not borderline peak high class. I have more than enough time to grow strong enough to kill it. Wait a bit, you giant squid. I will make takoyaki out of you sooner or later. And I actually don't like takoyaki. Tried it, not my thing. After the students got off the boats, Hagrid led them to the big doorway. The doors swung open together and a tall black-haired lady in dark maroon robes stood there. She had a stern expression on her face as she looked over the students. She had dark hair tied in a bun, green eyes that were behind square-shaped glasses and thin lips. Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress, Transfiguration Professor, and Head of Gryffindor. A big mistake on her part to have all those positions, Harry mused to himself. She should ditch the last 2 and only focus on running the school, since Dumbledore obviously sucks at the job. The first years are here, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid said proudly. Poor fellow doesn't get much to do, so he takes pride in anything Dumbledore tasks him. McGonagall nodded. Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here. Follow me. She turned around and led the students in the entrance hall. Stone walls were lit with flaming torches and high ceiling. The entire castle had a cold and somber mood, with all the various armors, shields and flags placed near the walls. Welcome to Hogwarts, McGonagall spoke to the nervous and jittery first years. She also glanced at Harry's group, who were as calm as ever. The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a crucial ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. Harry withheld a snort. Yeah, family. OG Harry was abandoned twice. Once for the Chamber of Secrets incident and another time for the Tri-Wizard thing. Then there was the abandonment in the 5th year when the Prophet called him crazy for saying Voldemort is back. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory and spend your free time in your house common room. So like a prison cell block. Now that I think about it, Harry mused to himself. How ironic. Harry escaped one prison for Privet Drive, only to end up into another Hogwarts. Suddenly Harry stopped and froze. His eyes narrowed. For Privet Drive. I hit them with a necklace that causes misfortune to deceive Dumbledore. Now that their role is over I should go and kill them. Blood magic is dangerous. Theoretically if they create some kind of barrier zone to make a prison and use my relatives as or just trap them on the outside and link the prison with them, I wouldn't be able to escape, not right away. I'll do it over the weekend. McGonagall continued her speech. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts your triumphs will earn you house points, while any rule breaking will lose house points. At the end of the year the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours. Hey, a great honor. The whole system was placed to keep the students in check through sheer peer pressure. No student who cared about his social life would want to lose points. It would jeopardize their social standing amongst their peers. It's stupid how well it worked. Only Slytherins and the Weasley twins don't care about the system. Snape fixes all of Slytherin's points by unfairly taking points from other students. And the twins were clever enough to figure out how useless the system is. After all, only the house gets the house cup for only a year. The students themselves gain nothing. So they decided to abuse the system and test their future products on students. Worst case, they lose points and sometimes have to do detention. And in return they gain valuable date for their prank items. I'd be quite impressed by them if they weren't such big bullies. McGonagall stopped a bit further away in front of two large wooden doors. The sorting ceremony will begin momentarily. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up in the few moments you have while waiting. Her eyes lingered on a few people whose clothing was ruffled up, especially a certain red-haired firstie. She then opened the doors slightly and entered, quickly closing them behind her. A blonde kid with two bodyguards stopped near Harry and his group. So it's true then. What they are saying on the train. Harry Potter really came to Hogwarts. Harry glanced at the kid. Wow, he really does look like a ferret, obviously. I mean, I am getting paid a lot of money just to be here, he replied in a cold tone. Draco somehow felt some pressure from the taller boy. He glanced at the boy's company and was suppressed. Greengrass. Father said she was going to be my future bride. What is she doing with Potter? And why the blazes is her little sister here? He then laid his hand on the beautiful older auburn-haired girl near Potter. She looked to be around 15 with beautiful features and a curvy body. But as Draco was only 11 and hormones haven't kicked in, she was just pretty to him. He caught himself looking and coughed in his hand, trying to imitate his father. This is Crabbe and Goyle. He tilted his head to boys who were a bit behind him on each side to introduce them. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy, and I would like to be your friend. Hey. Harry Potter is going to be my best friend, a red-haired student barged into the conversation. Malfoy took a look at him and snorted, heh. Red hair, hand-me-down robe and poor attitude, along with being poor in general. You must be a Weasley. My name is Ron Weasley, you prat, Ron growled, and Harry certainly won't be a friend to a son of a Death Eater. Draco flushed red in his face. How dare you? My father is innocent. He was imperiused by the Dark Lord. Huh, that's what all the Death Eaters say. Harry Potter won't make friends with scum like that. Harry had enough of their bickering. He pulled out his wand and pointed it at them, casting a silencing charm on them. Chantlessly/wordlessly. He could have done it without a wand. But an 11-year-old doing wandless magic is a bit too much. If he is a potion genius, it could be explained by his enormous talent and lots of potion practice. Even the chantless part can be explained because Hogwarts students learn it in their 6th and 7th year. But rarely do wizards do any wandless magic. And only wizards who are in their 20s and have great magical talent can even begin to do it. Ordinarily, that is. Now let me make myself clear. I have no desire to be friends with either of you. I didn't come here to make friends. They are paying me just to stay in this castle. Not what I will be doing here. I will be continuing my research, and if any student or staff bothers me, things will get ugly fast. That applies to the rest of you as well. Don't bother or talk to me. A bushy-haired, buck-teethed girl was about to ask him something but stopped herself when she saw his cold face and the threat he delivered. At that moment McGonagall entered back into the hallway. Come now. The sorting ceremony is about to start. Form a line and follow me. Harry subtly undid the spell he placed. But both of the boys pointed at Harry and spoke up but stopped once they realized they could talk. Yes, it's Harry Potter. Now come along now. She quickly started to walk, and the two boys had no choice but to silently glare at Harry and follow her. With her in the lead, the new students threw the pair of double doors, who opened on their own as she got near them. The students saw the Great Hall for the first time. It was lit by thousands and thousands of candles that floated in midair over 4 long tables. On the tables sat the entire school's student body. And at the end of the hall there was a circular platform that was a bit raised from the ground. All of the staff's tables were about 5 meters away from the platform. Their tables were placed half-circle around the platform. The headmaster's chair was in the middle on a long table with 2 professors on each side. There was additional table on both sides of the main table where 2 professors each sat at. And I like the Hogwarts legacy design better. Harry's eyes immediately raced across the hall, quickly taking the position of the professors, students, and guests. Dumbledore, Snape, Quirrell-Mort, Quirrell plus Voldy. And various reporters. Even that fool Fudge was here. Don't look at anybody in the eyes. They use legilimency, Harry whispered to Hope, Daphne, Tracy and Astoria. Tracy gasped in surprise before covering her mouth. Daphne placed her palm on her head and lowered her head slightly to look a bit closer to the floor. Harry doesn't joke around. The Minister of Magic is here, Hope commented, suppressed that a man as important as him is here. Harry chuckled, of course he is. He is here to milk this thing as much as he can to boost his ratings. He is after all spending a lot of money to keep me here. The students kept on walking. It's not real, the ceiling. It's just bewitched to look like the night sky. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. McGonagall stopped the students in front of the platform. Will you wait along here, please? Now before we begin, Professor Dumbledore would like to say a few words. Dumbledore stands up from his chair. I have a few start-of-term notices I wish to announce. First years, please note that the Dark Forest is strictly forbidden to all students. Also, the third-floor corridor is out of bounds, as it is being renovated. Now, as all of you have probably heard, we have a special student this year. Harry Potter has joined Hogwarts under some very special conditions. That's why there are also press members and ministry officials with us at the start of this school year. Now, Dumbledore narrowed his eyes at Harry as the boy calmly walked. He was still wearing the same outfit. Green cloak, emerald earring, and a monk's staff. Cough, Mr. Potter. He quickly cleared his throat. Why have you brought a dark creature with you? And a young girl with you? Dumbledore said in a serious tone. He had caught himself. His bad habit almost cost him even more. Harry won't let a single slip-up go. He did, however, call out the girl by Harry's side. Harry having a dark creature with him was troublesome. But maybe he can get a favor by letting her stay with the boy. And why are you smoking? The last part he said with a confused expression. The boy in question just took a deep puff. Because it calms me down. It isn't tobacco, by the way. I invented this. I call it a fluxy. It has a similar effect as a pepper upper potion but with less to no side effects. I will be selling them soon for those who are curious. I'm calling it that to mostly mess with the wizards. They will probably think that fluxweed is part of the ingredients, when I haven't used any at all. And as for the dark creature you are speaking of, this is Hope Michelson. She is my bodyguard and assistant. I believe the deal was for me to bring my own people into the castle. As for the little girl next to me, this is Astoria Greengrass, my potion apprentice. Harry had decided to bring Astoria with him because she is at the best age to quickly absorb knowledge. She will learn and improve much faster with him. And she will be closer with her sister. They will be able to visit their mother once a week. This shocked both the staff and the reporters. A dark creature as an assistant and a child as an apprentice. What is he thinking? Mr. Potter. It would be too dangerous to allow her into the castle, Dumbledore pressed, trying to see how he can take advantage of the situation. Yes, I agree, Fudge nodded along, also seeing where Dumbledore was going. Harry chuckled. You seem to be confused. I'm saying you have no choice. Hope comes with me or I don't come at all. I need her to conduct my experiments. This is not up for debate. You have already accepted my terms. You do not get to change them now. Both of them had ugly expressions on their faces. Interesting, Quarrelmort mused, so he doesn't mind dark creatures and actively uses them to his advantage. Judging by the feeling I'm getting from her, she is a hybrid. A good choice for a bodyguard. They aren't as wild and uncontrollable as werewolves and vampires. Maybe I should get one as well. Hybrids are actually quite a threat to wizards as they are much weaker than the rest of the world who considers hybrids weak. Mademoiselle Michelson. Where did you meet Monsieur Potter? A French reporter quickly asked. Hope glanced at Harry, who slightly nodded. Harry saved me when I was very little. He took me in as a part of his family. They raised me and took care of everything I need. In return, I decided to protect and help Harry with my life. I studied hard to be able to assist him with his research. Hope is in her final year at Salem. Or would have been in her final year if we weren't pulled over here. I plan to tutor her myself for her final year tests, Harry added along. Many of the reporters were impressed. Salem's exams were notorious for its difficulty and this girl was so young. Very impressive for a 15-year-old like yourself, Miss Michelson, another reporter commented. I'm 13, Hope awkwardly corrected the men. Rita Skeeter jumped at this opportunity. 13, you say? Now how would a young girl like you look so mature? Mr. Potter also looks older than he should. Could you be using illegal potions and rituals? Harry pointed his staff at her quick note quill and it burst into flames, surprising the woman. Though I said I disliked that thing, Mrs. Skeeter. And no, we didn't use anything illegal. We use rare potion ingredients and original potions I brewed to provide the best nutrition and stimulate our growth. Enough, you can question him later. We need to start the ceremony. Sigh, we will allow them to stay with you, Mr. Potter. But if she harms the students, it will be on you, Dumbledore warned. I fully expect her to. Harry shrugged his shoulders. His casual attitude shocked many people. I specifically ordered Hope that if anybody in this castle wishes to do me any sort of harm, she has permission to kill them. This was also approved by Makusa. Before anybody could reply to that, Sorting Hat started to sing. "Oh, you may not think I am pretty. Blah blah blah." Harry's brain cancelled out the song. He has read it so many times in various fiction work of Harry Potter that if he listens to it one more time he will burn the hat. Cap, Sorting Cap. Gryffindor for the stupid, reckless, and cowards. Ravenclaw for high-stung, bullies and foolish. Hufflepuff for the losers, selfish. Slytherin for unambitious, purebloods who willingly became slaves. For I'm a thinking cap. A/and the whole Hufflepuff house bullied Harry in year 4. For stealing their thunder. Thank God it's over. Right, I keep forgetting he is dead. Dumbledore coughs lightly. Since we have a special student this year, we decided it would be better for him to go first. He looked at Harry, but his eyes had a small glint, which he quickly hid. But Harry noticed it. What is the old goat planning? A/N. I will end the chap here. Otherwise it will really turn out to be too big. I might make some mistakes if I haven't already. If you find anything off about this chap, please tell me and I will fix it. Next chap, Sorting Part 2, that's where the scene to inspire the FIC is. Chapter 38, Sorting Part. Word count. That works for me. I hope that my Lord Quarters are ready. Harry looks at Dumbledore with a raised eyebrow. Of course, but that will depend on which house you are chosen for. Dumbledore smiled gently like an old man. The Gryffindor Lord Quarters has been bugged by me. And the bug is on the inside of the stone on the floors and walls. I have used my authority as headmaster and have subtly enchanted the hat to make sure the first person who puts the hat on their head will end up in Gryffindor. As Harry neared the chair he stopped a bit in front of McGonagall. "Mr. Potter, please sit on the chair. I will place this hat on your head and it will determine your house." Harry's eyes narrowed at the hat. After extending his magic towards the hat for a few moments he noticed something. Something foreign in the original design or aura of the hat. Yeah, right. Sabrina. Harry called out and raised his arm. In a single second Sabrina, Harry's Malabar Pit Viper, exited the sleeve of his hand and bit the top of the hat. McGonagall gasped and so did many people. She quickly let go of the hat and pointed her wand at the snake and so did many people. At that moment Hope in a blur appeared in front of Harry, her wand in front of her. Shiu. 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 All of Harry's other familiars jumped out of his pockets and returned to their real size. Due to the influence of Harry's magic. They have gotten bigger and stronger. Sabrina the Malabar Pit Viper could normally grow up to 2.1 meters. But with Harry's magic it was at least 3 meters long, 300 centimeters. Salazar the King Cobra normally goes up to 5 to 6 meters. Salazar was already 7 meters long. Selena, she was a mystery species. But the only snake that was magical before Harry's influence. She was 5 meters long. Nala and Kiera are Harry's lionesses from India. The Asiatic lion. They were 2 m long and another 80 centimeters to their tail. A meter of the ground to their shoulder and weigh about 150 kilograms. And there was Zeno. The Thunderbird. It's good that he had his wings folded, otherwise he would have knocked over some students with his 21-meter wingspan. Zeno's body was about 4 to 5 meters tall. "If my familiar receives so much as a scratch, I will end you and your families," Harry called out in a cold tone. That threat seemed to pacify a few people who had drawn their wands. Harry Potter had the backing of a nation behind him. "Hey! Watch the leather. It's pure Italian griffin." The Sorting Hat cried out. Harry just deadpanned at the hat and shoved his wand on the inside of it. "Mr. Potter, I demand you release the hat. It is an ancient and important artifact to Hogwarts," Dumbledore bellowed. "Sure, just let me remove the compulsion charm first. The first student who places on the hat will be sorted into Gryffindor." How pathetic, Harry snorted. He removed the charm and opened up a channel to his mind via his wand. No way was Harry going to put an unknown magical artifact on his head. The hat used legilimency to scan Harry. It immediately noticed 2 things. Extremely high intellect. Reckless to the point of insanity. And a great ambition. The boy wanted to be the best. He uses everything, his wealth, knowledge, blackmailing. All to improve his magic, his knowledge, and in turn his strength. Because with no strength he can't survive in the true world. His goal was to get as strong as possible. So that he can do whatever he wanted in life. "Slyth, wait. Stop. Please don't kill me." The hat's panicked voice echoed in the hall. Shocking the staff, students, and guests. On the tip of Harry's wand that was inside the hat a small green flame was lit. Harry chuckled. "It is true. With my ambition I would do well in the House of Slytherin. But it's currently filled with many inbred and stupid pure-blood brats. And as the defeater of Voldemort I also gained his tittles. I am heir Slytherin. Anything I could gain from that house I can do on my own. That information shocked people, the reporters were busy writing it down. Fudge was bumbling, not believing what he had heard. And Dumbledore was getting more and more pale. Wait. Are you really heir Slytherin? A seventh-year Slytherin perfect called out. The heir, a Parselmouth, was rejecting his own house. By his words they were all useless. Harry turned to him. Yes. You know how line transfer works, right? When the current heir dies, and so does his line, the heirship transfers to the line closest to him. That moron didn't realize that Lily Evans was from Slytherin's line that squibbed themselves out. She just didn't inherit the gift. But she did inherit the emerald eyes, specific to Salazar's Slytherin's second wife. The perfect looked like he received a gut punch. Then why did you reject our house? I told you, it's currently filled with idiots believing in that stupid pureblood propaganda. Let me ask you this, if purebloods are stronger, why did the Death Eaters always attack in groups? They attacked Muggleborns, half-bloods, and purebloods at night, when they were asleep, in large groups. In my experience, people who are superior don't usually resort to cheap tactic and guerrilla warfare. Don't get me wrong, it's a good way to win a war, but it's also the cowardly way. You can't use cheap tricks and call yourself brave and righteous. You don't get to have it both ways. Everybody in the hall paid attention to the young man's words. And the real reason I arrived at Hogwarts in the first place was to find something really special. What I want is Rowena's secret library. Ancient texts that haven't been seen in 1,000 years. Her personal notes on her experiments. Those are the reason why I am here. Besides, what kind of a Slytherin would I be? Didn't take advantage of the situation, get what I want. Oi, had you know what to do? My intellect is more than enough to enter her house. The hat looked conflicted, not liking that it was being ordered to do it, but with one look from Harry it quickly yelled out Ravenclaw. Before Harry cut off the link, he sent images of Daphne and Tracy and whispered to the hat, make those two join Ravenclaw as well. If you don't, well, don't blame me when you spontaneously combust out of nowhere. Dumbledore won't be able to protect you from me. The hat just grumbled but agreed. Good. Harry waved his wand and the hat was cleaned and repaired. I don't know how the staff can allow students to put you on every year and not clean you. Quite unsanitary if you ask me, Harry said out loud, and a few of the older students grimaced and cringed, remembering that they put on the hat. A hat that has probably never been washed. UX. Loads of cries echoed across the hall, especially from the female student body. A/N, what do you think? Good, bad, meh. This scene is the reason this FIC started. Harry shook his head at their reaction. I have been sorted, show me to the Lord Quarters. Dumbledore quickly used diplomacy to remain calm, otherwise he would have had an ugly expression on his face. He set everything up so that Harry would be in Gryffindor. He had bugged the entire room, but made sure it was as subtle as possible. The listening spells were inside the stone walls and floors, as well as inside the wood. He had painstakingly used transmutation to make sure everything remained perfect. Now all of that went right out the window. The brat actually forced the hat to put him in Ravenclaw. And the hat's first choice was Slytherin. Ahem, the room will be prepared soon, why don't you just sit down and wait for the sorting to finish, he says with his kind grandfatherly act. No. I'd rather go and set up my things in the Lord's quarters. I will return once I am done, Harry says with a stone face, meaning he won't take no for an answer. Hogwarts house elf. Pop. A small creature appeared in front of Harry. How can Blinky be helping you, sirs? Blinky, please take me to the Ravenclaw Lord Quarters. Of course, sirs. Blinky can do dat. The little house elf started to walk. Harry followed it and signaled Hope to do the same. Their speech is much worse than my house elves. I guess it's something they need to work on. Reporter's POV. Harry Potter is the heir of Slytherin. Big news. Harry Potter chooses Ravenclaw and wants her secret library. Potion Master Potter. The first one to publish this will be me. Big news, Morgan. The Lost Prince returns to his roots. Monsieur Potter sure does love surprising us. While everybody was excited about this great news, Rita Skeeter was quickly scribing down her thoughts. Heir of Slytherin. A new Dark Lord. She called out but then realized she had said that title out loud. She continued to write in silence. A beast as his bodyguard. Monstrous talent. The birth of Dark Lord Potter. Ha ha ha, the prophet will be printing this for weeks. A reporter who was next to her scoffed, as expected of you English. So quick to judge. Mr. Potter's reputation couldn't be bigger as a healer and expert potion maker. He might just cleanse Slytherin's horrible reputation. Rita scowled and raised her chin, looking down on the men. Mind your own business, we are reporters, the only important thing is for us to sell papers. The man shook his head and mumbled something about a stupid bent too high on her delusions. Snape. Severus Snape was sweating. He was clenching his hands with everything he has. That was close. I'm so glad I kept my mouth shut. That brat looked so much like James except even more handsome than that stupid bastard, and he had eyes that shined brighter than lilies. The moment that brat walked in, all the hairs on his back stood up. His keen sense of danger that he developed in his service to the Dark Lord told him the brat was dangerous. He kept a lid on it, but Severus felt it, power hidden beneath the brat's skin. What the hell is Dumbledore thinking? Bringing this freak of nature here? He felt the pressure when Harry glanced at him. It was a look that he had felt from the Dark Lord. When someone is debating whether to kill you or not. And that bodyguard of his. She was fast. My guess is a werewolf or maybe even a hybrid. Where the hell did he find one of those monsters? Even the Dark Lord couldn't convince one of them to serve him. A/N hybrids usually peak at mid-class. Which makes them cannon fodder in the supernatural world. But mid-class in the wizarding world is Dumbledore's level. Quirrellmort. Voldemort was inside Quirrell, yet instead of being enraged he was curious. Fascinating. How can there be two heirs? Is it because of my half-alive state? Or am I really considered dead by magic? But what are the odds? That damn prophesy. I have no problem with killing anybody who stands in my way. But if I had known she had Slytherin's blood in her, I would have at least spared her. Satisfied Severus's wish, and they would give birth to more Slytherins. Quirrellmort looked at Harry Potter. But now the prodigal son returned stronger than ever. A great threat. But according to him he has no interest in me. Maybe I can negotiate a ceasefire. And when I get Britain under my control, I'll deal with him then. Nymphadora Tonks. She would never admit it to anybody. But she was very much fangirling in her head right now. Hell yes, Harry. That was freaking awesome. Dora's hair was shifting in various colors, suppressing the first eyes who were looking at the front of the table where the seventh years were sitting. Now that's the definition of going at your own pace. Except Melinda, I don't think anybody can tell Harry what he can or can't do. Lord Quarters, huh? Must be some fancy beds in there. I wonder if Harry will let me crash once in a while. After walking out of the Great Hall, Harry asked the elf to pop him and hoped to the Lord's quarters. The elf promptly did so. Pop. Here be the room, sirs, Blinky said while bowing. The elf had left them in front of a giant portrait of a medieval knight. Harry, we didn't get the password. Hope deadpanned at him. I know. I did it on purpose. Do you really think I will put our security in the hands of a portrait that can open with just a verbal password? Harry raised an eyebrow and then walked to the portrait. I am Sir Thomas Arundel, and you must speak the secret password to gain access to the Lord's quarters. The knight said in regal tone. His face looked a bit hollow. How about no? Harry smirked at the portrait as he pointed his wand at it. SHHHHH. Slowly the portrait was peeling off the wall. Wait. What are you doing? Stop. Sir Thomas was starting to panic. Harry just froze the portrait. He didn't want to hear him talk anymore. He carefully removed the connection of the portrait with the room. Thump. The portrait was completely removed. Harry just threw it over his shoulder with one arm. Hope just sighed and used her speed to rescue the portrait. It hasn't done anything wrong. And it was quite old. It would be a shame if it was destroyed because Harry didn't consider it important. She just leaned the portrait up against a nearby wall. Harry was tapping his chin, moving his palm across the wall. Seems simple enough. The runes aren't anything special either, just a simple locking rune cluster. But I'm sure no ordinary 7th year can break this. Guess it has to be at this level in the first place, huh? After all, this room is still for students, lords or not. What if one of them had an accident and the professors didn't know the password? They would have to quickly break down the entrance. A student wouldn't be able to do it, but a professor could easily do it. And even if it was an exceptional student like Riddle, he would first have to find the location of the room. Harry coursed his magic into the wall. Crack. And quite literally destroyed the rune cluster. He then just pushed the wall and the door moved inward. And Harry got his first look at the Ravenclaw Lord Quarters. Chapter 39, Lord Quarters. Not bad. Harry said as he looked the room. It was luxuries, that much was obvious. The theme was blue and silver. The walls were painted a sapphire color and had various depictions of eagles. The room he was looking at was more like a common room. There were chairs and tables, bookshelves filled with books on various topics. A nice fireplace that gave the place a homey feeling. There were 3 doors each leading to a separate room. Most likely a master bedroom where the men slept, a room for the woman when she wanted to sleep alone, and a guest bedroom. It was common for pureblood couples to sleep in separate bedrooms, as most of the marriages were arranged with the intent of making an heir. After the baby is born, the woman goes into her own room and lives out her life as a trophy wife. Well, let's get to work. Hope, start searching for bugs and remove all portraits in the room. I will start on modifying the entrance door. Harry spoke up as he let go of his coat and snapped his fingers. All of his familiars got out of the pockets in their miniature size and started to explore. Dozens of miniature trunks came out and returned to their original size. They contained everything he needed to set up shop in his room at Hogwarts. Now let's see. Harry started to modify the door. First he changed the rune sequence so that it would make it difficult for anyone to force their way to the room like he did. Then he transmuted some stone to the door and shaped them like snakes. He then enchanted the snakes to attack anyone who doesn't know his password. Naturally he can also control them with parcel magic, but only activated by his voice. He then reinforced the door and the wall around it. That should do it for the outside. Now for some wards. Harry proceeded to place some very deadly wards on the inside of the door. So that if anybody forced their way in, well, they would immediately regret it. Along with some basic ones for protection and anti-ghost to protect against spying. And for the finishing touch, anti-phoenix wards around the whole place. Don't want that stupid bird coming in here and just eating one of us. On second thought I might just leave a tiny opening. If Fox actually does come here, I can just capture it and imprison it. Infinite supply of phoenix tears, feathers and ash. Hope searched through every inch inside the rooms and lobby. Once she was satisfied that there aren't any bugs of any kind, magical or not, she started to set up shop. She took the room on the right and started pulling out things from the trunks. First was the potion station. As a potion master, Harry naturally needed an advanced potion station, but he went above and beyond for his. Since he isn't as blind as other wizards, he has combined many aspects into his potion making. In the center there was a table with a cutout circle, with tools put around the hole. The cauldron would be put there so it would be lower to the ground, making it easier to stir and throw in ingredients. On the floor there was a rug with runes on it. By stepping on it like you would do in a car, Harry can adjust the intensity of the flames. Some advanced potions need specific timing and a rather steep raise or drop in temperature at certain stages of the potion. For that you need to manipulate the flame precisely. On the table to the left, well, it looked like it was taken from a high-class kitchen. A washing area on the far left. Closer to the table was a big cutting board. Various sharp knives were lined. Different sorts of knives, all very high quality. Mostly Japanese knives. Some of the knives were enchanted to be sharper and sturdier. But the Japanese ones weren't. They were for the more difficulty potions, where none of the ingredients can have outside magic in them. Hence the traditional expensive Japanese knives. There were mortar and pedestal of different materials. The table to the right looked like it was a chemistry lab. Various flasks, tubes, and beakers, scales. A microscope, distillation set, vacuum filtration set and many other items. This table was also longer than the others, due to the many things needed. On the side there were shelves. Harry had permanently engraved runes on it so that it has stasis magic on them, keeping the potion and the ingredients fresher. Time magic, the fact that the wizards are capable of manipulating time like this is absurd, and them thinking it's not anything special is even more proof of their stupidity. They have tried to figure out a way to use stasis magic effectively on living things. They could only find short-term uses, like saving injured victims until they get them to a hospital. Or putting a stasis charm over the entire potion station so you can go out for a short while or take a break. But this couldn't be used on advanced potions. So they mostly just use it to keep food fresher. Harry played around with this because he knows how important it is. And he discovered the same things as the wizards. If you use stasis magic directly on potions and magical ingredients or parts, it will interfere with their magic and make them worse. But the key point of this is directly on them. Harry used stasis magic on the shelf itself. So anything put on the shelf would enter the stasis zone and is indirectly affected by it. It was just slowing down the rate at which things go bad. It doesn't interfere with them in any negative way. Naturally, Harry will not be sharing this fact with the wizarding world. He was sure some of them had figured it out and like him are keeping quiet about it. Once Hope was done with the potion station, she proceeded to do the same for the rune carving station and a large fancy wooden desk where Harry always does his research and calculations. Along with a very comfortable chair. She then pulled out her own desk and put it close to his. Harry and Hope were both done. They finished setting all of this up in less than 10 minutes. And started to return to the sorting. Halfway there Harry realized something. Hope. Why did you take out the bed in the room where you set up the potion station? That's my room. Hope deadpanned at him. No, it is not. At home you wake up and immediately go into research mode due to some ideas that pop up in your dreams. You keep forgetting to eat and sleep. We are now in enemy territory. That room is only for work. You and I will sleep in one room, and Daphne and Astoria in the other. Harry raised an eyebrow and grinned at her. Oh my, when did you get so aggressive inviting me to bed like this? Hope deadpanned even harder. I have been inviting you for the past year. You are the one just ignoring me. Harry just chuckles and pats her head. I know, wait a bit until my hormones kick in, and I have no problem sleeping together on the same bed. I remember that you like to cuddle. Hope was embarrassed and her cheeks flushed a little, causing Harry to laugh even more. Great Hall. After Harry and Hope left, the reporters went into high gear, flooding the staff and ministry personnel with questions. Questions that none of them had answers to. Did you know Harry Potter was heir Slytherin? How does that change his status in Hogwarts as a heir of a founder? Did you really place a compulsion to force the hat to put Mr. Potter in Gryffindor? Do you have any idea where Rowena's secret library might be? Today was not a good day to be Albus Dumbledore. Why can't things just go according to plan? Albus resisted the urge to rub his own temples to soothe his headache. I need lemon drops. Damn that blasted brat. How is he heir Slytherin? Tom is still alive. Dumbledore kept deflecting the questions, but the reporters weren't stopping. It's fine. The situation hasn't changed. When Tom was in school he couldn't do anything. According to the Hogwarts charter, 2 heirs need to be in agreement to make significant changes to the school, which is almost impossible. Rowena Ravenclaw has no heirs. Her daughter died without having a child. The Ravenclaw line never survived after Rowena. Helga Hufflepuff had children and the current survivor from her line is Zachariah Smith. However, she set a certain condition. If any heir wants to make their official claim to the house, he or she will have to be a herbology expert and be as kind as she was. And I always make sure the current heir makes many bad decisions and shows up with a bad character. Stroke their ego of them possibly being from Hufflepuff's line and being kind is the furthest thing on their mind. And finally Godric. That man was one of the biggest men-whore of his time. He had bedded half of the witches in his time, including many 7th-year students. More than half of Wizarding Britain has his blood flowing through his veins. Even the dark faction. Godric didn't mind sleeping with a few snakes. And those young witches knew exactly what they were doing, currying favor with one of the founders and their professor. Godric in his arrogance made an impossible task. The one who wants to gain the Gryffindor heirship must defend the school from a large threat. Be brave enough to draw the sword from the hat and defeat their opponent, saving the school in the process. So even if Harry Potter was accepted as the official heir of Slytherin, there is nothing he can do on his own. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. We must continue with the sorting. You can ask all the questions you want later on, Dumbledore said with his hands in the air, calming the bloodthirsty sharks down. The reporters looked amongst each other and reluctantly agreed. It wouldn't be a good look to interfere with the Hogwarts sorting. They can harass him later. Dumbledore gave McGonagall a pointed look and the deputy headmistress coughed in her hand. Once everybody's attention was on her, she called out the first name. Hannah Abbott. A/N. What did you think about the chapter? Kinda short. And as for Dumbledore, all I'm going to say is be patient. Word count. Chapter 40, Sorting. Word count. The sorting continued. There were no additional problems. McGonagall called them out and the hat sorted them. Bones, Susan, Hufflepuff. Boot, Terry. Ravenclaw. Brown. Lavender, Gryffindor. Bulstrode, Millicent, Slytherin. Everybody clapped after each sorting. The new students ecstatic that they were joining a house. It was all fine, until it was Tracy Davis's turn. Davis, Tracy. The little girl happily walked to the stool and sat down. McGonagall lowered the hat on her head as it covered her eyes. Oh, it's you, the sorting hat whispered to her. Me. She whispered back, not expecting this at all. The scary brat that went first forced me to put you and another girl in Ravenclaw. Another girl. Tracy was confused for a moment before she realized who she meant, Daphne. Oh, that is so cute. Tracy said in a loud voice. Everybody in the hall heard her. The hat was dumbfounded. Cute. That little monster is anything but cute, it whispered quickly. Nah, it's so romantic. He wants to keep her close, and even made you put me, her friend, there so she wouldn't be lonely. Tracy crossed her arms. It's just like Mom's romance novels. For the first time in centuries the sorting hat was speechless. It just kept opening and closing its mouth. You are a weird one. What kind of 11-year-old reads romance novels? Hey, that's exactly what my mom said. Tracy smiled at the hat. I wonder why. Anyway, the bossman made a decision. Off to Ravenclaw I go. The girl grinned under the hat. The hat sighed. Sorry, Rowena, but I'd like to continue my existence for a few more centuries, and very unenthusiastically spoke up Ravenclaw. Yay. Tracy jumped up and smiled brightly at Daphne, who was just plain confused. The older students and professors were looking at her with strange gazes. The hat always yelled out the house. Always. What could have the girl done to make it so depressed? The reporters were writing this down. Apparently the sorting hat can get depressed. Dumbledore could practically feel the stares from the reporters even though they were outside his vision by the walls of the rooms near the staff tables. A/N. I like how Tracy's sorting turned out. She is fun to write. At that moment the hall doors opened. Harry and Hope walked in. Oh, looks like Daphne still hasn't had her turn, but Tracy is in Ravenclaw. Good that stupid hat listened to me, Harry smiled, proud of himself for successfully threatening an old dirty hat with ancient history. Were you really going to burn it? Hope whispered to Harry, but got her answer once she saw him smirk at her. Of course he would. Why did I even bother asking? Greengrass, Daphne, McGonagall called out, ignoring the 2 students who just entered. You got this. Tracy yelled from the table, getting a confused look from the students around her and a frown from Daphne. Why is she acting like this? She knows I will be in trouble if I get sorted into Slytherin. Tracy is not usually this reckless. Does she know something? Daphne looked at Tracy, who had a big grin on her face as she looked at her and Harry. She definitely knows something. Did Harry do something to the hat? Even with those thoughts, Daphne confidently walked to the stool. She stopped for a second and recalled that Harry didn't allow the hat to be put on his head. She, like many other students, was about to let an unknown magical artifact go through her thoughts or memories. She turned to Harry and raised an eyebrow. The boy immediately got the message as he chuckled and nodded. It's safe, she heard a voice inside her head. Her eyes went wide. He was in her head. And it took him a split second to go past her clemency shields. I need to work on those, Daphne told herself as she sat down on the stool, with elegance and grace. She put her hands on her knees and soon after the hat was put on her head. Oh, and here comes the other one. You can join your bubbly friend. If you have any questions, ask the scary green-eyed brat, the hat whispered to her before yelling out, Ravenclaw. It was over before Daphne could even process what happened. She blankly walked over to the end of the table. Hope and Harry were sitting on one side, Tracy and Astoria were on the other, and both were grinning at her. You were the same, I assume? Daphne asked Tracy as she sat down next to Astoria. Congrats, Daphne, the little girl hugged her big sister. Yep, Harry made sure we were all together in Ravenclaw. It is so romantic, Tracy palmed her hands together and had starry eyes. Daphne and Hope's jaws dropped at that comment. Harry just laughed, ha 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 ha, I like you, little one. Your personality is weird and amusing. Tracy put her hands on her hips and defiantly raised her chin, I am not little. And we are the same age. Forget about it, I'm 2 years older than him and he still calls me young one. He likes to act old and mysterious, Hope sighed as she pointed at Harry, who just chuckled. If only you knew Hope. And he has thick skin. Hope added to the list as she pointed to the student staring at him, and Harry didn't care one bit. He was the kind of guy that would put a barrier around himself and walk straight into a crowd, pushing them all to the side and walking over them. You will get wrinkles faster if you care about unimportant things like that, Harry poked Hope on the forehead. Plus, why should I care about people that I will most likely never see after I leave here? Tracy pursed her lips and laid her cheek on her fist. That is true, it would be a waste of time for you, wouldn't it? The girl said with a weird expression on her face. Astoria tilted her head. Tracy, are you okay? Sure. Why the doubt, Tori? Well, you have been acting weird all day. It's not like you, Astoria said with a worried look. PHSHH. No problem. I had to act stuffy and stuck up with my dad and his friends, because I was likely to be sorted into Slytherin. Now I am free. No pureblood bullshit. Watch out, Hogwarts, Tracy is here. The girl pumped her arm before turning to her benefactor. Thanks for the help, Harry. If you want some juicy stories about Daphne, just ask me. Daphne just facepalmed. She is enjoying this way too much. Though I agree, it's better that we didn't end up in Slytherin. Wayne, Hopkins, McGonagall called out, time waits for no man. The sorting continued, students clapped after each sorting as the list got shorter and shorter. Until the last student was called. Zabini, Blaze, the Italian-looking kid, sat on the stool and the hat was put on over his face. A minute passed, then 2. Until the hat finally had enough and it yelled out, Ravenclaw. Harry raised an eyebrow. This wasn't supposed to happen. Blaze let out a relieved smile as he headed to the back of the Ravenclaw table, nodding and shaking hands with various older students. He finally made it to the end and sat down between another first-year student and Harry Potter. Nobody was willing to mess with him as they let him and his group have the end of the table with a space or two free between him and the other students. Blase put his hand over his chest and bowed slightly. Greetings, I am Blaze Zabini. I would like to thank you for what you did at the beginning of the feast. It was then that Harry realized what had happened. He argued with the hat to place him inside Ravenclaw. You figured it out, huh? Good for you, Harry smiled, parsing the boy slightly. Blaze nodded, yes. I resign myself that I will go to Slytherin, and spend 7 years with, as you said, inbred imbeciles. But once I saw you force the hat to put you somewhere else. I knew there had to be a way for me to achieve the same. Now I can spend my time in Hogwarts without worrying about backstabbing and political bullshit. Blaze's shoulders visibly relaxed. Good for you, Harry said as he took out a flask from his coat and took a swig from it. Alcohol, the boy was surprised. The boy who lived drank alcohol. Harry smiled, something like that. Hope rolled her eyes. Only Harry was insane enough to drink poison from a flask. He was increasing his tolerance against poisons. Harry planned to take a ritual later on to make him immune to most poisons in the world. The main ingredient is basilisk venom, to make you immune to it as well. The ritual has a higher chance of success the more poisons you are immune to before you do it. A/N humans can never be completely immune. We just develop a large tolerance to poisons or venoms. But this is a magical world. So magic bullshit. Thank you again. Now if you will excuse me, I will stop bothering you and go mingle a little. Blaze stood up and went to sit with some of the upper years he knew before coming to Hogwarts. He is a smart one. He noticed he was the extra, and decided to make a good impression by leaving us to talk freely amongst ourselves. People like him usually go far. The ones that can accurately read the mood of the group. Since the sorting was finished, Albus Dumbledore stood up from his throne. He was beaming at his students, his arms open wide, as if nothing could have pleased him more than seeing them here. I got to hand it to the old goat. He has the kind old headmaster act down perfectly, Harry mused as he watched his current most annoying enemy take the stand. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin the feast I would like to say a few words. The third floor corridor is closed off for renovation. There is quite the bit of sensitive magic being used there. So any student found wandering there will be punished since their mere presence can mess up the magic involved in the renovation. And for my final words. Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you. Dumbledore sat down with a large smile as if he had gratefully given them the answer to some great secret. Tracy was deadpanning, is he sane? I think it's supposed to be some philosophical thing, apparently it's an insult to each house, Blaze replied. It's the names of the house elves. The elves lifted the charms that were put on the food. The food was always there, you just couldn't see or smell it. Harry replied as he looked at the food on the table. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops and lamb chops, sausages, bacon and steak, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, fries, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup. The feast is fine, it has some wide assortment. But the regular food of Hogwarts is pretty lacking. Meat and mashed potatoes every other day. Not exactly nutritionally balanced and just plain boring. They don't even serve the French fries regularly. Enjoy the food for now. I'll be handling our meals from tomorrow. My house elves will bring pre-made meals here to Hogwarts. Tracy perked up at Harry's announcement. What kind of food? Anything you can think of, pasta, pizza, kebab, stir-fried noodles, doner, hamburger, omelets, etc. I got my elves some cookbooks, so they are eager to try out their new skills. Tracy just stared at Harry in a daze, imagining all those meals. As a half-blood, one that traveled around the world, thanks to her mother she knew a lot about muggles and their food. She snapped out of her daze and looked at Harry with big pleading puppy dog eyes. You wouldn't let a poor defenseless girl like me eat the Hogwarts plain food while you eat luxuriously in front of me, would you? Especially since I am Daphne's only friend, she batted her eyelashes at him. Daphne groaned at her friend's antics. Enough was enough, she was getting embarrassed now. Tracy. Have you no shame? Tracy puffed up her chest proudly. Shame? What is that? Can you eat it? She looked at Daphne and Hope, who looked at her with shock. Even Harry had wide eyes. Didn't think so, Tracy grinned at them. She said the same words Harry said. Hope turned to Harry, who started to chuckle. That chuckle turned into a full-blown laugh. Ha 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 ha. The girl copied his speech. You really are an interesting one. He wiped a tear away as he looked at the now somewhat nervous Tracy, who didn't expect a reaction like that. You can join us on our meals. Yes, Tracy fist pumped happily. Harry suddenly frowned. I feel like I'm forgetting something. At the front of the Hufflepuff table. Achoo. Miss, don't call me Nymphadora, Tonks sneezed. Someone must be speaking bad about me. But why do I feel like I missed an important conversation? Meh, no use thinking about it now. The feast is the only time I get to eat proper food. French fries, where have you been? Why can't you be served every day? Dora put on a lot of food on her plate and happily started to munch on it. As a metamorphomagus she will never get fat no matter how much she eats. That's why she is such a fast food addict, and spending months in Hogwarts away from her precious food is like hell. Tonks suddenly got a bad feeling. The feeling is getting stronger. Could it be that I really missed something very important to me? But what? All this thinking is making me hungrier. I'll handle this later for now. Food. Chapter 41, Ravenclaw Common Room and Schedule. Word count. Mr. Potter. Would you mind staying a few minutes and answering some questions? Dumbledore asks in his old grandfatherly tone. Now that Harry was here, he can finally use the boy to improve his crumbling reputation. He really needed some good publicity. Harry had to stop himself from telling the old goat to fuck off. Instead he smiled. I apologize, Headmaster, but I am feeling quite tired from the long journey, so I'm not going to be able to make any interviews. Perhaps another time. With a large smile, Harry left the Great Hall with Hope, Daphne, Astoria, Tracy, and Nymphadora behind him, leaving Dumbledore in a room filled with bloodthirsty reporters. That was not nice, Hope commented, but you could see the smirk threatening to form on her face. I thought I was hilarious. Nice one. Dor grinned at the boy. I agree, it was awesome how you pulled one over on the headmaster. Tracy smiled along. She was already getting along with Tonks, even though she was 6 years older than her. I don't intend to play nice with the old goat. I'm going to make him regret every single minute for bringing me here. I was always going to come to Hogwarts. But when I was older and more skilled, so that I could have a better chance at finding all of the secrets buried here and surviving them. Hope frowned. Is the castle really dangerous? You told me about the you-know-what. But I don't know about anything else. Harry let out a small smile. He was clearly excited about the topic. When he took his next step, a wave of magic left his foot. It froze all the paintings in the corridor they were walking in. He also put a spell around them to keep anybody from eavesdropping. There are many secrets inside Hogwarts, but also many treasures, if one knows where to look. Like the vaults. The vaults. Like at Gringotts. Astoria added to the conversation. The little girl was eager to be helpful in any way. Something like that. Harry nodded at the girl, except they are known as the cursed vaults. Vaults that even ghosts are afraid of. Anybody, and I mean anybody, who went in search of them has disappeared. Vanished. Without a trace. Even some of the Hogwarts headmasters. The girl suddenly shivered at Harry's serious tone. Then why are you looking for them? Dora yelled out in a panicked voice. Because the rewards in them are worth it. And unlike those idiots, I actually know what I am doing and have a faint idea of what to expect. I won't rush this. I'm a paranoid guy, especially when it comes to my safety. It's simple risk calculation. What's in those vaults will help keep me even safer in the future. You should know what kind of bullshit is out there. Harry frowned at her. Dora instantly remembered the conversation where Harry practically took a hammer and broke her and her family's common sense about the world. Anyway, you guys don't have to worry about that. You just have to study hard and improve. Hope nodded, as did Daphne and Astoria. Dora and Tracy, on the other hand, had mixed feelings. Dora has been training and studying for so long, but she hasn't had the growth Harry expects. And Tracy just hates studying. Harry glanced at them. NYM, the reason you are so behind is because you have had subpar education. I will be handling your education. See for yourself how much progress you can make. And Tracy, the reason you are included in this group is because Daphne and Astoria need a friendly face. If you can't keep up or slow them down, then I'm going to have to exclude you. Tracy gulped at that. Got it. NYM, I will see you tomorrow. Now we need to catch up with the perfects. Don't worry, you will get to see the room first thing in the morning. Got it, boss. NYM saluted him and made her way to the Hufflepuff dorm. Harry cancelled the magic and the group made their way to the common room while talking about non-important topics. Ravenclaw common room. A/N Hogwarts legacy style. I tried my best to explain this without using the internet. I actually got the game so I can better explain and write this shit. It was half price XD. After climbing those godforsaken stairs for an eternity, the students, being led by the perfect with Harry's group right behind them, arrived at the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room. There was a large door in a stone arch. On the door there was a bronze eagle with its wings spread out, touching the stone arches. The door goes inward, so the wings act like a door lock. But the question is, are there any further defenses? Glittering points that downward thrust, sparkling spears that never rust. What are they? The perfect smiled and turned to the new students. Does anybody want to try an ants dash? Without waiting for the perfect to finish, Harry put his palm on the entrance and forced his magic into it. The door has only a few riddles that are repeated over and over. Harry just found the segment that recognized all the possible answers for all the riddles and made all of the answers shuffle through. One of them was the correct one for the current riddle. Click. So that's a no on further defenses. Kind of disappointing. The bronze eagle folded its wings and the door swung inward. How did you do that? A perfect asked Harry with wide eyes. Dark magic, Harry says with a serious face. Really? The other perfect said with a fearful voice as he backed away. So did many of the first years. Harry rolled his eyes. No, you idiots. I messed with the rune sequence. Anyone with a rune mastery can do the same. By the way the answer was icicles, he didn't bother waiting for them to talk back and directly entered the common room, which was another entrance room. Inside the room behind the door, the students were greeted with a giant stone eagle statue. The eagle looked like it was mid-flight ready to catch its prey with its sharp talons. The eagle's feathers fused with the stone bricks making it look like the entire wall was a part of its wings. On the left and right of the door were knight armor statues. If you looked above the eagle and up to the ceiling, you could see various celestial bodies and inscriptions in golden paint on the night sky. The first few steps were made from white marble, leading the students on a purple carpet. There was a flight of stairs on both sides with the carpet over the stairs that curved as you went upwards. "Come along," the Perfect commanded. And the students followed along. As they were climbing the stairs, the first noticeable things were the arched windows with large sky blue window drapings tied to the side of the windows. Once they have reached the end of the stairs, they were greeted by a large marble statue of Rowena Ravenclaw. The first thing Harry noticed were the large amounts of blue and bronze colors scattered around the room. There was a large circular space around the stairs. On it was a huge carpet depicting celestial bodies. Above them was big lit chandelier. You could see the second floor, and above it the large open glass skylight. On the carpet there were various tables, sofas, chairs, and instruments. The Perfects gathered the students together and started to explain the rules. Boys and girls' dormitories are separate. The curfew: students must be in their common rooms by 10 p.m. and may not leave until 6 a.m. Perfects will be patrolling the hallways. No magic in the hallways. No fighting. Breaching the rules will result in detention and loss of house points. Forbidden Forest is forbidden. While the Perfect was talking, Harry was counting. "I'm breaking that rule, this one, oh and definitely this one. You will find your luggage in your rooms, and please make sure to properly sort your clothing. If you want your clothing to be cleaned, place them in the designated cupboards. That is all, your roommates have already been assigned. I will see you all in the morning." The Perfect then left for his patrol. "What about us?" Daphne asked Harry, who looked like he was bored out of his mind. "Our room is already finished. Tracy, we will see you all tomorrow." "Okay, good night." She gave Daphne and Astoria a hug before she went with the other girls. Harry took the group back to the statue of Rowena. He placed a palm on the wall behind her and whispered, "Prominence." The wall moved inward, showing a secret door. Hope raised an eyebrow. "I couldn't hear the password." "That's because of the way this thing was built. By the way, the password is prominence." "Prominence? That doesn't sound like a Ravenclaw." Harry chuckled. Au contraire, she chose a password that is completely unlike her, on the contrary. The function of this door was so that the lords can hang out with the rest of the students. And when it's time for sleep, they can just appear in their hallway close to the lord room. The hidden door has a silencing charm around it, so the password can't be heard by ordinary means. The group walked in the tunnel. The exit was also behind a statue with the same password. The tunnel led them directly to their floor near the entrance to the lord's chambers. The password is Hadrian. But for the door to open, you must prick your finger on the snake tooth. Don't worry, I enchanted it to be painless and it will heal the wound instantly. That way only people I approve can enter the room. And if someone wants to force their way in, well, good luck to them. To show them how it's done, Harry pricked his finger and said, "Hadrian." The stone wall with the snake decorations opened, and the group entered inside. "Okay, the room on the far right has been turned into my lab. Me and Hope will take the middle one while Daphne and Tori can share the other. You are free to do as you like with the room. I will hold study sessions in the lobby and we will have meals there as well. You guys can go and socialize in the Great Hall if you want. But the food will be mediocre. Dora and Tracy can also join us in our meals. Any questions?" Little Astoria raised her hand. "Where is the bathroom?" Hope chuckled a little, seeing that Harry's serious mood was broken. "On the left wall there is a rope, you pull it and the bathroom door will appear. We don't know why the room was designed that way, so just go with the flow." Harry just sighed. "Whatever, I'm going to turn in for the night. I have a lot of work to do tomorrow. Good night." "Good night." Hope smiled at the two girls. "Good night," Tori chirped. "Good night," Daphne said with a complicated expression. "Sigh, this is going to be a long year." Staff meeting. Dumbledore uncharacteristically called for a staff meeting right after the feast. He knows that all of the professors were busy with the new students and preparing everything for the classes that will begin on Monday. "You want to do what?" McGonagall yelled out. Her normal calm and collected image was ruined. And hers wasn't the only one. "I said I wish to change up the schedules. I think putting the Ravenclaws and Slytherins together in classes will do wonders to lower the school rivalry. I think we should test this out on our new first-year students." Flitwick and Pomona were both shocked. Whether by the news or by the fact that Severus Snape stood there with his eyes wide and jaw dropped. Headmaster. That would be a very bad idea. Snape quickly used a clemency to the maximum extent that he could to calm himself down. What the hell is wrong with you? You know my history with the brat. I agree. Albus, this is a terrible idea. Flitwick for once agreed with Severus. Same here. Pomona was right behind her co-worker in this argument. But weren't you all always complaining about house rivalries? Dumbledore smiles gently. The other three already knew his game. He tries to play it off as reducing house hostilities between Gryffindor and Slytherin as they suggested. But they have been saying that for years. And now he suddenly decides to make the change. They all know that it has to be because of Harry Potter. Albus, this change wouldn't happen to be because of Mr. Potter, would it? Minerva's hand was pressing hard against the table. She was really pissed off. She has an enormous amount of workload to do. Deputy Headmistress, Head of House Gryffindor and Professor of Transfiguration. And now he wants to add even more work on top of that. Dumbledore laughed lightly. No, not at all. I sinisterly believe this is for the best. Well, I'm counting on you to make the necessary arrangements. I am late for a meeting. Under their speechless looks he just stood up and left. At that moment all of them had the same thought. A/N. The cursed vaults are from the game Harry Potter, Hogwarts Mystery. There are 5 vaults in total in the game. If you want you can check it out for yourselves if you want. I will follow the general setting/theme about the vaults, but making some big changes about what's inside. For those of you that keep hating on Dumbledore. All I'm going to say is be patient. Chapter 42, Home and World Problems. Potter Mansion. Melinda was sitting down and drinking a cup of tea. All of the children were at Hogwarts. At the moment only Melinda, Bella, Ophelia, with Sirius and Andromeda who comes to visit occasionally. Now she was enjoying some well-deserved peace and quiet. HAAA. How long has it been since things have been this quiet? Since Harry and Hope went to Salem, I guess. Though they just kept coming back randomly in the week. Harry always needed to get something from home and Hope, that lovely child, just wanted to spend time with me. Melina looked through the window, but it won't be the same this time. Hogwarts is like a treasure chest to Harry. He will spend most of his time there, I am sure of it. I give it a week before he starts tearing down walls to see if the stones are inscribed with runes or just to see the magic that flows through the stones. Heh, Hope is probably getting pulled in Harry's crazy pace as usual. She smiled at the thought. For all his intelligence, Harry is still a child in some ways. Especially when he finds an interesting topic. Mostly the same things that interest other boys. Explosions, ships, robots, but in Harry's case golems. She will never forget his face when the first golem he made moved. It was pure joy. Then he proceeded to use every rune and enchantment he can until the golem literally blew up. He wrote down the results and tried making another one. Harry might be a genius, but his work ethic can't be denied. He failed hundreds of times before he succeeded in making his pots and his ship. Can he be even called my student? The only possible thing I thought him was enchanting. So technically he is my disciple in the art of enchanting. But everything else is all him. Meh, I'll always be remembered as his benefactor anyway, that's enough for me. Ding. Melinda's phone let out a notification. Oh. A new contract has arrived. Melinda is very famous amongst women who want quality fancy enchanted clothes. Grandine is quite well known amongst those circles. All of her work is custom made for the client. She has a lot of regular clients. From lingerie to everyday clothes or fancy formal events. Occasionally she will enchant a weapon or jewelry to see if she can make some progress in that field. After all, for a magician there is always something more to learn. Melinda opened up a message. Hey Linda. It's Mary. Me and my husband are going on our second honeymoon, so to speak. So I want something special. I checked my measurements and they are the same as the last time you measured me. I want some of your special lingeries. She posted a photo as source material. Call me when you have the Dane finished. We have 2 months before we head out. Lots of love, Mary. Melinda chuckled. Ah. It's good to be young. She stood up and went to her workstation. Time to make another customer satisfied. Bella character Dev Bellatrix was looking at the mirror. She hated at what she saw. Her hollow and sunken face. Her skinny body, ribs entirely visible through her skin, you could see the bones on her wrist and ankles. She looked down at her breasts, what were once firm and perfect were now saggy and ugly. Her teeth rotten and yellow. At the age of 40 she now looked years older than what she would look at this age. Even with Harry's potions and healing. Her time in Azkaban left a mark. Bella quickly put a glamour on her face. She couldn't look at her hollow and sunken face. She sighed at the illusion she put on herself. She looked 17 again. Her face is now back to how it was. Bella stood up and got herself dressed. Pull yourself together, girl. If you have enough time to be sulking that you have time to fix this. Harry said he will soon posse's away to heal me. When that time comes I need to be ready. Ready to get revenge on the bastards that did this to me. My parents are fucking lucky they are dead. I wanted to torture and kill them myself. But I will settle for my former comrades, especially my master. She scoffed at remembering their faces soon. I will show you how blacks get revenge on people. Bella went down to the secret library. Harry allowed her to enter here. He had made it very clear for her to forget all of her thoughts on inferior muggles and magicians. She was to learn and use everything. And after reading those books that he left her on muggle weaponry and magician spell class, she can see why. Muggles could destroy a city with their nuclear weapons. An ultimate class magician could do the same. It is said that Grindelwald could also do it, but Harry denied that. The only way a wizard could cause that much damage is to let out fiend fire. A wizard doesn't produce the flames. He summons the flame from the depths of the underworld. The stronger that they are, the more flames they can summon. Technically Grindelwald could destroy a part of the city. Since he was so powerful he could charge up a spell and make a high-class attack only once, before his reserves go dry. A/N. This is my take on things. Using it to fit in DxD world. And there are people out there in the world who can smack him around like a child. Relying on magecraft. So that is what I must do. Study, learn, and then kill every Death Eater and the Dark Lord. By using any means available. Guns, magic, and magecraft. Andromeda and Ted Tonks. Andy, Ted said softly as he put an arm around his wife. I'm worried about her, Ted. Bella is more or less back to how she was when she was 17. Which is a miracle in itself. But I'm worried about her, Ted. She is pushing herself too hard. She needs to rest and recuperate. It's thanks to Harry's potions that she is still able to walk around like this. Harry's potions still need to run their course through her system. Slowly fixing her malnourishment without any side effects. She needs this love. She needs closure. After what all those bastards did to her and others. She has all the right to get revenge on them. Harry said that Voldemort is alive. I just got her back. I just got my sister back and I don't want to lose her again. Ted held her harder. Then go help her out, Andy. Tell her about what things she has missed. Maybe start studying magecraft together. It seems like a waste for us not to learn it. It could save our lives one day. Andy just nodded. If that's what she has to do to protect her family against new threats. Then so be it. Narcissa. She was now in a little apartment all by herself. Harry cancelled her marriage to Lucius. She was free. And Harry kept his word. He gave her enough money to survive in the world. She was now in Muggle London. And it was a lot different than what she was thought. Andy had helped her out with finding out about the real world. And let's say she started to appreciate modern clothes a lot more. She has now realized how dull fashion in the wizarding world is. And she needed a way to make more money. The problem is she has been living like a housewife right after she finished Hogwarts. She doesn't have any further education. So at most she would be like any other new hire. She refused to do such work. Labor doesn't suit her at all. She still had her pureblood pride. But she did find out something. Models are paid a lot more in the Muggle world. And she was a very beautiful woman even when she was in her 30s. Magic makes her look like a young woman in her 20s. A little magic to get herself a good contract and Narcissa Black is ready to hit the big stage. She would earn enough money to keep her luxurious lifestyle and she would only have walk and pose in various outfits and underwear. And if someone wanted something more from her, well, there was always magic to change his mind. Sirius and Lupin. Open your eyes, Sirius. Harry is too young to be left alone like this. He needs to come home to Britain where he would be safe, Remus Lupin yelled out. Safe? Safe from who? The Death Eaters that got away with prison while I rotted there for 10 years. Or safe from the loving home that Harry has. I think he is actually safer being away from that manipulative old goat. Sirius yelled just as loud. He was furious. Harry had warned him that Lupin was one of Dumbledore's puppets. But he didn't want to believe it. Don't call him that. Dumbledore is a great man. Remus growled. But it was true. It's like he couldn't even recognize the friend he once knew. A great man, huh? A great man that is constantly trying to interfere with the life of my godson. Sirius withheld a sigh, a godson in name only. He even dragged him back to this godforsaken island. I'm going to give you your own advice. Open your eyes, Remus. Dumbledore is just using you. Dumbledore saved me. He let me go to Hogwarts. And in return he got himself a little werewolf spy to check up on the packs. And what about us? He may have allowed you to go to school, but he didn't do anything else. Who was there at your lowest points? Who helped you contain your transformations? It seems you have forgotten all about that. Sirius slammed his fist on the table. I didn't forget. Remus called out. No. You just let me rot in Azkaban for a decade without even having the decency to come and see me. I wasn't even granted a trial. The old goat could have easily arranged it, but he didn't. He needed me away from Harry. It's not like that, Remus said weakly. Tell me something, are you here on Dumbledore's orders? Sirius suddenly came to a realization. Remus kept quiet, making Sirius let out a depressing chuckle, all for the greater good. Sirius drowned his drink and stood up. We are done, Remus. I don't even want to see you again, near me or Harry. If you do, I will press charges. Sirius. Remus called out, but Sirius had already left. Remus put his head on his palm. What am I going to tell Dumbledore? Harry Potter's invention shook the magical world. The first stock of pots was immediately sold out. First, it was done by the various magical governments around the world. US, France, Germany, Japan, Russia, etc. The next wave was picked up by the magical schools. Uganda, Wagadu School of Magic, Demstrang, northernmost regions of Norway or Sweden. Castelo Bruxo, Brazil, Mahutokoro, Japan, Ilvermorny, US, Koldovstoritz, Russia. And Harry donated many pots to Salem. Since the school is his alma mater. School that he graduated from. The word was at the tip of my tongue. I searched for it like 10 minutes. Those pots are a game changer. A lot of people want to get their hands on it. And not just buy them from a store. They want the formula/method on how to make it. Maybe get a bit aggressive. But all of them were shut down. Harry Potter had the backing of MACUSA, the Magical Congress of the United States of America. They formed a deal with him. Harry gives them priority over pots. And he has their protection. And the deal had worked wonderfully for them. The US has 25% of the merchandise directed at them. Meaning they have a huge head start to making farms for magical plants. But the wizards weren't the only ones that wanted the pots. The devils and fallen really wanted too. Both factions are located in the underworld, which has 3 times the land mass of the earth if you drained all the water. It's hard to grow food down there. Not a lot of land is fertile. They have made expensive fertile zones to grow ordinary crops. And as for magical plants, it's hard for them to survive, let alone grow the underworld environment. So they have to be grown in special, very expensive greenhouses. And if these pots can increase the speed at which they grow, well, more money for them. And devils are greedy. Only one problem. The pots are delicate as hell. Just by being exposed to the underworld atmosphere, which was filled with mana/demonic energy, the pots break. Doesn't matter if they teleport them directly to the warehouse. The teleportation spell's mana will break the pots. Hell, even a devil or fallen just going near to the pot, it will break from the minuscule mana that leaks out of their body. It was really getting on their nerves. So they will attempt to contact Harry Potter to create a more durable version. A/N, which Harry won't do. Because if it becomes more durable, then humans can use magic on the pot and learn how he makes them. It wasn't really that profitable if they hired humans and did this in the human world. The problem was that nobody could make a move. But they weren't able to reach him at all. The wizarding world is infamously isolated. And they hate the supernatural world with a passion. There were many letters left at his stores. But his letters never made it to Harry Potter. Or he was ignoring them. Both results weren't acceptable. As soon as he was located, they were going to and ask him in person. A/N. There will be a sort of flashback for this in future chapters. Like how they found out about the pots and the reactions. I like the way this turned out. A bit of development for the adults around Harry. And the ending as well. Tell me your opinions. Chapter 43, First Day in the Castle. Word count. The first day at the castle. Harry slowly leaves the land of Morpheus. He was always groggy after waking up. Mostly due to his terrible sleep schedule. He raised his arm and rubbed his eyes. He noticed a discomfort on his neck. Stupid bed, stupid mattress, and stupid fucking pillows. I'm going to need to go back home and make a new enchanted mattress and pillow. Harry was about to stand up when he noticed a weight on his chest. He looked down and saw Hope cuddling to him. Her head was on his chest and she had this dopey smile on her face. Hee hee. Harry sighed. What did I expect? Hope is a serial cuddler. She was very clingy as a kid. But she was affection-starved and took every opportunity to bond with me and Melinda. She might have grown up and become more serious and reserved in front of others. But she is still the same with me. Serial cuddler XD. Hope, wake up. Harry slightly shook her. Hope groaned as she lifted her head. Her eyes were half closed and it was obvious that she was still half asleep. Harry, with me in bed. A good dream tonight, she just smiled as she laid her head back down and snuggled even closer. At first Harry was amused. He even got some pictures to embarrass Hope later on. But then as the minutes passed he was starting to get slightly annoyed since he really had a lot of work to get to. So he did what any sane person in that situation would do. He cast a tickling hex on Hope. Ha 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 ha. Stop. Ha 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 ha. Please. Thud. Hope fell off the bed and landed on the floor. Harry cancelled the spell and leaned over to look at Hope, whose face was red and she was taking a few deep breaths. You are the worst. Hope glared at Harry, who smirked at her. You already knew that. Humph, Hope huffed as she stood up. Harry chuckled at her attitude. Both of them started to do their daily rituals. Personal hygiene, clothes for the day, those sorts of things. Harry. Hope said in an unsure tone. Yes, Hope. Harry turned to her, waiting for her question. She seemed to fidget under his gaze. Her hands were close to each other and she was moving her thumbs over each other. She also couldn't look at him in the eyes, signs that she is clearly nervous. Hope took a deep breath. Do you find me attractive? Do you find me attractive? She spoke so fast that Harry didn't process it at first, but when he separated the words he had only one reaction. Ha. Hope saw his confused expression and steeled her nerves. Well, you are 11 and I am 13. But with all of those magical plants and meats we have been consuming and with our training, our bodies mature a bit faster. It's just that, I haven't noticed you being interested in me in the slightest, when normal boys your age will at least show some interest. Am I not attractive in your eyes? She said while rubbing her arm. Despite being so pretty, strong and smart, she is still self-conscious about herself. She was a tribrid. A mutt, someone who was considered a freak by everybody. Even through Harry declared her as the next Lady Potter and his future wife. What right did she have to marry someone like Harry, who was genuine magical genius with an infinitely bright future? Maybe it would be best to just be a servant and a bodyguard. Someone dash. THUP. Ow wow wow. Hope grabbed her forehead. She opened her eyes to see Harry's finger in front of her. She realized what he had done. He flicked her forehead, and he flicked it hard enough to send her head backwards. Harry sighed. I was wondering what was running through your head. But to think it was that, I thought we dealt with your self-confidence and self-worth issues. I am sorry, Hope bowed, feeling completely useless at the moment. But suddenly she felt Harry's fingers raising her chin. The next moment she felt his lips on hers. Hope blanked out. She didn't understand what was happening. One moment she thought she was going to get reprimanded by Harry and the next he was kissing her. And he didn't stop. After a few more seconds Harry slowly retreated and was greeted by Hope's dazed expression. He couldn't help himself and chuckled, snapping her back to reality. Once Hope's brain processed what had happened, her cheeks took on a deep red color. The blush spread to her entire face and her neck. You. Wah. Hope started to stutter. Hope Mikaelson, Harry's tone changed. He was dead serious at the moment. His momentum made Hope instinctively straighten her spine. You are the tribrid. As you are right now, you stand on the path to surpass the potential of all three species that course through the blood in your veins. In Salem you are the only one who could keep up with me. You took the #1 spot in each year you were in. You are Melinda Brown's adopted daughter, one of the greatest enchantresses in the world, and her pride and joy. Hope listened to him with wide eyes as tears started to gather in her eyes. And the most important thing. I chose you. You are a part of my family. If you do not trust your judgment, then trust mine. It hasn't let us down yet. Harry smiled at her. She was red as a tomato and her heart wouldn't stop beating as tears fell down her cheeks. Harry petted her head. Pull yourself together. Trust in me and yourself and just keep walking forward. Come on, we have a lot of work to do. Hope stood frozen in her spot. Harry slowly left the room. As soon as he did, Hope jumps on the bed, puts her face on the pillow and screams loudly. Ah! He kissed me. Harry finally kissed me. And what did I do? Stand there like an idiot. Uea. So embarrassing. Uea. Somebody kill me. Harry morning workout. Harry was in the lobby at the corner. He had set up his treadmill that he enchanted all by himself. Which was not that difficult since it's pretty basic. He runs for about an hour to get his blood pumping for the day. It was going to be long and exhausting one. After his workout, Harry goes to his lab room and goes to the big whiteboard. He has an enchanted black marker that will scan his surface thoughts and write them out. Now time for my plans. Plans. Underneath that, Harry wrote 3 categories. IMP, important, later, passive. That should do it for the categories. Imp. Room of requirement. This one is an obvious one. I know where it is and how to get in. But I need to make sure to ask for a room only accessible to me. I also want to raid the lost and found room. Some interesting stuff might turn up. And if nothing else, ancient high-quality furniture. Just having that alone will be worth it. Calling people to my meeting room for deals. When they walk in, they will be sitting and negotiating in a room filled with old priceless furniture. If that isn't a great passive power play, I don't know what is. Also get the vanishing cabinet from the room. That cabinet can slip through the wards in a place like Hogwarts. He already knows where the other one is. The two of them combined are priceless to him. As long as you get one in the targeted location, you can slip through the protective wards and attack from the inside. They are going to be a priority to research and come up against possible countermeasures. Or just to figure out how to make more. Restricted section. Copy the rest of the books in the restricted section. Potters have been doing this for generations. Slowly but surely adding to the family library. Harry wants to finish it up as soon as possible. The more knowledge he has at his disposal, the higher the chances of success for his future endeavors. And the sooner he can ditch Hogwarts. Ramp up pot production. I need to find some more capable workers. I'm going to hit the magical werewolf tribes in England, France, and Germany. If there are any talents among them or people with basic ability to learn transmutation for my pots, I will hire them. Technically, it is possible for the pots to be made with magecraft. Actually, that might be the better choice. Translate pot transmutation into magecraft spell. Then write it in a runic alchemy circle. Some workers only need to pump in mana along with the materials and the pot is created. Industrialized pot creation. Philosopher's Stone. I need to get my hands on that. Not only to bring Bella back to her original age, but also to make Melinda young again. She deserves nothing less for taking care of me for so long. Later. Chamber of Secrets. I need more preparation to fight a 1,000-year-old basilisk. I don't need to rush it right now. I'm going to need to make some specific spells to help me trap it. It's a 1,000 years old. I can kill it, but it will ruin a lot of its skin and organs. And I need that shit. If possible, I want to kill it without damaging it. Hogwarts vaults, really later. I am in no way prepared to go chase after these things. I might look out for the entrances when I have time, but I won't be challenging the rooms. I'm 11 years old. I have time till my body and magic matures properly. Aiming for them this early is a death wish. Passive. Explore the castle. Look for secret rooms and vaults. The Marauder's map doesn't show everything. And there might be other useful secret rooms. Raid the Great Forest. All sorts of magical flora and fauna exists in the forest. Just waiting to be taken. I won't say no to free stuff. And it's better than buying them. I really hope I find some old-ass ginseng. I'm going to need to go to China for a new cauldron. I'm going to trade some of that stuff. Clan Elder, impossible, it's a 100-year ginseng, cue the cultivator dialogue. I must get it to reach the next chi level. I must get it for my clan, the final ingredient for my pill. This young master must have it, blah, blah, blah. Harry stared at the board, just realizing what he wrote. I'm an idiot. He wiped away the Chinese cultivator dialogue. He got so lost and thought he actually started to write down his thoughts. After finishing writing down his plans, Harry went to the lobby and pushed one of the tables to the end of the wall. He then placed the Marauder's map. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The map opened up to show the entirety of Hogwarts. Students were sleeping in their beds. The prefects patrolling the hallways. The professors waking up. Dumbledore was still sleeping though. Meant being a prefect is just the worst possible job here. You basically agree to work the night shift for free. The only thing they can do is just dock points from other students. Harry shakes his head and clears his thoughts. He pulled out his staff, his real staff, not the monk staff he uses to confuse the public. He sharpens his focus as he starts to conjure marble. Marble was the best material for what he was about to do. Harry was making the marble by starting out with a small sphere and adding to it as he goes. He keeps using transmutation to shape the runes in the marble and then enchant the whole thing. In 15 minutes there was a giant eyeball that looked down upon the map. This object will act like a camera and send the feed directly to Harry. The map will always be open and he will always have a direct feed. He can look it up in his mind anytime he wants. That combined with his cloak and magic, and he can move through the castle relatively undetected. Next step was to make some spies. To search the castle and listen in on conversations. Harry might be able to tell where people are, but not what they are doing. Harry conjures a bunch of small stone snakes. Golem snakes. He then uses transfiguration to turn them half alive. Since they were golems linked to him, they can send him audio and video surveillance. Go into the castle. Find places to hide. And report back to me. The snakes bowed and exited the room through the door. As soon as they did, they camouflaged themselves. I'm going to need to set up a surveillance system later to link the snakes to some monitors, so that I don't waste my time on watching them in my head. I can get some of my house leaves to do it, and write down what they find out. Harry cracked his neck. Well, let's get this done. I need to finish copying the restricted section as soon as possible so that I can get it out of the way. Despite my intellect, I really do get easily distracted. Harry exited the room and slowly made his way to the library. The biggest collection of magical books in Wizarding Britain and most likely the magical side of Europe. A/N. Notice how I said magical. The supernatural side is huge. I'm sure they have a bigger library than Hogwarts since they have actually improved in the last 600 years or so compared to the Wizards XD. Opinions about Harry and Hope scene, please. I tried to make it cute and serious, along with a bit of humor. I think this is a very important development. Harry is mostly cold and insane. He is very practical and his experiments are always his priority. This has led to unearth some of Hope's insecurities. I think I did a pretty good job. Chapter 44, Restricted Section. Word count. To get to the Ravenclaw entrance you need to go from the 5th floor to the Ravenclaw Tower. Up the spiral flight of stairs was the door to the Ravenclaw common room. Everybody in Hogwarts knew where the entrance was. Compared to the other founders, Rowena didn't see a point to having a secret entrance. If you were smart, you could go into the Ravenclaw common room and enjoy a book. Yet for over 1,000 years, rarely did the other students go to Ravenclaw Tower. So in fact that was a very good way of keeping students out of it. If they are less curious, students would be less interested. The library was located just off the central hall down a set of stairs. So Harry slowly made his way down the moving stairway. I never understood why they bothered to make these. I get that it has the magical vibe, but these things are quite bothersome, waiting for the stairs to change. Fine, let's do it this way. Harry gripped the railing and jumped off the stairs. He took a free fall 5 floors down. As soon as he got to the first floor, Harry casted Arresto Momentum on himself, slowing down his momentum as he lightly landed on the floor. They're much better, saved myself quite a bit of time. Harry smirked on the inside, completely ignoring the early rising students as they looked at him with their jaws dropped. Harry goes to the library. Harry entered the library. Immediately he was hit with the smell of old books, the smell of old paper and ink. This made Harry frown. Why does it smell like this? Don't they have a permanent stasis charm on the library? Stopping time is impossible for wizards. But they can slow it down. If they link the stasis charm to the ley line, they might as well slow it down so much that it won't even matter. My manor has this. The Potter family made sure their collection and the collection of Belmont will survive through the ages. Harry goes to a nearby bookshelf. The librarian Madame Pants looked at him like a hawk. He touched the bookshelf and used magic to examine it. It does have a stasis charm. But it's weak, or rather weaker. I can tell that it was even more powerful than my manor. But over the last 50 years, the power from the ley line has been diverted from the library. But why? Harry went back to the history he knows. What important event happened 50 years ago? Riddle was still in school, but he doesn't have the skill or the authority to do this. Wait. Authority. After Riddle left school, Dippet stepped down as headmaster and Dumbledore took that position. Dumbledore did it. He diverted the power from the ley line. Harry frowned and clicked his tongue. This might be troublesome. If he truly has linked himself to the ley line, then he is far beyond mid-class. Most likely high class, as long as he is in Hogwarts. But then why did he lose to Voldemort? Yasaka in Kyoto is the leader of the West Yokai faction. It's pretty well known that she is linked to the Leylands under Kyoto. And by taking power from them she can increase her strength to the level that she can fight gods. But she is a yokai, she can take the burden that it places on her body. Dumbledore is still just human. Human. Huh, that's probably it. Dumbledore is old. I might have overestimated him. He can't handle the burden of the ley line that well, so at most he would be peak mid-class. He might have been high class a few decades ago. But that time is behind him. And he put on the ring in the original timeline, cursing himself. Doesn't matter how strong you are if you are stupid enough to willingly put on a cursed object. Well, that solves one mystery. Harry left the bookshelf and made his way to the restricted section. Madame Pants sees this and stands up quickly, making her way to the gate and standing in front of Harry. What are you doing, young man? The restricted section is forbidden to the students unless they have a pass from a teacher. She crossed her arms and looked down at Harry with a stern face. Harry looks at her with a calm face. Move out of my way. Your headmaster agreed to give me unlimited access to the restricted section. It was one of my conditions for coming to Hogwarts. No pass, no entry, Madame Pants says resolutely. Harry pulls his fake wand. Stupefy. Thud. The librarian falls down to the ground face first. Stupid bitch, Harry grumbled, he wasted time for no reason. Harry looked at the locked entrance for the restricted section. It had multiple wards to alert if someone tampered with it or passed without approval. Harry didn't want to waste any more time. Boom. He blew apart the steel door, setting off the ward scheme. Not my fault they didn't grant me entrance. They can come and fix this. He simply strolled into the library and started looking at the book titles. When he saw a title he didn't have recorded into his memory, he took the book and started to read. Teachers come. 5 minutes later the staff quickly arrives in front of the library. The first were Sprout and McGonagall. Pomona, have you heard any news? No, but who would do such a thing? School hasn't even started yet. Not to mention why the library? Didn't we increase the defenses in the 3rd floor? That's where the stone is. Why attack the library? McGonagall frowned, I don't know. Pop. Dumbledore operated in front of them, I'm sorry I am late. I had other things to take care of. Headmaster. Do you know what set off the wards? Snape arrived with his robes dramatically billowing behind him. Flitwick was right next to him. No, I'm afraid I do not, Dumbledore answered truthfully. What can we expect? Flitwick said in a serious tone. Prepare for the worst. We might have to face Voldemort in the library. Dumbledore said in a grave tone, damn it, who would attack the library? Now I have to divert some of the power back into the library to protect the books from damage. The group comes in and see Madame Pants laying on the ground. Snape quickly casts a spell to check her condition. She is still alive. A stupefy has been cast on her. I guess we can rule out the Dark Lord. He would not spare her like this. They make their way to the restricted section and see the gate blown open. Well, at least we know why the ward scheme was set off, Snape says in a dry tone. Cerberus. Please focus, McGonagall sniped at her colleague. But how strange. He doesn't appear to be hiding at all. Flitwick casted a spell to detect other people and found one intruder near the tables. Once they entered they saw Harry Potter sitting on a very comfortable chair that definitely wasn't in the restricted section before. There were many books scattered around him as well. Mr. Potter. McGonagall yelled out. Pomona and Flitwick relaxed, while Snape just sneered. Dumbledore just frowned. Good morning, Harry said offhandedly as he continued to read, and before you ask, yes, I did stun the librarian. She wouldn't let me enter the restricted section. I see. Dumbledore spoke in a slow tone, it seems that she wasn't informed. You could have just come and asked one of us for the pass. Harry scowled, I dislike wasting time. It was your job to inform her about my conditions. You didn't. The fault lies with you. Time is something that is difficult to obtain. Especially to someone like me. I have many things to do and not enough time to do them. I will not tolerate any attempts of wasting more of the little free time I have. Snape raised an eyebrow, I can strangely relate to that. Ugh, I feel sick for even having anything in common with the Potter brat. Mr. Potter. You attacked a staff member. That is a serious offense, McGonagall said in a stern tone, making Harry chuckle. Harry looked at the staff with a smile on his face. Surprising Flitwick and Pomona since normally students cower or feel shame in front of the infamous deputy. Dumbledore and Snape on the other hand withheld a wince. This was going to be a loss for them. Then feel free to expel me. There it was. They knew exactly what Potter's position in the school was. Harry Potter was needed at Hogwarts. They have already paid a lot of money to keep him here, when he didn't even want to be here in the first place. In other words, Harry Potter was nearly untouchable. He did mention he wanted to see if he can find Rowena's secret library. But he obviously just wants to sate his curiosity. Otherwise he would have pushed for more conditions in the negotiations. He would have brought in a team of skilled wizards to sweep the castle top to bottom if the secret library was his real goal. Minerva was flabbergasted, so were her colleagues. This was the first time a student was this nonchalant in front of them. He really didn't acknowledge their authority at all. No, he was dismissing their presence altogether. Dumbledore coughed in his hand, very well, I will inform Madame Pants not to stop you next time. If you have any question about the books in the restricted section be sure to ask the professors or me. I won't. Have any questions, I mean. Now if that will be all, I'd like to get back to my reading. Harry smiled at them before leaning back in his chair. One that he obviously conjured for himself. A snake came out of Harry's coat. And stared at the teachers. Daring them to make a move against Harry. Dumbledore was the first one to leave and the others followed. Albus, surely we won't let this end like this. The boy attacked a teacher, McGonagall said in a low tone. This is quite troubling. Mr. Potter is even more rebellious than expected. For now let him do what he wants. We will continue this conversation in the staff room. And with that the matter was over. Harry glanced upwards as they left his sight. He felt the magic in the bookshelves return to the level they were when he first analyzed them. During their conversation he accurately felt the flow of magic go towards Dumbledore since the man was so close to him. So I was right. He is using the magic of the Leylands to empower himself. All while hiding his mana levels from everybody. Most likely hoping to use it as a trump card. I will need to reconsider my plans on how to deal with him in the future. But for now, I have a lot of books to go through. Harry regained his focus and started to scroll through the books. Literally making a snapshot of the page and saving it in his memory palace as a part of the book he was currently compiling. Later when he returns home, he will go take this book and conjure the whole thing, making it a real book. Then he will either make it permanent through enchantments, or will use other methods to make a more durable copy using real materials. He planned to do this for all the books he was still missing in his libraries at home. A lot of books and lot of work. Harry sighed and went back to reading. The things he does for more knowledge. Chapter 45, Forbidden Forest. Word count. Harry's eyes are tired from reading. He was also very tired. Beside him was a large pile of books. Ugh. Right. This isn't going to work. He then turned to the pile of books. This isn't efficient. I wanted to memorize the pages in my mindscape so that I can read them whenever I want. But just copying the books now would be exactly the same thing. And I wouldn't have such a big headache. I did like 50 books in a few hours. I can do that many in a few minutes. Hell, I could make a golem to scan it and then make it automatically conjure the pages. Harry stood up and stretched. His joints popping as his did. Golems, huh? There is an idea. The next time I'm seriously researching something, I will make a few golem snakes and link my site with them. Then use parallel thoughts to do multiple books at once. This might increase the strain on my mind and brain. But I will finish a lot faster, leaving me with more time for my experiments. Nice. That's a solid idea. Harry looked at the library one more time. I really should get my greed for knowledge under control. It blinds me and I make stupid decisions like this. Trying to memorize the books I am missing from the restricted section. Fucking idiot. I'll just use the Geminio charm to make a conjured copy from the book and then use wizarding alchemy to make it permanent. Equivalent exchange. I will just get some blank papers and ink, along with some magic as a sacrifice, and it will turn the book into a real copy. Harry exited the restricted section and saw the librarian reorganizing a few books. The woman quickly averted her eyes, not daring to even look at him. Meh, don't care. Frankly, this way is better. She won't annoy me anymore. Harry started to make his way back to his room. What do I do now? I'm feeling exhausted, so I don't want to do any experiments now. I have an 40% chance of messing up, and with the kind of experiments I do that means I might get blown up. For now it's time to rest and do something else. Something relaxing. I know. I'll take a walk through the Forbidden Forest. You are going to take a walk through the Forbidden Forest? Hope deadpanned at Harry, who just nodded. Yep. So take care of things here. Denied. Hope grabbed his shoulders. Harry, this is reckless even for you. There are many dangerous things in the forest. I refuse to let you go alone. I'm coming with you. I am your bodyguard after all. Harry sighed. Fine. I don't understand what the big deal is. I'm just going for a walk. Not like anything there can kill me. That's not the point, and you know it. It's a matter of principle. You can't be wandering around all alone. You might be strong, but it's best to play it safe. Harry looked at Hope's serious expression before letting out a sigh. Yeah, you are probably right about that. But it's not like I'm underestimating this place. I have already sent out a few golems in the Forbidden Forest to gather information. I have a good grasp on the dangers in the outer forest. So it's not like I'm rushing in. Hope blushed in embarrassment and looked away, sorry for rushing to a conclusion. Harry laughed and patted her on the head a few times. It's fine. You were just worried. But for now, let's go. I want to see what I can pick up there. After Harry left, Daphne and Astoria were left alone in the Lord's quarters. Little Tori was writing something in her notebook. She was taking her studies very seriously. Well, as serious as little girl can be. Daphne was watching her baby sister from the side. She also had her books out. Daphne slept on the matter and realized that Ravenclaw might be the better choice for her if she wants to cure Astoria. Being in Slytherin would have been exhausting, and mingling with the other snakes would have taken up a lot of her time. That place is a den of tiny politicians and backstabbers. Harry already said that he will cure her. And he gave some possible means for a cure. But she doesn't want to put too much faith in him. Countless experts have failed before. And Harry does other experiments as well. So he won't focus fully on Astoria. If he cures her then that's great. But in the meantime she will do everything she can to do it herself. And one of the cures is Tori learning to be a animagus. If that doesn't work she will need to learn to do some ritual to keep her in human form. Then she can work on a way to cure her. But she really hoped Harry would do it before her. The sooner the better. Meanwhile in the Forbidden Forest. Harry was acting like a kid in a candy store, one with a free pass for the day. Oh, a blue moon flower. That's a rare 1 inch. Nice, some unicorn hairs stuck in a branch. A magical Mario mushroom. Whatever, I'll take it and experiment on it later. Bingo, fatal ivy. This is going to make an interesting poison. Hope just watched as Harry practically popped from one place to another and picked up ingredients, stored them in tiny jars before throwing them in the air only for them to hit the magic circle above him and disappear into his pocket space. Man, that's some old-ass elder wood. I'm taking a few branches. Hope did her best not to facepalm. At the moment Harry was moving faster than he ever has. He was zooming all over the place. Anything that could be of value was thrown into his pocket space. It was obvious why Harry's animagus form was a crow. He was a serious hoarder. Clank. 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 Harry stopped and frowned when he heard those sounds. Hope tried to get in front of Harry to protect him, but he raised his hand stopping her. Harry and Hope were slowly getting surrounded by acromantula. I will not allow anyone to ruin the immense joy that I am feeling right now. This is my treasure hunt and you will pay for interfering with it, Harry says in a serious voice, making Hope facepalm. Why is he so petty for the tiniest things? $, literally pierce in Latin. Poochie. An invisible bullet went right through the eyes of one of the giant spiders. $. A few seconds later the area was filled with acromantula carcass. Harry already has acromantula parts at home, but these are fresh so he took them as well. Now where was I? Oh right, Harry put on some music this time and continued his scavenging while he sung along. The king and his men stole the queen from her bed. And bound her in her bones. Hope shook her head. Men, use any excuse to sing sea shanties. Damn right. Harry happily smiled. The seas be ours and by the powers. Where we will, we'll roam. You are foraging wild plants. Why are you singing pirate songs? Hope asks Harry with a confused expression. Because I am a captain of a ship and am pillaging this forest for everything that it's got. Hope sighed and refocused and silently following Harry along. Hope's senses were spread to their maximum. Earlier she didn't even hear the spiders until they made their presence known by clicking their fangs. This was unacceptable and it would not happen again. She would make sure of it. This time she was even using the mana-taxing radar spell Harry taught her. Let me see you sneak up on me now, Hope thought as she followed Harry with her wand in her hands. An hour later. Harry incoming, Hope called out as she raised her wand and staff. Cluck 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 cluck. Harry sighed as he heard the sound of hoofs coming from the distance. Why can't they just leave me to pillage this place in peace? A centaur quickly comes out of the large bushes. He had an angry expression on his face. Wizard. Leave this forest. I have seen it in the stars. You will ruin this forest with your greed. The centaur raised his bow and pulled an arrow. An extremely aggressive centaur. This might be Bane, Harry thought to himself. Are you Bane? Harry's question made Bane's eyes widened. How do you know my name, child? Seeing Bane get angrier, Harry smirked. I saw it in the stars, he says in a dramatic way. Bane said nothing else. He fired the arrow at Harry, who just flicked his finger and a small burst of magic knocked it out of the air. The arrow wasn't even enchanted, it was a regular wooden arrow with a bone arrowhead. Well, that was a mistake. $. Whoosh. An invisible bullet pierced Bane through the forehead. Hope shook her head when she saw this poor centaur. He came all this way just to die. Guess his divination wasn't that powerful if he couldn't see this coming. Hope, let's move on. I want to grab a few more plan dash. Whoa. X. Hope's eyes widened as she heard the howls. She has never met another werewolf before other than her mother. So this would be a first for her. Harry on the other hand. Oh come on, he yelled out and threw his hands in the air from frustration. A little peace and quiet. Is that too much to ask? Harry yelled out to no one in particular. If they don't have a good excuse, I'm going to butcher the whole lot of them. Chapter 46, What? Word count. Harry waited impatiently for the wolves to come. Hope. Why aren't they here yet? Hope was looking just as confused as Harry, and I think they did. The last signal I got from them was they got right behind those bushes and then they left. They left, Harry said with a bit of edge. Hope nodded. Harry, I think you scared them off. Maybe they were just ordinary wolves. Animals have sharp instincts. Harry stopped. They interrupted me and they just bolted when things looked ugly. Hell no. Hope we are hunting them down. I'm feeling extremely petty right now and I feel like making a wolf skin rug for our room in Hogwarts. Hope slumped slightly and let out a long sigh. Great, they pissed Harry off. Stupid wolves. The last time this happened was when a mutated mosquito actually managed to pierce Harry's skin and basic mana skin that was used as a layer of protection against ordinary bugs. The mosquito most likely fed on some dead magical beast, allowing it to mutate. Harry was so pissed off he burned down a part of the forest where they were mostly located. I think my eardrums ruptured a little from all the lightning he threw at them that day. Hope found their scent and led Harry to them. Little bits of lightning were already coursing through his hands. Harry was really petty for the smallest things. Harry casted some spells that erased their scent and sound along with completely masking their presence. When they reached the clearing where the wolves were, Harry's anger instantly dissipated. Like it never existed. His mind was only focused on the wolves. If they could even be called like that. They were extremely large, and the presence they gave off was similar to werewolves, but it was obvious that they were not that. There was a whole pack of them, 6 members grouped up together. How? Who? When? Dozens of questions popped in his head. He hadn't seen anything like this even in the Belmont Bestiary. This was something new. Harry let out a wide grin. Fascinating. Hope was just frozen in place. She had never felt anything like this. Hope. Harry turns to his assistant who studied herself. As far as I know, this is the strongest form a werewolf can take. The first and easiest is a quasi-from, where I grow claws and some bestial features to boost my strength. The second is half form and the third is the wolf form. These are cursed forms that many werewolves take depending on what bloodline they are from. You can train to get control and even use magic in both forms even as a wolf. And the one these guys have is the 4th type, the giant wolf form. All around major increase in power. All senses increase tremendously. But you literally lose your mind. This is the most primal state of a werewolf. I don't know how they are completely sane. I am not near the level where I can even attempt to transform like this. Harry turned to them. So just like I thought, they are a new species. Somehow capable of staying sane even in their feral form. The pack suddenly stood up and looked at the location of Hope and Harry. Surprising both of them since they were completely hidden. They started to sniff the air and move closer, but there was a confused look on their face. They can't sense us. Harry raised an eyebrow. Did their instinct somehow alert them of my curiosity? Harry smiled and undid the spells. To the wolves he appeared out of thin air. All of them immediately crouched, bared their fangs and growled. Mana bursting out of their bodies. High-low class. They are as strong as Hope. One of these guys can rip apart a group of wizards. I'd bet one can rip apart a green Welsh wyvern. Hope looked at Harry like he was insane. He actually revealed their location. She quickly shifted into her quasi-form, getting a boost in strength and speed. She can't afford to go into half-form. Right now her full focus must be on magic. Greetings, ladies and gents. I know that you guys are some variation of werewolf. You the alpha, bark if you can understand me. Harry looked at the wolf who was bigger than the rest. Agrrrr, the wolf growled harder, ready to attack Harry. Great, you do understand me. That makes things simple. Harry smiled and raised his hand. Prylance and Seenies. Harry called out the magecraft spell, just to intimidate the werewolves. A giant orb of fire, 2 meters in diameter, appeared above him. His hand looked like it was holding a big sun, twice as large as his body. Now whoever attacks me will become wolf barbecue. So I suggest that we all sit down and talk like civilized people. He pumped even more power into the spell while compressing the sphere of fire to stay the same size. The wolves' instincts were going haywire. Their entire being was telling them how dangerous that orb is. Growling. The alpha growled, but then closed his eyes and relaxed his posture. He was still standing, ready to run away if things got ugly. The other wolves quickly picked up on his body language and realized what their leader wanted. Seeing that they calmed down, Harry flicked his hand and the orb of fire scattered apart. Great. Now let's start with the introductions. My name is Harry Potter. This immediately got a reaction from the wolves. Their ears perked up and they were noticeably less hostile. Man, sometime this boy who lived fame of mine is really useful. The wizarding world is full of sheep who fall for crap like that. Can you talk? Harry asked and the alpha shook his head. Well, that complicates things. You can't use legilimency on a werewolf. Their inner wolf would protect them and attack the legilimency probe. But not like I have any other choice at the moment. Maybe I can go in without alerting the inner wolf. I'm going to try using legilimency on you. That means I will try to connect our minds so that we can talk. I won't snoop around. So just open your mind and don't resist. The wolf nodded in understanding. Without proper communication, Whatever they wanted to accomplish would be nearly impossible. If this fails, might as well end this meet and greet right away. Harry closed his eyes and focused. When he opened them, his emerald eyes were shining brightly. Legilimency. As soon as his mental probe entered the Alpha's mind, Harry expected to be attacked. But nothing of the sort happened. Instead he was in a different type of forest. With cliffs and birch trees. Lots of animals running around and the moon was just rising. On one of the rocks a man was sitting down with a wolf in his lap. He had a buzz cut and looked around 30 years old. His red eyes were shining brightly. Well, I'll be damned. A boy like you knows legilimency. But then you are Harry Potter, the man smiled. Oh, excuse my manners. I am Michael Schofield. Harry smiled. Hello, Michael. I have to say I am quite surprised. I have heard that the inner wolf usually attacks legilimency attacks. The man chuckled. Oh, they still do. But now it's under my control. No, it's more accurate to say it's our decision not to attack you. Harry's eyes widened before they quickly returned to normal. Interesting. So you merged in a way. How? Schofield had a cold glint pass through his eyes. We were caught and experimented on. Not just us, many other species as well. I learned a lot of things about the world. Including how evil people can be. Harry had a pitying look on his face. You found out about the supernatural, huh? Michael was surprised before he let out a hollow chuckle. Should have guessed that you'd know. Some group consisting of magicians and devils made the werewolf curse even stronger. Not just putting us into a half-man, half-beast form, but completely shifting us into the giant wolf form. At first we were just feral wild beasts, attacking anything that moved or had a pulse. But with time we started to our inner wolves. Regaining control. We are now one being. Harry nodded along. He was extremely curious how this group managed to contain the werewolf curse like this. It is a cure in a way. They aren't attacking people at random, they don't get any impulses. But they are trapped into their current forms. I remember they injected us with something red. Something that triggered this change. It was extremely painful. Many of us didn't survive the experiment. And we don't have any way of changing back. After they were done and declared us failures, they threw us away instead of killing us. Go back to the woods and live out your miserable lives like the savages you are, they told us. We were so much weaker than them that we ran with our tails in between our legs. Day by day we continue to live out our lives like animals. With no hope for a future. Schofield hung his head in shame. Living like a werewolf was hard enough. They were kicked out of every village. Not allowed to carry wands or go to school. Even if they have money, they were charged with triple the price. Tax for monsters, they said. But now they didn't even have the right to call themselves humans anymore. I'll cast some diagnostic spells on you in the real world. Harry cut off his thoughts, seeing that they were taking a dark turn by his expressions. Knock yourself out, kid, it's not like we expect anything. The man waved his hand as the other slowly patted the wolf in his lap. Honestly, just talking to you like this makes me happy. It makes me feel human again. After a few minutes of running every diagnostic spell that he knows, Harry found a strange energy in the wolves. And he didn't know what to make of it. It's not mana, nor any variation of it like holy power and demonic power. It's not ki, tuki, or senjutsu. I got my chance to come in contact with that in Spain for a while. Even yokai need to go on a holiday. That dog yokai was such a nice guy. Anyway, there is the wolf curse still in them, but this doesn't feel like a curse. Harry mulled things over for a while. Harry scratched his head in frustration. Honestly, I'm drawing a blank. Can you give me more information about your captors? Michael frowned and shivered a bit. The mindscape also shook and got colder. It started to snow. Those were very traumatic memories for him. Just revisiting them like this literally shakes him to his core. Harry frowned as he looked at the mindscape. Honestly, that's just what I would expect from the devils and magicians. They said they got the blood from Fenrir. I didn't understand that part. Why would that scumbag's blood have such an effect on us? Fenrir Greyback might be stronger than other werewolves. But his blood shouldn't cause this. Actually, now that I remembered him, it might be a good opportunity to hunt him down. Me and my pack are much, much stronger than him now. Harry was barely paying any attention to him now. You have got to be shitting me. These guys have Fenrir's blood coursing through them. No wonder they got bigger and stronger. Along with the insane death rate of the experiment. The unknown energy I found inside their bodies must be divine energy. Fenrir is the god-devouring wolf. The god-slayer. Fangs that can kill a god. Those idiots just picked up a bunch of wizarding werewolves and probably normal werewolves and experimented with Fenrir's blood on them. No wonder this experiment has a high death rate. It's a miracle any of them survived at all. They must have diluted the blood with something, there is no other explanation. Those that survived got a lot stronger than what they previously were. But at the best they are now peak low class. They are so weak and inconsequential that the entire experiment was probably deemed a failure. Harry snapped back to reality once he heard his name being called a few times by Schofield. "Kid, are you okay? You looked lost in thought there. And you had a really scary expression on your face there." Harry just smiled at the men. "Do you guys want a job?" Hogwarts. Headmaster's office. Inside the large circular room filled with all kinds of small silver instruments that emitted puffs of smoke, Dumbledore was sitting on his throne with his eyes closed. On the walls the portraits of the former headmasters and headmistresses were watching silently. They have seen this scene before. He was about to come out. Dumbledore slowly opened his eyes. They were drastically different than before. Sharp and focused. Nothing alike of what anybody had seen from him. The old man let out a sigh. "Ah, to think I would be pushed so far by a child. Not even that brat Tom Riddle pushed me so far. The only one who deserved my full attention was Gellert." A decade after the fall of Grindelwald, Dumbledore got tired and irritated from the sheep of the wizarding world. It was taking too much time of his day to keep on his grandfatherly mask in front of those fools. He could not progress further with his goals. So he decided to take matters more seriously. He invented an occlumency technique. One that created a fake personality that would control his body. This Dumbledore would be a watered-down version of the original with almost all of the original's memories. He lowered himself to the level where he could bear to play politics with the wizards around the world. The real Dumbledore was doing what he always has. Trying to figure out a way to stay alive longer and trying to see Ariana. His greatest shame. Something that haunted him and kept him from researching a higher level. In his mind he has been researching alchemy for decades. Doing formula after formula. He wasn't getting any younger. And he didn't want to end up like his alchemy teacher. Flamel looked great the first 200 years of his extended life. But after 200 years his body withered and got weak. He had to constantly take doses just so the body doesn't fall apart into ash. He has already used the elixir from the Philosopher's Stone. But instead of youth he used it for a boost of vitality, and with him being connected to the ley lines he could live up to 300 years. He was 110 this year, so he has plenty of time to figure out a way to become ageless. Dumbledore decided never to completely return to his body. Even if the wizarding world was burning in flames like when Voldemort waged his guerrilla warfare. He completely returned to his body a few days every few years to rest his mind. The real Dumbledore used 70% of his thoughts/processing speed, while the fake persona operated with 30%. Just enough to be slightly above the wizards in the Wizengamot. The fake persona passed bills and got his bills rejected. He played the perfect part of an old man trying to do his best but was getting older. Yet everybody was still wary of him because the fake would do something to remind them that he was Albus Dumbledore. And his plan worked. His real self studied the depths of alchemy while the fake one still used his fame and position to hold a tight grip over magical Britain along with its resources. But now his reputation took a deep hit. He was losing resources. He was forced to return and stop his valuable research because of one stupid boy. It seems like it was a mistake to consider young Potter a little boy. But then again I understand why my weaker self fell for it. How could anybody imagine an 11-year-old boy having such intellect and power? He had already started to make international connections due to his pots and had the full backing of Makusa. Dumbledore mused out loud as he straightened out his beard. No matter. I just have to take things seriously now. I can solve my money problems quite easily. I'll just make some alchemical metals and sell them to the supernatural world. I usually avoid them with a passion since there are many people stronger than me. But I don't have the time to be picky. And I will need to arrange some accidents to befall on the people who tried to take advantage of my weakened state like Jigittle K. Landiger. Dumbledore poured himself a drink. The situation with young Potter is quite complicated. He has the backing of an entire country behind him. And the boy is without a doubt a prodigy. I dare say he has more magical talent than me, Gellert and Tom combined. But he is still just a child. And he needs to grow up to properly use that talent in battle. Right now he is just a genius with a lot of backing. I still need him to die at the hands of Tom Riddle. Tom played his part, terrifying the wizards and culling down the increasing population in Britain. But he took things too far. And then that blasted prophesy showed up. Making it impossible for me to kill him. And the boy survived a killing curse as a baby. I'm going to need to create a few more situations like that where Mr. Potter and Riddle will meet. Let fate decide who survives. He called out for his phoenix and Fawkes quickly arrived, and landed on his shoulder. My other self did well. Getting Harry Potter in the castle and selling the phoenix ash. Even though it's a valuable material I have a large stash hidden away, without the other me being aware of it, so now people think I am at my weakest point. It should be quite easy to turn things around. People seem to have forgotten about their place. It's time to remind them of it and why they were so afraid of me. In Harry's quarters, a name in the Marauder's map started to change. He was no longer Albus Dumbledore. Or Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The wizard the entire wizarding world knew him as. He was back. Back to that man who was considered a genius. Back to the man who fought Grindelwald and won using everything he had. The name on the map just changed to Albus. Albus as an individual. His greatest pride was himself. Not his family name or the titles he accomplished. It was the fact that he had built himself up from zero to the level he was today. That was his pride. And he was about to remind the wizarding world what happens when you mess with a sleeping dragon. A/N. Dum dumb. Didn't see that coming, did you, winking face? Though some of you might have. I mean, Dumbledore was really weak and stupid in the first place. Like, this guy is kinda sus. What do you think about the real Dumbledore? The first impression of Dumbledore was of an idiotic wizard who was getting dementia due to his old age. A barmy old man with way too many positions. So I think a few of you were like, no way, this is Dumbledore. Especially with such an OP MC. Well, you were right, rolling on the floor laughing. Not gonna lie. I'm nervous with how you are going to take this twist. Because while it was planned to be sudden, like in the movies when things change without any prior warning, unless those moments are pulled off well, they could crash and burn the story. I'm generally bad at plot twists. Though I have pulled off a few good ones. What are your opinions about this? Comment please. Chapter 47, Self-Reflection. Word count. Inside Harry's mindscape. On the 50th floor of Aincrad. Harry had just put the finishing touches on this floor. I wonder if anybody will ever even reach here. The floors are designed in a way to wear out the mind attack. Unless they put a lot of magic behind their attack to sustain it, I doubt it will come this far. Harry watched the masterpiece he was building with a proud expression. I feel like a demon lord who built his castle like a house of horrors so that he can torment any hero that dares to enter. I can't freaking wait for someone to try a mind attack. Now, what do I do next? Harry mused for a while. Well, I guess it's time to do a little self-reflection. It's been a while since I did the last one and I have grown again. The most basic way to measure power is by these categories. Well, at least to my current understanding, I might change these as I grow stronger and more wise. Harry imagined a few whiteboards and words stared to appear on them. Raw power, self-explanatory. If you have enough power, you can't be stopped. Knowledge and understanding, knowledge about yourself and the world. Knowledge is the basis for magic and fighting. Tools, weapons, sacred gears, magical swords, magical foci. Skills, this can be separated into physical, mental, and magical. Everything that can be trained and taught. Your body. Weapons and magecraft. Bloodlines and racial abilities. Self-explanatory. Other. Things that don't belong in any of the previous mentioned categories. This is how people in this world are categorized. At least according to the books. But magecraft belongs in both knowledge and skills. It's not perfect, but it works as a basic outline. He started to write on one of the boards. Raw power, beginnings mid-class. Despite my young age, my experience with magecraft and the way it is trained has helped me propel my raw mana very fast. Any supernatural species except dragons always grows the fastest until adulthood. After reaching it, the progress slows down considerably. So I'm going to push this thing as far as I can. But it's still better than dragons. They have permanent slow growth. But it balances out since they are the strongest species. Knowledge and understanding. I have a fucking giant library in my basement, one that has been slowly filled by my family over the course of centuries. And I am about to copy the restricted section in Hogwarts. Knowledge is what I excel at. Understanding, on the other hand, is about concepts. Something that I am working on with souls with the Peveril magic. But I'm still an amateur, so that's far away. Trying to understand concepts this early without a proper foundation is a waste of time. For a good start in concerts, I need high levels of knowledge and power, or the concert might destroy me instead. Tools. For tools, I have my sacred gear Mirror Alice. My wands and staffs. Replaceable magical foci. And my Belmont magic circle. Harry added some additional notes to that. Magic circle. 25% is the lowest magic circle that exists today. Since it's so widespread. 30% to 35% is the magic circle mid-class wizards use. Higher rank around has around 40 to 60%. The Belmont magic circle is 55%. One of the previous heads of Belmont must have been very lucky to get that. Or he just found it at the lair/base of whatever monster he slayed. Pillar devils that have studied and refined their magic circle for centuries have an efficiency of 75%. Satan houses have 85%. Since they were the kings. Of course they will hire and force people to increase their magic circle efficiency. Devil servants get a servant magic circle which has about 50% efficiency. And peerage members get the same magic circle as the house members. Since it would increase their odds at winning the rating games. That's why stray devils are always hunted down and killed. If the house doesn't participate in rating games, the peerage members get a weaker version than the house magic circle. Skills. Minimal hand-to-hand training. My body is coming along nicely but it's still low class since I am so young. But I need to up the training. The stronger the vessel the easier will it be for me to use the magic within my body. God, I hate training. Harry chuckled at that, but continued writing. My frankly insane mind palace. Magecraft. Alchemy transmutation magic. Bleach magic. Warding and healing. Bloodline and racial abilities. Racial ability, wizard. Being able to use a knockoff version of devil magic. Bloodlines, Potter, Black, Peveril. Slytherin. Potter no major gain except being somewhat more talented in combat. Black, affinity for dark magic. Peveril, affinity for black magic, necromancy, soul magic. Slytherin, parcel magic, affinity for wards and healing. Other. Hunter's ritual, rite of conquest. Talent, huge affinity for magic. Money. If anyone says you don't need money to be strong then they're idiots. You need money to supplement your growth with nutritional meals and better equipment like proper weights. Money is also needed to buy tools. Servants/support. Having people who work and fight for you is also considered a type of strength. What good does it do if I can fight a mid-class to a tie, when two more pop up to help him? Having capable people protect me and cover my blind spots is also an important aspect I need to start taking more seriously. Not that I have a lot of blind spots to begin with. For now only Hope fits this category. Oh, and the werewolves I just hired. Harry looked at the boards and nodded, this looks accurate. I have to say I am doing great for an 11-year-old child. Now, time to learn some new spells. Nocturne Alley. Nocturne Alley, on paper it was a shopping district the same as Diagon Alley. But the wizards saw it as something else. The slums, the black market, the place where all dark wizards and creatures gather. And they were right somewhat. But most of them had no other choice but to stay there. The werewolves, for example, were bullied away from all civilized areas, forcing them to live in the forests and mountains. The only way for them to earn money was to do business in Nocturne Alley. Same for vampires and hags. The entire alley was encased in darkness and shadows. Only the lights from the shops were present and barely lit up the road. FSHHHHH. A green flash went out at one of the fireplaces and a cloaked figure came out. The residents of the alley knew that the fireplaces were protected by the purebloods. They paid a lot of money for a security force who kept watch over the fireplace, making sure people don't go near it. There were 2 fireplaces, one for entry and one for exit. And judging by the expensive clothes the cloaked figure wore, this was definitely one of them, a pureblood wizard. The figure waved their wand over themselves and got rid of the dust and ash. Judging by the build the figure was most definitely a man. He looked at the crowd and everybody scattered away. Not wanting to cause trouble for themselves. They knew that the others will easily attack them if the pureblood threw a few galleons their way. It was a cutthroat place. But a few others didn't move. And kept on with their business. These were the people who were confident in their strength to survive against wizards. Older vampires, werewolves, and hags. They haven't survived this long by being careless and playing weak. The cloaked man scoffed and proceeded to walk deeper into the alley. After walking through a few twists and turns he arrived at a certain broken-down building. The first floor looked like it was about to fall apart at any minute, while the ground floor looked like it was rotting. The man arrived in front of the door and tapped 5 key points with his wand. CKRRRRR. The door creaked open, showing the dusty interior with broken furniture and cobwebs everywhere. The man walked forward but his steps didn't place any marks on the dusty floor. He kept walking until he reached the door at the back of the room. He took off his hood. Knock. Knock. He knocked twice. Once on the left, once on the right side of the door. "It's me," he said somewhat loudly so the people could recognize his voice. The door opened and a man showed up with his wand pointed at the intruder, who only raised an eyebrow. "Hey, welcome Malfoy." Lucius Malfoy only scoffed a bit. "Good to see you again, Not." Not opened the door and Malfoy entered the room. The inside was a lot more different and more fancy than the outside. A large circular wooden table, surrounded by comfortable leather chairs. There was a various assortment of drinks and food on the table. The walls were tastefully decorated and there were many lamps up around the room. "Greetings, gentlemen," Lucius says, and his colleagues apologizes for the wait. There has been a complication. He takes his seat on the table. What kind of complication? Corban Yaxley asked with his eyes narrowed. Nothing is simple in their line of work. Narcissa is missing. The house elf says that she received a letter and quickly left the house with a panicked expression. So she left willingly, and didn't carry anything with her, so she didn't run away. Lucius says with a calm expression, like his wife wasn't missing. Did the elf recognize the seal on the letter if there was one? McNair asked. This was a very unusual situation. They all know Narcissa Black. She was a cold and calculating woman. If anything can make her panic to the point that she wouldn't even tell her husband. That must mean it's serious business. No, Lucius replied with the same tone, but on the inside he was sweating. The house elf had recognized the seal. The crest of the House of Black. But only Lord Black could send out that letter since the seal is made with the Lord ring. That means there is a new lord. Someone other than his son. Sirius was cast out of the house and was currently in France. If the lord of the house summoned her, Narcissa would have no choice but to comply or she would be thrown out of the house. The fact that she hasn't returned means the new lord is keeping her there. If the others were to find out that he didn't have access to the Black Fortune, his position would immediately drop. He needs to figure out a way to get in the good graces of the new lord, and if possible kill him right away. The new lord can nullify his marriage to Narcissa, and can ruin everything he has built. Technically he was in debt of the House of Black. He just kept taking money since eventually his son would be the new lord and would just cancel the debt. But that wasn't going to happen now. Well, we should discuss that later. For now, let's talk about what benefits we can gain right now. Dumbledore's position hasn't been this weak in decades. Theodore Knott suggests. Agreed. We need to strike while we still can. We also need to discuss about the new Lord Potter. Maybe push though some of the laws we didn't succeed last time. Malfoy took a deep breath, indeed. Gentlemen, let's get down to business. And so once again another meeting of the Dark/Traditionalist faction begun. And many more plans to extend their influence in the British Isles were created. A/N. Alive Death Eaters. Lucius Malfoy, Alecto Carrow, Amicus Carrow, Corban Yaxley, Crabbe Sr. Goyle Sr., Avery, Snape, Fenrir Greyback, Walden McNair, Evan Rosier. Thorfinn Rowell. Death Eaters Harry killed in Azkaban. Rodolphius Lestrange. Robestan Lestrange. Antonin Dolohov. Augustus Rookwood. Travers. Mulciber. Jugson, Gibbon. Pettigrew got the death sentence in France. Chapter 48, Class Schedule. Word count. A job. Was what all of the werewolves thought. Hope looked at Harry like he was insane. Which admittedly he was. Are you serious? A job. Kid, look at us, Michael said, though the telepathic link Harry had created. He was flustered and angry. They are already suffering, he and his friends don't need someone mocking them further. Harry frowned. I'm not the type to joke around about things like this. You guys are in a rough spot, but you are strong, well in wizarding terms. And I need strong people with me. So we can make a deal. You work for me and I will make your lives as comfortable as I can, maybe even find a way to turn you back, but I doubt that can be easily accomplished. This isn't like Astoria. Whatever those magicians and devils did, it was most likely permanent. Due to Fenrir's blood. Most magical beasts can turn into a human form after reaching a certain level. Fenrir, when fully unleashed, without any mind fuckery or control, is a fucking beast. He can rip apart gods like they are chew toys. Yet he doesn't have a human form. Probably something about fate and prophesize. As far as I know, his brother Jormungandr, one of the 5 Dragon Kings, also doesn't have one. Honestly, any offspring of Loki really got screwed over in life. What would this job entail? Asked telepathically. He also growled and used body language to communicate with the other wolves as well. Making sure they are also a part of the conversation. I need some guards for a few of my more important stores. My wards should do the job, but I want some extra protection. And let's just say I know how incompetent wizards are. I was actually planning on hiring and training werewolves for the job. But since you guys are so strong, you can do it until I get the right people. After that you will be guarding more and more important locations. You will basically be watch guards. In return I can give you a good life. No need to live in the forests in fear anymore. Hell, I can even take you in Muggle London. A few illusion spells and you will appear just like big dogs to them. Add a notice me not charm on top of that and we are golden. Harry smiled. This was a good pitch. They were living hard lives, and Harry basically offered them a golden ticket out of it. After a few minutes Michael comes back and stares at Harry's eyes. Harry linked their minds again. We accept your offer. So what do we call you now? Boss. Harry smirked. Call me whatever you want. Get ready, I'm going to take you all to one of my properties. Don't resist, he clapped his hands and a big magic circle appeared beneath them. And a bright light engulfed them. Shoo! When the group opened their eyes again they were at another location. The wolves looked at the door built into a large hill. Harry, where are we? Hope asked with a sigh. One of the safe houses I built around Britain. It's quite easy, you know, just harden some earth, vanish the inside. Make proper ventilation and done. I put some emergency supplies here, potions, non-perishable food and money, along with a few port keys. In case I ever get so injured that I can't reach you or go home. Oh, I will be giving you a list later. Kind of forgot about it, honestly. Harry just shrugged nonchalant. Wait here for a bit, Harry said to the group and entered one of the empty rooms. A few minutes later Harry came out. Okay, go and take a shower, I set it up so it will go automatically. Go to one side to get shampoo and the other side for water to fall on you. Go get yourselves cleaned up. I'm not letting you in the house when you are all dirty like that. And I'm sure some of you would appreciate hot water after all this time. The female wolves didn't waste any time and directly rushed into the room. Followed by the guys. And enjoy they did. Most of them were in pure bliss when perfect temperature showers started. They avoided the deeper rivers in the forest as they were also filled dangerous animals. Harry brought them different kinds of cooked food. The wolves literally cried when they ate cooked chicken, pasta, and other types of food. While they are wolves now, they used to be humans. The wolf part can be satisfied with hunting down and eating prey. But the human part wants a wider variety of food. And they aren't ordinary wolves anymore. They can eat whatever they want and it won't make a difference. The blood of Fenrir changed them on a fundamental level. Even if it was probably diluted. That's the only reason I can think of. Why they even had the slightest bit of chance to survive the experiment. Rest up, you are safe here. I need you in peak condition for the tasks I will give you. So until then, relax and unwind. Harry smiled at them. Thank you. Harry Potter, Michael bowed his head, and so did the others. You are welcome. Monday. Today the first years officially start their educational journey in Hogwarts. Hope just woke up Harry and he was in a great mood. Why wouldn't he be? He just hired a couple of excellent workers. All as strong as the current Hope without having learnt any magic, high to peak low class. Just one can practically wipe out the Death Eaters given that they are not all together at the same spot. And since they are a pack, I'm guessing they can hunt people stronger than them. I'm not sure if I am an accurate measurement for beginner mid-class. Most people who become mid-class are either balanced or are somewhat skewered to a certain attribute. Like fighter, knight, mage. Well, I'm beyond skewered towards the mage category. My knowledge of magic is beyond my level, I'm only really limited to the amount of mana I can use. Most mages at my level only know one element and stick with it. I on the other hand do multiple elements, runes, wizarding magic, and sealing. It's honestly unfair to any others that are also in the beginning of mid-class. But extremely skewered is sometimes the way to go. That stray devil I faced. He was a knight focusing on pure speed. If I didn't have my Escudo spell, I would be dead. Harry mused to himself as he was finishing up his shower. Well, I just have to get strong enough so that situation doesn't happen again. Then again that happened because of my carelessness. If I had used my Hexmage shield from the start he wouldn't have been able to pierce it in the first place. Harry, will you really attend these classes? Hope asked Harry with a raised eyebrow. I will attend the first class for all of them. I want to see how horrendous Hogwarts classes are. I mean they are infamous all around the world for their shitty education system. Great Hall. Breakfast while everybody else was eating the regular breakfast the elves served. Harry and his group were eating a pasta, with stir-fried vegetables and wine along with some chicken then topped off with a neutral base sauce and lot of Parmesan. And this is my specialty that I cook. Lately I have been really into Parmesan, I'm practically addicted. Many students were looking at their food with envy. Even from other tables. The Slytherins were quietly disguising amongst themselves on how to increase the quality of their own food. The old man is missing. On the first day. What is he up to? Harry mused as he glanced at the staff table. All of the teachers were there but Dumbledore was missing. He wouldn't miss the first day like this, a perfect opportunity to imprint on the young first years. Fluttering sounds filled the hall. The owls were here. Harry picked one up. Yesterday the Daily Prophet released Harry sorting. People were very interested in that. And now, a new shocking headline. Noble from the continent found dead in his room. Jigidal K. Landiger. Age 68. The lord of the Landiger family. His grandson will now be the head of house as per his wishes. Harry looked at the newspaper with a little bit of shock. Jigidal is dead. This is surprising. I honestly didn't think the old goat had it in him. Then again, a cornered animal is the most dangerous. But if he is reacting like this, then the game has changed. Before, things were just on a political level. But now he has escalated to murder. It doesn't matter that there is no proof. People will automatically suspect Dumbledore. I'm guessing that he conveniently has a rock-solid alibi for the day of the murder. Probably meeting some diplomats trying to retrieve my family's items. I'm betting he used a time turner. It's quite literally the best way to kill somebody if used correctly, and all you erase every trace left. It's actually not a bad plan. The people in the wizarding world are sheep. Dumbledore was in a meeting, therefore he is innocent. A few individuals will suspect him, but without any proof they can't act on it. Harry mused for a bit. This changes a few things. I don't know what changed on his side, but I'd better hurry up with the Philosopher's Stone. If he decides to move it somewhere else, acquiring it will get a lot harder. And I'll need to create some protective items for the others. Dumbledore changed the game. He won't be able to do anything to me since I can always run away if things go beyond my control, like him just using all of his mana to summon Fiend Fire. Why fight that when I can just run away? But the others don't have that option. I'll just make some really overpowered portkeys that will pierce through Hogwarts wards and take them to safety. This actually might be fun. To accomplish this, I need to find a weak point in Hogwarts wards, which I intended to take a look at in the first place. What kind of wards did the founders put here? I can't wait to see. A few minutes later, Flitwick arrived and floated the class schedules to each student. Harry looked at the piece of parchment with a raised eyebrow. Ravenclaw and Slytherin classes overlap. Jez. I just praised Dumbledore for doing something unexpected and then he pulls some shit like this, once again lowering my opinion. Is he freaking bipolar? A/N, Harry doesn't know how close to the mark he is. This decision was done by the fake Dumbledore. According to the schedule. 6:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m., breakfast. 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., classes. 12 p.m. to 1 p.m., lunch. 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., classes. 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., dinner. 9 p.m. to 6 a.m., curfew. There are no classes on Saturday and Sunday. The library is open from 7 a.m. to 8:30 from Monday through Friday and from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday. And with astronomy and flying lessons have their own schedules. There is no way I'm wasting time on astronomy. I can just memorize the stars and constellations and be done with it. Waking up at night just to sit outside looking at the sky is so inefficient. Salem had a giant planetarium so that classes could be held during the day. Well, now that it's almost 9 a.m., let's see how abysmal their teaching methods are. A/N when they have school events. Halloween feast on October 31st. Quidditch match in early November. End of term a week before Christmas. Christmas feast on December 25th. Second term soon after January 1st. Exams in early June. Results in mid-June. Leaving feast the evening before the Hogwarts Express returns to London in late June. Chapter 49, Hogwarts Classes. Word count. Transfiguration. Harry and his group arrived at the Transfiguration classroom first, so they can choose the last seats in the room. It was something that Harry has been telling Daphne and Astoria: if you go into a room and see a place that has your back against the wall, take it. But it should also be near an exit. Even with how strong Harry is, his mentality is to survive in any situation. Preparation. A magic user who doesn't prepare is a dead one. Enchanted clothing and items for protection. Carrying lots of potions for any situation. Standby spells like Escudo. Portkeys and etc. They entered the classroom and it was entirely empty. Except for the cat on the teacher's table. McGonagall's pet. Daphne says with a raised eyebrow. Hope frowned. No, it smells different than a regular cat. Remember Hope? You know this smell? Harry smiled at her. You could literally see the cogs turning in her head. She was trying hard to remember the scent. Then it hit her. Harry smelled kind of similar. This was McGonagall's office. What does she and Harry have in common? They are both transfiguration masters. Admittedly, Harry is only a master in certain aspects like human transfiguration and general transmutation. But they can also turn into animals. The cat is Professor McGonagall. I see. Hope smiled, an animagus. The cat's eyes widened in surprise. The professor could easily hear them across the room now in her cat form. She quickly jumped and turned back to normal. Daphne was very surprised by the change. It was rare to see an animagus so openly using their powers. Well done recognizing me. I assume you have met other animagus in the United States, McGonagall asked with a raised eyebrow. She was still quite wary of this bodyguard, but she will keep it professional. Not as many as you would think, Hope replied politely while Harry just took one of the last seats without saying anything. He was here purely because he was curious of the teaching methods in Hogwarts. Or the lack of, to be more precise. McGonagall pursed her lips a bit. Mr. Potter is already being difficult. He truly has no respect for us and doesn't recognize our authority. And the sad part is that I completely understand why. You take any Hogwarts graduate and put them back in their first year. I would be surprised if the room was still standing after that. What in Merlin's name was Albus thinking? You can take your seats. And please don't say anything to the other students. I like to surprise the first years like this in their first class. To show off what transfiguration can accomplish. We won't say a word, Harry spoke up, but one question first. Do you teach transmutation here in Hogwarts? The professor looked surprised by that question. Transmutation. No, we do not teach that here. As it is easy misuse and unlike transfiguration, transmutation is permanent, making any spell injuries considerably more difficult to reverse. I see. How disappointing. Well, it was a long shot anyway. I'm quite skilled at transmutation, so I was curious to see how you teach it compared to Salem. But to think you cut out an entire branch of matter manipulation. Harry shook his head. He was actually really disappointed. Matter manipulation can be divided into transfiguration, transmutation, conjuring and vanishing. And they cut one off because it is difficult for them to handle any injuries during the class. It's really simple. If anybody messes around with transmutation, just kick them out. Matter manipulation is a very dangerous branch of magic. If someone isn't taking it seriously, well, he doesn't deserve to study it in the first place. The students start to enter the classroom. Naturally, they just glance or outright stare at Harry. The teacher turned from a cat into his ordinary form, surprising the students. Certainly making an impression. McGonagall does her speech. And uses transfiguration to shift the table into various objects and animals. Harry is judging her teaching methods. She starts off good. She gains the attention of the class and wows the students. She then explains the dangers of transfiguration. She then just laid out matches in front of them and tells them to use the spell to turn it into needles. This is where she messed up in Harry's eyes. She didn't explain the most important part of this exercise. Imagination and intent. She just left the students to try figure things out on their own. Let children who have never used magic try their first transfiguration spell without any advice. What could go wrong? They need to visualize the match changing into a needle, and their intent needs to be strong. Otherwise they are just wasting their time. But all in all, this was a pretty good class. Not that he would be returning. Harry kept twirling the match in his fingers. Mid-twirl, the match started to change, it turned into silver, then sharpened, turning into a needle. But there were tiny grooves in the charms. Harry arrived first as planned. Ah. Young Mr. Potter. Flitwick says with a smile, welcome to my class. I must say I am surprised you came. I thought you would ignore us all. Harry smiled. Flitwick was being cordial, so it's bad taste to act like an asshole. I don't plan to. But I'm curious to see if Hogwarts classes are as bad as they say. You are a very well-known charm master and dueling champion. So I find it strange that Hogwarts has such a low rating. Flitwick sighed, it's not up to me. Unfortunately, I can only teach what they allow. Unlike my other colleagues, I traveled often for my tournaments, and I buy charm books from whatever country I go to. I am well aware how much more advanced the other countries are, especially the US. Their books are much better structured and even have arithmancy formulas and a bit of history for each spell. Unfortunately, due to my heritage, it's quite difficult to find a job somewhere else, so all I can do is keep teaching subpar classes, since the pureblood children likely won't pass the international level tests. Harry was visibly surprised by this. And immediately felt a certain kinship with Flitwick. Both were masters in their respective fields and both were trapped in Hogwarts. Harry started to laugh, ha ha ha, if you ever get sick of this place, contact me. I'll get you a respectable job and position. I don't give a damn about someone's heritage. I judge people on merit, talent, and potential. Flitwick was surprised by that and got a bit teary-eyed. You are just as kind as your mother. Thank you, Mr. Potter. You have finished your magical education, but if you have any advanced questions for charms, feel free to ask me. I will gladly help you with your charms mastery. At least then your time here won't be completely wasted. I'll take you up on that. The first class is Lumos, right? Flitwick nodded and sighed, an entire class on such a basic spell. I think we could add Leviosa to the first class, but they turned down my proposition. We do have Lumos and Leviosa in the first class. But most of the class is spent behind the mechanics of both spells. Of all spells a wizard can produce, Lumos uses the least amount of magic. Once everybody produces the basic spell, we go on to the variations. Like changing the color of Lumos. Again Flitwick sighed and Harry saw where the guy was coming from. He was a competent teacher with great education and prestige. But he was stuck teaching subpar classes here to spoiled rich brats. The only practical plus side for him is when a muggle born like Lily goes on to become a charm master or mistress. It's having enough students that have become masters is a requirement to become a grandmaster. Ever thought of becoming a grandmaster? Harry asked the men who perked up. Of course. Who hasn't? But even though I fulfilled the student requirement and made my original spell, it takes too much power to use, even for someone like Dumbledore. So it was deemed a failure. Now this got Harry's attention. A spell a mid-class can't easily use, created here, by someone with little knowledge of the supernatural. Now that was interesting. Professor Flitwick. I think you and I are going to have some interesting conversations in the future. History. Harry went and saw the ghost. He went to the table and only saw that the pages were open for goblin rebellions. Yeah, no way I am wasting any time here. He had satisfied his curiosity and it was now time to leave. Dada. Smells of garlic, was Harry's first thought as he entered the room just to leave the next second. Hope was feeling kind of uncomfortable. Garlic for a true vampire isn't anything like a poison. It's like an allergy to dust or pollen. Very annoying and uncomfortable. If ingested it can cause swelling and rashes. Herbology. The greenhouses were disappointing. Even without his pots and technology. They could at least learn proper techniques. They did their job, plants grew well. Especially in the cold Scottish weather. But it could be better. A lot better. But Pomona's skill could not be denied. She is growing some really rare plants here. In these old-ass shitty greenhouses. There seems to be a theme in Hogwarts. Old and barely working. Potions. Heavy bashing. The moment Harry entered the room he frowned heavy. There were so many things wrong with this room it almost gave him an aneurysm. Dirty. The whole place looked like it hasn't been cleaned in years. The countertops were relatively clean, but that was the only thing clean here. There were ingredients put in glass jars. From a glance he could tell that they were sealed really well. But the presentation of ingredients being around cobwebs was really annoying him. Another thing was that it was a closed room, stale air. Fumes from the potions have nowhere to go so they stay trapped in the room. Potion rooms ideally need to be on the top floors with lots of open windows. And have filtering runes all around the room, as to completely get rid of any toxic fumes. Not to mention, he doesn't see any sort of protective gear. What if a potion splashed on you? Oh, go to the hospital wing. Fucking idiots, Harry scowled as he sat down. Soon the room was filled with Slytherins and Ravenclaws. Malfoy Jr. started to walk towards Harry but a single glare from him scared the little boy off. Bam. The doors opened, and Snape rushed in with his cape billowing behind him. There will be no foolish wand waving or silly incantations in this class. He dramatically turned around and crossed his arms as he looked down on the children. Drama queen, Harry scoffed in his mind. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion making. However, for those select few, he glanced at Malfoy, who possees the predisposition. I can teach you how to bewitch the mind. And ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death. Technically that is all true, but did he have to do the theatrics as well? Snape glanced at Harry. He is wary of Harry, but this is his class, and he holds all the power here. It won't do him any good to cower from a little boy. It appears that this year we have a celebrity in our midst. The youngest potion master in the world. Snape tried very hard not to sneer at that. Harry just raises an eyebrow and gives the men his best bored face. I'm sure Mr. Potter won't mind answering a few questions to prove his title, Snape said with a smile. He was planning on embarrassing him here in front of the other students. Actually, I do mind. I'm not here as a student, Snape. I am here to see how abysmal your teaching methods really are. I have asked your pervious students, they just say that you point at the board and tell them that the recipe is on it. And judging by that burn bomb recipe on the board, I guess they were right. Snape's face turned red. You little brat, who are you to judge my methods? If they can't follow such simple instructions, they don't deserve to make potions. Harry sneered at the men. You are by far the worst teacher I have ever seen and a third-rate potion maker. Your classroom is dirty, the windows aren't open and there is no protective gear here. The first class is always teaching the new students the reactions between potion ingredients and the meaning of how and when you stir the cauldron. You simply skip that and let the students learn from their injuries and pain. You don't deserve your mastery. Snape's eyes were bloodshot and his hands gripping the table. He knew that if he attacked Potter his career would be over. But the brat was pushing his limits. Frankly, I'm going to write to my teacher, Grandmaster Griffith. Just so he comes in person to kill you, since you are an embarrassment to Portioniers around the world. Whatever, I saw enough to know that this class is a waste of time. Too bad. I had hopes that you would be at least somewhat professional. Guess that is too much to ask of Hogwarts. Harry stood up. Hope and Daphne were right behind him. Tracy, seeing this, followed behind them. Her reasoning is simple. Harry went to a prestigious school and was taught by a Grandmaster Portionier. If he says that Snape is a terrible teacher and this is a waste of time, it's probably true. So she would probably learn more from him. Snape gritted his teeth as he watched them leave. He turned to the rest of the students who flinched when they saw his angry face. Read the first 10 pages of your books, I will return soon. He rushed out of the classroom and headed to the headmaster's office. Chapter 50, Room of Requirement. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my Pat. There are 15 chaps available to read in advance. Tier 2 can read 5 chapters ahead on all stories. Tier 3 can read 10 and Tier 4 can read everything I have. Also, I don't know how many of you know this, but I have a story which is just my one-shots and ideas. The first chapters from various fics that I post once in a while. Alcoholic Pandas snippets. Obviously inspired by Cross-Sedge. Love that guy. Premium quality writing. One of, if not the best fanfic writer I have seen. So yeah, check it out if you want to see a peek into what other stories I have. Word count. HAAA. That was mostly a waste of time. Harry thought to himself as he and Hope wandered the hallways of Hogwarts. Flitwick might be useful in the future. But for now I don't need him for anything. But charms are an interesting path to learn. Animation charms especially. I have been practicing them lately for the creation of golems. Golems are such useful tools. Use some hard stone. Carve in some runes. Then animate that thing, and you have an easy replicable shield or killing machine. And I need golems to create my pot factory. I underestimated how difficult it is for people to learn transmutation. Since my pots are made by using a special type of clay, when they are air-dried to be lather hard, then you need to use transmutation to make runes on the inside of the pot. Since I can't get any workers to do that, I'm going to need to automate the entire process. Frankly, now that I have perfected the process, I can make hundreds of pots per day. I use transmutation to shape the pots from clay. Then transmutation to make runes on the inside. There is the occasional pot that hardens the wrong way and warps a bit of the runes, making it useless. But at least 90% of them are a success. But with me turning global, it would take a lot of time for me to personally make these pots. Time that I'd rather spend on research. Harry casually placed his hand on the stone brick. He was keeping his radar on at all times, and a part of his mind was looking at the Marauder's map. Knowing that there were no students, ghosts, or paintings here, he used transmutation to make a few runes on the inside of the stone brick. A rune array, so to speak. Just below the surface of the stone. Harry, what are you doing? Hope asked with a confused expression. They were on the 5th floor of Hogwarts. The Ravenclaw entrance and their rooms were also on this floor. And every southwest often Harry would place his hand on a stone brick. Just something I might need in the future. Harry just smiled at her. She didn't need to know what he was planning on doing. He wasn't even planning on making something too bad. Just a tiny distraction. Those runes will produce a low-level explosion. Minimal damage but a loud bang and plenty of smoke. Why does he need to do so? Because Dumbledore changed the game. Now that the old man is willing to kill people for his goals, Harry needs to prepare countermeasures. Hogwarts belongs to Dumbledore. It was his castle. His seat of power. If something were to endanger or damage that, he would go right away to figure out what's going on and stop it. That should give Harry more than enough time to slip away during the panic. And it's not like he only used explosive runes. He also put in a summoning circle inside, frankly to summon the normal frogs he had marked during his little expedition in the dark forest. He will keep marking them when he finds the time. What to cause chaos? Send in 1,000 frogs and critters across the Hogwarts halls. That ought to make some noise. Harry proceeds to slowly go the 6th floor and do the same, making contingency plans for the future. After all, the only magician who gets to live long enough is the one who is the most prepared. I'll need to look into preparing some enchanted rings or something along those lines. Once he reached the 7th floor, he makes all of the portraits on his way there fall asleep. He then opens the room of requirement. Show me how to use this room. Show me how to use this room. Show me how to use this room. Slowly a door formed from the stone wall. A big door with an arch design. Harry raised an eyebrow. Interesting. What is? Hope didn't notice anything unusual. Secret entrances are quite common here. I didn't notice a shingle thing. Was it transfiguration or a strong illusion to cover the door? I couldn't tell. Fascinating. How did they manage to hide it? Hope saw that Harry went into research mode, so she took his hand and pulled him in. Otherwise he would stay here for the next few hours poking and prodding the door. When they entered through the doors, all they saw was a fancy marble room with a single low marble pillar in the middle. The top of the pillar was shaped like a book stand, and there was a simple yet elegant open book on top of it. Harry and Hope got near the book and they could see what was written inside. "Welcome to my room. I, Rowena Ravenclaw, and a close friend of mine, created this room to aid me with my search to discover the mysteries of magic. If you have found this room, you are most likely a student. If you are seeing this message, then you have asked specifically how to use this room. That means that you at least have some intelligence and are most likely in Ravenclaw or Slytherin. As you know, you must walk past the painting 3 times while thinking of the room you want, for this room to show itself. Now for the rest of the rules. The one to create the room has full control of the room until he leaves. You cannot take anything created by the room outside of it. Any food or drinks created by the room will disappear. Any potion ingredients created by the room can be used to experiment with potions. But at the end, both them and the potion will disappear. And the potion cannot be ingested. The room merely creates a simulation of what would happen if certain ingredients are used in a certain order. Simulations can also be used for runes, rituals, and spell creation. The room has many pre-made choices already created. A potion lab and dueling room are just some of it. Good luck, young student. I hope this room may aid you in your education. Creators of this room: Rowena Ravenclaw and Harry looked down at the signatures. Only Rowena had a signature. The other one was a tree symbol. I see. Harry smiled. So I was right. Right about what? Hope asked as she turned the pages, showing different pre-made configuration for the room. Rowena had basically built a primitive, magic computer 1,000 years ago. Mad respect. Harry nodded with a nod of approval. The room was created by Rowena and her friend, who was the user of the Longinus Innovate Clear. That specific tree symbol is referenced in many books as the face of the sacred gear. Innovate Clear, otherwise known miniature garden of blue innovation, is a sacred gear that lets one impersonate God. Innovate Clear has the ability to create an ideal world in another dimension, similarly to Dimension Lost, with the additional ability to create nearly perfect imitations of living beings similarly to Annihilation Maker. Because of this, it is known as the sacred gear that lets one impersonate God. However, anything made inside of Innovate Clear's world can only exist in that world. In that world you are God. Anything that you desire will be created, even the world's natural laws. So the ultimate sandbox. He and Rowena tried to replicate that with magic, and they created the Room of Requirement. Harry immediately got giddy. Show me how Rowena Ravenclaw created this room. Words appeared out of thin air. Request denied. The fuck? Why? Need authorization from Lady Ravenclaw. Or proof that you are part of her family. Part of her family? That bitch, she linked the secrets of its creation to her bloodline. The Ravenclaw line is dead. Rowena only had one daughter, Helena, and she was killed by the Bloody Baron before she married or had children. But then again, if it's authorization you need, then I just need to bring the admin back, but first some leverage. Show me the lost and found room. The room around them started to shake, and then Harry and Hope suddenly found themselves near the entrance of the room, filled with all kinds of junk. Old broken furniture, old trunks and clothes. Items that students and professors had forgotten about and lost. So the house elves asked for a room to put these things in. And so the lost and found room was created. Why are we here? Hope asked with a confused expression. This was unlike Harry at all. But then again, his brain did always work differently than others. How could he find leverage over Rowena Ravenclaw in here? What do you know about Helena Ravenclaw? Harry smirked at her. Hope frowned. Nothing. She was not in any of the books I have read about Hogwarts. Rowena's daughter perhaps. On the inside she was sighing. Harry is going to act like a smartass again. Well, I'm also at fault for letting him get away with it. God damn it. Why does he have this shine in his eyes that I like when he starts explaining things? You are right. Helena Ravenclaw is Rowena's only daughter. Now Rowena wasn't exactly thrilled to have a child. But in those dangerous and patriarchal times, she didn't have much of a choice. It was already hard enough to stand out as a proper witch among the arrogant wizards. But it turned out all right for her. Since her husband had an unfortunate death, she inherited all of his wealth. And put it all into Hogwarts. How do you know all this? Harry shrugged. Secret Potter records. The ancient Potters liked to keep records of everything they thought would be useful sometime in the future. Rowena was actually a terrible mother. She neglected Helena to focus more on her experiments. What does Helena do? She steals her mother's prized possession, the diadem, to get her Rowena's attention. Which she did in a way. Rowena sent the Baron to hunt her down and bring back the diadem. The Baron, who deeply loved Helena, was sent by Rowena Ravenclaw to find her in Albania. Helena hid the diadem in a hollow tree. When he found her Helena refused to return with him, he took this as her rejecting his love for her and so he killed her in a fit of rage. When he realized what he had done, the Baron stabbed himself with the same knife and died. Rowena, once she saw those two ghosts appear in Hogwarts, had realized what a terrible mother she had been. She soon after died alone and in shame. Harry moves around the junk piles, finding some particular items that he was going to come back for later. Until he found the diadem. The Notice Me Not charm on it was very powerful. But not enough to stop him. Wow, I can tell how evil it is from here. This one is much stronger than the ring or cup. Sigh, Tommy boy, why were you stupid enough to put them on such useful items? Now I have to kill you to use them. Then again, he probably bet on people not daring to damage such precious artifacts. These sheep practically worship the founders. Oh well, his mistake. Harry flung his hand and the entire diadem was engulfed in emerald flames. Another shard of Tom Riddle's soul consumed by the soul-eating flames. The souls I got from Azkaban should start to give me some results. Good, now my soul will slowly start to get stronger and stronger. Harry smiled at the thought. So far today has been a good day. Let's see how far I can take it. Show me how to use this room. Harry and Hope found themselves back into the marble room with the book on the marble pillar. Harry grinned as he picked up the resurrection stone and flipped it 3 times in his hand. Rowena Ravenclaw.